Futures back to the downside right now. Well, about flat-ish to start things off here this morning after another pretty wild day yesterday on the back of some Microsoft pretend news that ended up being not true. So we come all the way back to essentially where the day started yesterday before going out a little bit lower into the pre-market. Here we are this morning, basically flat. More data to come. Remember, we get more inflation-related data coming up tomorrow morning. Michigan consumer sentiment. We get that PCE reading as well ahead of the Fed coming up next week. Tons of things moving around as far as individual names this morning. CRM, I guess the biggest one here. Big move higher. We've given more than 50% of that back between what happened after the close yesterday and here this morning, although we are trying to get back above 243. Still really nice move here for CRM. Could have been overdone a little bit. And yeah, more bad sales data for Tesla. It's what, 3 days in a row? We started at one end of Europe and now we're at the other end of Europe, and it's still not good in the UK.
It's not good, Brendo. No, it's not. It's another 10% drop year over year as that continent is still making Elon pay for some of the comments and the activities taking place earlier this year. Good morning, guys. A whole lot to talk about. NVIDIA in focus. Jensen Huang on Capitol Hill yesterday, basically, trying to make the case that the U.S. should be exporting some of its more advanced chips to China. We'll keep an eye out on that. Snowflake, Brenda, reporting almost 10% here negative to start the morning. Meta with several headlines. They're going to get a bit of a tie up there with the European regulator with respect to the AI integration into WhatsApp, but they're also poaching another AI sort of designer from Apple, and Palantir with another tie-up with NVIDIA. Good luck here.
Yeah, I tried to watch that. I was mentioning before we came on here, I tried to watch that Rogan podcast with Jensen Huang last night. There wasn't anything earth-shattering that came from it that I thought was too exciting anyways. It seems like, I don't know, like it seems every time Elon goes on Rogan's podcast, there's like some new, fancy way of phrasing something, or his perspective on something has changed, which is groundbreaking. But yeah, Jensen was kind of vanilla. He did actually mention Anduril a couple of times and was very, very positive on the defense side of things and the opportunities that are still ahead as far as AI specifically with defense. So they talked about Palmer Luckey a little bit, which was kind of funny. And he spoke very highly of him.
They've been under attack. I don't know if you've been noticing the news lately. There was a drone that crashed from Anduril, Brendo, and then of course, the skeptics took that opportunity to really harp on. Palmer Luckey, active on X, really looking to defend that platform. And the argument here is, I know they're not a publicly traded company, but AI-related nonetheless, that the Chinese have much better sort of these autonomous aircraft, and Anduril's behind, and Palmer Luckey trying to make the case otherwise.
Yeah, more to come for sure in that sense. We'll touch on NVIDIA for sure. Intel as well, with a couple of headlines this morning. They're going to not sell their networking business, not moving on that. Amazon's trying to break up with USPS.
Can you believe it?
Finally. Yeah. I mean, we don't seem to have an issue with deliveries from Amazon on this side of the border, but if, I don't know, let us know, I guess, if it is a little bit slower sometimes, especially around the holidays, maybe because of USPS, Amazon might be ditching them as far as deliveries go. Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, morning, everybody. And
USP or UPS there?
not at all. Apparently not good for, there was just a couple earnings that just came out there. Kroger was one. Yeah, Kroger came out. I mean, look, Care may not be the stock that everyone's super interested in, but they did just drop their earnings. And I guess drop was the right word. They raised their guidance, so I guess that's good. And they beat on EPS, 105 versus 103. Sales was a miss. So that would be potentially the reason that Kroger's down 5%. Hey, there it is. And we got the breaking news right in there. So I'll probably thank you, Adara, as usual. I don't have the key up, but we can do that. But yeah, I mean, the earnings names, I feel almost more excited for the potential like day two robotics than some of the earnings names that I thought would move around this morning. So like UiPath looks okay, but not crazy. AI didn't even move at all. CRM basically is flat. You have Snowflake that actually did make a move.
That's down, yeah.
Yeah, so Snowflake made a move to the downside, but I kind of expected a little more action on CRM, so that's disappointing. But let's not forget, like I already saw, well, you can see right behind me, RR and iRobot. A couple people have already put those ones on the list, and I think those can be watched today. Thankfully, hopefully we don't get any like Microsoft news shock this AM to derail, but we're right back to where we were 24 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, that news came and gone. I mean, came and went. I mean, it's not doing anything right now to anything. I mean, here's Microsoft trading yesterday. At this time, we were all fine with everything. And then all of a sudden, this happened about 9 o'clock where we had the drip down. And you know what? I mean, it's still getting hit. Like, Microsoft's still down off that number, down to 479. As the NASDAQ battled back all day yesterday and is flat here today. So Microsoft up a little bit into the close. We had a nice drop. So, creating some possible fake sideways moves here early. SMR could be a play. We talked about some of the power yesterday and percent power generation. Brendan just talked about Jensen there. He was mentioning that, the power space needs to get going in AI, and there's going to be a big drain on that soon. So you're going to see some more talk, hopefully, about new scale and these modular reactors and whatnot. So we'll see if SMR can get going. We had Intel momentum yesterday as well. See if that can continue forward. I mean, things are pretty flat. I mean, even though you're down almost 0.75%, I mean, just into yesterday, not much going on. I just wonder if this is like the Christmas Santa Claus rally is like the 5 days or so before Christmas and a couple of days after Christmas there. I don't know. Maybe we're just waiting for that to come through. I mean, the cues right here seem like they want to break higher, in my opinion. I mean, yesterday was sort of, you saw that grind there yesterday. We had that huge move down and then just grind all the way basically until the last 10 minutes where we fell down a little bit. And we all know that if you're watching the show, it's an imbalanced story sometimes there at the end of the day. And then, we had that little whoosh down. We all were worried about NVIDIA and, the challenge that Google's making to some of those units there, the TPUs and the GPUs and all of that. And Meta had a nice little way down. But, yesterday we got a great, almost like a Goldilocks scenario where we had ADP lower. So, okay, weaker economy. And then the ISM manufacturing number came out, the lowest it's been since, I think it was 2 or 64, the read was on the ISM. So you got like a weaker, economy coming through. Then you get Fed that's going to cut in five trading days now. That's going to be guaranteed. Well, I mean, it's 90% cut. And that should lead the way to more cuts. And, you're replacing Fed Chair Powell, which should be somebody coming through that's going to be, pretty, hopefully hawkish, and we'll see on the rates.
I think we know that they will be.
Yeah, and that. So I think it's a good environment. Earnings were good. Fed seems to be in charge right now, and President talking, I don't know, not too aggressively. Nothing about China here. The war in Russia, Ukraine, oil sitting pretty flat at $60.
Signs that could be coming to an end at least.
Right, and this is what I mean. Like, barring some crazy global political event, something out of the White House, I really think this market just kind of marches a little higher into year end and Santa Claus rally or not.
Like at this point, like we're not like.
But remember, earnings is like some companies had great earnings and then the companies got.
Well, that's
tanked.
sort of the thing. Like it's.
It's like
I don't know what gives us a shock in either direction at this point, because of the certainty that we have. But we do have to remember we're going to get inflation data after the Fed.
Right.
So like I think that's a part of it too. I was just double checking the odds that Sean mentioned. Oddly enough, has not budged. It's still only 89% at CME Group. And the only reason I say only 89% is because like we're up to 93% on Kalshi. And just anecdotally, I think I've said this before, it feels like the betting markets have been leading, just a little bit more responsive, I suppose. So yeah, we're 93%. It's 5 days away. You're gonna be over 90% for sure. So I think maybe we are gonna be waiting for some data that's gonna come after the Fed has made the prescribed cut, and then maybe that'll give us an idea what's gonna happen in the new year for sure. But yeah, like today with like there's really few names that are gapped really far away. So I think some of the stories like Intel's back on my mind. And again, going to the robotics plays, I think are going to be in play once again. Obviously, Tesla 450 that's looking pretty strong. So there's a lot that's still, worth looking at. Just everything seems to be trading exactly where we left you. There's very few gappers that we can find. I mean, there's some small cap ones out there. Zim's in the news this morning. They could be getting some deal interest, so that one could be at least worth watching. But it's actually, I thought that would be a little stronger. I'm like, ooh. Zim, we know them. There's no official deal. It was gapped up, and then like when I sat down, it was immediately starting to give a little bit back. So yeah, so there's a few things out there and a few stories to go over. But if you liked the stock yesterday and nothing has changed, and you like the levels, I think making sure that you pay attention to it again and don't don't just move away because it's a day 2 play.
Here is, yesterday we had the biggest mover, of course, was the IWM. They were up like 1.5, maybe even more than that yesterday, percentage points. And you are now moments away from another, this is a weekly chart. So this is the Russell, the Russell 2000, and, really appreciates rate cuts. And you can see here, you're starting to now break out again on the IWM. So what was just this is a weekly chart. So we are about, a month of down, a couple weeks up. Now we'll wait to see if we can take that out right here. The IWM has been a great trade. Like, we were hating on it as this was happening, of course, but that's not too long ago. Like, you're back in, those are the April lows, but came back in, obviously worried a little bit about tariff tantrum, and then boom, straight there to the upside and broke out. I'd be interesting to see what happens here at 252, it looks like 253, let's call it, or so, all-time high break there for the Russell. That should be really exciting, led by many of the names that we talk about. Carvana's in there. These are the lower cap, small to mid cap names that are into the IWM. So even on the daily chart, it's been an aggressive push, right? Anything, I think just indexes generally that are at the 200 period moving average that you can wrap your head around are probably buy opportunities. A little bit of a dip down there in August. But yeah, IWM yesterday leading the way. And then, everything else is just keeps going higher, right? Here's the diamonds. This is the Dow. So there it goes. It's very, very similar to that all-time high break as well. Let's just go over to, even if we just go to a weekly chart on all of these, you'll just see how strong. Like, the only thing is OIH. If we call up oil, obviously that's the one that's going to be depressed right there. But there's the Dow, right? There's gold. We don't even really need to put up gold. We talk about that all the time. That's breaking higher, right? We've been talking about silver for a minute. That's starting to break higher as well. We had this with Rahim Alani. Look at silver. Like wow. What a move there on the weekly chart.
But if you pull it daily on silver, we talk about those moving averages.
They've been hitting off of
those. 50, yeah, it just gave you another chance to buy the 50. It's not touching the line in the chart, but it's bouncing in front of it. Like, that's all you really ever ask for. It's funny because a couple, like last week, 2 weeks ago, we were kind of like, oh my God, what are you going to do? We're like, don't check your phone, don't check your portfolios, this and that. And then all of a sudden, the market just has a way of correcting itself and straight back up to the upside. So it's led by good earnings, at the end of the day. And today we're not going to get huge earnings calls from anybody. Like, we have Snowflake down to the downside. I don't think this is necessarily shouting out anything. It's down 10%, fine. Their guide was not great. I think they beat on EPS, missed on sales. But the story didn't seem like it was a down 9% kind of story. But we said this yesterday. I've been wrong before because I said it for AEO. AEO had a nice run into earnings and still outperformed and outpaced. But Snowflake did have about 4 or 5 straight up days there, ticked out near that all-time high again and falling back in. This name probably, they parse the data, they organize the storage and all this kind of stuff for your data. So Snowflake, there is a space for it, I guess, in the AI play. I just think back down here, I actually sold it at 200, so I missed the boat on this one on the way up, but it's coming back in and maybe has a percent in the portfolio. Palantir today is the #1 stock on my mind moving forward. But and you know what I want to buy more of? I was saying this yesterday, maybe Palo Alto. I just want to get some money into this run. I think financials will be a great trade moving forward in the next couple weeks. PanW is one of the names that's gotten hit that we say about that 200 period. Oh, yeah.
So where is it? Let's go. I think it's going to be right here. Oh, we're just passing it now. So there it is. I said yesterday, once we break that 195, which must be that level, there, yeah, trying to get through 195 right now is Palo Alto. So we'll see if that can battle back. That might be worth it. No dividend, though, or anything.
No divvy. That CrowdStrike's back up a little bit after earnings. But I got a question. Sharif, AEO's at 24. What's going on? Why aren't we at 26 yet?
I've only got 25 days less, Neil. Maybe a little bit more. I don't know what to do. Because the thing is, we were looking at the chart.
Wait a second.
I don't know if you noticed, guys, but it gapped up last time. Had a couple of good days, then almost filled the entire gap, Neil. And I'm kind of worried that we fill that gap before we hit 26, because then your boy Joey Options is going to get off scot-free.
So here's the thing. Yesterday, I heard when this bet was told, and if you're tuning in now, Joey Options and Sharif have a bet on AEO 26. Apparently, it's end of the year. Now, I was ranting because I'm like, why would it? Because I didn't know this end of the year thing, and we weren't told of the end of the year part. So I was surprised that anybody would ever make a bet, an open-ended bet like that, because you couldn't lose unless the company went under. But it is end of the year, which
I got bad news for Sharif.
it changes. That really changes things. Like that really changes things.
I'm
Like, yesterday I was all over like Sharif can't lose the bet, but now that I know it's end of the year, that completely.
so AEO needs to go like another 7-8%.
Does it have to touch or close?
Oh man, touch probably.
Touch, right? Okay, just touch.
I'm on the side of Joe. I'm on the side of Joey Options now on this bet.
Sure.
I was with you. I didn't think there was a time frame on it, but I think for American Eagle here, and it's only because it's been a nice run up. I think it could float a little bit higher. There is a short float involved with this name, but see, this is what I was saying about its move into earnings. It was just so huge already. And now due for a little bit of a pullback, probably, but then it has to find a base and then get going. I actually think Sharif's, the best chance for this thing is for it to come back in a little bit, settle down, and then take off one more time. I think that's because there is going to be some kind of a correction. But the thing is that's on Sharif's side here is this ANF. Like if you looked at what Abercrombie did for a while there, it had like something like 100 straight up days or something. And I think I have to zoom way back into, and also had this happen to it. But remember we were calling ANF some sort of an AI play for a while, and it was just, this is it right here. Like in 2023, ANF went from $17 or 20, this chart is taking its time, $22 to $195 there basically in a year and a half. Obviously it settled itself down and came right back into some support recently, and then there was their earnings call as well. But retail's been super hot, and I think a big name that I missed anyways in my portfolio, because I don't own any Home Depot, was Home Depot. They did get crushed actually on earnings. I think it was down 4 or 5%, which is pretty good for them. And it's been a nice move down. But then again, look at this, fell right back into those tariff levels of 320, 330, now back up to 360. So I don't know, Home Depot looking pretty good for me as well here. And a missed trade, that's the 1 minute chart, but a missed trade on the daily, I think, for Home Depot. So I don't know if I like the retail space moving too much forward. We should have Luis come through. If he's here, that'd be great. He'll be doing some of the mid to smaller cap names there, runners.
It'd be interesting to see what he thinks about the robotics names. I think those, like as a day two, they're not a ton of volume, but some of them are at some pretty good levels. But I did want to, there was a couple of questions about it, so we might as well get to this. Dollar General had earnings, but also in news, Hims is expanding into Canada. So Hims is making an acquisition and expanding into Canada. That's why they're going to be up 3.5%. And then Dollar General, which is also having, it's a solid morning, 6%. That's pretty good, right? So they had same-store sales increased at 2.5%, which was good. They raised their guidance from 580, 630 range to 630 to 650. That was versus estimates of 617. So raising the guidance, they also beat top and bottom lines pretty decently. So Dollar General in play. Not a ton of volume. This is not really a day trading kind of stock, but if you like Dollar General, then you have been rewarded. Look at this is like the most obvious 115, 116 here. 116 is obvious triple top. So it might have some trouble chewing through that pre-market on low volume, but one to watch for potential breakout here today. Dollar General on earnings. And speaking of the AEO bet, which all of a sudden went from Joey Options can't lose to it's going to be really tough. Or Joey Options can't win, so it's going to be tough for him to lose. Let's see what winning options plays could be out there.
Oh. 3-0, 3-0. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. At the top of the list, guys, we have Rivian at that $18 strike price with volume around 42,900 contracts. And that's going to be expiring this Friday. Open interest still sitting around 18,200, guys. Now, as for Boeing, there is some news coming out on that front. Strike price $215. Again, we're just going back to that December 19th expiration cycle. Open interest at that specific level sitting around 13,900 contracts, and you had 2,400 contracts traded on yesterday's session. Now, Salesforce reporting after the bell yesterday, guys. Strike price $270. Once again, going to that December 19th expiration cycle, open interest sitting around 17,900 and volume around 1,100 there. So relatively light on the volume front, but the open interest is still outstanding. So now as for Tesla continuing to climb higher yesterday, guys, strike price $450, once again, December 19th expiration cycle. With that robotic news, open interest sitting around 19,200 and volume around 11,200. Now, as for the delta and the gamma exposure, relatively light. And I think it's important to note that the at-the-money IV here on Tesla is relatively cool, sitting around 47.6%. And you can see that the bid and the ask isn't horrendous either, slightly wide, but the more liquid that this strike price and the expiration cycle becomes, you're going to see that tighten up a little bit. But now as for our probability of profit, it's relatively close to our delta. We know that we can use our delta as a percentage metric in where the contract will expire, either in the money or out the money. So if you're just going to buy this call flat out, it expires in a couple of weeks, you only essentially have a 34% chance of being profitable on it. Now, if you look at the inverse of that, if you're writing these calls, you're going to be collecting a substantial amount of capital. But what I was looking at here on this expiration cycle and at that specific strike price is essentially a supply zone. So if you lifted a strike above, you're still going to be collecting a half decent amount of premium, and you're putting yourself essentially above a resistance zone. But Tesla is on the move, guys. Keep an eye out on that. Other than that, probability of profit still sitting around that 34% at the money IV for Tesla. Relatively cool, guys.
Yeah, that 450 could be a little. We'll see on Tesla. It could be a little bit of a trap because of all the interest, but certainly it's a level everyone's going to be watching for 40 support today. I think for sure. As I will try to fix my mic if it's having issues. If I seem at least a little bit distracted, Randy just dropped off some bacon. There's bacon with the breakfast today, which we haven't really grabbed yet. We're going to go in a minute, in a few minutes. But now I just have a plate full of bacon, which smells about as ridiculously good as you would expect. Here, so
yeah,
thank you, Randy, for that.
One.
And I did see Rivian. Wow, it smells so good. Trust me, everyone loves bacon. I did see Rivian the last 3 days. You guys can see them here. You would have seen, obviously, Rivian was on Joe's note for the options plays, or at least open interest being big. It's been fading in front of 18, but holding 17 pretty cleanly all week. So you get 17 holds. Now, the only time it broke 17 was yesterday in the morning when kind of everything was falling, and it recovered to essentially bounce. I wish we'd seen this in the afternoon. Sometimes you're just not looking at the stock. 17.03 it bounced off of. This has to be on the radar for a potential 17 hold. Maybe this is the time that Rivian wants to break out above these high teens and do something special. So, look at 17 today. That could be in play for sure. And I'm going to have a strip of bacon. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just have it sitting there for too long. I was going to wait for Luis to come through before going to go grab. But 450 coming through on Tesla is an interesting level. We talked about that yesterday, and I think that Tesla is on its way higher here. So we'll wait out to see if Tesla can break through 450. Thanks, Joe, for that option rundown. Back over to the desk.
All right, a few other things to be aware of this morning, including a few data points that are going to be coming through here. At 7:30, we did get challenger job cuts. That was a November number, 71,000 coming through. The forecast was for 98,000, so a little bit better than expected, and opposite, if you remember what we saw yesterday with that ADP number. It was the ADP number that kind of kicked off the narrative about, hold on a second, things aren't as great as they might seem. So if I just, oh no, they take it away here. I was going to scroll back up and show that again. But negative versus a modestly positive print that was expected yesterday for that ADP number. So that kicked things off. We'll get initial jobless claims here coming up at 8:30 as well. That's always, or can be anyways, a market mover. 220, the expected number. Continuing claims, 1.96 million. The forecast for this one, factory orders then coming through. That's a September number at 10 o'clock this morning, so it shouldn't be a big deal. But I wanted to go back to Apple real quick. We kind of glanced at it at the beginning there. it got to a point, I think, yesterday where I didn't see anyone else talking about much other than this guy leaving Apple, going over to Meta. The first major design executive specifically to go from Apple over to Meta. My question's more along the lines of, is Apple bigger at this point than any single individual, specifically when it comes to the design aspect? And this guy, I was just reading a little bit about him before we came back over here this morning, but this guy was responsible for liquid glass. I don't know.
How do you feel about liquid glass, Brendo?
I turned it off.
You turned it off, eh? Yeah. I've left it on. I've kind of gotten used to it. It's not my favorite feature. I'm not really against it. But this guy's had his hand in everything that Apple's done in the past decade or so. We're talking the iPhone, the iMac, or sorry, the iPad, the Mac, the Apple Watch, Apple TV, Vision Pro, Brendo. He's had his hand in everything. It doesn't mean he's integral in absolutely everything, but he is. He's one of their major design talents. Zuckerberg, you know, he's taken a position here where he's going to poach talent. Whether or not it fits is to be decided afterwards.
Right.
And we saw him bring on Alexander Wang, and then what we saw after that was a slew of layoffs.
Right.
So it's just about, let's get in the talent, we'll figure out what we need, and we'll make decisions later.
This guy specifically at Apple anyways was 100% on the UI side, the software side of things, not necessarily the hardware side of things, which leads one to believe that Zuck, guys, is maybe thinking about a redo for some of his software or the UI side of some of their products.
Yeah, that seems possible. But to your point about being bigger than anybody, and even talking about design, I mean, plenty of people that would tell you that, you know, from a pushing boundaries and innovation standpoint, it's like, okay, well, hasn't been anything relatively special for a while, but has it mattered? That's the real question. So, like, everyone can say that. It just doesn't necessarily matter to people that have Apple. But the thing I'm watching for Apple today is really that it had relative weakness, right? Like yesterday, everything, more or less everything was able to catch a bid after we got that Microsoft story. Apple was sort of the opposite. Like, you know, it retraced the lows, it bounced a little bit and then continued lower. So if that's what's happening and there is any kind of a real pullback, like ever since August, this has been very clean. It's been clean to the 50, but there's also a trend line in there, like whichever one you want to go with. I just think you're a little closer this week to actually testing the trend line than anything else. So it's bounced just on daily from August, connected right here to the triple bottom October, or it's more like a double bottom because those are bad wicks. Double bottom here. It bounced off it just recently, a couple of weeks ago, and you get back into about 75, and you'd be seeing that trend line support here for Apple. So regardless of what you think about this story or not, maybe it gives a chance to bounce off the trend line again, which in an upward trend, that's what you want to do. So I don't know if we get to 75 today. That's the only problem. Like the trend line's there. Look, I don't know what makes Apple drop $8 today, but certainly whether it's tomorrow or Monday, I think you have a decent chance to be able to pick this one up off the trend line.
Yeah, it's not dropping $8 today, but you never know. I mean, this market is something, it's relatively flat right now. Yeah, look, I mean, I called up Apple, but my chart didn't change. All Apple does is just make the best products. So, I mean, I think that, losing talent and all that is important, but, the iPhone 17 was huge. They're going to come up with that flip phone. They're going to do some different things, and Apple just continues to work. It's that install base that's really the impressive thing out of all of this. I still have the liquid glass turned on. I think it's pretty cool. My kids like it. But this drip into 280, if you ever get an opportunity to do that, that was sort of the breakout spot that there's been a gap fill there. So we could fill that gap back into there. And I just think it's a buy again. I think this is a hold, don't trade, just sit on your Apple shares. I mean, it just keeps on, raising its expectations year over year, month over month. They do have the monster buyback that continues to be in place there as well. So I think Apple just works and keeps on working. I like the stock. I don't think there's anything to do with it. It's just like NVIDIA right now. Like, do you want to buy more of it? Or do you want to let the dust settle? There's so much focus on a lot of this AI talk all the time that there's so much else happening in this world, like Citigroup, Wells Fargo, some of these bank stocks continue to go higher. Robinhood is up 30% in a week. It bounced off that 102. It's at 133 today. Look at Citigroup here. you know, why are we even worried about all these other trades? Like, there's the Apple break of 280. Here's a Citigroup break of 105, and just ripping now through. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you know, call it 10 days or so in a row, straight upside juice there for Citigroup, let alone some of those other banks. WFC looks very similar to that as well. So, look, I really like the Apple story. I think it continues to go higher. I don't even know what a comparable is for them. Just so much news going around Apple, especially when we get that China story, and I think that's still one to come out with. The only name that I was thinking about, we talked about, you know, how dominant Google is, and Meta's trying to get into new products. Brendan talked about new Meta software, hardware, things like that. They're trying to get into the glasses game. We already know that they're there. We've seen some ads recently on TV about the Meta athletic glasses and things like that with Ray-Ban and Hurley, or not, Oakley, sorry. But coming in, what about Snapchat? I mean, this is a name that really can never get going. So I don't want to buy this name, but just something to look at. This 7's been pretty good, and we're trying to drip our way back into 7 right now. So Apple, just, I really like the stock and trying to find something, and I don't want to buy it up here. So I was actually thinking about putting money to work now, and I might just buy the SPY. You know, just the SPYs. Here into year end, or XLF. I think financials work in this rate cut environment. I think Apple does as well too, right? I mean, the cheaper these rates get, the more people will feel better about their interest-bearing payments, and I think they'll just go out and buy more Apple products, whether or not they have cash or not. That's what seems. And if everyone gets that $2,000 check, man, I mean, that's going to go into Apple Watches. It's going to go into new phones, and I mean, why not? So, all right, we've got some numbers to discuss. Their initial jobless claims coming out. Not too eventful up there, eh, guys?
Yeah, a little better than expected. Typical for the week when we get ADP and then initial jobless claims and then typically non-farm payrolls. None of them are correlated ever. So here we go again. 191 versus 220 here on the initial number for last week. So a little better than expected. 1.939 million versus 1.964 million on the continuing claims side of things. 214,000 on the 4-week average there versus 225. So across the board, a little bit of a beat, guys.
Yeah, we were just saying, Neil and I were just saying, like, you don't want to have a good number right now because the futures want bad numbers because they want reasons for the market to continue higher, and that is an interest rate talk, right? And so, but yeah, I was just looking at that number as well, and it was this jobless claim 216 revised from 216 to 218. We just dropped some of those in front of you. Their jobless claims 191 versus 219 estimates. So, you know, less jobless claims out there should, you know, you would think rally the market a little bit, but I think that number is, it's 10% difference, right? 219 down to 191, so a little bit, maybe 12 or 13% difference. There it is on the board. Not too worried about any sort of effect on the market here today.
Rate odds aren't going to move too much on that, I wouldn't think. And I don't think we'll have too many issues with, like, in reaction in yields or anything based on that number. And as you can see, like, there was an infinitesimal bounce on the Qs initially, and, you know, then we just dropped like 30, 40 pennies here just to stay inside of the morning range. So for now, no really big shock at all. But, I just saw someone in the chat said, so no rate cut? No, I'm willing to make you, look, I'll make you a bet, and this is not going to have moved yet. Kalshi's still at like 92. Like this 89, at best, like you might move a few points, like 2 or 3 points today. If anything, it was supposed to be catching up to Kalshi in the 90% range, so maybe it'll just stay put, but nothing too crazy. And if we were to see this make a move, you'll see it in yields, and the futures will be reacting a heck of a lot more. So, you know, moving around a point or two is not going to do too much to us yet. So, you know, I think you're just all systems go. We haven't had any shocks yet this morning, and I guess we don't necessarily expect any.
There isn't any major stories bumping anything today. Like it's going to be a good day to trade. I mean, I think the volumes will be here, but I expect a little lighter today. Not really heading into too many earnings coming through today. You know, we had a slow grind yesterday. The Nasdaq's been upside. I could see a little bit of a pullback happening over the next couple days, but I just mean a flat, and then we start to break out. I know I said earlier that I think we have a rally into the year end, but we're just at these levels here. I think we just kind of go a little sideways. Maybe we retest a 50-period moving average. I don't know. It's not even that far away. And then I think we could break higher into year end. I mean, a lot of that's going to happen too. We need to get some positive reactions here with IBIT and with Bitcoin as well. If money can flow back into Bitcoin, which it's been doing, I still think like 97, 98, we could see by, well, I was going to say week's end, but that would be tomorrow. But I think we could get up to that 97, 98,000 over the weekend or even tomorrow. And that should help spark a little bit of a rally in the broader markets as well. So yeah, I think NASDAQ's going to be fine. Intel might be on for a pullback here. Like, I'm just trying to think about what I want to buy if anything does pull back. SoFi continues to always be on my mind, and it's not on the sticky note today, but something that I think can work out. And then, you know what? SMR, I think, is a good trade today as well. I asked a lot of you guys over there on Twitter, and I actually haven't looked in about 20 minutes, but I did ask. This is kind of funny. Oh, here, this is one of our favorite games growing up. Here's Street Fighter. So this is Binance versus Peter Schiff. So this guy's firing Bitcoin, and Peter Schiff is blocking it with blocks of gold there over here, like, you know. So there is some push and pull here, and of course this is from Peter. So Peter's been on our show many times, and good for him now. Wow, 1.2 million followers. I think that was sub a million. Obviously with gold going up, this guy's been, oh, look at this guy, Trader 2UE Shuin right there. Yeah, this is not me, so we will block.
I'm calling him Shun.
Yeah, we will block that dude as well right there. No, I just said drop some names. Like, what are we trying to trade here today? And we have KSOL says nothing right now. There's nothing going on. MCHP says Jeff. Datadog is a good one for Trade Forever. I think that's there. Shout out to Randy, apparently. Look at Hims, says Nick as well. Yeah, Esco, Neil, Hood, Baba. Hood, Boeing, says DJ. AMD, Spotify, Google, so good talks there. NVIDIA, Amazon, Palantir. I like what you're pushing out here, Better Investor. I like these two names as well. Oh, here's another one. Hey, what's up, Castle Ishi over here? This just means that you and your you-know-what gets blocked as well. And yeah, just follow. It's at Trader TV, Sean. It's very simple. It's the name of our show followed by my name. And hopefully you'll be able to find that and put your input there on what you want to trade. But Boeing might be a good call. You know, Boeing was a name that has had a huge move off that nice CFO recommendation the other day. Not recommendation, but talk of more planes and profitability potentially in the following quarter. And that really, I thought I was dead in the water at this 200 buy. And it's not, I'm not buying it to sell it or anything, just buying it to hold it for a minute. We'll see if we can get back up to 240. I like that we've broken through the 200 period moving average Boeing. So good look there on the note. So I don't know. Neil and I always talk about it, guys. Brendan and Sharif up there. Is there a name that you guys are maybe looking at for a longer term, kind of average into a name right now? Like, I know, Sharif, maybe you mentioned Meta recently on this move down. Is there anything else that's sort of lighting your lamp over there?
Specifically to Sharif, also, on the other side, we talked about this one yesterday. I'm trimming some ASML. I looked at it today. Maybe you should have a look at that one too.
Holding long term. I like what's happened recently, Neil. We got a B of A upgrade yesterday as well as JPM. B of A's price target now is in the 1300s, I think high 1300s. JPM a bit more conservative, I believe 1175. It's one of those ones, Neil, where I kind of feel that maybe we still haven't seen the best part of it yet. It is one of those pieces of technology that the Chinese still are unable to reproduce, and it's not just from the laser side of things vis-a-vis the ultraviolet lithography. It's also Zeiss, the mirrors that come from Germany, Brendo. So it's a bit of a European tie-up there between the Dutch ultraviolet lithography machine maker and the German company that provides them with the mirrors. So I feel they have a bit of a defensible moat that may not be easy to penetrate by the Chinese.
And also along the theme of time as well. Like, what is your time frame? And in this sense, you know, if you believe in the story, if you believe in the narrative, it's going to be generations. It's not going to be just a next 10-year type of thing. So if that is the case and that is your mindset, then what does the price matter right now anyways, if you truly believe in that narrative? And I'll bring that back to this one as well, guys. Tesla, I think, if the actual story, and going back to that Jensen conversation I was mentioning earlier with Joe Rogan, if the actual, from yesterday, if the actual story here is the robots, and the AI, Jensen was very positive on the robots specifically. I mean, why wouldn't he be? I think there's 2 or 3 GPUs in each of them.
God, yeah.
So, that alone is going to be a huge business for him. But the bigger picture being it's a 20-year, 30-year type of narrative. And if that's the case, then who cares what the price is right now?
I know there's so many use cases for these robotics. Just think about elderly care, right? A robot is not going to run out of patience, be rude, to a person, in the declining years of their life. There's just so many different areas where robotics just makes absolute sense.
Elon also made that comment going back to, I think it was last week. He was talking about the law enforcement side of it, and saying, there could potentially be a time where jails are not required anymore because you just stick a robot to a criminal and they physically are not allowed or are not capable of committing crime.
Well, it just feels like sci-fi, but the fact of the matter is, I mean, if I asked you in 2020 about these LLMs and how easily we could get productivity and be more productive and the amount of work that we can get done in the same amount of time, you probably would have been a little skeptical, but that was only about, a couple of years later. In November of 22, we got it. So I think we're advancing a lot quicker, and I think we've got the technology now, and as well as the willingness in the West, and the competition between East and West is really going to drive this, Brenda.
Yeah, so both. And Sean, to answer your question, I mean, both, I think, on a longer term narrative, generational type of narrative, what's happening today is not going to paint the story here for, I think, ASML or Tesla.
I'm logging in right now and buying some more Tesla. So I agree with Brendan. No, I mean, because I told you yesterday that I was underweighted on Tesla, like as far as all of the major, I didn't actually do that, but I probably will do it because I am looking to buy something, and I do think that Tesla breaks 450. And I was actually searching, I don't know if you guys have seen, it's going to take me a minute to find it, but there was videos of this of the Tesla robot running around yesterday. And I'm just like, geez, like the guy is that robot has great form. I was like thinking like, this is the next thing. And you know what? I was thinking about it too. Like robots, like my son was part of. It's called First Robotics, and it's like a big robotics competition. He traveled into Windsor a couple years ago when he was in high school, and they made these robots, and they were fighting and battling, and they played in the Ford Center there. I think that's what it's called, where the Lions play, and it was a big to-do there, and it was really fun for him, and he was like, wow, and even watching him build these things, I was pretty impressed. And it was just a gangster one that, picked up a ball or whatever and stacked boxes, and it was just part of the competition. But I was thinking like robots could be something else for training, as Brendan said there. Even the correctional facility, I never even thought about. I don't think that will work, but I think for sports training,
there's lots of great.
Like, what about throwing bullpen? Like honestly, like
so what they already. So this is crazy.
Like the pitching machines.
They already have. To your point, because I know what you're going to say. You're going to say the pitching machine. They already have in-house. You wonder why these guys are so good.
That running
they
robot.
have pitching machines that don't just simulate speed. You can take an actual pitcher, fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, have the spin, have the movement of his pitches, and the release point. So you can
the release point. Yeah.
So what's
like how Savage goes that way, you could.
So remember how I was saying when I got a chance to watch batting practice
I can't find this robot.
And almost nobody takes on-field batting practice anymore if they're at home.
Okay.
Because they all have these more advanced pitching machines
right.
that they can use to train. Now, major league teams have them at home, and then when you're on the road, they don't get to use them. And it simulates exactly the pitcher that you're going to be facing, which is insane. But think about the applications of this. Look, how much money are people putting into youth sports? Like I know some people that are putting together those like big complexes where you can, train for baseball like year and all that stuff. It's a huge business, and now you're going to be able to have. Hopefully in the future, like these kinds of things will be a cost where they can go into every single training facility. And then you start thinking basketball.
Oh, no, I know.
Football.
I'll tell you, my cousin opened up this big, huge baseball training facility, and he has 4 or 5 pitching machines. They're $30,000 each or something like that. And they throw like 7 different pitches.
It's crazy.
And it's just a pitching machine here. I found the video here. So the one on the left, I think, is a figure. It's a Chinese, I believe, built on the left. If we show, Andre's over there. All right, so we will not be showing this because there's nobody at the desk right now.
I can use the phone.
We'll get this once Andre comes back. Hey, Andre, there you go. Now you can see Andre over there. This is the aforementioned, I've never called him this, but this is what Sharif calls assassino there. You can see by his look, he is very much an assassin. Like, he's one of those assassins that just looks like your everyday common man.
But that's what you're supposed to look.
And then he just, there must be a problem with the software over there. So we'll get that all fixed very, very soon. And this is a fluid show. You know, there's no one out, there's no one in our ear or anything right now doing anything. We do have to get this fixed.
We can now do
it's
whatever
because,
we want.
No, but the thing is what we're trying to get set up is we do have Luis coming.
Yeah, Luis is Luis.
So he's going to be coming through. We say hi. Hi, Luis. I see you there waiting in the green room, my friend, looking sharp as usual. And of course, today, I might as well tell you this, Luis, right now, because today here in lovely, but not warm, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, we are at -6 degrees Celsius right now.
It's going to get, with the wind chill, it's supposed to hit -17 today.
Yeah.
Colder
okay. I thought
colder as the
overnight,
day
maybe.
goes on.
Overnight, I think
No,
it's supposed to get a little frosty.
That conversation with my daughter. I know you don't like wearing your hat and gloves. I know you don't like wearing the snow pants. It's going to be freezing cold today. Just do it. Have it in your bag, whatever.
Yeah, my kids won't.
Kids are never cold, right?
I told you that story. We got to go buy winter boots again for my daughter now. She tried on hers, and those did not fit. So we haven't really had any major snowfalls yet, but we bought my son, I told you, size 14, and that's crazy.
Just reminded me.
And then she's got to go get boots. So I think tonight's tonight's another busy night. We have hockey and chess, but I think my wife's going to try right after school to go get some of those boots. 51 degrees in Cali, that's not great either, I think. This is, sounds like Canadian summer to me too. No, not Luis first. I just want to show this robot just quickly because I just want to get rid of it. So this is what I was talking about if you guys haven't seen it. This is the Tesla over here, and this is just another one that's being built. It's called the Figure. I don't know if it's what part out of China is, but I'm just saying like just what it's able to do. So to Brendan saying like, if an inmate's trying to run away, maybe we can catch it. Things like that, but no, that's just an interesting thing about what we're trying to get out here in the world. I think there's so much about to change, and we are very aggressive with some of the robotic plays. We saw Rich Tech yesterday, and Tesla was part of the story yesterday as well,
for sure.
on why they made that huge move up. Okay, without any further ado, software problem solved, I believe. Is that correct, Andre? I think so. Yes. Oh, right. Then it's your guest of the day, and it's a very, very special one. A friend of ours for decades, I'm going to say, most likely. It's Luis Barbado there in lovely Barcelona.
Lucky guy.
This segment not brought to you by Zoom today, definitely. There he is. Luis, good to see you, as always. First of all, most importantly, give us the temperature in Barcelona today, just so we can feel better.
It's getting colder
Stop it.
to be here. I mean, it's like 10, 12 degrees, something like that. It's getting colder even here, but nothing compared to you. Actually, I want to say hi from the live Trader TV to my daughter, who is living in Ohio now in the States, and it's freezing cold. She's like, Dad, I'm trying to survive here. I just want to go back to the summer.
I saw, I had a friend of mine in Chicago, and I saw it was way colder there yesterday than here.
Yeah, my daughter was in the snowstorm in Chicago, actually, that weekend. It was crazy.
Yeah, anyway. Lots to discuss here this morning. I see on your screen you have the same stock at the top of your list as I had at the top of mine today. And rightfully so, because it's up enormously. Let's touch on this PLRZ.
Yeah, first of all, we have, I have to say that we have 3 tickers that we have already traded, and very likely we will not trade anymore. The first one is, as you say, the Israeli company PLRZ. It was a runner yesterday. It was a strange move because it was going up very sharp. Let's see it here on the previous chart. So we have this day moving up like 200%, something like that, from $3 to $6, and it kept ranging from the whole day here. Very strange move. It didn't fade, it didn't break up. Very, very strange, with huge volume but no movement at all. So they were waiting after market to push it through. Okay, and then the next day after market, when the volume, of course, is not there's not so many offers to fill, they push it from $7 to $20. So this was a very nasty move from 2 days ago. We took a small short here in the consolidation below BWAP, a very small short size token, but very long riding, a lot of sense. And the other one was CVO. It's another ticket that we have already traded. As you can see, it's another pump and dump. It was a pump, dump, and in the BWAP rejection again, we went short here, 18, 17 break, and all the way down to 15. And the third one, same pattern, same setup, is another pump and dump. We went short here against the BWAP, and again, it's going down. It's a very typical pattern. First day up, all the way down, and we have the second day runner, and we go short against this VWAP. These the three stocks that we have already traded, but there are more to come.
I want to maybe dig into that a little bit, because we've had some questions the past couple of times that you've been on, Luis, and I think that gives us a good opportunity to maybe address one of those, and that is, out of those three charts that you just showed us there, every single one of them not only worked, so congratulations, by the way, but also is still working. So walk us through how you actually go about that trade. When you put that short on initially on the first test of VWAP, how do you manage that position then if you're just sitting there for the rest of the day and it's just in your favor, working for you?
I'm not. I would like to improve in that. I have to admit, you cannot be perfect as trader, so you have to know your weakness and your strong points, and just to avoid the situation that your weak points are there in the market. If you see some type of movement or stock or volatility or whatever that your weakness is there in the market, just avoid these ones and try to focus in what you are better. I'm not very good at holding the trades. So we try to develop a system to algorithm trade. So we don't decide it. We go short, we put the stop, and if it's an all-day fade, the system, the robot, it will not feel. But for me, it's very difficult. But I always say, try to scale out if the stock is starting to work. Scale out exits like VWAP, below VWAP, and maybe a third or a fifth of the trade to hold for the close.
When it comes to that specifically, then I think it's important to, especially for new traders, to understand the concept of letting the actual market come to you instead of aggressively exiting, a position once it's in the money for you. So having some orders out in the market and letting price actually come to you.
Absolutely. You have a strategy, a trading plan that gives you the entry, and then the tactics, that it's how do you apply this strategy, how you perform this strategy. You have to be very disciplined with it. So don't chase the trade, don't feel FOMO, just wait the trade comes to you, and just wait the exit come to you as well. Of course, you have to be flexible sometimes during the trade, and sometimes there is news, there is some new reaction or level 2 tape reading that tells you, okay, it's not going to go to the profit taking, so get out here or not. So I'm flexible but disciplined. This is a very interesting discussion. Discipline, again, being flexible. It's two not opposite terms.
Why don't we jump back over to PLRZ? I see it just popping around here in front of me on another chart. There is a little bit of volume coming in behind this again, but we're back at that VWAP again. It looks like if you wanted to take multiple stabs at this, is that something that you typically do, or is it a one and done?
No, we do multiple entries. If it gives us another entry, like here in the VWAP or in the new backside, sometimes we leave because it's near to the open now, so the volatility can rise again. We wait for the open, and probably in lower highs, we try again with tight at the stop, of course.
When you look at this type of idea specifically, Luis, we see these huge moves on these low float stocks specifically happen very, very early in the morning. One benefit that you have geographically is the fact that that's tradable for you because it's the middle of the day and it's not super early. Do you change your mindset, or do you change your approach once we get to 9:30 then versus what happens early on in the pre-market?
Yeah, absolutely. In the pre-market, you have to check a lot the news and the dilution of the stock. So it's not only about price action. Of course, price action is always important, but when we are talking in the, let's say in the US time schedule, we have a lot of traders, we have algorithms, we have funds, we have all the participants in the market. When we are talking about 3 or 4 hours before the market opens, like early pre-market, price action is not so important, let's say, because there is not so much volume already. So we are looking more about support and resistance, of course, but looking a lot the news and the dilution, the probability of dilution, if it's a chat pump or dump or not. So it's another approach, as you say.
Great insight as always. Give everyone your X handle, Luis, if they want to give you a follow.
Yeah, well, beside this ticker that we have already traded, we have KALA. This is the main ticker for today. KALA is a biotech with good news, but we are gonna short it if it goes to 180, I think it is, and there you go. If it goes to 180, 3 days ago, this is a very common pattern. It's called third red day long pullback. So we have a huge gap up, a huge movement one day, and you wait 2 days downside, and then we have the third red day long pullback. So we're expecting this long to work because a lot of traders and a lot of algorithms do this trade. Remember the third red day long pullback. So we want to check if it goes to 160, 170, we will short against this pre-market, highs of 2 days ago.
Luis, on X, you're at A day trading, correct?
A day trading, yes, exactly.
Fantastic. Great insight as always. Good to see you, Luis. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Say hi to Sean and Neil. And by the way, that robot is definitely in a better shape than Sean.
He can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. That is definitely true. But, never more handsome than Luis. I mean, the most handsome guy in town
Literally
there
saw
is
someone in the chat
Luis.
that said, hide.
But that's nice.
This
So
guy's
now,
on screen, hide your wives when Luis comes on screen.
the only problem is now we'll just never see Luis again. So unfortunately, thank you, Luis. It has been a nice time seeing you and knowing you. But unfortunately, we just have positive vibes on the show. So sorry, Luis, about that one. And all right, yeah. So PLRZ. Look, I wrote that on the list as well. I mean, it's starting to go nuts. We saw yesterday that stock really started to go. And yeah, PLRZ right there, breaking through 16, now starting to get back higher. Brendan mentioned the VWAP hold there. I mean, it pretty much held. It held the 50-period grade as well. But you can trade stock. I think Brendan had a good point there. It's like you could trade these names in the pre-market when they're doing volume like this, because it's almost like it's open. You're going to be able to have some kind of liquidity, although it's going to be violent. You should be able to not have too much slippage here. So how I trade these things is just less size, right? Like, try to lower your share size here, especially on the pre-market. But, depending on, that might not be the way you guys want to play it because there is enough liquidity, right? Like, and I just, to Luis's point, watch the short float. It's 13% short right now, 14% short, and really had that move overnight. So up to $19, $17 here. We'll see if that can break through. But PLRZ, off of a trial, better than expected trial data yesterday on some nasal sprayers. Polyrizin keeps going to the upside right there. Just a violent name, and if you're looking to do something here in the pre-market, like we said, there's not much ticking right here. This is going to be leading the way.
It's that and Paula. That's.
Oh yeah. And what is? I didn't see the story with that one. I was focusing on this.
Oh yeah. See, what's crazy is that PLRZ. It was actually 2 days ago that they got the big news, which is a little bit weird. But the Kala is also. It was 2 days ago. Was the actual play. I feel a little bit more concerned you could be back end with this trade, at least a little bit. You want to try to respect that. So they had an announcement, what was it? It was like a securities purchase agreement at the beginning of the week, and that's where you're going to get a bit of a bump to the upside. And this is like a secondary bounce. What's interesting, right off the dollar level. And this cannot be real. I don't think that's a real wick that held the $1. That's probably like dark pool action, but it certainly was trending back, like it was trying to bounce off the one. Maybe got to 115 here. It looks like that low, but it's got a distinct trend that it's trying to hold in the pre-market. But as I said, this one has more vibes that you could be looking at a possible back end if it doesn't hold $1.50 here. In which case, almost waiting for $1 support if it doesn't hold VWAP could be a thing. We got some upgrades and downgrades to get to. See if we get some catalysts that way with Joe.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades here. At the top of our list, we have 5 below, yes, reporting yesterday after the bell. Price target raised to $195. We're sitting up approximately 2.36% in the pre-market session. You're getting the nod by TSLA Advisory Group. Now, as for Dollar Tree, guys, you're getting that price target raised to $125 by Wells Fargo. You're up just a little bit under 1% in the pre-market session. Now, as for 3M, guys, you're getting that nod. Once again, $190 is going to be that price target by Barclays. Now, as for Snowflake, down 8.5% in the pre-market, but price target being raised to $275 by Canaccord Genuity. Now, as for Salesforce, man, oh man, BMO Capital Markets, lowering that price target from 280 to 275, you're positive 1.7% here in the pre-market. PayPal by JP Morgan, you're down 1 1/10 approximately, price target being lowered to $70. Now, as for Li Auto, guys, you're positive in the pre-market. HSBC Securities lowering that price target to $18.60. And Fiserv by JP Morgan, you're down slightly here in the pre-market, lowering that price target to $85, guys.
Yeah, Li Auto, they had a rough day yesterday. You might have heard Sharif say boo. I don't know if you did in the background, but not good for them. I think PayPal might be of more interest. Look, it hasn't been looking good for PayPal recently, and all systems seem to mean it's going to retest what has been, and I knock on wood because support's only support as long as it holds, right? But it seems like we're headed for another test of about 56 bucks here on PayPal. So a little bit of a bounce in the last week, and yesterday seems like it was the start of a fade, like another lower high got put in. So if you can't hold on to 58, 56 would be that spot. Again, it's just kind of like that Apple trend line. Downgrade's probably not enough to get you there today. The same way, I don't think Apple's going to drop the $8 to get to the support on the trend line at 75, but if it does, then I like it there. I think the same thing for PayPal. It's had support at 56, and until it breaks trend, that's the spot to wait for any kind of activation. Rough for them. I mean, Block had a rough one. Was it yesterday or a couple of days ago as well? So PayPal taking it on the chin, catching a downgrade. I think you wait to 56.
Yeah, I was just getting the sticky note out here. I have SMR written on there. Meta right now is popping. So we'll have to find out what the news is here. Yes, go Meta. Go Meta. Yeah, we really are excited about Joe, really, Joe getting excited over there, very, very much so.
It's over.
But there goes Meta right now, so good. This is, hold on.
30% cuts for metaverse efforts. Well,
Okay, well, that's good.
He's the light.
You know, just, yeah, kind of correcting some of the mistakes that he had made in the past, I guess, there with the metaverse. But there it goes, spiking like crazy to the upside. It's all about costs with this company, right? Like, they put out a lot, and the market didn't like it in the build out there for the data centers and what they were investing as well into some of the back end software for the AI play and some of those chips and all of that investment there, OpenAI, NVIDIA, GPUs, Google, all of that. And now they're trying to think about potentially cutting back on some of that metaverse. But there it goes, right there to the upside as it continues. But the thing is that all these guys know what can rally the stock, you know, and so it's just little releases like this tend to create this kind of action. But wow, there goes Meta. It's absolutely on fire right now, and you can see what it's doing to the Nasdaq as well. Little bounce back there. It's only up, changed it about 0.5%, or sorry, half of 10%, 0.05%. Nasdaq was red, and now it's flat.
And
so
the other thing to consider is,
there
remember,
it is.
like Meta's
Deep cuts. Yeah.
Meta's forward PE got down to 21 after their last report. Like we were talking about it when, like, just the actual PE getting to that low 30s and you get to the high 20s, and that was a good reason why money wants to come into it. So, you know, at a 21 forward, at this point, obviously the stock price can move a little bit here. That's going to be good value for them. Like you're just from a technical standpoint, 680 is a thing. The 50 and the 200 are pretty much at the same spot. Like we're at the 200 period moving average now. The 50 is at 76. 680 was a big prior level. So I think there might be room to get into that for sure. As, yeah, the big story right now, yesterday it was Microsoft and it was bad news. Today it's going to be Meta and it is good news. Rallying in the market to barely green, but this is a very, very specific Meta story. So yeah, we got the rundown to get to as well. So a lot to cover, some earnings names, and now all of a sudden Meta going ham.
All right, just reading through that report a little bit deeper here. We'll get into it more. Let's have a look at the market here to kick things off, though.
68.63, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. But I want to bring your attention to a couple of things. First and foremost, the higher lows into that flat top being 68.75, an area that we've been rejecting for the last few days. So maybe we're poised to take it out today. If we do take out 68.75, we're looking at 6,900, the area where we rejected back in mid to early November. Brendo, if we start selling off, we're going to look to that same area we've been defending over the last week or so, 68.25 as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description below. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. It's free, as everything you need to know on it before we come on at 8 o'clock. Then you come join us because, hey, last couple of days, there's been a lot to learn between 8 o'clock and the open at 9:30. Top of the list this morning, CRM. We'll touch on Meta here again coming up. If you missed that story again, or if you're just joining, 30% cuts, it looks like, to metaverse spending. So that's obviously going to be positive for the stock. I was just counting up a whole bunch of analyst moves here. I mean, there's probably 6 or 7 or even 8. Mostly to the upside here for CRM, although we've given back most of this earnings move.
Yeah, you hope for a nice bump, Brendo, because they're still 29% down year to date, vastly underperforming the NASDAQ, which is up 21% year to date. Let's talk about how they did. It was a clean earnings beat on the top and bottom line, posting 3.25 of adjusted EPS versus the 286. So an easy beat on profitability. Their revenue came in at 10.26 billion. That was in line with expectations, and profitability in terms of net income, a little less than 2.1 billion, but compare that to last year when they took home 1.53 billion. So another nice gain there. But it was helped, Brendo, by a $263 million gain from strategic investments. We'll get to those in a second. They also mentioned the cloud mix for Tableau was stronger than expected. The guide was also good. Q4 revenue, they're guiding 11.13 to 11.23 billion ahead of the 10.9 consensus, and which is implying also an 11 to 12% increase quarter over quarter, a good sequential line there. Now, with respect to their AI products, because we've been talking a lot about, of course, Agentforce, they say, look, Agentforce ARR, the annual recurring revenue surge, Brendo, 330% year over year. So the company's saying the rumors or the analysis that Agentforce is not being adopted at a corporate level is not accurate.
Yeah, it's definitely working for them, absolutely. But not a lot to look at, guys, as far as price action here this morning for CRM.
Yeah, you know, they haven't been treated very well in this AI race, and there's nothing about today that's going to change my mind even temporarily. It looked good in the aftermarket, but you do this, like, it's okay, well, you have good results and you're at the low, you can't even hold modest gains. Like, we're now only 1% up. Like, this, it's very, very disappointing. The good news is, from a technical standpoint, I feel like the move got to exactly where you knew you'd run into resistance at 260 and the 200. But if this doesn't close above the 50-period moving average today, I think that would be a warning sign or CRM. You know, the 3-day rule is always going to apply. Like, I wouldn't want to overreact to the fact that it's only up 1%. But when you've had this bottom hold so long, you would think this could be a little bit better. So don't think I was even really considering trading CRM today. Certainly, I'd say a disappointment in terms of price action, not necessarily the report itself. But, you know, ball doesn't lie, right? Like, and this is the thing. Like, money's got to go into play, got to go somewhere, and right now you're seeing it going to Meta. You've had much better rallies in a lot of other tech names. CRM been languishing. This is probably the worst big cap tech stock this year.
There goes Meta still, man, 676 and just cruising right here as the headline, of course, comes as Zuckerberg now, finally. I mean, the market has been telling him this for years and years and years. Oh, it's already on the board. Okay, so there it is right there. Meta Zuckerberg reported plans 30% cuts for the metaverse and their efforts. So there it goes, right? The market's been telling Zuckerberg for years now that the metaverse is not the thing. That was part of what created really this huge epic collapse in Meta stock. You might not be able to see it. I don't know how long it's going to take to load this up, but it, you know, we were up here and it's fallen back anyways. We'll have to wait on that. It's gonna, because we had a symbol change also, and our software is not gonna show that. But Meta, just a roller coaster derby, right? And whenever you're starting to now cut costs, that was the reason for this downside push there. Not necessarily an investment into the metaverse, but if they're gonna cut back 30%, cut those costs away from there, the market does appreciate that, right? You get a little thinner, you get a little more efficient. They like that call there for Meta, as it's just been a rocket ship. Like, that 200 period has been awesome. You know, that anything that breaks it, there has to be reasons. You know, when there's these huge companies, and there's the tariff one, and there's this last earnings, and it's almost got all the way back. We talked about Home Depot breaking its earnings call lows and bounced right back up, now over where it was. And so Meta still needs to get back to 750. Like, there's still a long way to go before we get back to where it was pre-earnings, but definitely a great start here. And I mean, to move a name that's in the $1 trillion club 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% is an absolute monster. So again, we brought this to you, man, when it was 665. You know, when this is starting to go up and it was dipping around. So right there, man, $15 straight to the upside that you could have caught. So good job there, anybody that did do that. But bang goes Meta. And I talked about it, man. I'm pretty properly weighted for this stock. So this is going to be a nice move back there to the upside. Like, I was in this stock almost too much that I did not want to buy any dips, and that would have been a great opportunity to do that right down there at 6 builds. So yeah, congratulations all. I know that you know, most of us own this stock, so it's a nice little move to the high side right here for Meta. And let's just go see what the story is here with Tesla, as I did put an order to buy some Tesla. Let's see if it gets filled off open.
So many people, you know, were talking about that, had opinions about that a few years ago when he came out with the amount he was going to spend on the metaverse, saying it was just outrageous at the time. So here we are.
Oh, yeah.
Scaling that back a little bit. Yeah, Tesla, a great day yesterday, great couple of days. In fact, if you zoom out a little bit here, back to 450, but yeah, more negative data here, more negative sales data on the automotive side. Who cares after that robot video that we just saw of Optimus running around?
Looks fantastic. But I know I just saw another version of that Sean showed on X moments ago. Look, this is nothing new. We already know Tesla is doing poorly in Europe. It is more of the same story. The only difference today, it's a larger number. So what happened, Brando? Tesla's UK registrations fell 19% year over year in the month of November, dropping to about 3,784 units, so a little bit less than 3,800. This follows, obviously, an even steeper decline for sales in England in October, with registrations were cut in half. The slump comes basically as all new U-car registrations fell 6.3%, but you're comparing 6.3% to 19, so Tesla very much underperforming the market by margin, Brendo, and it is really the story of the Chinese here, specifically BYD. They have more than tripled their deliveries and sales in England year over year, and that's obviously causing some pressure for the American automaker.
A bit of an uptick right now, guys, actually, for Tesla trying to get back toward that 450.
Yeah, so like it's the kind of story, like you guys said, that we already know auto sales have not been fantastic for them, and that hasn't been the story for the run up. So I don't know how much that's going to weigh in it today. If there's an issue today, it'll just simply be because it's 450, right? Like it could just be that you get a bit of a wall at that price, and you could do a bit of a pullback. So instead of, hey, auto long 450 breakout kind of deal, like we've seen what happens. There's been a lot of false breaks. Like Tesla yesterday, when it broke out, the highs obviously worked, but the prior couple of days breaking resistance at the open, actually 3 days in a row, like breaking resistance at the open was an abject fail. I do think you have a better chance of, at least if it fails to break, catching a dip buy and then rally. So I'm kind of looking at 440 for that if we lose a 450 break early. And if we close above 450 on the 15-minute, then join trend and all that stuff. But I'm thinking more fail breakout and then look for the dip into 440 for continuation here on Tesla in particular. And a lot of heads are going to be looking over at Meta, while, hey, NVIDIA actually just got a bounce and bit of a breakout as well on its own. So rallying without a specific story, markets booming on the Meta news, and we just had NVIDIA start to break out a little bit here. So far, so good, looking good for the long. I still think Tesla might false break that 450 though early.
Yeah, so I was just saying, I was thinking, you talked about NVIDIA. I was like, am I in the wrong stock? But yeah, 450. I put it out. Look, it's on the sticky note here today, and I don't mind taking this trade. It's going to be Palantir is going to be the #1 stock for me here, but I do like this Tesla trade. I wrote down 450 break long or dips into this 443, 444 area. So let's just see what winds up happening. I think we'll take it small on a 450 break. The breakouts haven't been great in the morning for me anyways. Like sometimes I get a little too excited, but this is pretty close to the level. And I just think that Tesla does have the opportunity to take out some of those levels. And we just saw yesterday, just on that robotic news, right, just how excited this stock got. Just there, even in the middle of the day, for some reason, it bumped bumped up there. But even based on, I just want to move my cup here to see what this time is like, 9:10. So even yesterday, right off the open, we just started to go. And if you waited for that pre-market high break right there, you see what I'm saying? Like there's a little bit of sort of comes in, tries, breaks it, goes up like a buck or so, then falls back into VWAP and then goes. So that's kind of the play that I'm thinking about today. So, you know, what happened yesterday could easily happen again today. It's the same story. I think there's robotics tend to go higher here on that news. And then the cars, right? I mean, we know it's weak sales. I mean, every time I see like, oh, Norway, weaker sales, BYD outpacing them. Who cares? I don't like, that story's already out there. If the market cared about it, Tesla wouldn't be up again today. And it wouldn't be like, this is the thing. It's just like that Meta story. Right, we can all sit here and talk and blah, 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 blah. But then when Zuckerberg announces, oh, yeah, we'll just cut that back, boom, goes the stock to the upside, right? So I think the same kind of talk, like if Tesla goes, we're going to stop focusing on cars now, boom, this stock probably rallies, right? So why do we even really care about a lot of this? We already know what they're doing. I like Tesla breaking through 450 and just for a day trade. But for a long-term spot, I know I'm underweight on this name, and I'm trying to buy some even right now. So we'll see what winds up happening here off open. I would like to get a little bit of a dip before we, buy some of this. But I like what Brendan said there. If you like the story, you're going to look back in 5 years or even 1 year, even 6 months, and be like, well, what was the difference between 450, 460, and 440? I'm not putting that much money in anyways. It's if you put in 10 grand into the stock right now and you miss it by 10 bucks, it's not going to be the end of the world if the stock works for you. So I think if you like the story, you got to get into Tesla now. And PEs be damned, man. It's 200 and 300 on the forward and current PEs. So Tesla right now is definitely a play for the future. And I think the future is bright for this company. So let's go Tesla here, and we'll just see where it goes. I mean, I don't, as far as an EV play, whatever, I like it for the robotics and for autonomy and for full self-drive and
storage,
for all of that, and for taxis and just everything that Elon's working on, pay package or not, like whatever, pay the man his trillions. Like, let's get this stock going. Let's get back up to the upside there. I really think it's a bullish month, and I think it can be led honestly by Tesla. So I want to get longer.
Completely agree. Yeah, I mean, Tesla is not anything without Elon. So, I mean, what are we even talking about? Apple, kind of chilling here this morning, not really doing much, 283.50, I should say. Holding as support right now. We touched on this early on. If you joined us in the first hour, we lost we didn't lose him, but the head design, or one of the head design executives jumping ship, going to Meta for, I assume, more money and not much else at this point. But this was the guys we were saying early on that was responsible for many, many design characteristics or design products on the UI side for Apple, not necessarily the hardware side, but specifically software.
He is, Brendo. His big name, Alan Dye, is the individual. We don't have exactly how much money he's getting at Meta. Sometimes we get the leaks, sometimes we don't. Long time head of user interface design is leaving the company, as to join, of course, Zuck and Meta. So CEO Tim Cook announced Stephen LeMay as a veteran designer from '99. He's going to be his successor. Dye, though, Alan Dye, was central to the development of UI across the iPhone, the iPad, Mac, Apple Watch, Apple TV, Vision Pro, take your pick. He was involved in most of these Apple products that we know and love. Zuckerberg did announce Dye will lead a new creative studio. They're going to blend design, fashion, and technology, part of Meta's push to elevate design. That's what it's going to be called internally as the company tries to shift strategically from a revenue-generating company from advertisement into a device company as well. And Dye, Brendo, stepped into the leadership role in 2015 with Apple when Johnny Ive reduced his day-to-day involvement, and under Dye, Apple unveiled the liquid glass UI design that you know and love very, very much. Meta's increasingly positioned itself, as I mentioned, away from social media into the device.
I just don't see the point. I honestly, I don't see the point.
They got to do something new, bro.
I don't know, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row before yesterday. So a little bit of context key, I think, here, guys. Yes, yesterday was pretty much straight down all day long, but it's been a pretty good run.
Yeah. So like, even if it's in a pullback, I was kind of looking for, because I drew the trend line earlier and was like, well, look at the upward trend that it's on, right? Like, draw any trend line that you want or use the 50 period, and I think you buy into that. And I came up with 75, but that's pretty unlikely today. I mean, the market's strong. There isn't any reason why I can think of that Apple will drop that far. So I just kind of gave myself a few, because 75, the chance of getting there is pretty slim. But I can look back at in here at about 80, 280, and then 282. It was maybe play off of one of those. Because I think when you dip, if this was a turn, Apple was relatively weak yesterday. When everything was able to catch a bit of a bid, it ended up trending down. So if we get that, yeah, like 280, 282, those are a couple of spots outside of the trend line is obviously where I prefer to get it, but that could be more of like a swing thing or just wait for it and you'll like it a lot more. But for today, go like 80 or 82. Can't see any reason we'd crumble between either of those levels.
I mean, I don't have Apple written down today for anything. I didn't see like a major catalyst here, but we did have, they had lost the liquid glass. I mean, this is the whole story of what we're talking about right now, so I'm not going to recap it too much. But I don't like. I mean, I'm trying to be bullish, in my thinking. So I'm not like looking at this name really today. It just drifted down yesterday. We made all-time. Like, what a great move early yesterday. All-time highs, breaking almost into 290. Like, unbelievable run for Apple. And I feel the same way about, like, when I bought some here on this breakout. I've got some 212s on this break right there. And it's just been, like, a forever hold. And I think that's what we have to do with Apple. Just keep on watching for dips and trying to buy some of these to come into the portfolio. I mean, it's a great stock. I love the install base. And it's going to have peaks and valleys, right? And I think that little stories like this are maybe opportunities just to get long. So I'm going to let it settle down now. The Nasdaq's up 0.2, Apple's down 0.13. I just don't see too much action in this name here today unless you're going to try to go short. And I'm not really feeling the short. And if you are, then what about right here? I mean, this is starting to slope downside. This is your 200 period moving average. It's been weeks probably since it's turned over. So right now it's trying to get a little lower. So, and it's kind of matching with yesterday's kind of breakdown of 285.50. So for me, maybe I'll write this down as a short, but right into this level. And it doesn't even look good over here. Like, look how choppy that level is. Normally, I'd look for like something right into here, but then look how choppy that is right here. So I think the 285, the 285.50, you can kind of build a short into this. And then if we maybe break above 286, and that's where you want to get out. But I'm going to be trying to go bullish today. And honestly, with Palantir, I mean, some of the stories are right there on the screen. We're going to get to Meta right now. But, Palantir and Meta and even CRM's downside. But I think Tesla can help rally this market. And look what the NASDAQ did on that Meta news. I just don't really want to be short a name like Apple today. I think it could turn around at any moment. So watch out for 286. I think that's your sort of pull to shoot on the short level. For Apple, for me, it's kind of a stay away for now. But hey.
You never know.
Times change, and that's where I've got adapted a new strategy. Go ahead.
I think that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes the market does something you're not expecting, and you have to be ready. Like, just because I don't think we'll get to some of the big support levels on Apple, you want to be ready if it does. Like, have an idea of where you would buy it, because we might not end up as bullish as it seems like right now because of Meta.
Just reading here, guys. CNBC reporting Netflix bid for Warner Brothers is 85% cash, and they are currently the lead bidder. No confirmation on anything, but they're just saying, again, 85% cash. They're currently in the lead for the bidding war here.
I want to add something before we jump to Meta. Yeah. Paramount, Skydance upped their breakup bid from $2 billion to $5 billion, Brendo. So even if the deal doesn't go through, WBD would get $5 billion, and so they're saying that's kind of sweetening the deal. I just want to add them into that.
Maybe Netflix trying to up the game here. All right, let's talk about Meta. If you missed it, that's the headline. Meta, huge move here, 685-ish. The top, we're coming back in a little bit, but 30% is a huge number. I mean, this is a huge spend. Yeah. Going back to a couple of years ago when he first announced this on the metaverse specifically. So good to see they're winding that back a little. Yeah, and it's from a division that's not making any money, Breno. In fact, it's losing, and it has lost $70 billion since inception. So a bit of a tough look there. So as Breno mentioned, significantly reducing the resources allocated to the metaverse. Potential cuts here being reported by Bloomberg could be up to 30% in 2026. This would likely include, sadly, layoffs, possibly starting in January, according to Bloomberg. The cuts stem from Meta's annual budgeting process, which is always held annually at Zuckerberg's Hawaii residence. So you go to Hawaii, and then you figure out how much money you're going to be cutting. Zuck did ask for 10% from every division, Brendo, but he asked specifically for more from the metaverse because there's really not that much competition. They don't need to spend as much money to keep up. Most reductions would hit the virtual reality group, which accounts for most of their spending. And as I mentioned,
mentioned, they really haven't made any money on this division.
Coming back in a little bit, guys, but volume definitely tapering a little bit here from Meta.
Yeah, I mean,
The volume has to come off a little.
a little bit, but I'd say the volume, I'd say holding up pretty decently. Yeah, look, it's coming off a little bit, a slightly lower volume, but it's maintained high volume. So this is likely to be one of the most active, probably the most notionally active Mag 7 names. It's going to hold, it looks like it's going to hold VWAP going into the open, but remember, in a minute or so, we're going to get some imbalance data for the opening imbalance, and I would expect you could see some action on this one on the auction. So Meta, look, I was saying before, like the valuation got down to 21 forward P, 29 P. And like the thing about it is if you're ever buying something dip because of the valuation, and people like, remember how out of favor Alphabet was, and then the calling card for it was that it's the best value? Well, Meta turned into a really good value regardless. And when a stock does that, sometimes you don't know where the turn is going to be. So you just kind of buy into it every quarter, that kind of a thing, and it can work out. Now, today, do we hold a 50 and the 200? That's the question. That's a question I want to see answered. Like if we're closing and holding, it's treated like earnings. If we close and hold above this, it's a 50 and the 200, about the same thing here, SMAs on the daily, then I think this is going to be an ad. Otherwise, you know, if I hadn't bought, maybe I'd be a little more aggressive. But I think you got to be in a bit of wait and see mode. Can we actually hold on to this 50 and 200 period moving averages, SMAs on the daily are going to be?
Appreciate some of the comments there in the chat. But I agree with Neil and everybody here. You know, just watch out for this pullback. It's going to pull back. You know, I mean, I'm looking for that headline, guys, of when he completely changes the name again. It was like, hey, we were so excited, man. We're entering the metaverse. And not only that, we are changing our name from Facebook to Meta. I don't think they're ever going to change it back at this point. But all that Meta has done for them is given them headaches, the metaverse. I remember when they first had that Oculus and they were dropping money and they were showing videos of like people working from home and sitting around an office. And, you know, Apple got involved with their, what was Apple's thing called again? Vision Pro. And I still think, yeah, come on, man. Neil's eating, man. Just put it on me here, Andre. Right over here. But there it goes. So it's a nice downside play there for Meta, and it's bouncing off VWAP right now. I think you can kind of respect. Yeah, I know. It's all good. Yeah, keep doing it. Actually, show him again. He's eating more.
Always
but no, right into here. 675. Coming into play at VWAP. So it'll be interesting to see where it does hold. But yeah, there's going to be a big volume spike off the open. And normally we look for support around the 200 period moving average, but that's besides news. So this is a huge play today. I actually think there's a very good chance that it just chugs some water myself, that it breaks above 685. Like I think that we're going to bounce and hold here, and especially if we do that off the open, then I think we take 685 and the rest is history. So I'm looking forward to a Meta long at some point today, but definitely worth settling down. And before we go back to the guys, I was talking yesterday, and I say now today too, like I'm going to try to be more patient. And if we get involved with anything, it's going to be less shares until about like 9:40, like 9:45 or something like that. I'll let you guys know when I see something that I like we did with Apple yesterday. And Apple was a good example of being patient and waiting. I don't know. I can probably try to find it on my Instagram, and it's on Instagram as well. But here, if I could just find yesterday's, there it is right here. So I just want to show you, like, you know, yesterday we had some good feels for Apple. It did make a move higher, but let it tell you where the trade is. We were trying to buy some VWAP there, boom, 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 and then we were trying to play off that little bottom wick there and the 50-period moving average, which got us longer at 945, 950, which brought us back up to the upside about $1.50. And there's a lot of outs here for sure, but we're taking more shares and taking smaller profits on those shares. And then when it breaks that bottom, then you can get out at 10:30. So this was like an hour worth of a trade that turned out to be my P&L number one. And I've been looking at some of the studies of, you know, the trading that I've been doing, and it's just, you know, getting a little too excited too early. And I think that might be what happens to Meta. So be patient, let it sort of develop a trend, which it looks like it's going to be higher. But it wouldn't surprise me either if it gives some back. I mean, first of all, this is a Bloomberg report. I'll leave it at that. All right, let's go back over to Palantir.
There are multiple people actually talking about it at this point, so I think it's pretty sound. But yeah, you're right. Bloomberg, definitely one of them. Let's go Palantir. Yeah, new operating system. That's kind of terrifying. Chain reaction. Okay. Decent move at the close last night. It was a little bit of volatility, anyways. Up or down first, and then higher when all was said and done. But I mean, this is just building on their product line.
Yeah, it feels like it's another government contract here because what they're supposedly going to integrate is America's AI infrastructure. I don't even know what that means exactly, Brendo, but we'll have to find out. The company says the bottleneck in AI is no longer algorithms, it's power and compute, and that requires an entirely new energy-centric infrastructure, according to the report. The system is designed to upgrade aging power generation into high uptime resources, which is capable, Brendo, of sustaining the AI massive compute demand. So we'll have to see how that all works out, but this is kind of right down their moat.
Under a minute to go here. Factory orders coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, you are right. Thank you, Brendo, for that one. And thank you, Sharif, for the rundown on Palantir. Look, there's not really any imbalances here or anything that's kicking the day. Tesla's maybe has a little bit of a sell there. But Palantir is getting kicked to the downside right now. It's one of my #1 trade ideas here today. I like the new software, but again, let's be patient with it. I said 170. I'm speeding up because we only have 30 seconds here. I was saying 174. See if we can get, there's a little bit of sort of gather there around 174. That dip was 173.80 yesterday. So on good news, if we can get long Palantir, I like the stock, but we're going to give it a second. We're going to watch Tesla straight away off the open. And 3 times your daily levered ETFs, get involved with Global X and Beta Pro. We want to thank them. Scan that QR code right there for sophisticated traders here in Canada. All right, let's go. Right now, we are now open, and Tesla does make a run. It's very, very excited off the open with our little cheering there. We got a little horn going on there as well. But all right, here comes Tesla. A little bit of a pullback into 449, which is VWAP. We're going to wait. It looks like it wants to. There it goes, breaking through 450 right now. I'm not super excited about this rate yet. Let's just see what winds up happening, because if you took that, you're out 50 cents now. And we're just going to wait to see if Tesla does indeed want to head a little bit higher. So no positions for either of us yet. Meta is on a pullback, as we kind of expected, right?
Yeah,
you know, there's breaking through VWAP. Here it comes back in. I still think, I was saying, like a $1 trillion company, multiple trillions, up 5% is still a great little boon for them. So let's watch out for Meta pulling back quite aggressively now, down $20 from its high.
Intel just had a...
Is Meta. The market's kind of whooshing here, Neil.
Yeah, the market whooshing down and the Intel right into
whoosh?
43. So, yeah, it's a word now. Whooshing is fine.
Yeah, whooshing. We made that a word.
Pulling
Yeah,
into
whooshing.
prior high. So, look, this is one I wanted to be patient with because I thought we could have an inside day on Intel. So if it gets down into yesterday's low, that's going to be one to watch. I didn't get a chance to mention IBIT, unfortunately. Bitcoin, 53 on IBIT. 94,000 has been resistance. If we can break out that, I like the longs. But going to look for some dip support again at yesterday's lows on that bad boy. AMD I actually liked for a short at 219, but no pop. No pop in advanced micro devices. Got to watch out for NVIDIA. If NVIDIA continues to give it up here, it's losing VWAP. I might have to jump into an AMD short off the volume weighted average price. So yeah, you're already heading to the downside. Right away, we're back to flat on the NASDAQ very quickly.
All right, so I'm. I said I wasn't going to get into too many heavy positions, so we're not. But Palantir is approaching our 74, so I'll dip into 75 a little bit here. I mean, but we are still trying to be patient. Look, it's going to be a good trade. We can make $1 on this and see what winds up happening. So we have about 1 unit right now on PLTR, waiting for that 174 dip buy opportunity. We almost got it. There it goes. Yes, Palantir. Let's go. I mean, we're doing it again right now on Palantir. I just said there's a possible $1, Neil, for Palantir, and there it is right there. We're doing it again. What's up, DJ Grease and everybody there in the chat? It's a nice move up for Palantir so far. But let's not get too excited, man. It's only 2 minutes in. So, you know, we're giving a little bit of energy here, but at the same time, the market needs to get a little bit of a boost, man. It's heading to the downside, Neil. And I don't know if the longs...
We're definitely heading to the downside.
Yeah, like I don't know if the longs are going to be too safe here, but that's why we capture that profit. Goes right back into VWAP. We take it. Unfortunately, we didn't have an order there at 176, but we do now. Let's see what winds up happening with Palantir.
Yeah, well, Palantir, NASDAQ, iRobot. Remember we talked about the robotics story. Just a quick recap. The U.S. government is pushing for robotics. iRobot was the best and one of the best movers yesterday, but that $3 level, I need to see it hold that. Right away at the open, before the open, we had lost $3. It's trying to hold the $3 level now. So it looks like this is going to be the first thing. Maybe some stabilization happening here in Intel, but this one holding $3. Gonna jump into this. Had this one on. Actually threw up the chart. I was like, you didn't have it on the note. I just threw up the chart this morning on X and was like, yeah, I like this one at 3. So we're gonna try to get this. If it breaks VWAP, I'll join a VWAP break, but I want this in front of that $3 level for sure. As we're getting a bounce. I didn't like the breakout on Tesla.
Bounce.
but I thought we could maybe travel a little bit lower on that false break of 450. Ultimately, it only went $2 down on Tesla. I was expecting more than that.
Okay.
So it's holding pretty well, but I'm going to try and get iRobot first before moving on to anything differently. The future's not looking that good.
Oh.
Like the NASDAQ is holding on to some red, and my guess is it's the thing I'm not looking at in Meta, which could be causing some of that.
Yeah, I don't mind looking at Tesla as well. We had Tesla on our board, but it's 445 already for Tesla. Just got touched out a little bit there. We're still in Palantir. It just actually made it move back up, and like it fails through 176 again. I was at 176.20, and I should have been obviously there at 176 again. So we'll see if we're able to pick something else up a little bit longer here near these lows one more time, and then we're just going to give it to 174. That is Palantir. We just looked at Tesla. I want to look at SMR. That was another name that's on the list here. I said. So I don't want to take trades early, so we're not going to get too upset, but I said 1950 on the sticky note today for SMR. So if we, in the past, I would have been sitting there and taking about a 40-cent winner there, but you never know where these trades are going to line up. And then the other one, PLRZ, that I had written down on the note as well. I basically had written down there 14 low. I mean, we can check it out right here, that we're looking for that 14 low bottom, then a possible 16 hold or so there for PLRZ right there, target $19 to $20. But here comes the market, so forget about all this nonsense. The market is pulling back quite nicely right here. But look at Palantir. Oops, that's PLRZ. There goes Palantir, man. Bang, bang, and more bangs right there as the Diamond Hand Man is in. And there it is, man. It's our daily goal hit already. $1.33 now in the money on PLTR as it was written. What's up to Nas? What's up to Queens? This is a nice move to the upside right here. There goes PLTR. Neil, it's daily goal. It's a monster. It's Palantir, and we're doing it again. Right there. Shout out to Rudy and everybody there in the chat. If I get out right here at 50, I will be out of half. So there we are now, out of half of Palantir, as your boy has changed up his game. And right now, man, we were 3 for 3 yesterday, 3 for 3 on Tuesday. We'll see if we can hit it today. It's not about the number that you make. You could go 1 for 3, you could go 1 for 10 and be fine. But we are now in Greensville pretty heavily to start the day. So far, so good there as we just focus on Palantir and we watch out for Tesla.
Oh my goodness, Tesla. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Good look over there. But look, we just got a nice bounce on iRobot, but this market is still looking a little bit heavy. That's making me a little bit skittish. I was going to hold half. For a break of 325. I'm no longer thinking that. I'm going to get another piece out here into 325 off the $3 bounce and just hold on to the quarter to see if we can push a little bit higher. It's the NASDAQ wanting to close above 25.6. That's going to concern me. But speaking of Tesla, you just mentioned it.
Yeah, it's Rip City.
Look, obviously you're going to focus on the stock that you're watching, the one that you're in. Tesla went from breaking the low, and I'm like, oh, maybe we are going to get that push lower. To there goes the 450 break. Bye-bye, Tesla. It's now through $450. Sometimes the second break is going to be the better one, and that looks like it's going to be the case here. So if we can close above 450 on the 3-minute, then I'm going to be a joiner. So far, 1 for 1, but I think Tesla, it was a false break. It just did not dip as far as I thought it was going to on that false break at 450. Watch out. As quickly as I said it was about to hold a 450, it completely retests it. So just be careful. I feel like the market can put a bottoming tail in and we can get one of those nice reversal trades, but I need this closing above 450 before I give up on the dip buy. I don't want to just abandon ship on the notion of a dip buy because we happen to be rallying. So just 1 for now. It's going to be iRobot. Looking now for that 3/4 break. Long at 3. Prior bar stop is 295. At this point, it can't be a loser, but we haven't pushed through to make a gigantic breakout of the high of the day yet. So, good move, but we can do more than that. NVIDIA flying, hopefully Tesla too. But I don't think we're done with 450 yet.
Crazy that we came into 445 again, and as we sort of was hoping that would come in, and it does. So we just got another fill here on Palantir, as it's now almost, it did go $2. It went to 177 and stopped. So let's just wait and see if we break that. I mean, if this is the story that we think it is for Palantir and the momentum that we had yesterday in PLTRs, we just sort of carried forward, choppy early, carry forward the rest of the day, right? We bumped up $6 yesterday, $7 at the close. So we'll see if Palantir has that magic in it right now. We have about 35% left, maybe a little bit more than that. So we'll wait to see if it goes, and we could still get stopped out on this, right? If it breaks back down below 174. But Palantir right here, indicating I think a 177. We should probably get some more out there, and then we'll get another piece out near the highs of 177.50 if we're lucky enough to get all of that. So far so good here for PLTR. 10% out at each one of those spots if we are lucky enough to get it. So TD Bank, yeah, I guess so we can have a quick look over there.
CIBC reported. I think CIBC and TD both reported this morning.
I didn't look at them.
So I bank with CIBC. They beat top and bottom and raised their dividend. I don't know what TD did.
Flat, I'm looking.
Yeah, because I own more than the other.
Okay, guys. Palantir right here, man. We got bullish early, and there it goes. This has been quite the adventurous couple days of trading over here. There goes PLTR. Now there's that $2, and it is just absolutely rocking right now. As Neil said, we didn't really look too much at TD Bank. I don't really know the numbers. The volume's not even that good right now. It's kind of flat here. But yeah, the Canadian banks, despite what our economy is doing, this looks like it still wants to work out as well. But there goes TD Bank. Good call. Thank you for the super chat. And just, I'm going to call it Meta, and then I'll throw back to Neil and see what he's up to. But 666 right now, Meta. So kind of
giving up the go.
Holding, but 660, that would be the level there. I had said that I think Meta has a chance to get back to 685. I still think that. It's just right now it's coming out a little bit. Maybe you wait for the VWAP push higher. And I did get filled, obviously. I was actually bidding 447 or so on the Canadian CDR there. So I'm into Tesla again as a little bit of a, hopefully, a long-term hold here as Tesla continues. And there it goes, man. Palantir just lifted itself, Neil, again. I don't even, this was the #1 idea here on the note, and it just prints like cash, cash, cash. There goes Palantir, man, your #1 trade. So if you're not following, fine, it's all good, man. There's lots of stuff to follow on Twitter, but if you just go back and look at this sticking over the last couple of days, we've been really hitting these names quite aggressively and quite good results so far. And you didn't even have to play the breakout. You just had to wait for the dip. And I kind of broke my own rules, to be honest with you. Got in earlier than that 940 position, but it did fall into our price. So we were able to do that, and there it goes. So we still have about a quarter left. Hopefully we had a little bit there. Crouching Tiger, hidden rally. Look, I hope Meta goes back up. I don't know. I think it's great news, and the market rewards good news. So we'll have to wait to see about that. And there goes, holy shit.
Profit taking is also a thing. You have to keep that in mind as well.
Oh, yeah,
Tesla definitely going.
Oh, Tesla.
Going to see if we can. I don't want to add it VWAP just yet on iRobot because it's still holding the same range. I like the fact, look, we bounced pretty much where you want to and hold that $3, but I don't think it's going to be an add just yet. I also want to talk about Bitcoin, which is still holding underneath 93. So this is IBIT. Very range-bound trade for now. I was kind of hoping we would test some of those lows, but if that's not going to happen, you know the drill for me. You get back above that volume-weighted average price, break a little bit of this downward trend, and then I'll be long in IBIT. I want long into the break. That's my new thing. If I like the long, don't wait until it gets to the top to make that long trade. Get in as it breaks. As I know, I'm pretty sure that siren was Joey Options liking IBIT.
I don't want, Joe needs to get, I'd love to bring Joe on, but he needs to get his mic. So that's the whole thing that we need to talk about there. So once he gets his mic.
Wear it.
He's going to put it on. Because I always want to hear what his trades are up to. So shout out to Joe. And
all right, baby, we're mic'd up, man.
There we go, we're mic'd up, all right. So what do you got going on
here?
IBIT.
SMR, baby. No, it's SMR. So we got that move right through that $20 break up to 2020, and then we take that move through the top. So yeah, that was a good one there, guys.
Yo, stop reading the sticky note, my guy. Yeah, we love some SMR, man. I told you, Joe, mini-me Joe yesterday. I really appreciate this guy. And there it is right there, SMR, $19.50 to $20 long, and this kid's got it. So shout out to you, Joe. And I know Joe put up some nice numbers yesterday, so congratulations to that. Really happy to see how you're progressing. That is for sure. So shout out to my dog over there, Joe. Taking the trades that I don't, and there it goes, SMR. So that's great, man. That's the sort of the teamwork that we're talking about right here, and we continue to push forward. So good job there, Joe, taking those trades. SMR, man, great minds think alike. Congratulations there to Joe. So you're still stuck in that iRobot. I haven't even been looking at it, to be honest with you. Is there anything going on with iRobot?
Well, it made a 10% move. But
it did? Okay, yeah, nice.
That's if you're into a 10% move.
No one's into 10% moves around here.
So I was about to call up SMR, so you caught me in between. coming between SMR. There is a bit of a story, which I'll get to in a quick little second. So I opted against adding it the volume weighted average price, which I often do, and I think that's going to end up being the right decision. So it was a good decision to take that other quarter before we broke out the quarter. So 3 to the quarter, and then I want the quarter to the 50. But until we actually close higher and above that VWAP, I don't think I want to add just yet. The other thing that can happen, and again, just from a risk management standpoint, I was prior bar with the out. I now have 3 contacts on the dip. That means I've got a trend line on the 3-minute, and my stop moves to breaking that trend line. So yeah, now my stop is going to be break even, but I can always take the trade another time. But I can get back into it. But now that I have 3 contacts on that trend line, I'll get out on the trend line and just go 1 for 1 and look for that next move, which I believe, if it's not going to be IBIT, Tesla, what the heck? Why can't I? Okay, I can't. Oh, there we go.
Tesla's a monster.
Yeah, Tesla now breaking well above that 450 level. No real retest of VWAP there to be able to get into it, but I do think that 450 can now be that little line in the sand. Wanted the convincing break, and on the 15-minute, you're about to close. There's like 30 seconds left in the candle. You're going to close above the 450 in the 15-minute, which is my new litmus in terms of not taking the early breaks and favoring dip buys. I want to see it close above that level on a 15-minute candle. If it does, then I'm a little more bullish on it. So you're going to do that in 20 seconds, and then I'll buy the dip into 450 as the next plan of action. So IBIT breaking trend potentially. Tesla, in about 10 seconds, you'll have that confirmation, and then I want to buy in front of 450. As the market's still looking relatively weak, blame a little bit of that on Meta. Meta hasn't got going again. The NASDAQ's still red at this point.
Yeah, no, the stock to blame is Google. Google right now down 1.4%. Yeah, absolutely tank city here for Google. Like just a nice move down into 315. I was wondering about a buy here because we're not really seeing like any individual stories here with this. I think the take could be that if Zuckerberg is dropping sort of the metaverse now, what does that mean for all those chips that maybe they were supposed to be buying from Google? I mean, I'm just trying to think a little bit outside the box because that's part of the best ways to think. I mean, if you think the same way as everybody else, sometimes you get caught up a little bit there. So we'll try Google just to see where it wants to go, bouncing off that 315. So hopefully there's some actionable trades that we're able to find, and we'll just buy a little bit down here. We're long now at 78s. We'll see if we can hold in and around. If we get that dip buy, we'll put a stop here. We'll just put a stop at 3. That bottom's 315. Like there's really I don't want to hold it too much past what we've already seen here today. It's 45 minutes in. So that's going to be like a 314. Like, let's just go to 89. Like I really think that we should probably have a hold here of that level. And if we don't, then let's not be too specific with what we're worried about. Thank you, Randy. Let's not be too specific about what we're doing with Google. We already are too cute with it, actually. Let's be very specific. If it breaks through 314 or 315, then we're out. Let's just give it a little bit more room. Let's go to 314.50 just because of the news, and it's a little bit of a violent name. We'll buy some, thanks, Randy. We'll buy some 315 flats, and then we'll see if it can hold. So that's what I'm going to do right now on this name, just to watch to see if there is sort of an upside play there in Google. And I do understand that at this point it's a pretty risky take. Out there on Palantir, 176.50 again. But here we go, man. We are now into Google, and it's fallen back in. The NASDAQ is not holding these levels. So this could be L here coming for Google. Break of 314.50, and we're gone. Not looking too healthy down on this side here for Google.
No, it's the NASDAQ can't catch a bid, and NVIDIA is starting to drop. So NVIDIA was strong earlier, but this is going to lose VWAP in here. There you go, Andre. Hopefully my mic is better. I just tried to fix the cord. So NVIDIA is about to break the volume-weighted average price. The only short idea I had was AMD, but it was at 219 to 220. As you can see, it got nowhere close to those levels. But with NVIDIA going, that's a topping tail candle for sure. So a bit of reversal happening on AMD. You got to find a different entry point than the level that we're looking for. So it's not going to be VWAP, too much chop. Sellers at 217.5. As long as NVIDIA doesn't start going ham again, I'm going to put the short on here above 217. So money fills have been above VWAP, meaning it's rejecting above VWAP, not at VWAP. But I want to be short this name for sure. Hopefully the mic issues are now fixed. Just saw in the chat, Glick's quoter saying MU is collapsing.
Yeah, Micron is a disaster. I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole, man. I've been calling that sort of top for a long time.
Well, if Meta's going to stop, if Meta's going to spend less and says, hey, we need to pare back in spending, there's lots of places that can lose demand.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And I appreciate you guys. You guys like that take there. That was kind of an interesting one that I sort of just put forward there, that maybe that's potentially why Google is on the downside here. I don't know. I mean, I like to see a Meta rebound in order to get Google going. I thought Google was going to go there, man. We're long right now at 30s on Google. I should have bought some more down there, but it doesn't look like we're able to get too much longer here as well. But hey, scan that QR code right now if you have a couple quick seconds. Learn about these Beta Pro products. They're 3 times levered. Global X, they do have that fee rebate right now, or cut until the 31st of December, down to 65 basis points. They're triple levered. They're on the TSX. You can take the TSX 60, treasuries, chip names, everything like that available at Beta Pro. Go find them out, find the symbols, scan that QR code, and support them. We want to definitely thank Global X and Beta Pro for all of their support that they've given us. And there it is, man. It's now 2 times the goal right there. As we just spin it, Neil, man, we are just definitely putting something up right now. As there goes Google, now $1 in the money. And we find this name, again, like just this adjustment of my trading style has really banged out some results over the last little while. There it goes, man. Google leading the way to the upside. We'll take another piece out if we can get something in the teens, but maybe we'll just take a deep piece out right here at 09. There it is. And now we're waiting at 18. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't, but it's a nice move higher there for Google. And let's take some out near that 316 like we just did. It's Joe's theme song, you know, that Austin 316. So we'll take another piece out there if we can get it and watch this name continue to climb up. So it's Palantir, $1.50 in the money. Google right now, 75 cents. And iRobot and Apple on the other side. Good trade there on iRobot, but I haven't watched either one. So.
We said that Apple had an unlikely chance to get to 275, so I was like, well, what are the other levels I can watch? Or 80 and 82. And I'm going to zoom out just so you can see 82 was Tuesday's low, and then 80, you have to look at a 15-minute chart to be able to find that. But I do have a trend line set up here, because there's trading off of levels and there's trading off trend lines. Trend lines have worked way better for me when you're catching a falling knife or you're fading something that's really strong. So at this point, I have to go really tight stop underneath this bar low. When it got back above 282, we had basically touched like 85 or so. So I'm gonna go to the quarters just to give it a little bit more room. But if you break trend, I think that can be a nice little adding point. And bye-bye Tesla. Tesla, I'm gonna cancel VWAP. We just got to 454 on Tesla as it continues to ride higher and higher. This one leading the way. Doesn't matter about that Europe news.
Nope.
Tesla does not care one little bit. There hasn't been a red candle on the 3-minute yet. So the first time there's a red candle, that's when I'm going to look to take a shot at the long here in Tesla. Maybe it's here. I don't know. Wherever it happens, that's where we'll look to try to catch that dip buy, because this is one that we wanted, and it doesn't want to let us in. NVIDIA is still going higher while AMD goes lower, which is weird to me. I'm on the offer of an AMD, and NVIDIA's at the high of the day, and AMD won't even pop to fade. Kind of weird. But because NVIDIA looking a lot stronger.
Yeah, we pushed a button in the long term there for Tesla. That's been a banger there. Then Google, honestly, like we're just kind of cruising right now. Google just popped to 316.50 right there, and we emptied it like pretty good right there. Just not even really looking at the chart, just trying to play the momentum. Like you got a big, huge candle to the upside right there, and really Google represented quite nicely into that move. So we'll just we'll wait for it. Palantir's not doing a whole heck of a lot, and it's just look at what we had written down here on our note today for everybody, and it's just like an absolute monster of a note. It's Palantir long, it's SMR long. Literally the bottom was 1950, and then that Tesla 450 break, we just should have took it, we didn't. And then PLRZ, we actually haven't looked at that yet. So it's Tesla, SMR, and Palantir. I'm glad my guy Joe got some over there, and then Apple hopefully can go as well here. But yeah, we are now out of just over half right now of our, sorry, that's Google, yeah, of our Google trade. So good move to the high side. Look, if it breaks, we talked about that 415.50. So if it breaks that, then fine, we'll get out. But here we go, man. We're elevating one more time. I mean, what about if this NASDAQ actually goes? Wow, what kind of positions are we going to have here? We have a very strong trade, I think, in Palantir. Just got to try to hold. Palantir's a little bit less. You guys asked me, I think it was Eduardo or someone asked me in the chat how much I had left. I had 25, now I have 20. So every out now is going to be about 5%, and then we'll just clear it out to the upside, hopefully, on this name. But maybe Google is one we should look at, as it's just kind of bouncing around again, some of these highs. I'm going to get out another piece of Google there. I just offered 35s, and it slams down. This is a very, very aggressive name, man. I mean, it's 20, 30 pennies at the blink of an eye. So get your offers out. If there's anything I think we've taught you guys is, I
mean, 20, 30 pennies.
The price you want.
It's a fraction of movement on that stock, right? Like 1% is $3 on the stock. So it's like 0.1% if it moves 30 pennies. So just remember that when it comes to spread. So iRobot, I think we made the right call not adding into this one. So I didn't average back into it, or it wouldn't have been an average back in because it would have been averaging up technically, but I didn't buy VWAP, went with the break-even stop. That was more of a gut feel, and then the trend line, it's a broken trend line. I'm not shorting it because I still remain bullish, at least for now, on the stock. I'll just wait for it to get back above VWAP to take a second shot. Like yesterday, essentially it was a couple of shots like this on silver. Palantir was pretty good as well. That just quickly gave in and out, and then there wasn't much a little bit later on. Apple took our first shot, but I said I was going to go prior bar instead of giving it a wider stop. So pretty tight stop. I get it. That's just me. Bigger levels lower. 80 and 75 are the two that we kind of figured you had almost no chance to get to on Apple. Maybe we do have a chance to get to both of those. But if there's going to be a fail for myself, it's got to be that AMD. I elected to what? Not chase it at VWAP and say money fills above 217. So the money fills were above 217, and my calculation was that as NVIDIA was coming up, it was going to give me those fills. NVIDIA bounced to the high, AMD broke lower. So kind of missed out on that one. Expected a little bit of follow through, and then we'd be able to short it. But AMD was the only stock I like short. It's down 1%. I don't really have a particular reason for why AMD is going to be weak, but you're seeing Micron take it on the chin a little bit here. You're seeing like Intel's down. So there are a bunch of chip names that are looking red for sure. But the other thing which is starting to come in is going to be Tesla. So, got to look for our first shot to be able to catch this one on the bid. Still always prefer the volume weighted average price, but if it makes a rounded bottom somewhere else, then I got to take that. You take what you can get. Definitely was a false break at 450, but the re-break was absolute chop fest. It chopped like $1.50 in either direction, which to me didn't give you a clear entry.
What's up, Digital Holdings? They're asking about maybe we can find that print there. He wants to copy some of the trades here, but I don't think we're not really here. I got it. We're not really about that. You guys can follow us here and figure it out. We do have API access and everything like that, so I do think that would be an awesome opportunity for us, but that's not. We're not in this business, and I don't know if you want to. Like, you can always ask us if we're green or red on the day, and then you'll get a good opinion on sort of where our fills are coming from and how well we're doing. But
and be sure to ask like what styles are working best over like the last couple of months, whatever, what adjustments, like that kind of a thing, because it's more about process than anything else. Copy trading.
It doesn't work.
I can make a huge rant about copy trading, but like there's a timing factor of it. There's so many things about it that don't actually work. Right? Like it's
I mean, do your own stuff, because like I said, you guys
literally
just
impossible
watching us trade here, but we don't give you guys the share sizes. We don't we could be red on the day, but we're showing you all of our winners. But that's why I'm just trying to focus on like making the good process, making the good decisions, and that's that, right? And so that's why I think it's important to. I think it's a great call. So first of all, thank you so much for watching. And I think that copy trading is something that people want to do. And I think you can sort of do that just by listening to us and figuring out, where our positions are, what our outs are, and things like that. And then you can sort of wrap your head. It's part of it's literally the reason why I put out that note, was getting so many questions about like, what levels are you looking at, and what are you thinking? And so that's why we're starting a little bit earlier, right? So you guys can see I just got some piece out there at 16s. We're starting a little earlier to sort of talk a little bit more about this kind of stuff. And there it goes. So I just think if you want to do it, watch our trades, because we don't give our share size. Just simply super chat or ask us green or red, or like Neil said, individual names, things like that, how they're working out for us. But all right, so let's just go talk a little bit about trading quickly here. SMR is pulling back, but let's have a quick little look. 91,000 there for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is on a little bit of a run south side right now at 91 and change. But here we go, man. This is something. Hey, if someone wants to build something for us, what about our own little heat map here, so I don't have to keep showing trading view? Amazon, Walmart, Costco today yesterday. Wow. I don't know. Costco was trying to think about something with those tariffs. Adara, what's the story with Costco today? Down 2.5%. Not great there for Costco. We'll get our first look at Adara very soon, hopefully, guys. Amazon 1.4% coming through. Yes, Adara.
It's their wholesale net sales for the month of November. They're up 8.1%. Not clear why the market doesn't like that, but clearly the market does not like those numbers.
Oh, yeah, down 2.3%.
Well, the market's not liking a heck of a lot right now
Yeah,
at all.
for that one. AMD downside as well here. Apple downside. Eli Lilly. I mean, here's the health technology sector, not great. UNH has had actually a decent run.
Yesterday was huge.
Yeah, yesterday was huge for, there it is, health services for UNH. I'm in Oscar. I'm not in UNH, but UNH is down right now 1%. Oscar's not going to make it here. This is a S&P 500 heat map. Right there. So yeah, we're just cruising right now. We're 2 for 2 with Google and Palantir. Palantir may lose the bid. Like I said, we're getting out of this as we go. We got another 5% there. We only have 15% left as we're just trying to take some profits as we break through 175.50 and not letting this get away from us. The market is bleeding right now. I mean, I guess they didn't like. I mean, what number did we get this morning? We got, it was ADP yesterday, jobless claims or something? And it just...
Today was initial and continuing jobless claims.
Right, so I don't know, man. The market is
Look at how
not liking
quickly,
much of this.
if you're completely, look, if you just sort of sit randomly in front of levels sometimes, look what could have happened to you on Tesla. Like, I'm looking for a spot to get in.
Booyah.
I'm not just going to bounce off this line and be like, I'm taking it anywhere. That was a huge trend break. And we're going to make a run, potentially at 450 again. So VWAP's at 51, but the 450 is kind of that big line in the sand that you want to be able to hold. Big time reversal here in Tesla. And while that's happening and the market's going down, but NVIDIA broke VWAP. NVIDIA's tracking down toward the low, so you're getting a bit of a change in sentiment. So rushing into a long is not going to make too much sense. Even iRobot, I had iRobot up. So I'm just going to keep it on Tesla here because that's the stock I'm watching the most. But iRobot lost to $3 again, so it was right to get out of that one. I'll look for if it's going to stay bullish, you got to do something that looks bullish to me, because right now this stock that doesn't look bullish. We got a nice break off the $3 level, made a 10% move, and now it's right back at those lows and not looking that good. We got happening now with Adara, no new numbers, I believe, at 10 o'clock, but still we got to figure out what's happening now.
There are some numbers here. Factory orders 0.2% versus 0.3% expected. That's going to be for the month of September, though, so it's a little bit delayed. Core durable goods revised 0.6% versus 0.6% previous. Durable goods revised also in line with the previous print. So the only real print of note here is a slightly lower than expected factory orders for month over month. Again, that would be for the month of September. Here is the market. Market initially here pushed higher pre-market, but then pulled back quite a bit off the open, and that is likely because of this story here with META leading the market higher and then pulling back with the rest of these stocks. Now, META on watch here after Financial Times reported, we're just in general seeing reports here. The Financial Times reported a different story with Meta, but long story short here, reports are suggesting that CEO Mark Zuckerberg of Meta is planning deep cuts of maybe 30% to the company's metaverse efforts. We know metaverse has been a long time an area of contention here for META. We also have names like CRM on watch. There are a ton of earnings names or earnings day one names here in focus today, but CRM may be one of the most high profile. They did report a EPS beat, but a sales miss. Guidance a little bit tepid here for Q4 of the year. Before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our good friends over at Oragenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN. There are millions of concussions, but zero approved therapies. Oragenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what's next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. Back to you.
Taking out some more Palantir here, but yeah, not much else going on. I took out some Google on the high side. And the net's just relatively flat here. I might not even hold this Google. Like, I don't know what's going on. The market looks like it wants to drip lower. I know we're not in any shorts, but yeah. Oh, there was a name that I wanted short. It was Apple. I wanted Apple short, actually.
It was AMD, and AMD.
Oh my God.
Not bouncing at all. Oh, just very quickly.
I wanted that Apple short.
I went to grab VWAP on Tesla. This will end up, I mean, by absolute complete luck, I think I paid in fees what I made in gross. So anyways, I went to grab VWAP on this one and kind of keystroked it $1 higher. but I just punched out right away, which ended up actually somehow being exactly flat. So still looking for the long, but I didn't want to chase it up there. I was actually looking to bid there. I've put my bid in at VWAP. If we get it, we get it. But speaking about potential shorts, if the NASDAQ gets to VWAP, the NASDAQ right now, this is a 15-minute of the NASDAQ. Bounce, fade, and we're trying to bounce again. So if we were to get back into overnight lows at 25.6, that would be a spot that, hey, I want to look for resistance to that level. So I'd be looking short, and the stock that I'm looking short today is AMD. So I'm going to be watching AMD on a futures bounce for a potential fade into the volume weighted average price. Maybe it'll be at 217 where we liked it before. You can cross your fingers, but the level doesn't matter. It's where the futures get to that point. That'll matter the most, at least to myself. So Tesla's trying to go. iRobot, unfortunately, I don't know. I might go over and look to see if Rich Tech is any better. You could double bottom here. Let's see, either we double bottom or we can regain 3 in VWAP, or I'll move on to something else that might look a little bit better. And the reason I said Rich Tech is this one's making higher lows. So iRobot's not doing as much. This one's looking a little bit stronger. And they're both cheap names, $3, $4, both the same story from yesterday. So I'm pretty ambiguous into which one I would trade. It's whichever one looks better. And right now, RR is looking better than iRobot.
I'm still waiting at 316.80. So hopefully that can come, but I just took a 316.20 fill because like staring at these levels and just seeing them bounce and just in a very much in a trending position is not Google right here. If anything, it's trending lower. We're basically barcoding, looking for it to get back to the upside. So I promise you no more outs now until we hit that 80 mark. I'm sitting there bidding or offering, sorry. Hopefully we can get that. Let's move on to something else. I mean, and of course, if I think, I talked about the reason why I sort of thought this was happening, and if that is the case, then we need Meta to bounce as well. So if Meta can bounce off there, I think that can help Google just in the space. So let's see if that wants to come true for us there on a nice higher move up for Meta, should spike a little bit into Google. All right, ASTS is a rocket ship apparently in the chat there. So let's have a quick look at Astis there, $66 right now, and a nice move up, man, 7%. There goes ASTS. So nice move there for Astis. I don't know if there was a story involved with this, but Astis Space Mobile going high side. Let's check in on what we bought yesterday, ARKQ, the autonomous robotics. So there we go. That's actually working out again today.
No story on ASTS, just to clarify.
All right, no story on ASTS, so all good over there. But yeah, big time stories today in the metaverse. But ASTS not doing anything, ARKQ not doing anything. Tesla on some sort of a pullback, maybe. Down to 451. What a great VWAP pull there as well. Bang, there it is, man. There it is, Neil. Now we get $1.65 on Google as Google rips right back up to the high side. So my trading today is Palantir long, which is finally starting to go, and Google long. And there it is, man. We are now finally at a good spot for us there 2 times after the first half hour. So not too bad. We'll see if it can take out 316. I like 317.50 there. Maybe VWAP's at 318. So if we can get something into 317.50, I think that's going to be my next target. But lighter and lighter and lighter, man. Now we only have about 25% of Google left. Let's go to 317.25. See if we get another piece out on the high side for that one. But wow, another pretty decent day here in Marketville, to say the least, for that. So you got to have that confidence. Yeah, that's right. Whatever your name is, Faye, this, that, whatever, in the chat. Thanks again for the support. I was wondering about oil. You know, that could be in the next play, but
oil, you could.
We'll wait. Yeah, I don't have any plays for it, but I was thinking like it's been so depressed, and it's like it's the get up trade that still needs to happen. We talked about Nat Gas. I said that a couple weeks ago, gas, but I didn't trade it. So it's
my view with oil is, while it's not doing anything, find a dividend player and buy the support levels because you're not getting a heck of a lot of growth in terms of movement. So I like CVX. I buy CVX on support, and get your dividend because they're just not really doing much of anything. And look, so I pivoted to RR. There's a slight double bottom happening in iRobot, but unless it breaks this trend, like what's the point? The way I see it, RR is on a trend line, so I'm going to buy in front of the trend line that gives me the VWAP for it to work, and then play into the high. This is also above yesterday's top, so it's just a little bit stronger. Right? Like I like the robotics play day 2. That was going to be part of the plan. So Rich Tech just ends up giving me what I think is a better shot at a secondary play. All right, here comes. I guess you can get what you can get and not be upset. AMD is not pressing as the market pressed up, and NVIDIA just retook the low. So there's the bottom wick, 215, about 75. If it's going to be now, then it's going to be now. It looks like this is as far as it wants to go up. And if it's going to curl here, I'm not waiting for VWAP. I'll take one shot here at about 215.5. Just give it to the opening range bottom. As right now, the market's looking like it's trying to bounce higher. But, you know, VWAP could happen. We'll see. What was that?
Is Andre saying something?
Oh, I heard you say something.
Oh, no, I didn't say anything at all. I'm trying to think about what to do. I'm looking at stock. Like, there goes Google. Like, it's up to 317. My offer's at 317.25s, so hopefully that can rip upside there. I'm just kind of I was looking for trades. Like, the one trade that I was a little bit upset about, this was a couple minutes ago, was Apple, because we had looked at this early on, and I had said sort of the trend here was to the downside, and if I was looking short on any name today, it would have been Apple, and that's too bad, because when the market started going, I should have, it's not instead of anything. I mean, this is just a monster trading for Google and for Palantir, so we couldn't be more happy with the performance. Okay, we're at 317.25. I was gonna say I don't want to miss it, but there it goes. So yeah, man, you know, calm down, easy looking trades, just making the best trades that I can find out there. And like when Google went downside, to me, that was just a great buying opportunity. And now we're over 350 in the money on these two trades, and we only have two trades on. And we still have a decent percentage, about 15 to 20% on both of these. And just waiting for Palantir. Like, this one might be, you know what? I'm going to get a piece out right now at 176 on Palantir. Let's just get a piece out. It's Google that's really running for us. We've made more money on Google than Palantir here today, but still like both of these trades. As the longs came in, and we had long bias. Every single thing on here was long. So we'll try to hold this and sit back, relax, kick it back a little bit there, and just enjoy trading once again here today. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat. Very, very positive comments. And hey, look, when it works, it works. And we've just been hot. Like, we're 8 for 8, our last 8 trade ideas. So like, it's like gambling, right? You're seeing the board well, you hit it, and there it goes. Palantir and Google, really good start of the month. But Adara's always in the back with some news. So this is what we're going to go over to. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Just be aware here with regards to WBD or maybe PSY, but especially WBD if you are trading this one. We do have a lot of different reports here coming from Charles Gasparino, who frequently reports for Fox Business. He's been posting quite a lot on X this morning about the ongoing happenings with this bidding war for WBD. He's most recently posted that apparently Paramount Skydance sent a letter to David Zaslav of WBD, basically going kind of hostile. They're saying directly to Warner Brothers that they are the best choice, PSKY, over Netflix, because Paramount Skydance is likely the name that's going to get the easiest regulatory approval for a deal from U.S. President Donald Trump. So again, looks like some hostility attempts here from PSKY to get WBD. I will keep an eye on this story, but Charles Gasparino is the man to follow on X if you're really interested in this catalyst. Back to you.
You're going to do it, just take a deal already, Warner Brothers. Like, you've got all the bids in. If Netflix is the best deal, just take a deal. Don't let your shareholders get punked. Because I've seen way too many times. You get like a bidding war, and it's like, oh, you don't get anything done, and you look back like 6 months later, and the shareholders get absolutely punked because they end up holding the bag because you thought you could get more and you couldn't. The NASDAQ heading right back into the lows. I'm going to show you Tesla in a quick little second. Again, I think patience sometimes works, but the NASDAQ right back into the lows, grabbed AMD. It ends up wicking that, I'll call it the pre-market low at 216. So as long as it holds underneath this, it's going to play to about 214.75 or so in between half and evens. And if it breaks down 14, I think you could have a trend into yesterday's lows as well. But it was Tesla, obviously you can go line on chart, but Tesla tried to hold 450 and completely rejected it. So if you're bullish on Tesla, it just has not, outside of like the right at the open, it just hasn't done much of anything. We could, I can wait for it to make some kind of a confirm a trend here and then break that trend, but that's what I'm going to do. I feel like that level of patience is going to be required. So it might mean not getting into Tesla long, to be honest with you, but look at it. It's headed down. You really had to have it clean or just be like, the line at VWAP is going to hold and that's all I care about, which is not really going to be my style. So we could get a trend break. That could get me long on Tesla. Otherwise, Just got to look for what might be next. And shout out to everyone in the chat. I've seen it a bunch of times in the chat, although I don't think I saw it on the visualizer. It was UiPath. Is it even on there? Okay,
I don't know. They reported.
Look, a bunch of people have typed in UiPath. Oh, it is on there. It's like number 5. 16% up for UiPath. So this one is a Cathie Wood special that is breaking out in a big way. Watch out if you're long 17.5 on the daily. That's a bit of a, not a bag holder level. It's too strong to call it a bag hold level, but it's a resistance level that we're tagging. So 17% up on earnings. And this was already up going into earnings, everybody. So congratulations for pointing that one out. My guess is not everyone's typing $ when they put that one in. Or it might have a few more looks on that board, because I've seen it a bunch, but it's only number 5. Right now, top is going to be Meta for obvious reasons, Tesla. And then number 3, which has not been mentioned, is BBAI.
How much is BBAI up? I mean, that's another, what's up?
According to this, 5.25.
Yeah, shout out to the Army and the Brigade, right. Man. We are definitely long on that name. We're also long on some Marvell there today. Thank you so much. We had that comment up there that telling me not to be too modest, but at the same time, it's like, I don't want to, you know, we're just sitting here doing what we're doing. And I'm just going to talk about the trades that I'm in. Neil's going to talk about the trades that he's in. And at the end of the day, we're putting on, hopefully, what is a very good, informative, educational show, you know, at the end of the day. And so we all trading for our own pocketbooks here. So yeah, I'm going to get a little excited when we do have those wins. And like I said, man, we've been really identifying some great opportunities for you guys over the last couple days, including right now. Neil's got this Rich Tech Robotic. He's got the AMD, had iRobot and Apple earlier. But yeah, we've made, and you know, I don't mind talking about this. Like now we're at 2 times our daily goal there, off 2 for 2 trading so far here today. But let's look at other places, right? What's going on with SoFi right here today? So I like the financials. And SoFi, I know it's not a traditional financial, it's a relatively new idea there in the space. You know, app focused, trying to get some new, they had a lot of business with the student loans, you know, wrap up those early accounts, get them into the ecosystem. And SoFi, I really like this name, and I think this is going to be one that we're going to look back in a couple years and think like, okay, you know, potentially this was a good opportunity to get some of this. But again, what a run it's had this year alone. Both Robinhood and SoFi have been pretty monstrous. And you guys, you know, if they're in your account, you definitely would know what we're talking about, because it's definitely been a decent run for both of these names. And Robinhood today, though, kind of like flattish on the day, so we'll have to wait to see if there is a pop and drop in that. And we identified for you guys earlier Citigroup. You know, with this rate environment, which we're in right now, which is apparently cut. I mean, right now, I guess I can refresh this from today's data. If anything, today's data probably increases this chance. Well, 87. The data was relatively flat today, so 87% to 13%. So there still is that good look for the rate cut down to 350, 375 overnight rate. And then in January, there's a third chance, well, it's called a quarter chance of another rate cut in January. And then in March, there's even a 10% chance that we're going 3 times. So December, January, March. There's a 10% chance of that, and there's a 40% chance that we're at least going twice. But there's also a 44% chance that we stay put at the December cut rate. So, you know, I think that's going to be okay. Well, now our net is at the highs of the day, so something's ripping right now. Maybe it's Palantir. Yeah, so there goes okay. There goes Palantir, man. We're doing it again here. Let's get something out in the 50s, see if we can do that. But it looks like we're just in the same positions right now. So HIMS, I guess, yeah, that was a good, you said to mention, or maybe it was earlier there in Canada there today. But it's Rich Tech, it's AMD, it's Palantir, and it's Google. That's what we're trading today. Thanks to everybody for your opinions and everything that you've been doing in the chat, man. It's very, very humbling.
HIMS buying Live Well, which is Canadian to expand into Canada. That is going to be the news story for them. So everyone that's following along with that one, it was one of the few names that was actually gapping up today. Not going to lie to you. Even as a Canadian, my first thought was, is that big of a deal? Like, are we a big?
No, I don't.
No,
think so.
you know what?
We have a different healthcare system too.
Yeah, like I actually wasn't in my mind thinking that was a particularly big catalyst. I was trying not to. The stock was going up, and I'm like, whatever. I don't have a strong opinion about it, but I'm like, Canada's not comparatively that big of a market. But anyway, so we have 3 contacts on the trend line. Just going to give you a couple of updates here. 3 contacts on the trend line. So I was buying in front the first time. It then confirmed, so I bought a little bit more. We're going to play it into the highs and 450. And just to show you why we don't like it too much further than that, $4.70 resistance is also the 50 period on Rich Tech. Got one fill on AMD as it was coming back in, but now it's tagging 216 again. So if it does another topping tail, I'd reload and then look for the bottom again. But if it doesn't, like it's just going green, there's no reason to reload. You get one topping tail candle. If there isn't a second one, then I just jump out of the trade. Then it's more of a flat trade than anything else. Get some out 1-to-1, hold on for the other half. Do not have to add back in. So we're gonna stick with Rich Tech Robotics. I wanted to say
restaurant brands? Oh, okay.
It is what it is. And Tesla, unfortunately, I said it just might never set up a long again. So there was that little trend that I thought could come in at VWAP and break it. And we're still all red candles, still trending down on Tesla. There's nothing that sets me up to get into a long trade yet for this. I'm trying to be patient. It's only 10:18. Like just because Tesla doesn't look like a long now doesn't mean it can't get better in a little bit here. So you just have to wait for that opportunity to come in. And number 3 on the list, or whatever it was, I believe was BBAI. No particular story that I was aware of here. But up that 6%, as you mentioned. And what was the stock yesterday we talked about? I believe it was actually Rich Tech Robotics in the 200 period moving average, BBAI in the 200 period moving average as well. Right? Like if a stock respects it, sorry, I just need to let it do this so you can see, there you go, a little bit better. Generate 200 points, you guys can see it there. When a stock does this, respect, 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 and every time it's bounced, you've had at least a couple bucks when it's bouncing. This particular bounce has gone $1, and it's usually gone more than that. So I don't know where the top would be there. I think $7 looked pretty good for resistance. But yeah, congratulations for in that, as I will now save this trend line. And as this goes higher, my stop just moves to a break of the trend line, right? Like it might be here at one point, and then it's going to move up to like 425. If it goes to 450, it'll probably be like 435 to 440 as this one tries to gravitate higher and higher. Let us know what else you guys might be watching here. I just saw someone say the Russell is strong.
Yeah, the Russell, we talked about that earlier.
The market's
today.
not strong right now, so maybe you got to look for
crazy
strength elsewhere. Yeah, the Russell breaking out the highs.
All right,
2 days in a row, leading the way.
Yeah, Russell's been great. We had that weekly chart up for the Russell, trying to do some damage over there as well. Okay, and out at 316 there on Google as we've come back in. So I have less than 10% now of both of these trades. So both Google and Palantir, and we're still at our goal, so everything is fine. I wish we obviously had a little bit more on Palantir here, as that's going oppo of Google right now, as Palantir going back up to 177. Let's take that opportunity to light the lamp right there on PLTR. Yeah, that Big Bear AI, man, we've been part of that brigade now for half a year, a little bit more, and we do like that 200 period moving average for sure. All right, a little bit of a quick check on Meta, and then we'll go over to Adara. So honestly, the sleeping giant that was awoken earlier today seems, wow, that's a big one, Andre. This seems to be still sleeping now. I mean, it was a big one today early, lots of volume, big movement up there as the slashing of potential jobs and spend there in the metaverse affecting the stock. And it looks like it'll be fine at the end of the day. But right now, it is downside for Meta as we start the day, but a great move at 9 o'clock when Bloomberg and other sources started to report that story. All right, we've been waiting for a while. It's Adara, it's 10:21. Let's go find out what she's talking about.
First name I have to mention here is not a small cap, it's Raytheon. RTX on watch here announcing a strategic partnership with Amazon Web Services in order to improve services for space customers. So nice rally here for RTX. Let's talk about these small caps, starting with PLRZ. Yesterday, PLRZ did have a catalyst, Poly Horizon, coming out here and basically saying that they have decent trial data for one of their nasal treatments. Then this morning at 7:32 a.m., they released this very kind of generic press release just talking about the company's journey. I guess the market likes that, and they push higher. AXGN, though, is really strong. This one is a bit more expensive. Fair warning, trading around over $33 right now, heading to $33.50 at day's highs after getting FDA approval for its biologics license application for Avance. And last but not least, PMI, Picard Medical Inc. Yesterday, after the close, they announced that alongside Syncardia Systems, they are going to be presenting here at the CSI Focus DHF event. That'll be tomorrow. So events tomorrow. They announced this yesterday, but gap up this morning for PMI. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil for more trading action, guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and I stumbled across BTCC. It's a top 30 globally, but here is the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you are in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus 15% bonus thing that covers up to 15K USDT losses. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more info. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And one of the things that we said for sure is many times, have an out, know where it is before you get into a trade.
Bang.
Right? So pre-market low, I mean, it's not technically the exact pre-market low. And one thing that you should consider as well is if you're looking for support and resistance, I tend to prefer bodies of candles for price areas over like the wicks, especially in the pre-market. So if it's about 216 even, I just threw the even dollar stop there. So half to the half to the half. But the second you get out, look at that trend break to the upside. And with that being said, I'm talking about AMD, you guys can see plainly. RR, it just tagged the high of the day, Rich Tech. So the trend line just continues, obviously continue to move higher. So I move a stop again. It's not much, but it's going to be at about break even now. So if it loses break even or just underneath VWAP, I'll be out of this. I still actually have 2/3 of this one, as I was looking for just, essentially to get to 450, right? So I'm sitting in front of 450 for the next leg up. And sometimes with a penny stock or like a small cap stock, it's not really a penny stock, you look for those obvious quarters. And so it's like quarter to quarter, kind of almost held for there. So if it breaks trend, I can jump out of it, just like I did with our other friend, iRobot, which is no longer good. Like this one was trending up, got out at break even when it stopped trending and went over to the robotics play that was trending to the upside. And that ended up being Rich Tech. If it loses trend, I'll jump out and wait for the next opportunity, which continues to not be Tesla. I mean, Tesla, every time it looks like we're gonna, hey, this is where we test that, consolidate, there's the break of trend line, what happens? Rejection again. So Tesla continues to fall. Tesla's about to go red on the session, unfortunately. So what looked like it was gonna be a good long today just hasn't materialized. Sometimes that's just how it's gonna be. And I can tell you from experience, oftentimes, like you'll look back and the best risk management decision you made was effectively not taking a trade because it just didn't look good anymore. Like there's something about it that didn't set up. Even if you like the price, even if you like the direction, it just didn't set up. So you didn't force it. And like I might have gone long here, maybe, but nothing about it broke that trend line, so we didn't. And as I said, break even stop on RR, it loses the trend line, I get out. I don't care about VWAP at that point. If I'm in because of the trend line, I'm out because it loses the trend line. It's gonna be that simple. So, to each, you have to sort of stick to your own style for sure, but I'm kind of glad we didn't take Tesla at this point. Market breaking lows, didn't really have many short ideas, to be honest with you. So unfortunately, gonna have to sit on our hands for a bit as the market continues lower and lower and lower. That Meta story didn't give us the juice that we wanted. Meta also about to break the low today.
It's just funny because, like as Neil says, like the market goes lower, and we've just like really hit multiple days on these two longs, and I think it's just about being patient, as Neil said. Like we had wrote down here 443 to 444 on Tesla. So if we're going to do anything, we're going to look at it when it gets down there. We talked about the 450 break that worked for a couple bucks. Other than that, man, you got to let it settle down. It's 1030 right now. The miss was SMR, and we actually wrote that down, and then we tweeted it out too, and that was right into here. There's my 1950 as we wrote down on the sticky note. There's SMR coming into 1950, and then there's the 20 break as well. So all of these plays, man, definitely creating some upside momentum there for SMR. So you know what I mean? Like as Neil just said there, every style their own, but we're hitting it right there, and I'm glad that Joe got that trade there today on SMR. We'll review all of our trades in about, I know we didn't do it yesterday and people were asking us for it, so we could do that again near the end of the day. But for right now, let's just keep on looking to see what else is bumping. And so there's Tesla back down to 445. Remember, we wrote down 444. So we'll maybe be a little patient. Oh, let's check out day 2 on Marvell. We haven't looked over there yet. I was going to say it's probably not a great day for them, but it's actually started out fantastic, up to 103 there for Marvell. Wow, instantly up 3% for Marvell there today, and then instantly faded back in. Almost best days was its birthday at 9:45, and then boom, right there down to the downside there for Marvell. So we have to be watching out for that play. Possibly breaking through $100 again might be something. I'd rather wait for a VWAP take of 101 for Marvell. And the other trade that I think we should maybe be looking at is NVDA. And NVIDIA right here just bounced about 4 or 5 times clean off of 180. Like, it didn't even think about doing anything different than what we had thought there at 180. It just ripped now up to 181. That's a Dollar Club member right there on NVIDIA. All you had to do was be patient. I know you had the AMD short there and got out of it, which might be a good move, because there goes finally NVIDIA. So there that name goes back there to the upside. I mean, as far as some of the Bitcoin names go, Martin Shkreli takes a position in QCLS. Okay, let's have a quick look.
Is it a biopharma stock? Because that would be good.
Yeah, if it's anything other than pharma, I don't think it matters. This guy's a joker. QCLS, right? QC Technologies. So, all right, let's go find out about this one. So again, remember, like, be careful with it, because this is, and I don't want to say that the due diligence, I mean, I'm assuming Shkreli's doing some of that. It's just watch out that you're not the liquidity used to get out of these positions. But QCLS on the chart looks like a relatively new name here. Maybe doesn't look like a SPAC. I don't know if this is an IPO or not, but 340 down to 280. There's the bump up on QCLS. So for me, you guys asked about what the chart looks like. Oh, first of all, by the way, we are now at our highest spot all day. Palantir is ripping. Google's back up to 317. This is all good, but QCLS there, good look there. Thank you for the super chat. I would say just pullbacks into VWAP is where you want to buy this thing, 640, 650. Because remember, the bulls will win northbound of VWAP, the bears will win southbound. So if this is a bullish name, we want to play runners back to VWAP. Obviously, this name will be covered on the midday show as well. Yeah, so this is what's rallying your boys net over here again. It's Google, man. We just stay in the same positions here and just play off our strength, right? Finding trades, finding good levels and hitting them hard. Like, that's what I'm doing. That's the strength that I feel that I have. So we're going to wait and see what winds up happening now with Google. And we, if anything, I should have reloaded that 315 area and didn't do that. So, we'll just take advantage of this and get a little piece out here near 317. It's 10:30, and Adara's patiently waiting. Oh, there's another Chaos Katina Club. That's a Sebastian thing. I don't know if that's you, Sebastian. What's up to hyper stagflation? Let's see if we get any stagflation in this market. But we're going to go back over to Adara. Story or segment? Let's go find out.
It's actually clarification on Martin Shkreli QCLS. So he announced this on X yesterday, right at 9:30 a.m., right at the open. So kind of an odd choice. As you can see here, the stock actually moved right on that. So again, Martin Shkreli saying that he likes it for optical computing, and that was announced as of yesterday morning. So again, just a clarification there. QCLS is a Martin Shkreli play, but it is not like brand new as of today. Back to you.
It's oddly enough like a low-key another dig at quantum. Yeah, it does. When you think about it, because he's bearish on quantum computing, and now he's like, so he likes an alternative more. So almost like doubling down against quantum computing, saying this optical will be the next thing instead of quantum computing. So it's like a double down without doubling down, oddly enough. I was just having a conversation in the chat. Where are you with Glaze? Because Glaze, I'm trying to find it here. It's too far up to use the tool, Andre. So Glaze, do you ever get stopped out too early? And my answer was absolutely. And then you say that your problem is you'll take profit, but then that ish will just go. I'm doing a euphemism. Obviously, I know what you actually said. That's going to happen to you all the time. Anybody that tells you that's not true is like lying to you. But if you have like a style or a system, you just do what works for you over the long run. And individual days, individual trades will be what they are. But you should really, like, if you're trading for a long period of time, or at least attempting to, then you have to look at it from that standpoint. Is what you are doing working over a long period of time? And if the answer is yes, there's going to be noise. Sometimes you will get out on a trail out, and it's like, crap, I got out too early. It just held VWAP, and that ends up being wrong. And then sometimes I will look at the exact same thing Like, it was pretty much the exact same thing on iRobot, which I'm just going to type in for you here, where I do get out on a trend break, and it was dead right. So, like, you just do the system and do what's going to end up working for you in the long run. That's all that ends up mattering. And so you have to be able to show, like, sometimes it's just a matter of having a process. And can you have a process that works over a longer period of time? That's how, you know, you're going to be able to try to get better, for sure. And speaking of such, we waited and waited and waited, and Tesla finally. I don't want to be jinxing here, but I think I'm going to. Finally looking like, so there's your break of the trend. If we can close above the trend line, that could even give you a 450 and a VWAP break here. But starting, and for the first time since that high, looking a little bit better here on Tesla. So I want to wait for the close of this bar, or at least some volume to start to look a little bit better. I don't like declining volume. If I see some more volume strength in this bar, I could jump in on this bar or wait for the next, or simply get a VWAP take here on Tesla.
Okay, yeah, just looking to see if there's any more ideas coming in the chat. We're still in the Dollar Club on both of these, but looking for a little bit more. All right, Occidental just coming on the scanner here. We talked a little bit about energy today, and must just be a VWAP break, and there's nothing going on with Oxy. Let's just check out XOM. I was actually debating getting into some, like I said, I basically don't have any energy plays. So, you know, today XOM getting lower a little bit, down 0.5%. They've had some good runs and bounced definitely clean. Like, look at this 50 period moving average for XOM. It's been pretty good, man. I mean, it hasn't been great. It's pretty choppy into there. I don't know. I don't want to buy these names for the dividend, honestly. Like, I don't. You can get the dividend in cash right now. There's cash accounts paying 4%. So I'd rather buy a name that I do think has decent upside potential. I don't think right now in the oil space there's too much of that. And I think if you wanted to do anything and diversify a little bit, we just had 52-week highs, if I'm not correct, and I'll have to, if I'm not mistaken, actually, in Valero. But there's XLE. You know, this could get some get up to it. They do have a dividend. They're looking to break through this level as well. And I think it was Valero. Valero is actually, I may still own a small bit of this. This was a play that I had for a very, very long time. And just over the last, I mean, they're not there now, but right there, that is like 186. Like, you want to talk about something that has a little bit of momentum in the energy space, Valero, the refiner would be one of those as well, as a nice little climb back in through 170, 175, 185 there for Valero. So this could be something that I was looking at it, and that's why we're talking about it, dipping into this 50 period of 170. There, you get it all the way back to where we were back in September as I double check the charts prices. And there it is. Look at that. You don't get this too often, right? Where you come right back up into that level again, and it gives you a little bit of a pullback. So comes into all-time highs again of 185, right? Now we're pulling back into the 50-period moving average. Here we pulled into it and didn't hold. We broke it, and then it became a downside trend. So right here, you're taking out the highs, and you're coming back into the 50. So the play here is either holds it, and you're laughing because it gets back up and you make your $15 or whatever, or if it does continue to go back down in, maybe you get out on this 165 break or so, risk $5. It's kind of trading I'm doing on the show here, risk small to gain big. So I think that that's a good opportunity there for a stock like Valero again there. So that would be a space in the energy spot that I would be looking at. PayPal hitting a little bit right now. Let's see what's going on there as that's coming across the scanner. Yeah, so a nice move there as PayPal making it all back. They had a whoop, whoop, down move, up move, and then this now for PYPL, 6120. Again, another beat-up name that needs to find its footing. They got that deal with Uber, with Google, and I didn't really see too much traction on that. Slip of the mind, Uber. Yesterday, monster day for them as they get that AV ride with Nebius and down today. So yeah, the market's not super healthy in the NASDAQ space. And I think a lot of that obviously has to do with the one short that we should have been on early, and that was Apple. So I'm just going to wait for VWAP to short this thing in around 282, 280, 250 or so for that. And then the runners earlier this morning, what were they?
HIMS.
And,
oh, you mean the small caps?
well, we had iRobot was going.
KALA, Kala.
iRobot to flat stock for us, I think, today. Oh, KALA. Oh, and the other one was...
How was that stock again?
No, not USAR, not UiPath. Oh, I do have some UiPath in the account, by the way.
It was the one that Luis was talking about.
I know, and I called it up and looked. Oh, I have it on right here.
PLRZ.
What the hell am I doing? It's on my sheet.
Blurred.
Yeah, so let's have a quick look at that. I said maybe a 20 break could activate something. I'm not in it, and we didn't even get to 20. So yeah, I think we're okay with the levels that we wrote down on PLRZ. And funny that I forgot about that. I said $14 low we might want to look at. That happened right there. So that's why we wrote that. So we'll see if 14 can hold. So it doesn't look like we'll get that big spike through. But man, like we're just sitting here, Palantir's going, Google's going, and today's going to be another green day. So 1040, we'll look for some more trades. But so far, so good here, man. It's been a good day on the desk, and it's going to be a good day when we throw it back to Adara and figure out what news she's talking about.
Keep an eye on CRISPR Therapeutics, CRSP popping a little bit here. I'm seeing a note that this one could be the target for a takeover. Apparently, it's actually, according to this report, in an active and advanced M&A process. This is just from a website, though, that does kind of takeover speculation, so nothing confirmed. But either way, takeover speculation sending CRSP higher. Keep an eye on BP as well. I just saw this story. Financial Times reporting that the company's in talks to sell its $8 billion Castrol unit to Stone Peak, which is a U.S. group. So again, BP in Castrol unit sale talks and CRSP reportedly in some buyout talks. Back to you.
I'm going to be kicking myself over this. It was like a couple of months ago, and I was like, I need to figure out which one of these biogenomic plays is a good one. And there's too many of them out there, and I couldn't settle. But CRISPR, maybe they get a deal. You're going to need some more financing. Well, whatever. If you think about the whole like biogenomics, like that's been the next big thing since the Bill Clinton administration. Like I actually remember it back then as well. I'm a little bit older. We're all obviously, and it's like when they were as hot as like quantum computing like 30 or like 20 something years ago, and there's still nothing big happening. But I still think there's some good plays there. So good on CRISPR. Someone asked me what I was looking for target on Tesla. Well, first things first, we finally closed above VWAP, which is good. But sellers came in, I said 452. Sellers came in before that at about the high 70s. So I just jumped out there. I ended up not getting, like the trend break happens here at 449, but I didn't get in until 50. But the price that I have is irrelevant to where the action started. Like the idea is that the move is from here somewhere into 442. If we can close above VWAP, I can jump back in and add. The other thing to consider is this could pull under VWAP and hold back here at 49, and then the same long would be valid, and I can jump in and try to get a better price. So Tesla, it's broken the trend. Now I just want to see it continue to put in some higher lows that we can join back into. And thankfully, I'm going to show you the NASDAQ just got through VWAP. Now look at AMD. AMD back into almost yesterday's high. So there is a chance that we could get to that 219 to 220 area that I was thinking was a fade on AMD. So price-wise, I was waiting for up here. It was breaking down when the market looked weak, but you got to be able to get out. That ends up going like another $2 to set upside. Let's go to Adara. Time for a little sector watch.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed sector board here, guys. There's a lot of strength in names like finance, producer manufacturing really strong, consumer durables mixed, but being led by strength here in Tesla. And then you also have technology services, with the exception of Netflix and Google, generally a pretty good look. A lot of these sectors that are going to be really mixed or notably weak. Consumer services all over the place here. You've got McDonald's and Booking Holdings trying to push this higher, but the rest of the sector really red. Producer manufacturing, you've got strength in Caterpillar, Applied Materials, GEV, but LRCX dragging the sector down. So it's a lot of really mixed looks here. I do want to talk here about retail trade because that sector is getting hit really hard. As mentioned earlier, Costco to the downside after reporting November retail sales, despite actually reporting 8% year-over-year increase. Let's talk here about tech services we discussed. Tech we discussed, but in general here, things are going to be a little bit mixed for a lot of these sectors. Again, really only like group-wide strength that I can really see is in finance and arguably utilities. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. And the fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that is all changing. With Trade the Pool, it's transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, to Trade the Pool. Thank you to Mitch for always coming on. What was he?
We are just.
Top of mind, there was a symbol that he was mentioning. I was trying to remember.
He mentions a lot of symbols.
That's the sort of the thing.
And we're just going to mention the same two all day. We have two trades, man. We'll review our trades near the end here. But yeah, Palantir just up $2 and still going. I'm going to take another piece out there at 177, but then it pops to 177.20, and we realize again that was another spot that could have some kind of supply situation. But I don't, these stocks are just moving around as they do. And then same thing there with Google, grabbing that out. But yeah, let's have a quick look at Costco as we've identified that a little bit here as weakness and breaking back down now below that $200 mark, $900 mark. $200 for Costco would be disastrous. This is what it looks like on the daily. We've broken below it and held. So I think that's what we're waiting for right now on Costco, is to see about that bottom. But look at this 50-period moving average, which was once darling of the retail sector. Right now, people are not agreeing with whatever Costco is throwing down. And there it comes into the downside right now for Costco. We still go there and obviously spend just as much money now as we always have. But we'll see on their holiday sales. I mean, they're not losing any memberships or anything like that. Costco is still fantastic for all your shopping needs, but not according to the market. And it's Walmart that looks like it's going to continue to win. I mean, they had their push yesterday through that 110, or maybe it was last week, and now 114. Any sort of weakness on Walmart, this is one of the names I was talking to Sia about last week, and breaking higher in Walmart could have been a trade to put on that you could hold for a minute. And there it goes, taking out those highs again is WMT. And then today we haven't looked at another thing. Like, I'm trying to put some more money to work, actually. Gold as well could be onto something here as we hold that 50-period moving average. So a couple different ideas. Disney was one that we're happy that we had sold some there at 118 or whatever it was, near those 120s. That was like a double top up here. Disney also getting to the downside as people, they had some great deals going through for Disney on the holiday season there, but I don't know. It's still very expensive to travel there. I think once you go once, you may not go twice. But that's always been the story with Disney, man. Even, like, people can complain all they want about ticket prices. They're high in the 80s, price adjusted. I don't know what that looks like, but everything's more expensive now. Like, you go to any sporting event, any concert, like, try to go to a concert for under $400. It's just everything.
All experiences.
Super. Yeah, exactly. So Disney, which is kind of strange, getting hit right now. So I'm going to stay away from this one. And then if anything, if you want to pick up something that's to do with content, I would much rather be in Netflix. So we'll have to wait to see what Netflix does as well. Down another 1.1% today, as a lot of these names keep getting hit. So I don't know, man. It's been a good time to trade some of these tech names, but the bull rally has been in many spots. Caterpillar's all the way back up to the upside, as well as that continues to motor. Right back to highs off of a dip buy into 550. Great trade there. We talked about Home Depot getting back off. Even a stock like Lululemon, and we've seen that's back to 183 today, but we've seen great movements in the retail space. And Joe's bet, I said it was looking even better now for AEO, but it's still up 1%. So a couple more minutes, and maybe this gets to 26. But look how off this name is. It's just gone right there. ANF, AEO, a lot of these names, Urban Outfitters, some of these Five Below, TJX, some of these sort of off retailers there, like Macy's was going downside yesterday, but they continue to work it out, man. People want those $50, $80 jeans, and they're going to get them. So there goes AEO, huge move to the upside. And also no discounts. If you go into the stores, you're paying pretty much full price for clothing as well.
Cutting costs aggressively and closing stores and consolidating, and people like that turnaround. They got punished yesterday because I guess it wasn't all good over there with Macy's yesterday. But AEO, yeah, that one's got a chance. I think what needs to happen for AEO is a bit of a consolidation, and then you can really start going. So I waited for the opportunity to get back into AMD. It doesn't look like it wants to go 19s or 20s, so you know how I'm going to roll. It just failed the high, wait for a trend break, it just closed underneath trend, give it to the prior bar, look to the volume weighted average price on AMD. The futures are kind of curling as well, but that could just be like more coincidence than anything else. But like this one is more about the trend line breaking on AMD, and then looking for VWAP first, and then we'll see what it can do after that. You've got NVIDIA, which is, oops, I moved Meta over here. Looked over and that was the wrong stock. You've got NVIDIA, which at the same time just double tapped the top. So you have a double top here on NVIDIA as it's breaking trend, and at the same time AMD makes a trend break as well. So I kind of like that symmetry. So we'll go back over to AMD. It was the only stock I was actually thinking short today. And it was weak early, bounces, but still a very much inside day for AMD. No break of the high, actually didn't even break, like forget about the actual low. I think I might have said earlier yesterday's lows on AMD. What I should have said, to be more clear, is this higher low was the initial target. That's about 214. So if we lose VWAP, I'd stick with that as the target for myself. And yeah, I mean, Rishtech actually still going here. RR. So it's going to continue to go. And as I was saying earlier, I believe, is to forget the member in the chat. Like I said, sometimes you're going to have an exit plan that's going to work, and sometimes not. Like that particular time, it didn't. And on iRobot, as I said, it was the right time to get out. Now, if we break highs on Rishtech, then it doesn't make sense to me that there aren't other names that could go. So iRobot's not, but Serve, on the other hand, load is. So you do have some actual diversions happening. If both these continue to trend, I would expect iRobot would have a little bit better of a day, but sometimes you just got to look to what the names are that are doing better. So if you're looking for an alternative, it's not just Rishtech that's going. Serve up 7%, and they had a good day yesterday too. Just maybe not as good as some of the others. So shout out to everyone in the chat that was mentioning that. So only new position for me is going to be AMD. VWAP is first target, and we'll see if it breaks. If it breaks that, I'm probably still looking at the same low as before.
Nice, good look there, obviously, on AMD, and we'll wait to see. Hopefully, we can have some luck with that position. All right, Uber. Just seeing here now that Uber is making a move back up to the 200 period moving average now. So that was a nice get up there for Uber from 89 up $1 straight into that 200 period moving average. So, you know, almost thinking about a short now underneath VWAP. We only have 10 minutes left in our show. Then we go over to the Midday Madness, and that should be a lot of fun as well. But there goes NQ, now starting to get a little bit lower. So we take that opportunity, honestly, man, to get out of Google, to get out of Palantir, and now we have less than 5% of both of these trades. So that's what we've been doing right here so far today. Only 2 banger trades, and they're bangers. You know, this was a big move, 175 up to, our best fill is 177.50. That came real quick, man. Wish we would have emptied all the bags out right there, but then we got another blessing, I guess, up to 177 again, and then again. So we've done real well and to hold this, but again, real light on this. We'll probably just flatten it out before we go to the gym. And then Palantir, same type of thing again, where we got that dip by right into our levels. The only mistrade that I have today is SMR, but I'm glad my boy got it over there, and we're really happy that he's going to be having hopefully a good day. And you're going to see Joe talking all about that very, very soon. It does look like IBIT right now is trying to battle off of some of those lows. We saw it at 91 and change, now back up trying to break 93. It looks like we might have just done that, but then faded back out again. So as IBIT continues to go, we can take a look at ETHA as well today as Ethereum. I think I'm going to sell some Ethereum the next time it goes there back up to the upside. So, all right, that's it, man. We will continue to play this game here today. And we want to thank everybody for their patience as the boys behind us are drilling away, man. They're looking for some oil underneath these desks. So if we do find any, we will, of course, let you know. So you'll just see it starting to gush everywhere. It'll go all over the guys on the Midday show. There'll be a spout of oil here as we look to find it. So, all right, Adara, it's Money Talks, and then we'll review how our day's been.
Let's talk about this U.S. dollar because it actually has been in quite the slump on the daily chart here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now 5 straight days of weakness, and we cleared through, or I guess blew past rather, that support we formed in mid-November. So weakness in the U.S. dollar does continue. We had some economic data today, mostly, as mentioned earlier, in line with estimates. But I want to talk about tomorrow because tomorrow at 10 a.m. we get a slew of economic data, all of it really important. So I'm going to go over that for you guys. We're going to get University of Michigan consumer sentiment. That'll be the last print of this for the month of November, I believe. Or sorry, this prelim. So it'll be the first print for the month of December. 52 is the forecast. Previous was 51. So we are expecting an uptick in consumer sentiment. PCE price index is going to be pretty interesting too. This is going to be, of course, a delayed number because we are still, getting this economic data. 2.8% is the forecast. 2.7% was the previous print. So we're expecting a slight uptick here in PCE price index. We know that this is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. It's often referred to as that, so keep an eye on that PCE data. Let's also talk here about the CME Fed Watch tool because this has been super stable. We still have about 87% chance here of a 25 basis point rate cut. Let's see if that comes to fruition because it seems like that's really what we are pricing in as of now. Back to Sean and Neil, and do make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara. And I saw a couple of things. Random oddities. How long for the construction? It's an ongoing process. Like you can't really put like a hard timeline on it, but it didn't take them very long to get the desk up. And there's like a swing around addition. I don't know how to describe what the other side of the desk is going to be happening here, but I don't think it'll take that part very long. But then there's still going to be other things that you might see happening that'll be in here.
I mean, as soon as that oil starts gushing, but. Yeah, no, these guys are working.
No, there's a lot.
Very, very hard in behind us. But let's go figure out. I mean, these guys work so hard that we're gonna have to figure out what's for lunch. I mean, we got to get some energy going back so we can continue to do that. Today is Thursday, of course, and today was actually pretty good. You saw Neil pounding back that bacon this morning, so that was really good. We really like having the bacon today for breakfast. It was bacon, hash browns, hard-boiled eggs. How's it going, Randy? Randy's in a sweater, so you know it's cold out. This guy's finally in a sweater. All right, today has been a net positive day, obviously, for myself here trading, as we only have 2 trades. But what's for lunch is going to put a little frown on my face here today because it's been a minute. But it is Cajun seasoned, what, Sharif? Tilapia. So we have Cajun seasoned tilapia today with roasted sweet potatoes, steamed bok choy, and chef's salad. But, it's been a good day. So, all right, we'll hold out on that. We should not complain too much.
Here's the way my attitude's going to be like this. Since we started getting tilapia,
right,
we've had tilapia at least multiple times a month.
Yeah.
And I don't think, it's been good. I haven't had a red month since we've had tilapia. But we keep having tilapia over and over again. And the problem with it is the theory is I think they got a bunch and froze it. So as time goes on, it just seems to me like you're getting, they have to season it twice as much to make it taste a little bit better. That's all I'm getting at. They got a huge shipment of it in, and it's not going to be particularly fresh. So the last time it was spicy seasoning, so it wasn't that bad. But they keep having to do more and more of that. That's all I'm going to say. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe it is a new shipment, Roadrunner. Maybe. I was happy with the lunch yesterday. I said the Strogie was actually not bad the other day. And then the last couple of days have been pretty solid. We had that Thai. It was Thai yesterday. Thai chicken was really good yesterday. Came on in the midday and told you guys that during the lesson of the day. And then the Stroganoff was actually the better beef Stroganoff 2 days ago. So I was pretty happy with it. Just do not like the tilapia.
Yeah, man. And maybe they know that, Neil. No red months since we started tilapia. So congratulations.
Well, that's a cheat. I haven't had a red month since that crazy pre-market thing. Yeah. No, for sure, man. I don't know if anybody around here is having red months, but we can definitely review it. And look, it's all about being honest, right? I mean, we're going to be honest with you guys. And actually, let's just do our trade review then as we talk about that, right? So here today, I'll be green today. Palantir, huge move. We only have 2 trades. We just bought the dips, and they were both done real early. And that's basically it. There's my Google, and there's my Palantir. Both big trades. I keep on clicking on Google, and it's not going. There it is. So both look very, very similar trading for me today. So just pretty simple stuff. The only mistrade that we had today, we're going to run out of time since we'll be quick on this one, was SMR. So, really happy with it. Joe's going to talk about it, but we did write down $19.50 to $220, and it was a momentum play. So that's kind of like,
we talked about missing trades and ideas, but we did have this idea, was written down, so I'm still feeling pretty good about it. It's like when you're looking at, I always use the analogy to gambling, but it's like, oh man, like I knew this team would win, but you didn't bet on it. So at the end of the day, you had the right feels with it, but SMR should have been the trade that I took. And then the other one that I was looking at was Tesla down here at 444, and we just got to 445 twice. So should have been a little bit more maybe of a stickler on that and or less of a stickler and maybe bought that last dip buy into there. So, I think we'll do that if we come back and we do have an opportunity to get some Tesla in the account. So, that's how my day's been going, and it's been pretty simple. I know you've traded many more symbols than I have. So, how's your morning been?
Pretty flat. It's one of those, like there's nothing, like Apple, took a small shot on Apple. Like for Apple, it's a really tight stop. But remember I actually thought we didn't have a chance to get down here, to be honest with you. So I was like, oh, well, I like 75. But we have 2 minutes. I don't have to rush anything. Where'd my trend line go? Anyways, draw a trend line from here. It gets you to about 75 for support on Apple. But then I looked at the 15 and said, if we get to this low, or maybe even test this support in here about 79.5 to 80, those could be bounce spots. So I took one shot on Apple, didn't really fight it much. Sure I can, Andre. Hopefully that works, and that'll make it a little bit better for everybody. And iRobot, took one shot on iRobot. That was a trend break here at 3. Goes to about 325, so I had 303 as my average price, just to let you guys know. And then our best out was about 22s. And then we got out at break even. It's now starting to go again, so that one ends up being good. But again, no big follow through. Like I wanted it to press into the 350 area. That actually hasn't happened yet. And then a similar thing with Rich Tech. Although with Rich Tech, remember I was saying Rich Tech was a stronger trend? I was holding on to more of Rich Tech, so that in this case, like I still had 2/3. Now, oftentimes I might scalp and only have like a third left when it breaks this high. So what did you just do? Oh, sorry. My screens just all went out for a second. Okay, they're back now. You guys probably didn't see that, but all my screens went black. So in this particular case, I'm actually flat on the stock instead of up. So again, like I said, mostly a flat day. Tesla, flat. Keystroke, but actually didn't make or lose any money there. Took the buck in the way up. Lost the buck when it lost the 450 level, so a flat day there. And then AMD is starting to break out VWAP. I actually just saw a buyer at 17s, so took some out there. If we break VWAP, hold to 16. If we bounce VWAP, get out. So that one to be determined, and we'll get to that Warner Brothers news in a quick little second. But the last thing I wanted to say was I've actually mentioned this before, and I won't wait till the rest of the day to put this one out there. Some of the best days that a trader can have is when, if you don't have a lot of things that like have huge follow through, like maybe you get stopped out early, whatever it might be. It's like, well, nothing was perfect. And you come away with a flat day or like a very small up day or a very small down day. Consistent traders, in my time, because I look at a lot of settlements, consistent traders have a lot of days which are like inside. It's like, I didn't really have anything going or a lot of things going that followed through big, but they still managed to, like not get smoked and, not forcing trades, like that kind of a thing. So when you look back at your month, you want to have a few of those types of days in there. And oh shoot, thank you, Brian Thompson. I was about to read whatever story that was. Oh, whatever. It's Warner Brothers news is news when they actually have a deal, everybody. I'm starting to get a little frustrated by all these no deal stories on Warner Brothers, but if we could put that question back up, I think it was. Oh, that was too fast.
It was a news story.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
All right, they'll have it on the midday show, but there it is, the third round of bids coming from Paramount, Skydance, Netflix, and Comcast. So hopefully Warner Brothers does catch another bid underneath it. All right, man, a flat day's not a red day, and as Neil said, man, take advantage of those big days when you do see them. So
because that's the thing, like they just have to outweigh.
Yeah,
like whatever.
As you said, like no red months, right? I mean, that's what it's about, man. Make that profit.
Well, one of the things I look at, just when we're going to go there in a quick little second, is when you're reviewing your month, also have a look at, well, what is your biggest day in that month? Or maybe take your biggest 3 or 4 and average those out.
Yeah.
And then look at your biggest 3 or 4 losing days and average those out. And if the winners are bigger than losers, then you're going to be good. But a lot of times, traders don't take that time to do that. So let's go over to the midday. We got Sharif, we got Joey options, SMR probably still going. I'm seeing or hearing.
Yeah. SMR is going crazy right now.
So
I got to go swimming. All right, see you guys. Ciao.
Live, we're doing it freaking live. Boom, boom, and boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Vest Options, and I'm Sharif. And where are the people
Had to dress warm today, brother.
You got the bro vest on, my boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, if it's minus
5,000
outside, yeah, exactly. And I know my boy likes to have the AC on, so I had to be prepared. If it's minus 15 out there, at least minus 7 in
Oh, yeah, I got the long parka, man. Let's say hi to everybody,
all right,
Joey. Let's shout out to G Talk and Blue Arrow. Shout out to Hangry Wife as well. Christopher. We got Joe's Big, what? Joe's Big Daddy, I love this. Okay, so there's trolls now for Joe. Shout out to Jody Mills, Joey. Why not, why not? Shout out to T, what's up? We got Roger Noonan. Shout out to OKI Coor, KC 526, 5,000. What are you talking about, Case? What's 5,000? What's going on? Fluffy Hippo, get it, girl. We got Frank Trades. We got even Rams in the chat, already being mean to everybody.
Yeah.
She's already trying to bully you in the chat, Joey. Shout out to Herbs. Who else, man? Oscaritos in the house. Holly, New York City. Rogelio, Concepcion. We got Jaguar now. We got Ahmed. We got Mike P.D. Ryder. We got King Clutch and Don Sharifo. Shout out to my man. We got Byron Hart and Grant Ratcliffe. Shout out to Cordero as well. Big Nephew. And one more, man. Let's go with one that I can actually read. We got Cha. Shout out to Cha. Good morning, Joey.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a pretty good session so far. A lot of things moving today. And it may not necessarily be the big tech names. We got New Scale Power moving, Bloom Energy as well, too. So a lot of solid moves. Aside from that, guys.
Bloom Energy was moving, Joey?
Bloom.
What's it up today, Joe?
Percentage-wise?
Just a light 10, huh?
Is that what it is? Just a light 10 ski? All right, cool, no problem. No, guys, the vest is not heated. Ram saying it's a life jacket, so.
Make sure just make sure you connect it, though.
I'm tapped.
Is it battery powered or AC?
Oh, connected. I get it. I see where you're getting at there. Now we're tapped in.
Right.
No, guys, let's break it. Let's break some things down here. We took 3 trades today. All 3 of them working out for us. It's unfortunate. What a massive move in SMR, up 10% in the morning. But aside from that, let's just see what we got going on. I punched right in at 20s. Again. 10 cents of risk, right? So 10 cents of risk, and I'm like, oh, this thing is really strong, and if we're gonna go with this much velocity to the top side, we're gonna break through that pre-market high, and then that's when I added at 2020. I wanted to add at 2010, but my cross was a little too wide, and it didn't fill me until a couple cents later, which is unfortunate, but at the end of the day, we're not gonna complain whatsoever. 10 cents of risk, we take our first partial off at a 2-to-1, and then we get all the way move up to 20.50, so a 5-to-1 there essentially on SMR. And then we were trading some Facebook leverage products here. That's going to be FBL, and we go 2 for 2. I was telling Neil, I'm like, oh, dude. He's like, hey, man, can I get this unblocked? And he's like, yeah, for sure. Check if it works. And then when I check, I type in the name, and then I hit a key by accident, and it punched me in. I'm like, okay, don't panic. Be cool, calm, and collective like a cucumber. And then sure enough, we get it works. Hey man, when it works, it works. We get that move to the top side, and then once again, I'm like, let's try it here at the break of the volume weighted average price. We didn't get any hold there, so I got stopped out, break even. So small wins. Anything south of this support level, I'm gonna get involved in some more meta because I think we can start to climb a little bit higher here in today's session, guys.
Yeah, man, not too many green Mag 7 names. Tesla barely holding on. Nvidia's 1%, and then Meta. Clearly the outlier here, but most notably, Meta is down 2% since the bell rang. It's still up 3 2/3 on the day, but giving back a little bit, much like the overall market. All right, let's get down to work. GNPX, we're long here. Where are we long? Thank you, advertisement. Love you. Thank you for blocking the screen. We are long at 55s. We are showing 55s right now. I'm looking at defending into the volume weighted average price. I happen to like this area breakout. Take a gander at all the resistance levels that we had at 40, and then lo and behold, we clear it. We start using it as support. So I'm trying to work my way into GNPX. I like this one. Anything below VWAP, though, literally will end the trade for me, as we're not going to DCA below there. QCLS. I perceived a bull flag to be forming here on QCLS. The problem is, upon further inspection, you can kind of gauge the trend is still to the downside. And here's what I mean by that. Like, I don't want to be lured into these bull flag continuations, because this is the third one. First bull flag, 855 breakout, boom. compression pattern. Second bull flag, 940 or 935 breakout, boom, compression. Third bull flag, 1005, boom, consolidate. So, I mean, are we going to get a fourth bull flag on the day? I don't know. And what I don't like is the umpteen amount of lower highs we've been putting in since we put in that 795 high. So I'm on the lookout here. QCLS, I'd like it off another or a lower area of support. I'm thinking 6 3/4, maybe 6 2/3. I don't know about that 6.5 because that is below VWAP. So QCLS is in focus for me. WRAP, wrap. Look, liking this one as well. It's a bit of clearly a bull flag here with an upward channel forming. It looks to be finding support at the deepest area off the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart. 255 high. You're not getting much in the way of a big boy move notionally. You're, you know, where did we close out yesterday? Like a little bit above $2, high days 55. VWAP on this sucker, $2.39. I could be persuaded to give this one a try, right? But we'll have to wait and see. Last but not least, before we see what your boy Joey Options is punching into there, PMCB. Look, very consolidative, but has a tendency when it makes an area high to, you guys know, it's going to mean revert right back. Once, twice, OB, he is the one, possibly thrice, into 15, because this one hasn't mean reverted quite back yet, Joey. So I'm keeping an eye here on PMCB. The ideal trade on this bad boy is to pick it off that dollar, maybe $1.03, $1.02, whatever the hell you want to do there, and then ride it up into the mid-teens, maybe even better. So we're going to keep an eye out on these bad boys. And there's more, obviously, to talk about, but we needn't speak about them all at one time. GNPX, Joey, I didn't get that DCA below the $0.50, but it is now knocking on the door of 60 pennies. I put the order at 59. It's, in fact, actually showing me 59 on the ask, but it's got to get the cross for me to get the print there. Uh-oh. Lizberto.
Uh-oh.
He's dropping cash in the chat. 5 big ones. Shout out to Lizberto. We're doing a freaking live, man. Thanks for the advice yesterday on doing leaps. I feel much more at peace just waiting. Is it a Ram, what have you done, man? Is it a heated vest, Joey? No, Joey, the people are going to need to see proof.
Wait.
So you're going to need to do a little 360 there to prove, you know, that there's no cables or anything.
I'm not tapped in.
Nah, it's a bro vest, guys. It's a bro vest.
It's a finance bro vest. It's just a vest,
It's a finance bro vest, Joe.
It's a vest.
Crazy.
All right. So Machado too. Lizberto. Yeah, man. It's just giving yourself the ability to sleep. Enjoy the situation. You got it. Jody. Oh, I thought you were going to say what? Oh, the situation.
I missed that in the chat there, Joey.
Yeah.
Well, look.
Hey, man.
You gotta look. You know, the viewers ask.
Yeah.
And the viewers get. Come on, Joe.
Yeah. Hey, man. Bro. Listen. You never know, man.
Don't disappoint Jody like that.
Yeah,
Jody.
I would never, ever,
Don't
ever.
disappoint Jody.
There's zero chance that would ever happen. Yeah. But no, in all seriousness, guys, good move, Lizberto. Lizberto on buying those leaps. It just helps you sleep at night. You're just not in the back of your mind like, oh no, I'm running out of time as day by day. And each individual day passes and you're just losing to theta. So I mean, nice work. That's all you, my friend. All right, let's get involved in a little bit more meta here, guys. We're gonna give it 10 cents risk. We're going small on this one, just in case we do crack through some key support levels. I'm gonna start relatively small. If it works once, if it works twice, you know what they say typically, Sharif, right?
What they say?
Third time's a charm. But let's see if we got going on. We have another super chat. You can post that up on the good old screen there, Assassino. What happened with Netflix? Let's take a look with NFLX. Listen, guys, we were talking about meta for some time. Yeah, we might break through. I only got 10 cents of risk here on META, and then I'm going to hop out, just keeping those risk measures in tight. Yeah, this is what you want to see. The more it sells off, the more I like it, essentially. Just a super strong name at the end of the day, down 24% off of those highs. If you bounce into some key levels, who knows, you might run into 94s or anything along that. Indecision prints at extreme lows. We're going to be looking to buy a little bit of NFLX for sure.
All right, guys. We're working our way into this position here on QCLS. This one may have bamboozled me. It's still putting in some higher lows. I just don't know how I feel about this one below 7. look, 7 is not like some very specific area of technical support. It is the whole dollar level, which may or may not be. What do we got? We got 22s on right now, so we're going to go ahead and post in the 30s. It's still generally holding the 10 EMA on the 5, but I am worried about the lower highs. It felt like it was changing trend. Look at that candle on the 5-minute chart at 1050. That's the area low, and then basically every subsequent candle after that has a higher low. It doesn't mean it has to keep doing it though. So we're gonna keep an eye out on that, and I'll likely defend this into the 6 mid-90s, just because this one has a tendency to have like a lot of lower wicks on the 5-minute candles. So if that's the case, maybe I can get the money fill and we'll see what we get. All right, so let's talk about SLS as well, because I saw somebody mention that in the chat. This is up 15 and change. Look, it's not doing too much in the way of volume on SLS. We've got, I believe, 5 million shares on a $1.78 name. It is, though, putting in a nice little pattern there. Good possible bull flag breakout with the price holding above the 10 EMA, above that $1.75. The volume weighted average price takes us down to a $1.70. That is where I draw my line in the sand. So I don't mind working into this into the right levels. So SLS in focus for me. And then look at this one, Joey. I mean, if I'm not going to punch into EYPT, am I really Egyptian?
No, not
I mean,
at all,
that's
brother.
as close as thicker Egypt you're going to get. We just need that G, Joey.
We're going to revoke that card, brother, if you don't get it.
Revoke that card.
If it doesn't...
EYPT, Randy, that's the name of the ticker. Just need that G in there, and then, you know,
Emotep,
it's
man,
good. We can claim this one. No, but seriously, EYPT looking real good over here, above the 10 EMA and the 5. The 10 EMA and the 5, Joey, is at 6 1/3 high a day, 17 on the dot. The volume weighted average price all the way down at 16. It's up 13 1/3. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I don't have to jump into it super quick, but it is definitely one I'm keeping my eye on. So for right now, we're in a couple of trades. QLCS, here we go, Joey, up into the $0.25. Seller, there's the print. Okay, good look now. Are we putting in some more highs? Seller at 28, can't shake them. We can't shake them. I'm waiting at 33s for the next one. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher. We're going to go 39er on that one. So we need to clear some of these, this resistance area in and around $0.25 to $0.33 of a dollar. Let's see if we can squeeze into the $0.50. Packing my patience here on QLCS. Hope I don't get bamboozled. The other one, GNPX, as I mentioned, this is still holding above the 10 EMA, but for now, we'll have to wait and see about this one. I do have an order just south of the $0.50 to see if I can get a money fill on GNPX. That is my focus at the moment, my man. What do you got?
Yeah, good stuff, guys. We're starting to cook up a little bit here in FBL. 7.5% here, 3.5% roughly in Meta itself. This is a 2x daily leverage. Bang, and there it goes. I mean, I told you guys we're going to start relatively small on this, but we're just going to continuously hammer this one until it's proven otherwise that it's going to want to tank a little bit more. So we'll take a smidge off, nothing substantial. I wouldn't mind if I can get a position to add a little bit more. Okay. So if it does a breakdown below 33.70, then yeah, we're definitely going to be looking for a rebound. But some nice indecision prints off of those. What's Egypt doing? It's going.
No, we're not in Egypt yet, bro.
Oh, okay, all right. So I got a quick little story. I got a little story because Mike P. DeRider said another volcano erupted in West Sumatra yesterday. The planet is upset about something. I want to talk about this real quick. So there's this place called it's called the Blue River, I forget what, anyways, in Jamaica. Anyways, so essentially what happens is you have the mineral water from the mountains coming down, and then it creates this beautiful mineral water pond. But the issue is that people are really, really dirty and disgusting and throw their plastic and their garbage in this beautiful, like, oasis. And I have pictures of it. But what's not on screen is in the sign where on the side where the waves are, like, everything just kind of cools off and the tide goes, is just garbage, garbage, garbage. And the locals who own shops there don't clean it. And I'm like, how could you have something so beautiful and be so disruptive and destructive of something like this? So it's just taking advantage. I'm a planet lover, to be honest with you. I love nature. I think it's beautiful, and sometimes it pains me to see what we do to certain things. So I just thought I'd share that with you guys.
All right, well, the market giveth and the market taketh away. So here we go. We got the breakout into 7.5 on CLS. There's 7. Let's see if we can get a little bit at 7. I'm going to defend this into an area low. The area low takes me about to 6 3/4. We got 13s on now with the new DCA. So let's post some orders to the high side in case this one does catch a price spike up. QCLS trying to hold above 7, but just did make a candle of indecision right now into an area low. That is that $7 area. So we're going to keep a close eye out on that. Separately, GNPX stopped me out. Got one beak wetter, ended up losing the volume weighted average price. That ends my trade there. We're going to focus now on QCLS as well as PMCB because this one is not being quick to give it up. So it had done it multiple times prior where it had got into an area high and it was immediately quick to reverse. It's not quite doing that this time. In fact, it's actually holding up now with how many candles with higher lows? 1, 2, 3. We're on our 4th right now on PMCB. Yeah, up 44%. Not a bad look at all. Let's see if we can work in a little bit here. I'm going to get half the position that I normally take. The reason is because if it goes against me, and it very much might, given what it's done on the day, I'd like to have the room to be able to dollar cost average into that $5, which is the volume weighted average price. Reason I'm getting in here, because if it goes without me, then I've got nothing to show for it. So we'll get in half the position now, and then that $5 where VWAP is at will be an area of me for an area to focus on for me. Let's throw in a couple of beak wetters into area highs, and I'll also put that DCA right into the 10 EMA and then one at VWAP. So we'll go ahead like that into this level here, and then we'll go just like that right above the volume weighted average price, see if we can catch something in and around that level. How's my QLCS doing? Well, it's losing 6. It's losing 6. Sorry, it's losing 7. It's on its way down, possibly into that 675. That 675 is the area I'm keeping my eye on for the area break, this area specifically right here. So let's go ahead and put some orders in the 88 so we can pick up some there, and then we'll have right into that 75 area. We'll front run it obviously a little bit there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Let's go ahead and see the other one, PMCB. Still nothing doing there. Joey, what do you got on your side?
Yeah. And by the way, I remember the name. It's called Salt River. So for my fellow Jamaicans, I don't live too far from Salt River. I drive down there in the mornings. We bathe in the mineral water, et cetera, et cetera. But what we're bathing in right now is Facebook without any question as it continues to climb a little bit higher. Risk-reward ratios are extremely important. So shout out to Neil for getting this one on block there. Sharif, FBL, the 2x daily leverage right here. 33.78 is where we're in. Let's see if we can hold our last little bit. I told you I was just going to start relatively small on this. We never got that dip back into 33.70. It just started to move right back towards the volume weighted average price. I think a lot of it has to do with these indecision prints around these lows at key support levels. And I'm like, with a strong name, you have to take that opportunity, and with our risk profile being relatively tight, it seems to be working out for now. As for Netflix, you might see a potential bottom here. Just be patient, wait for this thing to slowly curl over. We had a strong, aggressive down day yesterday, and it started to continue this morning, but you are running into yesterday's lows, and then that's where you're starting to see a couple indecision prints right there. So maybe, Sharif, we take some small size on NFLX to see if we can get a move back towards the volume-weighted average price. Who is it? The Jameson. PMC. Where is it at? Oh, no, Joey. It's only up 1.62, man. Oh, only? I thought it was going to be a lot more than that, man. Man. TMC? No, we need a little bit more than that. Not Taiwan Semi, the metals company. Shout out to Jameson. Can I get 2 PAMs? You can get 2 bangs, my man. We don't have PAMs. What are PAMs, though? What? What's that, a PAM? PAMP? Oh, okay. So we used to say pamp it instead of pump it. Oh, so that's pamp it. Pamp it. Yeah. Oh, okay, but you get one of these. Oh, okay. It can be can be followed by a. So anyway, no, in all seriousness, nice call on FBL. 38 call would have been a nice profit. I know, my friend. I know that this thing's cooking up today. I think we have a chance to recover. I mentioned that earlier. Just going to take a little bit of time for this market to kind of get its feet up under it. Bitcoin running into that $53 level. Let's pull up the options chain actually here and take a look at it, because I think that there is going to be a supply zone that we were talking about the other day on Bitcoin, and then sure enough, we're running into it right here. 53,000 bang, or sorry, $53, 20,000 contracts with 3,700 traded on today's session. So we're running into that supply zone right there, guys. We're going to need a lot more volume and momentum in order for us to break through that level, Sharif.
All right, guys, we just took the first profit taker on PMCB. It just popped into the high of the day of 120. It is at the high of the day now. Here we go. I've got an order at 22. By definition, it'll have to clear the high of the day. There's 21, Joey. Here's 22. We can't get the print until it crosses, showing 22 again, but a lot of red came in on the time and sales there. That means people are taking profits and or getting short at the high of the day. There's 22 again. Nary a print, and there it goes, Joey. It is now 24's high of day. We're posting at 25, and now we're going to post at 28. Watch out, though, for the mean reversion. It's done it at 9 a.m. It's done it at 10 a.m. And now is 11:20, so it's due. But that's why I've got my orders waiting there to defend the volume weighted average price for a possible retracement back on PMCB. We're going to be careful on this one. We got 14s on. Best print so far is the 22 penny area. I also want to bring your attention to ASTX. So it's not a small cap gapper in the strict sense, because it's a leveraged ETF for ASTS, which is that space company, right? So they had a good headline yesterday, nothing really today, but this is the chart pattern right now on ASTX. I type in ASTS, it's ASTX. So this is the 2 times, I believe, leverage. Hold on, we'll maintain. Correspond to 2 times the daily. Yeah, so it's 2 times. It's at the day high right now. Look at that clean hold off the 10 EMA on the 5, and up it goes into the high of the day, 44.14. It's a bit more expensive, obviously. 40 some odd bucks, but it's up 30% and it's looking real good, man. So we're gonna keep tabs on that. Oh boy, QLCS just came into the volume weighted average price, and this, it has to hold. Otherwise, I'm in a lot of trouble here, Joey. So I'm gonna send it to you to put in my stops.
Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. 21, do your thing. All right, guys. Yeah, Gora, brother. I was looking for you all morning. I'm like, where are you, my guy? I haven't seen you in the chat. So I'm glad that you're starting to trim a little bit on Meta. I mean, that's a big time buy. And I was telling Travman as well, too. I'm like, yeah, we didn't get as much size just yet on Meta. I do believe that we can continue to climb a little bit higher. And I'm talking about the long term, but from a swing perspective, I think Netflix is going to be potentially the next victim that we're going to be looking to trade and put on a swing trade with that. I bought some SMR this morning in my personal account as well, too, the swing one that is, and that's been working out relatively well. So why was I looking to buy this? We'll just break it down from a daily and see what we got going on. You're down, Sharif and I were talking, you're down 70% off of the highs. You have some indecision prints forming a base right there around 1776, and as soon as it opens up above the top end of the range, I'm like, all right, let's get involved. So I was looking at this name earlier this morning as well, too, and sure enough, you're starting to cut a little bit of those percentage points off minute by minute, so down 60%, so 10% off of those lows, and we like what we got going on. Wow, Netflix starting to get a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Let's see if we can start to get involved with this. I was talking with somebody in the chat. I'm like, you know what? There's still some selling pressure here, but from a 5-minute, not too bad of a look. You play the break of that close on the candle, boom, and there you go. You get another pop. What is the 1 minute telling us right there? Yeah, lots of indecision, lots of bases being formed. So keep an eye out on any form of pullback in that 102 level to hold, because it is right now.
All right, PMCB. I added into the area highs here because it's not really retracing. This is a risky trade by adding into these area highs because it has, as I've mentioned, a tendency to mean revert. It's just hung out at the highs here for longer than it has prior. So it's keeping me a little optimistic that we may get continuation into the third of a dollar. It's showing 20s right now. The high is 24s. I added right here, right at 20. So it's changed my cost basis from the 12s that I had before into 18s now. So it means like I'm flat or 1 penny in the money. So we'll see what we get, but I'm gonna do the same thing that I always do on these, defend them into key levels until they break down, and then we'll get out of them and it'll be the wrong trade. So here it comes, it's going against me now. Coming back into 14, 10 10 EMA on the 5 is at 11s. The prior bar low is 108. So a loss of 108 does get me a little bit concerned, but nice buy up there. Let's see if we can get some continuation on this one. ASTX printed another high day as we were speaking, by the way. Super chat says Assassino. Let's have a look. Yes, Jacka 2296 dropping a couple of bucks in the chat. We're gonna thank Jacka for that. Up $200,000 this week. LF freaking G. Checkout path up 20%. Yes, UiPath did report yesterday. It is on the morning note. We'll check out path for the OG. Jacka. Shout out to Arsenal, by the way, who won again yesterday.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, everyone check
Shout
out
out Jacka, though. Jacka, if you want to go party in Mexico or something, let me know, brother. Up 200 smackers. We can have a little fun with it.
He's in Mexico?
I don't know. I'm just inviting him. Like, hey, man, you got 200 smacks. Look at
this, Joey.
Let's go, man.
There's the breakout yesterday after the earnings report yesterday on path, and there we are making another higher high today. Looks like there's a flat top brewing here, Joey, at around 18 bucks a little south, but that is a good look on UiPath. We'll be getting to that on the news. It is part of the morning note today, so we'll get to that and we'll talk about all the details about that, Joe.
Yeah, for sure. No, yeah, priorities first, though. Wedding. Congratulations.
Ryan Wedding? You don't know who Ryan Wedding is?
No.
That's crazy.
Who is that?
That's like one of the biggest drug dealers in all of North America, and he's a former Canadian Olympian turned drug lord being defended by the Sinaloa cartel. You don't know this guy?
No, I don't know.
They call him like giant, or because he's like 6'3".
He's big, eh?
He's a big boy,
big
bro.
dude. Hey,
you don't know
man.
Ryan Wedding?
No, man.
That's crazy.
No. I was.
FBI's looking for him.
He's looking for him, eh? Well, I mean, if he's getting.
You know where he is, Joey?
In Mexico?
Maybe. I'm assuming.
I
he's
thought
being
you knew
defended
where
by
it was
the
at.
Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah, well, if he's probably over in Sinaloa, Mexico. But yeah, I mean, hey, man, congratulations on the wedding. Those 200, that 200K is definitely going to help there. He's under Joey's vest, says. Hey, man, listen. Hey, listen, you never know what happens over here at Wilson Capital, right? We could take on a little, actually, no, I shouldn't say that, but whatever.
Hold on.
All right, guys, yeah, pause. But no, in all seriousness, guys, we're seeing
this guy right here, Joey.
Oh,
they're looking for him. He was in Salt Lake in 2002.
Oh, yeah?
And he was an Olympian. Now he look what the FBI just seized. A $13 million Benz that this guy had.
Wow.
They made like all of 3 of these. Randy, you like this car? You know about Ryan Wedding, that Canadian CLK GTR ride?
Yeah, Ryan,
there it is.
Shout out Ryan Wedding.
Yeah, man, that's the guy, bro. I can't believe you don't know. And Randy will take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take it as well. So, I mean, there it is, guys. Yeah, let's see if we can get some ad potentials here in FBL. That's going to be the META 2X daily leverage. Netflix looking like it wants to put in a new low of the day. Glad that we didn't grab this one, guys. If it breaks, we're still going to look for some indecision. There is selling pressure within these prints, so you can see that we open up here, you get the selling off, but you do close slightly bullish, but we push price all the way up to 102.28, and then it closes around 102.19, so roughly 10 cents off of that. Your girl
Big
Casey.
Smile here?
No, it's Casey. Oh yeah, we shouldn't say unless it's Big Smile.
What happened?
Casey. I was gonna say it's your girl Casey over
Yeah,
there.
I thought you said Big Smile.
No, but we shouldn't go like unless it is Big Smile. All right, stay green, y'all. Not feeling it this session. Stay safe, y'all. Tomorrow a new day. Look, savvy
Case. Yeah,
savvy
exactly. I was about to say that. She knows when to walk away.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
That's the best skill. But other than that, man, we're sitting in some Facebook, our Meta 2X leverage. Let's see if we can get some moves higher, guys.
All right, guys, I'm still holding here the same positions. QCLS working a little bit off that dip into 6.5, right back above into the volume weighted average price. Was still 20 pennies out of the money, but I do like how it's holding up at VWAP. It loses VWAP. If it loses the $0.50, essentially, I'm out of this one. That's where I put my out, which is an area low. I'm worried about this one because it's continuing to put in lower highs. So that does concern me a little bit. Second trade that I've got on, though, PMCB. We just bounced off the 10 EMA, and the 10 EMA is now kind of jiving with a previous area of resistance. So I'm looking for this one to hold and take out that $0.25. I built up my position into this one. I did punch in at the highs. I had to because it could have gone without me. I didn't have to, but I felt obligated to in case this one really get going, and I only had some shares left. So it's holding up nicely off technical levels. Let's see if we'll get continuation. It's up a little bit less than 50%. We're going to pause for a minute, guys, to go up and do the crypto segment. Ooh.
Now let's take a look here at Bitcoin, which right now kind of consolidative. I want to talk about a story here, though, with the CFTC out here in the U.S., that is the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which announced that apparently leveraged spot crypto trading is going to be going live. Of course, this actually backs up what we know here about U.S. President Donald Trump and the Trump admin. They're trying to push crypto. And so apparently they're allowing this federally regulated crypto trading through their regulated platforms, which are going to start offering leveraged spot digital asset products as of next week, starting with Binomial. That's a exchange regulated here in the U.S. by the U.S. derivatives watchdog. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But interesting look here, crypto trading opening up on a more regulated basis. Let's take a look here at Ethereum as well. Now that we've looked at the BTC daily chart, Ethereum, much like Bitcoin, actually having a slightly higher low in the daily chart before pushing higher, though. Ethereum looking better intraday today than Bitcoin is. We'll have to keep an eye and see how these continue to evolve. But as you mentioned, as of late, a lot of these crypto names kind of all trading in tandem with one another in terms of how these charts look on the daily. We're going to send you back up to Joe and Sharif for more trading action.
All right. Yeah.
You know what I'm going to say?
What do you get bang?
There goes PMCB to the high side. Another high day. I don't feel too bad for punching in at highs. In fact, I added a little bit more at 17s because it was holding up quite well off the 10 EMA on the 5. We're not out of the woods, man, because we did punch in at a little bit of a higher level. So I'd like for this one to clear 29s. That's, in fact, where the high of the day is currently. I've got a profit taker at 33s and then at 38s. So PMCB looking to do some damage here, and we want to ride this wave up 60 nice ones. Shout out to my man Roland Joe. Sharif, my man, have you teased Joe yet about Chelsea? Brother, he's not really a soccer fan.
Yeah,
like,
London's blue, baby.
Oh, don't say that around me, dude. Come on, bro. You don't even like soccer. That's just like me, like championing the Canadians.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, come on.
you can't do that. That's crazy.
Nah, that's crazy, Joey.
That's crazy.
You're entitled to like who you like, but Randy, your phone just fell on the floor, brother. My bad, man. Sorry, I didn't realize. Look at this guy. He's got the Porsche on there. Look at that. Beauty, man. All right. Yes, Chelsea gave Arsenal a bit of a hard time because they were kicking ankles all game, and they ended up getting a red card. No. He went studs up. He got a straight red.
Oh,
Moise Caicedo, he got a straight red. He went studs up into the dude's right in the area where there's no shin guard protection. No, it was actually a bad foul.
No, I won't even lie. I played 1 year of soccer in high school.
Yeah.
And that actually hurts, man. When you're
there's no
but it doesn't require some
child press.
You say.
Yeah, but brother, where are you? You're 10 points behind Arsenal now. So you can gloat that, you parked the bus in front of the goal and you prevented us from getting that winner. But the fact of the matter is, you're eating our dust right now, baby. You're 10 points behind us. So shout out to Chelsea. You know who's a closet Chelsea fan?
Who?
ADL. And he had me thinking that he was an Arsenal fan back in the day, and I was like under the impression he actually liked Arsenal. So I started calling him Arsenal Adam, and then he asked me to stop, and I understand why. I'm like, that's a great name, Arsenal Adam.
He's blue.
And you know how I found out? Because he keeps going to all the Chelsea games. He's been to no Arsenal games. I was like, this guy, he had me going there for a second.
London is really
Shout
blue,
out, man. Shout out to Gorev. Shout out to Liverpool. I feel bad for you guys, man. You guys are hurting this year, but shout out to my man Mo Salah. Someone explain to me why Omar Marmoush is not playing. What is the beef between him and Pep right now? Pep's got beef with Omar, and I don't understand why. The dude is a lot better than some of the people he's putting on. Anyway, here we go, Joey. PMCB, $1.33. We got 20s on, and we added aggressively into this position a couple of times. Here we are at today's high, just wet the beak there at 31s, just to de-risk a little bit. Still waiting for that 33 print. Then we're waiting at 38s. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher here in case we get a price spike up. I'm going to wait at 42s. Let's see what PMCB has to offer us here, guys. Really, really good look. I was a little hesitant punching in because it had reverted off this level multiple times. I'm talking about that $1.20 level that it couldn't shake, and it shook it this time. Up into 33s we go. Joey, we're up 67%.
All right. Someone says, why do we never mention BBAI? Well, we'll do it right now. BBAI up to $6.78, guys. Not too bad whatsoever. There was the ad opportunity on Facebook. I think we might break up. We'll talk about that momentarily right after we get back from the Big Beard. We know Katina Man loves this one. Oh, no, Netflix. Sharif, we got to take this bad boy on the good old 1 minute. Sorry, I am kind of digressing here, but that's all right. We want to put on an additional trade. Come on. Come on, sweet darling. You can do it. Yay. You can do it. All right, we got to give this one 20 cents, so we're going to start relatively small right here. If it breaks the low of the day, we're out of this one. NFLX, FBL, we're getting involved. All right, so as for Big Bear AI, guys, a big-time move. Even yesterday's session was relatively strong. Much stronger today, so taking that strong hand without any form of questioning. As for the daily, breaking through some key resistance zones, and you're punching through some key levels, so that's not too bad of a look whatsoever. But Facebook, or Netflix, instantly in the money, Sharif. Oh, starting to come back in right now, but that's all right. So someone asked me, Joe, why not go double the size on Meta compared to FBL? Well, you got to take buying power into consideration. You know how much 100 shares of Meta is? 60K. So 200 shares are going to cost you 6 figures, all right? So opposed to this one where it's going to cost literally a fraction of that, all right? So that's why we trade these leverage and you get that 2 to 1 because you can really amplify that buying power and take advantage of that because we're up double the amount of percentage. But what is really working right now, it's up double. What's working right now on the double is Netflix. Why is this printing?
You ever go into Subway and ask for double meat?
No.
That's crazy.
No,
you never ask for double meat in any of your orders? You never say double meat?
No. Is that bad? Why you ask for it?
Constantly.
Oh, okay. But they usually, man, I asked for a little extra onion, and these guys are giving me a hard time. Yeah. Just keep the vegetables fresh. Bang. There it goes. NFLX, a little piece off there, off the top, right into 102.10s. So we're rocking and rolling in Facebook and in Netflix so far. Man, so a while ago, I remember the last time I was at Chipotle, and I'm like, yeah, man, please have a little bit more rice. And they're like, sure. Gives me like a half spoon. I'm like, no, can I have more rice, please? And thank you. Gives me another half spoon. I'm like, dude, listen, I had to tell him straight. I'm like, just give me an additional full spoon of the rice. And he's like, oh, all right, sorry, sir. And I'm like, all right, thanks.
Yeah, he's probably instructed Joey by the owner.
Yeah, not so much, right? Then you got to charge extra. He's like, hey, man, do you want guac too? I'm like, yeah, sure. He's like, it's extra $3, buddy. I'm like,
yeah, I don't like the nickel and diming, but
like,
can I say something to you though? Sure. My brother-in-law runs like a small. It's like he's got coffee and little treats. Yeah, it's called Milk and Honey in Laguna, right? And Joey, they keep raising the minimum wage on him, and his margins are already bupkis the way it is. And then inflation ate into everything. He had to raise prices, so it's tough for a lot of these retailers, man.
It is. But I mean, you have the mom and pop shop compared to a major publicly traded company like
it's complete mom and pop.
You know what I mean?
Complete mom and pop.
So there we go. Netflix.
You've been there? AI plug for real? You've been to the Milk and Honey in Laguna? Or it's not even in Laguna, it's actually Aliso Viejo. Or Aliso Viejo, something like that? Anyway.
I thought I had more shares of
What happened,
Why
Joey?
did it only give me...
Aliso Viejo, yes, man. You guys are awesome. King Clutch, wait. Yes, that's my brother-in-law, man. Go tell him you know me, and he's gonna hook you up, okay? His name's
way to compress the margins a little bit more there, sure.
Well, you never know. You wait over a client for life, you hook him up one time, he comes back.
Yeah, there you go, all right.
That is my brother-in-law's, man. It's called Milk and Honey. Shout out to King Clutch 007. He's been there a few times. Yeah, man, just go, you'll get hooked up. Don't worry, I'll let him know. I was gonna send him a message right now. So.
Hey, man, I got some customers for you. Yeah, no, that's good stuff. Netflix working out relatively well for us here, guys. NFLX cooking up, and we're still sitting in some Facebook as well, too. If it comes back to our break even, I'm out.
What happened, Joey?
I don't know. For some reason, I think it's hitting me on more shares on my outs than what I'm actually hitting on the keys.
What happened,
No,
happened,
I'm not buying that, man.
What happened, Joey?
There's no way I meant to do that. That's crazy.
You think I meant to punch out?
Yeah.
And what, all those times you went like this to me?
Did you? Oh, no, I would never.
didn't.
I never do that, man. When you get out.
Get out of here, bro. Joey, we're doing it freaking live right now on PMCB, man. This thing keeps making new area highs. It's a $1.34 high. We were initially in at 12s. We added at 20s. We added at 17s, and we've been wetting the beak. And here we are again at that $1.34. There's a monster seller at 34 that we can't shake. But the good news is, there it is, Joey, blowing through all the levels, man. Give me my money, man. There we go, $1.47 high. There's 43s again. Let's post up a little bit higher here because I only got 43s on that. I didn't actually get 47. There's 43 again. Now we're going to post at 47 and 49 to jump in front of that resistance at the $0.50. There it goes, Joey, and wets the beak again at 47. So we're waiting for 49. Now we're going to wait at 54s. It is now up 81% and really getting going here. PMCB looks to be the best of the bunch in the world of small cap gappers. Be on the lookout though, we are getting quite extended away from the breakout area, and typically what that means, mean reversion time, and it can be certainly mean. So get ready, get some stops, get some trailing stops, do whatever you do that works within your system, but be on the lookout here, Joey, we could revert.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm just going over actually my activity log here, Sharif. So it was punching me out a little bit more shares than what I typed in. But anyways, it's neither here nor there. We're out of this one. Not too bad of a trade there on Netflix. It might continue to grind. Let's break this down on why I decided to get in on this specific print compared to the other ones. I can't stress it, Sharif. I feel like, you know how when you tell people about small caps, you're like, hey man, they're here for a good time, not a long time.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like this. I feel like a broken record, but I think it's such a thing of beauty is volume price analysis. It just tells you so many things, and this is essentially what we got going on. I don't take it here. Not necessarily for the reason there was a good opportunity, but what we have is this engulfing print followed by an indecision candle. We've talked about this on multiple occasions. So as soon as the high of that candle breaks, we take the long. So if we get a retest, like, let's not beat around the bush on the fact that this downtrend is still fully intact, but you can take these micro scalps kind of like we're doing right now, and if you're fortunate enough to be in the trade, when it breaks through that downtrend, well, guess what? You might get some continuation. Neil likes the trend line breaks, and sure enough, there it is. But just listening to what price action and what volume is telling us gives you worlds and worlds of edge. And I think it's extremely important to really hone in on this. If you haven't read the book, it's Anna Cooling's Volume Price Analysis. It takes a while to fully grasp it, but the more you realize and the more you hyper-focus on volume by time profiles and correlate that with price action, you can set yourself up with some beautiful systems, man.
I like it, Joey. And this is kind of what I wanted to make the point about. Assassino, let's show them this over here because this is the type of trading you are going to run into with these small cap gappers. And that's what I said. I said it to you guys very specifically in Rewind. We are getting extended away from the breakout area. The breakout area is $1.20. Right? You get into that $1.47. Look what we're forming, Joey. We got the mother of all topping tails now starting to form. So be on the lookout. In addition to the fact that it made a topping tail candle, it also made the first area low. What I'm going to be keeping an eye out, do we fail below that $1.20? My thesis is the breakout level was the 120 area, and I have some good support behind that thesis. Once, twice, as I mentioned, he is the one thrice through that 120 area on the third attempt. So if that 120 area doesn't hold, then that's not the trade for me, okay? I'll have to wait until it sets up a little bit differently. So we're still up here. We're not giving it up too quickly. We're still hanging out in the mid-30s, but be on the lookout because it could turn on you. Now, somebody asked me, 2 New York cents asked me in the chat, Sharif, why'd you get out of QCLS? It's moving back up. You're right. It is moving back up. But I make these observations about the price action relative to the 10 EMA. You guys know I love to buy off the 10 EMA, but I'm very alive to the fact that once a 10 EMA is given up as a level of support, it sometimes, not always, sometimes will start acting as that resistance level. And that's what I'm seeing here with QCLS, Assassino. I see this area over here rejecting the 10, rejecting the 10, rejecting. It's rejecting the 10 EMA and the 5 now that it's dropped below it. In addition to that. It is still making that pattern of lower highs, which is uninterrupted. So I need to see a trend change. Number one, it's got to get back and hold above the 10 EMA. I'm not talking about a quick wick, a clearing and a holding. Number two, ideally, and I'm not probably going to wait for this, ideally, it changes the trend of the lower highs by getting above that 750 area. Now, waiting for that 750 area means that you're missing a whole lot of potential profit. So what I think I will do is wait for a clearing and a holding above $7 as opposed to that 750, and I'll work my way back in if I like what I see. QCLS is still above a lot of good technical levels, so I don't want to write it off. But yeah, it is looking like it's getting a little heavy here. And so is PMCB, because it's coming right back down into that 1 1.25 level. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put my stop 1 penny below my entry, and that's what we're going to do. So if, we won't give back anything, if at all, right there. I want to go into ASTX. It's quite expensive, but it's really got a great chart pattern here, man. This is very, very clean. And look at, it's not always great when you're going long and you're seeing red candles, but you do want some red candles if you're trying to get with a good price.
Yeah.
And so here's what I mean. Look at this. Green, 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 area red gives you an opportunity to get in.
Red,
green,
boom.
red, exactly. And then you don't get too many of them.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Oh, look at that. Is that 5 minute? Is that the 5
That's a
minute?
5,
Oh,
yeah.
look at that.
This
what's
one
your
here?
green line? That's your 10, right?
That's a 10.
Look at that red print right there. Bang, you take that
Right
out
above.
break, right above
exactly.
it, right away.
Right above, Joey. And look at the candle subsequent. The first 5 minute candle will make a new high, so you get that confirmation. So ASTX, guys, in focus for me. We'll have to trade this with some smaller size relative to the price, of course, but definitely something I'll look at. And Egypt is disappointing me. Not the country, but the ticker over here. Well, no, I'm actually quite pleased with what Egypt's been doing lately, but in any event, that's neither here nor there. In any event, 1613 is where VWAP is. I could be interested in picking something here on EYPT at that level, but it's all lower highs, man. Ever since that 1055 candle that made $17 high, it's been just bleeding down. So I'm not really too sure how I feel about that. Joseph, what do you got, man?
Yeah, beautiful stuff. All right, so Hangry Wife says, when I was going on about volume price analysis, I realized market sentiment is more important than individual stock price and price movement. Individual stock movements and volume should be analyzed for entries, but the direction is often unilateral. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think sentiment is huge. I think what you said there is it's spot on, essentially. But when you have all of these things correlating together, you have to take the trade, in my opinion, right? Like, I totally get what you're saying. If you're in a steady downtrend, you're down 15% or whatever it may be, and it looks like it's going to continue to sell, and then from an intraday standpoint, you don't see any buyers stepping in, I totally agree with you on that front. But when you are starting to get a sentiment shift, right, and you have all of these pieces of the puzzle slowly starting to fit into place, then sure enough, you're just putting more probability in your favor, and you get to put on some monster trades. SMR, man, oh man, this thing is still going. Up to 22.60.
Did you tell him?
Yeah, I told him
You
that.
told him?
I grabbed some. Yeah. I got,
Joey, I'm probably going to punch into that as well. I just wanna
SMR
make that
off
point
of
because I've
these-
been telling you for a minute, we want to get into a little new, AI energy play.
You want to get into the picks
wanna
and
get into
shovels,
the
man.
energy,
You want to
bro.
get into
Exactly,
picks and shovels.
exactly.
Our guy, shout out to our guy, Mr. O'Leary himself. But no, I mean, Shreve, we're still down 61%. This thing was on a massive run. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit more of a rebound. Now I'm running into the issue is, oh, I wish I had more shares. But we don't want to get overly greedy or anything along those lines. So if we do get somewhat of a pullback, maybe we'll double up the position. Other than that, $24 is one of my primary targets. I was going to hop out around $17, so we'll take $24 roughly at 1-to-1. And I'm not going to complain about it whatsoever. But at this pace, I think we can hit that in a matter of a couple of days or so, especially if this space wants to start to rally. Now, as for Netflix, do we get involved? Who does NVDA think it is today? Putting in that 183 high. Let's pop over to the options chain, guys, and look for some key supply zones on the beast himself, NVDA, Jensen and company. All right, so there it is, 185. Oh my Lanta. There it is. I mean, yeah, 119,000 contracts still currently open. 145,000 traded on the day. That's some big boy activity right now, and you can see how substantially larger it is than all the other strike prices. So what is that going to tell me?
What's it
I'm
telling you,
going
Joe?
to be looking at any indecision prints around 185 on NVDA. Joe, can you please share your thoughts on MasterCard? If it is a good buy here for the long term. Yeah, let's pull up MA and see what we got going on there. MasterCard. Yeah, I mean, off of these lows, we just got to go back into the history of some of these things. And I mean, yeah, it's choppy, you're consolidating, but I mean, it's just steady up and to the right for the most part. You do have some selling. Is the consumer stretched? Maybe a little bit, but if you start to break through some key support levels, 534, I think you slowly want to just start buying it. Let's see from a percentage metric how much we're actually down off of those highs, 10%. So you might see a little bit more downside, but there's nothing wrong if you have X amount of money, divide that into 5, and then slowly start to grab some off that. There goes Netflix though, Sri, starting to break trend line. We're out of that bad boy, but Netflix officially. Pardon me? Oh yeah. You don't like
Burn,
NFL,
baby, burn.
No,
No,
that's
no.
crazy. That's crazy.
I'm not a fan, bro.
Brother, all right, man. I mean, hey, it's a good company. We can't.
Fantastic. Anybody who's put money in the last, 20 years has raked in money.
I mean, a lot of millionaires off of that.
Nobody's going to argue that.
So yeah, there
crazy.
goes official trend line break off of those lows, boom, and you're continuing to climb higher now to 102.26.
All right, I want to just, so shout out to Johnny. Great question, Johnny. He's asking, like, look, man, what should I get? Should I be looking at websites specifically for small cap trading, or what's the situation? So I said, look, man, get a proper scanner. Just give me a second here, Johnny, because PMCB is coming right back into my entry. So I just want to make sure my stop triggers if it loses it. And there it is. So we got stopped out break even on the last remaining amount. So now I can focus entirely on this question. So Johnny, there's so many different pre-programmed scanners that come with a lot of these brokerages. So the one under mine, the one that I'm using is called the top percentage gainers, right? You'll have so many different ones. Top percentage losers, most active, halted, closest to limit, up, limit, down, high dividend yield, top trade count, whatever, dude, okay? There's just so many pre-programmed ones. The ones that I use, top percentage gainers. And then I filter it a little bit, not too much. I filter by price and I filter by volume. Price, I want to know about everything trading above 85 pennies. And I usually want to trade things above $1, but I also want to know about the ones on the way to the dollar. So that's why I put 85. That was actually Neil's idea. And then volume. I put 250,000 there. That doesn't mean I'm going to trade it if it's at 250,000. Again, the same principle applies where I want to know about the ones making the move, right? Into that million. So I put 250,000 so I'm not excluding potentially good trades. So those are the two filters that I put. Then I get a little bit more nuanced with the, how do I get this up? There we go. With the columns, right? Nothing too crazy, but the data that I want to see is as follows. The change percentage, that goes without saying. So that change percentage column on my platform means from 4 a.m. onwards. So whatever WRAP was doing from 4 a.m. onwards will be reflected in the change percentage column. But I also have change percentage since open, meaning what's it up or down since 9:30. And that often plays a big part because the change percentage will be green, but change percentage since open will be red. So to me, I can filter it out right away. This one's not moving. It was moving maybe in the pre, and we know a lot of these small caps have their best time in the pre. So if that's the case, I exclude it. Then the gap percentage. What does that mean? Gap percentage means what it's up from yesterday's closing print to right now. And then volume, obviously, goes without saying. I've got 3 different volume columns. 1 is how much volume it's done on the day. 2, the average volume, so I can get an idea of whether we're having an outsized day or a regular volume day. And then, last but not least, the 5-minute volume. I want to know if this one is doing volume now, or recently, I mean, or it was doing volume at some other time and it's kind of dropped off. And, you know, I could obviously analyze that by looking at the volume bars, but this helps me kind of filter it right away. And then the last but not least is shortable. The only reason I put shortable there, even though I don't short small cap gappers, I want to know if it's easy to borrow. So if it's dark green, it's not available. If it's light green, it's available. That helps me kind of figure out whether it'll be a thickly traded stock, because the shorts, they don't have to find locates. They can just, go ahead and short right away, because the exchange is allowing them to get shorts. So that kind of gives me a little bit of an idea of what to expect there. And those are the different things that I put into my scanner. So invest in a good scanner, brother. That would be my suggestion to you. Otherwise, that's a shout out to Miss Lucia as well. Those are my my little tricks there. And yes, you are absolutely right. Tarzan Anthony. Shout out to my man, Tarz Anthony. He's saying QLCS is reversing. I know, I see that. I'm keeping an eye on this one. It is now above $7, but brother, it's still a thick trade, because that uninterrupted downward slope is still, staring at me in the face, man. We're still making lower highs. So I don't want to be quick to jump into this one, but I'm seeing PMCB put in a higher low, so I could work into that one. Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. People are asking, where do you get scanners at? There's multiple.
So many.
Sources in which you can check with your broker as well. Your broker.
E-Signal.
E-Signal.
Right.
Oh, E-Signal as well, too. There's a bunch of other platforms. Gaurav, this is what I'm talking about, brother. I'm pretty sure it's down. Oh, my.
What happened, Joey?
Days, man. Here it is, 102.44, now continuing to climb. Gaurav, that trend's broken, my brother. So there it is. Once that breached, look at this, to the penny, and then now it's off to the races off of these lows. So 101.87 to up to 102.41 right now. So we're on the other side of this thing. So yeah, and it's looking, hello from the, that's what it's saying to me right now. It's singing Adele to me right now as it's continuing to climb higher.
Are you going to mute it?
No, I like Adele.
I don't mind Adele at all, actually.
No, she has a wonderful
belting voice.
Yeah, she has a great voice. Shout out to Rich Paul as well, too.
Who?
Rich Paul.
I don't know who that is.
That's her husband, I'm pretty sure.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's her husband.
Is he a singer as well?
No, he's an NBA agent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he holds like all the big,
cool,
all the big boys. Yeah, so shout out to.
Is he a lawyer?
No, I think he's just an agent.
Yeah, they have a legal background.
Yeah. So there you go, somewhat of a legal background. There goes Netflix, guys. We're still sitting in this Facebook trade. FBL.
Adele has the same.
Does she? Hey, man, listen.
Why would you even say that? That's funny.
If he has the same
I think
vest.
it's a great vest, by the way, brother. I think it's a fantastic.
That's why I wear it.
Yeah. I have nothing bad to say about the vest.
Listen.
It's just the fact that everyone's highlighting it is what's funny. I think it's a great vest, though,
yeah, it's a great vest. I don't understand why everyone's hating on the old vest. Hey, I'm warm. I'm always cold. And I'm sitting in this vest. I'm happy. No, listen. If you guys want to make fun of my vest, maybe you should get one too, because I'm 5 for 5 on trades today. 6 for 6 on trades.
Dunking
so
on you
there
guys.
it is.
Where's
Maybe you need a vest. There he is.
The video right now.
He's gonna dunk on you, bro. Look at this guy. He's coming to dunk on you.
On the old duck.
Guys.
So at the end of the day, Sharif, who has the last laugh?
Love it, bro.
There you go, man.
You're good vibes, Joey
Yeah,
Options, man. Straight up. All right, man. We're back in a PMCB. We're wetting the beak here. Look, this one did breach a 10 EMA on the 5, but the current candle has a higher low. So that means the buyers were stepping in quite aggressively at this level. I'm trying to participate with them here. We just got the beak wet at 28s and 27s. I'm posting up at 33s as well as 38s. Area resistance, I'm gonna go ahead and submit to you guys, it's 33 area resistance, despite the fact that we've got into 47. Let me make my case to you guys as to why I feel that way. Take a look at the 5-minute chart here. No closing prints above 33. You did get that price spike up that was very short-lived into 47s. So I'd like to see a closing print or two above that 33 level to feel that, we've really cleared it. Until this point, we haven't. And now we're also down off the 80% high. We're up 58% now. I'm also keeping a close eye, man, on QLCS. I want to work my way back into this, but I am alive to the fact of the lower highs, and I don't want to be, I don't want to be 0 for 2 on this name because I'm already 0 for 1 on it. Let's just cut the crap, okay? We're always going to tell you if we're positive or negative on a name. QLCS is coming into that area. So I want to mention something. 1150, the area high was 720. Here we go, 715. If we can break above 7.25 and close that way, this could be a good break, not a breakout trade, but a reclaiming of a technical resistance level. So I'm going to be watching QLCS here quite closely. Let's see what this one does. But for the moment, we're going to pause, send you to Wadira for happening now, and then Neil will have his lesson of the day.
Some pseudo range-bound action for the S&P 500 if you're looking at this 15-minute chart. Obvious support at 682.20. Obvious resistance here at 684.50. We are testing that resistance again, so let's see if we break above or if we reject this once again here for the SPY. I do want to mention here, U.S. President Donald Trump is scheduled to meet with leaders from Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo throughout the day. I'm not seeing any streams available for that yet, but if that does end up being the case, of course, I will watch that and cover that for you guys live. And as we speak, looks like the SPY is trying to break a little bit higher. META also trying to break a bit higher. This name had an awesome move pre-market after Bloomberg reported that the company is, specifically CEO Mark Zuckerberg, is planning to cut their metaverse efforts by up to 30%. Now we know spending for metaverse has been a bit controversial in the past, so this was a really good look for the stock and obviously well received by shareholders. Not as well received by shareholders, though, were these snowflake earnings. SNOW did get hit hard pre-market. It's one of many day one earnings plays on watch, including CRM. SNOW is mentioned here. We also have FIVE, AI, PATH, DG, Kroger. The list goes on. And tonight, we'll get even more earnings from the likes of DocuSign, IoT, and ULTA. Before we send you over to Neil, and which should be an exciting lesson of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics. Concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and not invasively. So learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Like, subscribe, follow us at XTTV Research if you enjoy fun infographic content, and keep your ears open and your eyes peeled for Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Some men hunt for sport. Others hunt for food. The only thing I'm hunting for is an outfit that looks good. See my vest, made from real gorilla chest. Feel the sweater, there's no better than authentic Irish sweater. See this hat, was my cat, my evening wear vampire bat. These white slippers are albino, African endangered rhino. Grizzly bear underwear, turtlenecks, I've got my share. Bear it a poodle on my noodle, it shall rest. Try my red robin suit. It comes one breast or two. See my vest, see my vest, see my vest. I have not been able to get that song out of my head ever since Joe put on that vest this morning. I had to do it, and if you don't know where that's from, it's obviously from one of the greatest cartoons of all time. It's The Simpsons. That was not the lesson of the day. It's just an absolute banger because The Simpsons used to be one of the greatest shows. I'll never forget, like back in the day where you would wait all week for like one show. Like that was the it. That was the it when I was a kid. Everyone had to talk about that show. Forget about like Game of Thrones and Seinfeld. It was like, what are the Simpsons gonna do? And an absolute legit one. So what I do want to talk about today is a term called resulting, which I'm gonna have to explain a little bit. And it's one of the things that can get traders in danger, whether it's trading, investing, or just decision-making in general. It's actually a term that comes from a poker player. And resulting comes down to judging risk decisions based on not the probability or the long-term outcome, but on a singular result that happened, right? So think of it like this. It's like you make a bad call on a gut shot straight or something like that, where you had, let's say you had a 1 in 3 chance and, you know, you're essentially, it would make it even worse. Let's say you had a 1 in 10 chance of, you know, getting there on the river, but you essentially are calling like 3 times or 5 times the pot, like something ridiculous. The odds are just not in your favor, but you end up getting the win. Well, if you're resulting, you're going to be happy with that decision. If you are evaluating the decision based on its merits, like even though it won, it was not a good call. So this is the example I want to use for that and why it matters overall. So I'm going to give you first a situation in iRobot where I got out for a specific reason. Trend in, trend out, right? So trend in, trend out. This ends up being a good decision. right? That's the plan of action, and we're going to do it every single time. And I'll use a couple of examples here, but this is just going to be one of them. And then I talked about in Rich Tech Robotics, in RR, where we had a very similar decision. It's almost like the same type of trade. I'm long in the trend early on. It breaks the trend line. Now, in the other situation, I got out, and it was like the right time to do so. It continued lower. It was perfect. But I was following my plan, so that didn't really matter to me. It didn't matter to me that it was a get out here. It has to not matter to me that I got the bottom wick and get embarrassed on this one. Because RR ends up being, it was the right call to pivot to RR. It was the right call to buy it where I did. It was the right call initially to take profit where I did before it dipped again. It then ended up being wrong in the moment to get out there. But if I'm resulting, I will say, man, that was the worst decision of all time. And if I hadn't made the other trade, and again, it doesn't really matter what your style of trading is, it's as long as it's consistent, right? If I hadn't made this trade and had only made the RR trade, it would be easy for me to be down on myself, like, oh my goodness, like that's absolutely terrible, like what are you doing? You got the bottom wick. But if I just look at it from a system, I traded 2 stocks and I'm positive on both of them, and I stuck to my plan of action. And that's why you don't see me, I'm not gonna be doing cartwheels when this is good, and you're not gonna see me beat myself up when this exit is bad. You've just got to evaluate the decision based on its merits, right? Like sometimes, I'll also use the example of AMD. Sometimes you're gonna get an entry and it doesn't follow through, whatever. I'm 0 for 1 on AMD. I'm kind of mad at myself. I'm thinking it's gonna follow through. We take our next trade, and ultimately, like here's an example of resulting as well. Like I took this short, ended up arbitrarily and based on the tape taking some out here instead of first targeted VWAP. Then I end up taking some out off of this candle instead of waiting for it to press down into 215.80 or so. So in each instance, like I'm just getting it out a little, like 25, 30 cents early and not really believing in the short as much as I wanted to. And then it ends up turning, and then look at that uptrend. Oh man, that was such a great short. Now resulting would tell me I did really well because that was a positive trade. Actually analyzing would say, well, what was the plan of action when I took that trade? Right? My plan of action was to hold for VWAP and hold the second part for at least down here underneath 216. Did I do that? No. So positive trade, yes. A grade execution, no. Maybe I can give myself a C or a B or whatever it works out to. You can't worry about resulting too much. Like the result is good, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all of your decisions were good to get that result. And if you're worried about consistently being profit in whatever strategy you do, then you have to have the attitude of making consistently positive decisions. And that's where consistent profitability comes from. If you just leave it to, I made money or I didn't, and don't go any deeper, and I say this a lot, you are not gonna have that positivity. And sometimes, and here's another thing for everyone out there, in the realm of trading, if you can simply make quality decisions and have a win rate of 50 to 60% of the time, like if you're between 50 and 60% in positive trades in general, and then you are making quality decisions with risk to your system, meaning you're not holding against the stop, you're not loading in when it's not telling you, you're holding to where your system is telling you to take profits, like all of those things that happen in between, and you're overall making 50 to 60% of your calls correct. Those are the traders I've seen over 20 years that are positive. And that's regardless of trading style. That applies to people that trade only penny stocks. Those rules apply to, we had a trader for a year and a half that was focused on halt trades, where for him, holding through a halt or two was kind of a big move. And if he took a 30% hit, that was pretty much normal, but he was getting 50, 100% wins, like that kind of a thing. But all of those same things were true when he was making his decisions. Trading IPOs, for example, trading the close, for example. Like all these types of things require that level of discipline in evaluating your strategy. Because if you don't have a good system for evaluating yourself, then you don't have a chance to be profitable. Because you're just not going to know how to adapt, whether what you're doing actually has any merit, And what will end up happening is you might have a system or an idea of execution that doesn't have merit that wins in a short run. And then what ends up happening is the market rewards you for making some decisions that you should know are bad. But then because that happens, you start doing more of that, and then you're like, oh, boom, and I'm going to up my shares in this and that, or you're going to scale up, but you were making bad decisions, but those bad decisions were leading to short-term gains. You do more of it, and then you blow up. And that's what happens to most traders that blow up. They have a pretty solid run, but that was built on a house of cards, and then it ends up blowing up. So don't be afraid to evaluate yourself. And it can seem harsh, like to give yourself like, oh, great, like I actually think, that looks good. It looks good. It looks like you pegged a winner. But to give yourself a B on something like that and be a little more critical of yourself, to me, is the more reasonable thing to do. It's not being a perfectionist. It's just trying to be consistent. So try to be consistent in your decision making if you can. Avoid resulting, and try to focus on decisions made over longer periods of time and how they work out for you. And then, of course, more importantly, give Joe props for that kick-ass vest, man. Keep it real. That's your lesson of the day.
That's amazing. Yo, I love that. Yo, Joey, we got to show him the charcuterie board that somebody just brought,
you don't got any
man.
of the board left. You just got...
well, we didn't bring the board. We had to leave it back for everybody. You got the mortadella, you got the salami, you got Swiss cheese here, man. You got marble. What is this again? This is like bacon, I think. So we're gonna have a little piece of this, Joey. That's prosciutto right there. We got salami. We got calabrese.
Yeah, no, I went straight
the
for
calabrese is good.
I went for
spicy.
the cheese, baby. Get that cheese. No, Shreve, I got
cheese, Joey.
Yeah, I'm all about the cheese, man. No, in all seriousness, guys, this is what we were talking about earlier in the day. It's really unfortunate that we didn't take this trade right here, considering we were just preaching about it. But 184.50, we were talking about the supply zone at 185. Looks like the hedgie stepped in before that indecision print at the highs, and then sure enough, we're starting to sell here, but we're still cooking up in meta. I'm not going to complain whatsoever. SMR is in its own universe right now, trading up to $22.80, almost $23, but we're still sitting in this meta trade. I mean, it's unfortunate that we didn't partake in the NVDA short, but hey, man, we're not Ash. We can't grab them all, unfortunately.
What's Ash mean?
Ash, like Pokemon Ash, you got to catch them all?
I have no idea. No idea.
Pokemon, but you never
no
watched
clue,
Pokemon?
bro. No. I never actually got into Pokemon when it was like big and everybody was playing it on their phone. Do you know that?
No, I was never playing it on my phone. I was a kid. I had the cards.
You had the cards.
Yeah.
Can I say something about that time when everybody was on their phone?
That was crazy.
People were saying that was like the biggest social experiment, or not social experiment. That's a wrong expression.
Yeah.
But it was sort of a way for them to get great detailed GPS of less. You know about this?
Yeah, we were talking about it. We talked about it before. No, 100%. Dude, I don't think we've seen a movement like that since, to be honest with you. That was insane times. It was literally probably about a decade ago, Sharif, to be honest with you, because I was living in Liberty Village at that time, and I remember driving around people on the corners, left, right, and center, trying to catch them all.
This was 2015, I remember, specifically.
Yeah,
it was 2015, so. All right, guys, go ahead, Joey.
Meta's going, man. Oh, I wish we had some more shares. We're just rocking and rolling on this little bit that we got going on. What a recovery in META. This one's going at Go Meta. Look at OB reversion on NVDA. Yeah, that's there as well, too. BE moving. Yeah, BE new high of the day. $23 on SMR. Man, oh, man. It's when things are flowing, listen, let's not beat around the bush here. There's days where I go 0 for something. But today is not that day, and yeah, but it happens, man. It's the nature of the beast. Not every day is like this, but when it is a solid one, you want to try to take as much advantage of it as you can.
Sounds good, man. QCLS, I got back into this one. It did feel like a bit of a trend change. It still hasn't made a local area high, but it had an aggressive buy off that $7. It rocketed up. We got 32s on. I'm going to work my way into this, so we've got half, not even half, a little bit less. I want to say it. A bit more than a third right now into the position, so we'll have the ability to be able to DCA and not get into trouble. And here it comes, man, right back down into the mid-teens. So let's see if we can add here. It's not a good-looking topping tail candle, but if it holds trend, I'm going to hold this one. Now, what else we got? We got WRAP. I got into this one right before we, or actually right during when we were sending you guys happening now in Neil's lesson of the day. Already got a profit taker on this one. I got in at 54s. I'm layering the orders here on WRAP, looking for that move back into 65. A lot slower of a mover though is this one. Also, the volume is quite low, relatively speaking, of course, of 1 3/4 million shares traded on the day, and it is a $2.50 name. So certainly keeping my eye on that one as I am on QLCS. Let's go ahead and get ready for another DCA just south, or just north, I should say, of that $7 area. We'll wait over here at 2s. Let's see what we get on this one. It's still holding trend generally, but I am still concerned about this one because I am 0 for 1 on it. So we'll see what we get, and hopefully we don't get upset. Play. We're not going to get upset. There it goes. There's 24s now. Nice move up. We don't even have any profit takers here, Joey. So let's go ahead and throw some there, and we'll throw some a little bit higher as well. Where am I waiting? Yeah, we're going to throw some there as well. So we'll see what we get on that. What else we got, man? Oh, I totally forgot to mention. Hold on, just before I do, Tars Anthony, Sharif, for QCLS, wasn't that a break of the downtrend throwback and a hold of $7 support when I mentioned it? What made you hesitate? The tape, because there was just a lot of selling coming in every time it popped up. And it's still, to be honest with you, brother, Anthony, I'm just gonna call you Anthony, it still hasn't changed the downtrend. I'm trying to front run it. It's got to get above that 7.5. It's this problem right here. Let me show you on the black charts, a little easier to see. Look at that right there. This candle here that at 11:15, it has a 745 high. So it needs to get above that 7.5 to change that lower high, lower high, lower high trend. We'll see if it does or what the situation is. But I also want to mention one that Mike P.D. Ryder did call out. He called out EOSE, and I'm like, brother, you got to call me, you got to tag me, I mean, when you see these, because this is a great, great looking chart. It's so clean. You have not gotten one touch, Assassino, off the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart since 9:55 today. Every single print, red, green, yellow, or whatever color. There's only 3 on my charts anyway. Have not touched the 10 EMA on the 5. It is a 1565 high. It's up a little bit below 15%. I'd like to work into this one, but not really sure how to, just because it's not pulling back into technical level. So these ones always elude me in how to get in. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Aura Alpha 1.8. Sharif, can we do a bit of work on NVTS? Up 26% on this position. Okay, let's have a look at NVTS. We'll see what is up with that one. Just trying to keep my eye on my positions at the same time. What do we got here? There's a good looker, man. Dang. Who are we going to take off here, Joey? We're going to take off SLS because it's doing bupkis. We're going to put NVTS on. Great call out there, man. Good looking chart on NVTS. So right now, 10 EMA holding for now. If you get in some here, not a bad move. I'd be adding to Fabian, right into that 9-10 area. That's the bull flag breakout from the initial bull flag. We're in bull flag number 2 now. Whether or not we get a third, hard to tell. But there's the initial bull flag breakout right at 10 a.m. Top end of that bull flag, 9:10. There's the bull flag breakout number 2, 11:15. Top end there is 9:34, which is the high of the day. Right now, we're at 9.25. We've been putting in downtrends, but most notably, we're still holding the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. If you were to punch in here, it's not a bad entry, but I wouldn't be getting in the full position here, leaving a little bit of buying room for that retracement into about 9.10. Why 9.10? Because that is the breakout through the top end of the range on the first bull flag. And if it was a key area of resistance, it may act as a key area of support if it's retraced to. So that would be my suggestion to you. If you want to punch, this is not a bad area to punch because it's hugging the 10 EMA, but don't be expecting it's going to rocket up here. Have a contingency plan for what it does. What happens if it does drop. I'd be waiting for 9.10. Personally, though, I'd be front running the level, right? I'm not going to wait right at 9.10. It gets to be a crowded trade there. You throw in some orders at 12s, 13s, 14s, whatever. But this is a really good looking chart, guys. NVTS, thank you for calling that out. Joey,
Yeah.
what's happening on your side?
Well, what's happening is a lot, man. Netflix not so chilling right now, that's for sure. As it's starting to come back in, you can see that it broke this trend line up. We got I see you doing you dirty on the side
It's
angle.
Fabian, bro.
Oh, it's Fabian.
He's doing me dirty.
All right, yeah, that's crazy. But anyways, you're down 1 3/4 right here on Netflix. And yeah, I mean, as for Facebook, guys, this is still working. We're up 4 and a bit there on today's session, almost 10% on FBL. 3 attempts on this name. Attempt number 1, we take it up there, we get stopped out, break even, et cetera, and then sure enough, boom, we're getting it in at the lows. And then we're still holding this bad boy as we continue to climb a little bit higher. Now, I'm thinking, do I take a potential short here on NVDA? The thing is about this name, in my opinion, it's just really hard to short this. It doesn't give it to you easily. There's no really clean flow. I mean, we can look at these price action candles, but at the end of the day, there's buying pressure still within them. As long as we don't crack this, if we get any form of indecision print around this neck of the woods and we don't enter about 50% of the value of this wick, then I will look for a small short. I'm just going to go really small size on that one. Okay. And if it blows the top off, then I'm going to avoid it at all costs. AES, the next energy move. I don't know, man. I'm in SMR right now. I like New Scale Power. It seems to be a solid move. Hangry Wipe. Do you believe that BlackBerry can be a cybersecurity turnaround story, given that a lot of its AI companies are going to be looking to secure the digital assets?
That's a question.
That's a great question that unfortunately I'm not well versed enough to answer.
Neil knows a lot about BlackBerry.
Neil's a big BlackBerry guy, that's for sure. RGTI, USAR, SanDisk, SMR, Shreve, all things of beauty like Joey TV's best today. Thank you.
No.
Things of beauty. Hey, man. Hey, send it in. DM me you guys wearing your vest as well, too, especially if you're in more of the cooler climate. I want to see everybody in the vest. Shreve, I don't even know what to do. Do I take a little? I only have 1 out left here on Facebook. So, I mean, this thing, or Facebook Meta, do I just ride it or do I take it off? I mean, I think there's still more room for it to climb higher, but we're not going to complain. All right, I've been sitting in this for quite some time. When did we enter this trade? Around 11:11. It's been over an hour. Yeah, let's do it. We'll take our last. We'll take our last out right here. We could have held it a little bit longer. Ooh, it canceled. Maybe it's
Joey,
not.
I got to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
SMX breakout, huge breakout right now on SMX. Thank you. Who was that? Tem Panda. What the hell is going on with this? This is going to halt. Is it halted? It is halted to the upside. Something happened here. I have to find out what's going on. SMX security paused due to volatility. This really just started going off not that long ago, right at 12 o'clock. Looking for the headline, frictionless market. What the hell is this? Frictionless market. I have no idea what's going on. But in any event, Joey, this thing rocketed up. SMX up 35.87%. It is halted at $79.47. Guys, this was trading at 58 bucks yesterday. It just rocketed up. Be careful with this one. Let me show you the tap so you guys get a better look at what we're doing here. SMX is the ticker on, I believe, the NQ. We'll find out shortly, yes. Okay, so volume, less than 1 million shares, 771,000. Halt time, 12/21/26. So the earliest it'll be open, 12/26/26. And the theoretical auction price showing 79.97, so about 50 pennies higher than where we halted, Joey. 79.47 halt. Sorry to interrupt you, brother. I just had to bring that to you.
No, that's all good, man. I got out of Netflix right there at 34.4s. We're going to take that NVDA short. We're just going with the game plans in which we were talking about, and things are starting to work, so we're not going to complain. 3 attempts on Facebook, that worked out. SMR was definitely our better trade, but I mean, at the end of the day, we missed out on a big-time move on this. But hey, you got to take what the market gives you at certain times. Oh my days. Come on, you can get it together. There it is. I mean, this whole leg was just a monstrous move, but we were happy with this and how we executed on that trade. So not too bad whatsoever. Let's see if we can get this NVDA short to start working for us. If it breaks the top, once again, I told you guys, I'm starting really, really small in this. I told you it's more of a grind and a tougher short in my opinion, but I'm just going by what the options chain is telling us. We have a supply zone around 185, so I'm going to look for that 184.50 level to hold up. And if it breaches it, I'm still going to keep my eyes on it. I'm going to give myself the regular at-bats because we are going small. It's 3 strikes, you're out. And then sure enough, boom, Let's see if we can get this, which is starting to work today for us, Sharif. We're not going to complain. We'll piece them out right here at those lows, 183.27. I think that's going to be a key support level as NVDA is starting to tank to the downside. We're going to hit that level significantly faster than what we were talking about, Sharif. Oh my days. This is a big time session for us, guys. I mean, we don't, yeah, anyways, aside from that, good day. And we'll leave it at that. You got to act like you've done it before. That's what remember one time I scored, my grandpa's like, Joe, and I sallied really hard. He's like, Joe, you got to act like you've done it before.
I like that,
and after that,
I like that thinking.
So there you go.
So shout out to Gramps, man.
Yeah, well.
All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or not even having enough to start. The fear of losing as well. It kept so many traders on the sidelines, but thankfully, that is now all changing, and it's thanks to, Joey, you want to guess who? Trade the Pool. They're transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model. Traders actually use funded capital while Trade the Pool, yeah, they absorb the downside. It allows traders to focus on what truly matters, the discipline, the consistency, and of course that growth. And when you hit your profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There's no fear, there's no barriers, there's just real opportunity. This is the revolution, guys, the revolution of limited risk trading, and it's powered by, you guessed it, Trade the frickin' Pool, baby. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen to get your 10% off your first evaluation. Shout out to the good folks there, and shout out to Mitch. Joey, QLCS, it's killing me. It's killing me, Joey. It keeps popping up into 7.25, comes back down, holds VWAP. So you know what? We got in some size here. At the volume weighted average price, we got 97s on. It's showing me 94s. I've been going back and forth with 2 New York cents in the chat. He sees the same thing I'm seeing, and it's quite frustrating because you're looking for a breakout trade. I become myopic to the breakout trade, and that is not the right move. I really should be trading this more as a range because that's what it's been doing, I want to say, since around 10:30 or so, since it broke down into that below 7.25, 7.5. So we'll see what this one has to offer, pack in the patience, but there goes NVT frickin' S. We got 24s on, it's showing me 34s. Please just punch about this one, and shout out to the person who mentioned this in the chat because I didn't even have eyes on it. It's only up 7.25, that's why, but it's got a great looking chart pattern under its belt. It is at the day's high right now. That day's high is 934. We just went the beak at 33. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher over here for some more profit takers. We're gonna go ahead, no, not 10, bro, chill. We're gonna wait right below the 40s there, and then we'll also post a little bit above the 40s. So NVTS, good breakout. EOSE, Mike PD Ryder, bro, you better be long this and you better be holding size. Joey, look at this. What the hell is this buy program over here on EOS? This is very clean, man. It doesn't touch the 10 EMA at all. The buy program is really aggressive on this one, so be on the lookout. And yes, SMX is open, and it is rocketing up, guys. There it is. It is at the high of the day, 88.88. That is the high of the day. I'm not making that up. It's showing 88s right now. It's up it's up 49%, 931,000 shares. I don't really know what's going on with this one, but Adara says there's tons of social media attention for X, not seeing any news or rumors as of yet. So trade this carefully, guys. I don't really know why it's breaking out. I'm just getting all these alerts about the halt, but nothing substantive as to why it's moving. So trade it with caution, Joe.
Absolutely. Sir, I'm not even going to try to pronounce your name. KT Hakar 80. No, I can't even. Kathakar 81. Sorry if I butchered that. He asked a pretty solid question. Okay. He said, hey, Joe, what made you take the short there? Well, there's a couple things that are kind of just correlating together right now. We have an inverted hammer candle at this extreme high, but then also the real reason why is because if I see those prints at extreme highs and we have a supply zone, well, Joe, what's the supply zone? Look at the size of open interest on the options chain at that 185 level, 119,000. So times that by 100 essentially is substantial size. So I'm going to look at that as a potential resistance. So a call wall, and sure enough, it's starting to work out. It doesn't mean it's always going to, but when you see something that big, big. I just like putting probability in our favor, and that's why we decided to take the short on NVDA. You have to be patient, though, and just wait for it to come into play. We were talking about this, Obi and I, and I'm sure you and I touched on this a couple of times as well, too, Shreve, is that sometimes when you're trading, it's good to be slightly distracted, so you're not fully invested in
a good observation.
You know what I mean? Just like, not like ever so where you're not even paying attention whatsoever, but if you have like some music going on, you're playing a game of chess or something, and you're glancing at the market every couple of minutes, and then sure enough, you're going to see an opportunity where you're like, oh, I need to take this trade, opposed to just trying to force something. And that's kind of what we got going on today. So we're nice, cool, calm, relaxed. We're going to wait for this 183.50 level to break, and if it does, we're going to slowly start taking some profits out on that NVDA short. Market's slowly starting to come back in. I'm glad that we took that last out on Meta. That was a face slapper as well too, as Katina Man is back in the building. We'll take a look at FBL one more time, as we took that last out right there at 34.04, and we were in at the lows, so not too bad whatsoever. Okay, those sneaky call walls. I mean, the thing is though, my friend, I wouldn't even really call this sneaky, and the reason why we're looking at this is look at the size compared to everything else. The next largest print is going to be at that 190 level, so if you happen to squeeze through, you get a catalyst to come in, and the volume and the momentum steps in, and you punch through those levels, well, I'm going to be looking at 190 next as a potential call wall and a key resistance zone. So right now we're starting to construct lower highs in NVDA. So by all means, that's a positive sign as well too, but we're struggling around 183.50.
I'm struggling right now, man. I just got stopped at a QLCS again as it lost the volume weighted average price. So this one is going to be one of my biggest losers in a while, man. And we took, oh, wow, look at the blood come out of that. Thankfully, stopped out of that. So this one did lose quite aggressively, the volume weighted average price at 675. This one looks like a flat bottom break because it kept defending VWAP and putting in lower highs at the same time. So the market giveth and the market taketh away, and it certainly tooketh away from me here. So we'll look on to the next trade. SMX is really going here, guys. 96.63. It's up 58% now. It's moving wild. It's got a topping tail candle forming right now. Let's see if 90 comes in and what it does at that $90 level. Does it find support and then rocket back up? The spread here is almost $1, 92.63 more. It's $1.50 now. 91 and then 92.58. This is really wide of a spread, so be very careful with this one. Up 56%. We still don't really have an idea as to why it's moving. Allow me a moment just to pull up my blotter to make sure that nothing new came in. Yeah, nothing new came in. There's 90 right now showing up on the bid. Oh, wow, look at the drop into 85. It still has a higher low, so here are the levels. The initial halt level that when we called it out was 79.47. It then opened up, I believe, it's right near the low, 92, I want to say, and a half. That's what it opened up. So you have 79.47, excuse me, and then 81. 79.47 was the halt level, and then the opening price was 81. It looks like it's really dropping in now into 85. Ironically enough, though, even though it's really blood red, this candle, it still has a higher low, and it will unless it loses 81.11. It's at 86 right now. Good strength here for SMX. They're finding a bit of a buy. Keep your eye on the left side of the screen. That is the time and sales, and there's a lot of orange and green coming in right now, which means a lot of buying. Right back up into 90 we go, Joey. So SMX full of volatility at the moment. Let's see if we're able to take out 96.63. That is the current high day.
All right, good stuff there. Yeah, we take another small piece out here on the NVDA short as it ran into 183.40s, and we're bouncing off of this key neckline. We talk about this all the time. If that breaks, then we might take that next leg lower, and that's the level I'm going to be looking at, which is approximately around 183, and then maybe you get another bounce, because that's what it seems to be doing. Its narrative is, okay, run into a support, bounce off of it, absorb a little more liquidity, put in a new low, and then sure enough, that's the game plan, right? So you climb higher here, you break down, you establish a lower high, and essentially that would be my game plan on this is 183.80s roughly, is it we slowly start to curl around and then make that move to the downside and punch through that 183.40s. But yeah, I mean, why is IWM mooning? Yeah, is it climbing higher again today?
Russ is the strongest
is it
major average on the day.
There it is,
it's up
man.
0.92.
Woohoo! Ooh, yeah, I mean, wow, okay, yeah, so another strong day in the Russ. Looking pretty good. Yesterday's price action was phenomenal. We did take a short, but then I got out of it earlier yesterday, that is, and then we'll take a look at it from a daily as well. Oh, Sharif,
Yes,
it's probably going to go all-time highs.
Very close.
Yeah, very soon, probably tomorrow, by tomorrow.
Yeah.
So there's the Russ. How much off of this pivot are we up here? 10% bank, so completely recovering that downward momentum in which we've seen roughly a 10% move to the downside, so not bad whatsoever. Getting that bounce here in NVDA. So is it going to be an add opportunity? I don't think I'm going to add on a short in NVDA just in case this market does want to continue to climb higher.
Man, Bloom Energy's up 12%.
Yeah,
so
man,
it
it's
just
up
got
big
to
time
115
today.
again. We're gonna have to take some off here, guy. I'm worried about the head and shoulders pattern forming on the daily here on Bloom. Let's look at this for a second. Let's digress here for a sec. This is BE's daily chart, 115 high. Very good strength on this one, but let's look at the daily. This is kind of the problem now. We come into the 50, we dip aggressively, but that was when we were selling off on the third week of November when everybody thought, you know, AI bubble, AI bubble. Bloom Energy, obviously hydrogen energy, which is being used now for data centers as opposed to vehicles. So a much better and I would say deeper pockets approach than trying to pick it up B2C. It's B2B now. So I like that approach better. I'd like a move back and a hold above 120. That would make me feel a little bit better because that's where the left shoulder is. So what I'm seeing is obvious uptrend followed by a left shoulder, head, and then possible forming of the right shoulder here. The neckline for me would be around 95 to 90. So it does concern me, but then I also don't want to leave a lot of money on the table. So you get out here, 120, 115, this thing works its way back into 150. Now, I did take some profits at 135 in late October. We'll see how this one ends up doing, but Bloom Energy, it's just...
Were you thinking about 20%, 30% or so?
Yeah, give or take. But I was thinking actually about getting a little bit more out of that if it was to obviously form the head and shoulders, because I don't want to ride this thing down. Dude, it's just such an aggressive move, right?
But if it breaks that shoulder high, then it can go back towards that key pivot high level.
That's a concern, right? And that's always the
concern. That's why you leave a little on the tail, you lock some in and leave a little as a runner, I guess.
Ozan, don't worry. Stonks only go up.
Oh.
What do you think? It's the Qs?
Yeah. Come on, my boy.
Yes, so keeping an eye here on, the only one that I've got on right now is NVTS. We're looking for continuation into that 940 area. It's a 934 high, still holding the 10 EMA on the 5, but not anything rocketing up quite yet. Someone told me, or Jameson actually mentioned quadruple U. Looking good. I mean, you know, it's only up 4.9, almost 5% on the day. Rejecting off 1590, excuse me. Definitely keep an eye out on that. But I think I might work back into PBCM here because it found a great PBCM. It found a great bounce off the volume weighted average price. Am I writing that right? PMCB, excuse me. PMCB, I typed it wrong. Oh. There we go. It found a nice little bounce off that volume weighted average price at $1.14. Now it's taking out prior bar high. Let's see what this one does. I'm going to put a breakout trade for $1.25. I'm going to put it at 126. If it ends up triggering, we'll go long, give it to 28. We'll give it to 28s in case it needs a bit of a buffer there. But quadruple U is not a bad looker. It's not a bad looker at all. Just trying to pack my patience on this one. Keeping an eye, of course, on NVTS as this one works back into the third of a dollar. What else we got over here? EOSC still rocketing up. How's SMX doing? Okay, SMX is finding support at 85. In fact, you have two candles, both of which defended 85 here. But the problem is this current candle has a lower high relative to the prior candle. So what's the deal? Do we punch in here, Joey, and then give it to 85? And then if it loses 85, we get out? Or what's the situation?
Yeah. Let me take a gander at this bad boy right here, SMX.
What do you think?
Ooh, on the 5? Don't love the 5.
Yeah, neither do I. I like the 85 hold, but it's not. I mean, it's not a glowing endorsement. To be quite honest
would you say your out was there if you
85 loses 85, I get out, and just rocketed up to 89 off that 85.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, now it's.
I mean, I think if it loses 85, 75, then get out. But right now,
bro,
be a pretty good entry.
Yeah, we'll go and give this a try. We gotta give this a try. What do you got, my man?
I'm just looking at Netflix, man. This thing is rebounding pretty aggressively. We got stopped out break even on the NVDA short, so we did take a couple of pennies to the downside, and then it just came right back up here to that to our entry point, and we're just gonna get out break even when we're supposed to. So even if it continues to move lower, I have no issues whatsoever. I wouldn't be surprised if we do punch through this, and if we fail to establish a new high once again, and this 185 level comes into play, and hedgies pushing price down, then we might take an additional stab at it. But as of right now, guys, I'm not going to complain about today's session whatsoever. We traded Facebook, FBL, Meta Long, and then Netflix, NVDA, SMR. So they have all been treating us relatively well today. And I mean, I'll put on some more trades, small size BE, starting to put in some topping tail signals. We tapped right into SMR right at $23. So let's take a look at the options chain and see what we got cooking up over there. 23 bucks. Okay, this thing is not very active from an options standpoint, but you can see we have 2,800 contracts at that specific zone with around 1,200 traded on today's intraday session. And then this is just in the hundreds. So that's really, really cool, guys. We'll head over to the more active expiration cycle, and that's going to be around December 19th. Once again, when I do the options activity in the morning, essentially what I'm showing you guys, I'm not saying that the stock is going to go to those levels or anything. What I'm just displaying, and keep this in mind, is just supply and demand zones. Where am I seeing the highest levels of open interest, and where am I seeing the highest concentrations of volume? And I think that's really important to play those key levels. But at that $30, ooh, I really like this, Sharif.
Sorry,
Do your thing. I really like this. $30. We're at 12,100 open contracts right now, and then also with 1,780 contracts traded. So I'm going to be looking at those as writings. Who knows, by December 19th, we might be heading in towards that $30 level on SMR, brother.
Sorry, just give me a second.
Yeah. You still got to go. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I think that's going to be a solid potential target. We're up to $23. We open up around $20 today. So we're just lifting on strike prices. Here's the scroll around here on NVDA. Whenever you're ready, there you go. Great show, Sharif and Joe, says John Van Soy. My girl, Adara, and it's time. I'll be back around 2 p.m. He's going for burgers, fries, and beers. Attaboy, John. It's Thursday. Is it Thursday?
Wait, Joey.
I'm not. Sorry,
We're five in the money, baby.
$5?
$5 in the freaking money, bro. We just took 95s out. We're long 90.93. Here we go. Let's keep an eye now. This could be a $100 move, Joey. Boom. Katina is getting lit up. I love it. There we go. Limit up 99.16, guys. What a move up.
Destroyed his whole
I was down like substantially. I made most of it back on that.
There we go. That's what you need, man.
Oh, no, Joey.
What is that, SMX?
SMX, baby. We put the stop through 85. It rocketed up, baby. Here comes 100, Joseph. 102.77. Keep your... Katina man's blown up. Where's Oz at? He likes to blow up cow there. 102.77. Keep your eye on the red rectangle on my time and sales. That is limit up, limit down. 102.77. Here we go, Joey.
Brother, no. Zoom in on these joints, man.
Zoom in.
Yeah,
We're going to zoom in, Joey.
You're not doing your trade any justification.
Well, it's so distorted because the price move up. Like if
then spread it. Make the screen a little wider, my boy. Man. Come on, man. What is that? Take that garbage out of here.
Boom. Okay, good move here on SMX. Very strong name. Good bull flag continuation, guys. Let's get back in business over here. I just want to make sure I don't have any trades that are active, or sorry, any orders that are active for this one, so that I don't get triggered into it accidentally. Joey, it is a $100.98 high, and it is dropping back down into 95 now. I'd like to see what this bad boy does at 90. That's exactly where I got in there, and it rocketed up. So let's keep an eye here on SMX, 65%. And the beautiful thing about this one, it's a midday mover, right? It was doing bupkis in the earlier part of the day. So, you know, the better part of the trade is not behind it, is kind of what I'm trying to say there. I appreciate you, Katina man, bro. Well, Katina man always throwing some love. Katina man, did you get any of the charcuterie? He got Katina man's loaded up.
You guys got to mic up over there, man. You got to mic up, my boys. You got to mic up, man.
This guy's trying to boss everybody. I like it.
Yeah.
Stretch that thing out, says Durant Gordon. Shout out to my man. Shout out to Christopher Ocean. I appreciate you. Ozan.
Hold on, man.
I appreciate you. City Boy 305. He's in Miami.
What are you eating?
Cheese.
Oh, cheese, please.
This guy, you were tattletale in school, weren't you?
Are you kidding me?
100% you were tattling. You were tattling immediately.
Brother, I was
you were
the
a tattler,
opposite.
bro.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, this guy's a he's trying to get Katina Man in trouble. He's trying to get me in trouble just because I took a bite of the cheese.
That's insane.
Oh, wow,
I was the polar
Joey.
opposite. Never a tattletale. I feel like you were tattletale.
I was the one always getting in trouble, bro.
Me too.
I was constantly
I
getting
was
in
that
trouble.
guy. Come on.
Joey, it is now $102 high. SMX is rampaging up. It's up 73%. Limit up now is 105.87. Keep your eye on the red rectangle on my time in sales, or sorry, my level 2. Here it is, 106.93 now. It's changed. As the clock moves and the price action develops, the limit up, limit down price levels will change. 106.93. It is a 105 high, Joey. This is on the rampage now. SMX's world, and we're all just participating in it at the moment.
You remember that story I told you about my my buddy's cousin Todd? What happened to Todd at recess?
Remind me, please.
We playing foot hockey. Todd wanted to play with the big boys. Todd gets smoked.
He got smoked. He tattled?
Todd tells on Joe. Joe goes home for a couple days.
Suspension.
Benny.
I got
just
suspended
like
twice, grade 7 and 8, for high school or for football. Because we kept playing tackle.
Twice?
We kept playing tackle, and then we ended up throwing hands one time.
Did you have pink sheets in elementary school? When you get in trouble, you get a pink sheet and you have to go home and get it signed?
Yeah, and your parents had to sign it.
Yeah, you had to sign
It was
that.
the worst.
Yeah, you have
It was
no
the
idea.
worst, bro.
Wow. Hey, you know your boy had a couple of those.
Only twice.
Yeah.
Hey,
There's no way.
Keep it down over there.
There's no way.
Stop bullying us from afar, okay? Yeah, only twice. Dude, I never actually got in trouble for doing anything bad. It was always what happened during recess. We play sports, we get heated up, the testosterone starts running, right? You pull down somebody a little too aggressively. Breaking news, PHM. Congressional watchdog probes Trump FHFA chief Bill Pulte, says CNBC. We know Bill Pulte has been involved in many different things, whether it's investigating, what's her name again?
Got a little prosciutto on the sweater, my boy.
I got a little excited, Joey.
I gotta get that off.
The Fed governor, I forget her name.
Off,
so lots of investigations going on there. Keep your eye out on that. Shout out to Rook78, Joe, Sharif, proving why they are the tag team champions of the North.
The Hardy Boys, man, world champions.
We got to get a couple of belts.
We should get some belts, man.
I like belts, man.
Yeah, I imagine having the tag team belt. We could do the entry, come in with the tag team championship belt into the Stone Cold.
We got to pause it for a second. Favorite tag team of all time?
It has to be the Hardy Bros, no?
That's a good. That's a good one. Because of the tables. I want to get the boys to chime in on this, but we'll get in a second.
Eddie and Chavo Guerrero. I don't know if they were ever tag team champions, though, Eddie and Chavo.
Actually, I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll
you know what I mean? The Guerreros would be.
I know who the Katina Man would say, because you posted it the other day. The Legion of Frickin' Doom, correct? Yeah, he's giving me the nod. Legion of Doom. I'm going to go ahead and say.
Who is the Legion? Who was in that? You got to mic up, brother.
He doesn't know who the Legion of Doom is.
Who's in that one there?
I don't even know if I want to keep going with this topic anymore, but you just killed my vibe.
I don't even know who was in that.
No, but we're Canadian, so I'm going to have to say the Hart Foundation, man.
The Hart,
Jim the Anvil Neidhart and Bret Hart, man. I did like that. One's technical and one was power. Anvil, bro. He just come in there with his big goatee and he's always pulling at it. And it's like he's a redhead, so it was like an auburn goatee.
Did Goldust ever have a tag team partner?
No. What are we trading over? Good times, guys. We're having a good time. Legion of Doom was in the 80s. I know, bro. I know. In the 90s as well. But yeah, sure, they did start in the 80s. Guys, I want to bring in a couple of good breakouts over here right now. They are quadruple U. So shout out to Jameson for pointing that one out. We didn't put the ticker on there. My apologies. Let's throw in quadruple U. By the way, quadruple U is on the Amex exchange, but it is at days high. This thing keeps going up. Shout out to Jameson. I also want to point out the one I'm involved in, NVTS, at day's high again. SMX, another day high. Joseph Options, 106 high now on SMX. EOSE, finally getting a pullback. We mentioned that this one hadn't touched the 10 EMA on the 5 since 9:55 this morning. That has now changed. It gave it a quick glance at 12:35 and is now actually breaking down below it. So let's keep an eye out on these trades. We're starting to get some nice juice here in the afternoon, Joseph.
I did not mean to do that. Okay, we'll just get out right away, guys. I wanted to go short here, and I accidentally punched long, so I just got out of it right away. I have that short, kind of that mentality here at the highs on NVDA. Look at this meta come back in, man. What a good out that was. Oh, that's so unfortunate. What happened? What did I do here? Oh, that's what I did. Okay, yeah, I hit the wrong key and I punched. So anyways, aside from that, I still like this NVDA short, guys, especially right now as the market's slowly starting to come back in. Bloom Energy is doing its own thing as it's continuing to climb up to 115. Dude, what the hell, Leonte? This thing was at 101 today?
I'm telling you, it moves stupid, Joey, and that's what I'm trying to say,
13 3/4, my boy?
Yeah.
Bruh. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's some big-time movement.
Stupid as in good.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right, Joey. And now for some very, very exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. They've launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, and they're offering you guys the 3 times bull as well as the 3 times bear exposure to the TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate. They're dropping management fees to just 65 basis points all until New Year's Eve. Yes, December 31st of this year. Plus, the U.S. focus strategies, while they use currency hedging, which offers you the potential for pure performance as well as exposure. So, if you're tactical and you're a sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right, so we're going to get that right this time. Hopefully. Okay. Whew, whew, whew. All right, yeah, so not too bad, guys. We're going to post up here at 80, whatever it is. So, yeah, we like this for sure.
Like it.
A nice move. Again, this was just a little bit of an error, so we got out right away. But if it does crack this support level, I don't mind chasing it down here and then adding a little bit. So maybe we'll do that. I do believe that we're going to sell a bit here. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, so there it is. We're looking for that break of support. If it comes back up to here, we're going to get that add. But as soon as it breaks through these pivot levels, we're going to hop out of that trade. So, yeah, that's what we got going on. Netflix slowly starting to recover. That last out on META, we're going to be FBL here for us.
Keep saying Meta's dropping.
Yeah, it was selling aggressive. So, I mean, boom. Out at 34.40 is on FBL, and then it climbs all the way back down close to our entry price there, Sharif. Yes, and then now you're starting to get a little bit of a rebound here. But still, I mean, you're up 3 and a bit there on the session. Not too bad whatsoever. Now we just need this consolidation high on NVDA to slowly start to cool. 5-minute print, you're starting to form those lower highs, and you haven't breached that 184.45 level. If the momentum really picks up and we punch through that zone, I'll get out of Dodge, no problem, and that'll be our first and only loss of the day. But there's still an hour left, so...
Don't say that.
Hey, man, it is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm giving it the
you got to get the good juju there going.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, it's the vest. Well, I'm going to be wearing it tomorrow as well, too. No, I definitely won't be, but I would like it.
I wore a vest one time on the show because it was like 100 under.
Yeah.
And I got made so much fun of by everybody here, by everybody in the chat. They called me Marty McFly because it was like a big red puffer vest, like the one that he wears in in whatever.
What's wrong with the vest? I don't know why people are...
Back to the Future. Thank you, SSC.
I don't understand. I think everybody should get them a vest, especially when you're putting up days like this.
Oh, this guy, he's just like dust off his shoulder.
Dust off
Okay.
his shoulder, man.
My man.
In all seriousness, we're short NVDA.
You mean
guys.
life jacket? You remember that, Christopher Ocean? Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah,
you remember
the life jacket, man.
Because that's exactly what you guys were bullying me with that
everybody
day.
said I would have
in
the
a life jacket.
Hey, man.
Joey,
You know what?
SMX. $110.68. This one is on a rampage to the high side. Guys, we were long 90. We got out 97. It is now 110.68. the breakout is on and the shorts are getting squeezed. Let's find out quickly here, Joey, what the short float by Perplexity, or that Perplexity has for SMX. SMX short float. Go. Let's go, Perplexity. Let's see what we got here, Joey. Around roughly 3 to 4%. I don't believe that. That's crazy. Other aggregators pull from other earlier or different reporting show short interest as a percent of float numbers in the 30+% range. That kind of makes sense given the squeeze here. I don't think 3 to 4% probably accurate for a name like this, but it's kind of hard to know. In any event, we got to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk with Adara.
Warby Parker just made a bit of a spike here. WRBY, CEO of the company, saying that they're going to be ending 2025 more profitable than they were expecting, and they're keeping prices low despite tariffs. I have some similar comments coming from the CEO of Tapestry, TPR, who's saying that the company can actually raise their prices for their enhanced products, and they actually plan to be ready to fully mitigate these tariffs. Back to you.
Yeah, Chuck of all trades saying, oh boy, when SMX dumps, it's going to get heavy. It's going to be ugly. That's what I just wrote there, you guys. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's right back into the highs, guys. Right back into 110 over here. 110.68 is the area high. So let's see if we can get above 110, because every time I'm looking at the level 2 over here, it feels like we're rejecting at 110 despite the fact that it's 68 penny high. I appreciate you, Katina, man. Always nice of you when you're throwing love in the chat. Shout out to the Katina, man. TT Mass saying iRobot, IRBT, one of the big movers yesterday, of course. All of robotics was because of the Trump tweet, or not Trump tweet, but I think we got a report that President Trump was going to issue an EO, an executive order, in the new year with respect to robotics. In any event, today we're not really doing much on IRBT, to be quite frank. It looks like we're down a little bit, trading at 322. The closing print from yesterday was 340. But you gotta like this though, because from the opening print yesterday, which was about $1.90, maybe $1.95, we're not giving back too much, guys. We got to a aftermarket high there at 430 of 370, and we're at 322 right now. So look, things don't typically go up in a straight line, so when they hold a majority of their gains like this is not a bad look. This is something to keep in mind. Obviously, we're always looking for what the next trade is, not just intraday, but swings. And robotics, as Brendo and I were talking about on the big desk today, so much potential for that. So many different industries that robotics can be a huge part of. You know, I mentioned elder care in the morning, but there's like a zillion other ones. Obviously not a zillion, but you guys know what I exaggerate for effect, obviously. But something to keep some food for thought there, Joey. If you had to punch into some robotics names, weapon to head, what are you punching into? You taking Tesla? You taking the ETF, the technology ETF that's known as Tesla?
Yeah. I mean, do I get two options or just one?
Let's go two.
All right, Rich Tech or Boston Scientific maybe.
I don't think they're public.
They're not public. They're not public. Okay. Anyways, well maybe I'll talk with Vlad and he can set me up with some private on the old blockchain. So no, I would go Rich Tech Robotics and Tesla.
Going no RR and TSLA.
RR.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Certainly, that sounds like a good combination there. Go ahead, Katina, man.
Is public.
Yeah,
It is actually?
yeah. I thought it was.
BSX.
What
BSX,
the hell?
bang. So there we go.
Shout out to Demolition as well, if you remember
Boston
Demolition.
Scientific is. Why is it still off so raw? It's not actually.
Oh no.
Thank you for
What's
that,
the
Katina.
daily-
I didn't
what's the
even know
daily
this
look
was
like
a
on that,
thing,
on
bro.
that, John?
It's not. It's a consolidated area high. Let's show the chart, man. This is a really good chart. I'm not gonna lie over here. BSX. It's been in a really long area of consolidation, but I don't mind that. That's
Look at that,
working.
steady up there.
Steady up, exactly. Oh my goodness. From the July 2022 lows to the area highs, 210%.
We'll take that, man.
I'll take that any day.
And then you get this consolidation.
This is a good area.
Dang.
Where, you know what they say about these consolidations that are area highs? They're working into their multiple. Right? You've got to work into the multiple because everything is always so forward looking, and then you wait till they actually achieve what you were thinking they were going to achieve, and then we start looking to the next step. Yeah, this is great, man. Thank you for calling this out. Man, I'm going to have to create a robotics watch list over here on the side chart because I don't have one right now. We'll do that tonight, throw in a bunch of names. SMX is at $114. It's now up almost 100%. It's got 2.38 million shares traded on the day. Traded carefully. It's all gas, no brakes. Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on AMD. AMD CEO Lisa Su saying the company is going to be paying 15% tax on their MI308 chip exports to China. So AMD Lisa Su announcing this 15% tax is going to be paid on these chip exports to China. Stock not moving too much, but do keep an eye on AMD. Back to you.
If they're even going to buy that thing.
Oh,
like
no.
you heard Jensen say, I can't even sell the H200. Forget about the H20.
We don't
it's
want
an even
that.
upgraded chip. He says, whether it's accurate or not, he doesn't think he can get China to buy the H200. What makes them want to buy the MI308?
Right.
I mean, is that a more superior chip than the H200? Let's do a little research here on the H200.
Pull it up.
I don't know anything about it, quite frankly. I've always been talking about the H20. Tell me a little about the NVIDIA H200 China specific, chip. I spelled specific wrong, but it should probably know about what I mean here. Okay, part of the family of the part in this family is the H20, not the standard H200. The H200 itself is the full flat hopper successor to the H100, while the H20 is a cut down variant tuned to stay just under US export control thresholds for the Chinese market. So why does Jensen want to actually sell the H200 if that is the upgraded version of Hopper? Maybe because it's less than the B200, but then that's the problem. They don't want to buy any lesser chips. Interesting.
Let me ask you, it's aside from, but the Huawei, have you seen that foldable tablet? The tablet.
I thought you were talking about the chips.
No,
Okay.
the tablet.
Yeah, the one with the monitor, right?
Yeah,
and then it has a detachable keyboard.
Yeah. That thing's
It's
pretty cool,
fantastic,
man.
bro. I mean, tell you, bro, like they're not copying designs anymore, man.
No.
They are leading in the designs. There's an overlap between manufacturing and learning how to design, and that was a mistake the West made, thinking that they could just outsource all the manufacturing and maintain all the design, not seeing that there was an overlap between the two, and it is what it is.
They got some cool tech over there, man.
Bro, of course, man. I mean,
Yeah. What was that?
anybody who's been to Shenzhen,
What's Buddy's name again? Who makes the military material?
Andrew, you're talking about Palmer Luckey?
Yeah, Palmer Luckey. Yeah, I was watching some stuff on that guy last night. You see that helmet and everything that he got going on?
So crazy.
But
I want to mention something about that. I was mentioning it to Brendo this morning. They had a failure in one of their larger drones. It's supposed to be a drone, an aircraft drone that supports other
I heard him talking about that.
And it crashed, and everyone was saying, "Oh, is Anduril really like that amazing company, or are they just kind of making the same things that the Chinese are currently making?" And so there are a lot of people were tagging him on Twitter or X, saying that, and he was responding to a lot of them. And so I don't want to say he's defensive,
but when you're building new tech, these things are going to happen at the end of the day,
man,
right?
Obviously, but your critics are loud and proud too,
exactly.
man. So
exactly. People
all right, what time is it, Joey?
What's that? Those kids. Some people want to see my downfall, and some of them are standing behind me.
Why you say stuff like that, JL822? That's
JL822.
funny, but I don't know. Come on, man. In any event.
Oh yeah, but that's our boy Jay Lee, man.
Hold on, is that?
Yeah, it's Jay Lee.
JL822. That's not Jay Lee.
Yeah,
is that his
I'm
new
pretty
name?
sure that's Jay Lee, man.
Is it
That's
actually?
our boy
Shout out
Jay
to
Lee.
Jay, man. Okay, it's funny, but.
Well, he
all
does
right,
look
Joey.
like that at the end of the day. Like, the guy wears like palm tree.
He is a unique
shirt. Yeah, I think you have to be unique at the end of the day.
he's the one that made what's it called? That Meta Quest, and then Meta ended up buying that from him, right? He's all about that life. All right, let's start here.
That's Jay Lee, man.
Let's start with NVIDIA. We were just talking about the called the H200, and as we know, of course, Jensen Huang was in Washington yesterday, where he met with President Donald Trump, and then he went on to the CSIS conference, where he made more statements. And so let's get to the first part of that. He met with President Trump yesterday to discuss AI chip export restrictions, as Congress, of course, is weighing proposals at targeting sales to China. Huang reiterated NVIDIA's stance, which is the following. They support export controls, but they want U.S. companies to maintain, quote, the best and the most and first. So you got to have the best, the most, and you got to be first. Lawmakers are considering inserting the GAIN AI Act into the upcoming National Defense Authorization Act. The act would force NVIDIA, as well as AMD, of course, to prioritize U.S. buyers before selling any of these advanced chips abroad, China included. Bloomberg, for their part, they reported the proposal is unlikely to be included in the NDAA, and Huang called that wise because he thinks it's going to cause harm to U.S. AI leadership. So here's the deal. The GAIN Act is more damaging, says Jensen, than the earlier AI Diffusion Act, but he also rejected the idea of a state-by-state AI regulation. Currently, AI is not regulated in its entirety at the federal level. So states are open to making their own AI regulations. That creates problems for these AI companies. Think about your Sam Altman. You're creating ChatGPT. I got to create one version of Chat for New Jersey and another for New York and yet another for California. I mean, how's that workable? That creates all sorts of problems. So I think I just think we need federal regulation. That hasn't happened yet. NVIDIA, as well as other major AI players, Joey, they're backing a new super PAC. Oh boy, here we go. The super PAC's called Leading the Future. And the aim of said PAC is to ensure cohesive federal level regulation. So they're basically saying what I'm saying, but they're going to put their money behind it and they're going to try to influence lawmakers. Trump has already urged legislators, Joey, to include language in the NDAA to preempt state laws and establish one federal standard. But however, Steve Scalise, the majority leader in the Senate, says likely won't make it onto the bill.
Yeah, fair enough, Sharif. I think at the end of the day, things are good. You're going to need a little bit more clarity, and it's going to come, right, as we continuously advance in this space, and it becomes more and more popular than what it already is.
Yes,
we just took a little bit more out on NVDA, speaking of the devil, but aside from that, things will start to clear up. You'll get more clarity and everything along those lines. But this is what I'm talking about. Supply zone here on NVDA. You're still positive 2%, guys. This was a mistake right here, this little trade. I went long backs and got out immediately, and then we wanted to go short, so the risk to reward would have been a little bit better. So NVDA slowly starting to come back in and sort of the bigger names. But what's going awful right now, Sharif, you guessed it, BE and SMR. But what is getting absolutely slacked here today is Intel. We didn't really talk too much about Intel as it broke through some key support levels, and same with the likes of Advanced Micro Devices, slowly starting to bleed its own blood right now.
All right, SMX is coming off the high, guys, 117 high. It's dropping into 108. I want to let you know that the 10 EMA on the 5 is almost exactly at $100. So let's see if the $100 area ends up holding up. CRM, Joey. What a report for them. And by the way, I got to digress. Shout out to Jameson, man. You called out quadruple U, and there goes quadruple U into the area high. 16.18, blowing through that $16 level. It doesn't even matter, and holds that 10 EMA quite well, up 7% on the day. Quadruple U trades on the Amex. Salesforce, Joey. A clean earnings beat on both the top and bottom line. I know you've been looking at that one for a hot minute. Shout out to you. Look at that EPS, bro.
I know.
$3.25 a share, and they actually, the street was looking for $2.86. They're crediting that to discipline, expense discipline, and investment gains. Revenue came in at a little bit more than $10.25 billion. That was in line with expectations, but a nice and a healthy increase year over year to the tune of 8.6%. That profitability, that take-home money, net income rose to $2.09 billion, up from the $1.53. But it was helped, though, by a $263 million gain from what they're calling strategic investments. Cloud mix, Joey, for Tableau was stronger than expected, which is emphasizing their pivot away from on-premises offering. Everything's on the cloud, higher margins there. How are they guiding, though? That seems to always be the case, or the issue. 11.13 to 11.23 billion ahead, though well ahead of the 10.9 expected, and would also account, if it comes to fruition, to an 11 to 12% year-over-year bump on that number, with EPS coming in, or the guide for EPS 302 to 304, matching the street's expectations. But it really was to do with Agent Force. Look at that number. Agent Force, which is their agentic AI, the annual recurring revenue surged 330% year over year, Joey. Last time around, they only had 6,000 paying clients, and that was in September. They got 9,500 paying clients now. It's starting to take off. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic numbers across the board here in Salesforce. It's funny to just think, like, why doesn't the street necessarily love this name? These numbers are absolutely phenomenal. CRM has done the opposite. I don't even know if it can. Like, there it goes. You're starting to climb a little bit higher in today's session. There goes NVDA as well, too. But there's been zero participation whatsoever over the past X amount of time. December of 24 was the last time we put in a new high. You're still down 34% off of that level from peak to trough. You were down approximately 41%, and now you're finally starting to break some downtrend lines. Why the street doesn't like this, I get it. His guides aren't as aggressive as some analysts obviously like, but you formed that base at 221.95, and now you're finally officially starting to break that downtrend line. Let's see if CRM can really start to get this its train moving here, because there's a lot of ground that it can cover. And if it does decide to play catch-up, Sharif, watch out, because this thing can go insane over an extended period of time.
Assassino, let's show them what's going on over here. Look at this, man. The boys are getting the work done. These are going to be the new desks that we have, our analysis desk. So we're going to have desks over here, and we'll just turn our chairs around, and we'll be able to face the other desk like that. It's going to be super cool. And then we're putting cameras in the side, so you'll be able to see us and whoever is sitting on the other side, just from the sides like that. It's going to be awesome. And there's going to be screens on the other side of this as well to match the screens that are already on the big desk, man. The boys are doing fantastic work, and we're super excited to have all this done, Joey. It's snowing out, eh?
Oh,
Fantastic, Randy. Is it actually, though? It was sunny as hell this morning.
Warm, to be honest.
Okay, great. It's snowing.
Hands are hot.
All right, Joey, let's go on. Who said puts? Why would you say that, Big Lion?
Puts on what?
On this.
That's crazy.
That is crazy, but you know, some people just want the world to burn. You can't help them.
Oh, Big Leone, buddy, that's means for getting blocked, brother. No, we're not gonna block. You're not gonna block. You can talk, man.
Let's talk about Snowflake, Joey. Where's this one at? Because it was all sorts of weak in the morning here. Snowflake had days low, 10 3/4. Oh no, it's SSR. All right, they guided Q4 product revenue 1.19 to 1.2. This is the guide, by the way. That would be up 27% year over year, but that's only a little bit better than the 1.18 expected by the streets. Talk about lofty expectations. Investors expected 30% growth, Joey, and they only guided 27, especially though after a 70% year-to-date rally, leading to now a 10 3/4% sell-off. The growth shortfall, though, here is tied more to inflated expectations, according to this article, than any business weakness that the company is suffering from. They also announced a $200 million partnership with Anthropic, as well as deepening their cooperation with Accenture, strengthening their relationship with AWS, and they're actually now working closely with Google Gemini and other LLMs, Joey, to embed, large language models directly into Snowflake managed data environments, they say. With respect to the actual quarter's results, I don't have EPS, but I have revenue came in at $1.21 billion, ahead of the 1.18, showing demand despite the macro pressure, Joe. Yeah. What do you make of Snow?
Sharif, I remember I said something to you before. I was like, hey, man, we know we have the big cloud providers, but what about Snowflake? And I remember you're just like, hey, man, there's NeoCloud and cloud, but it looks like they're getting involved in the AI space. So can there be all that spillover? Can that start to funnel into some of these smaller names like Snowflake?
Remember what we talked about yesterday? Oracle going from single digits into double digits, because right now the only three that have double digits are Google, AWS, and Azure. So this could be another one.
There you go. So I mean, that's what I was talking about before, man. Operating cash flow, 35% increase year over year, 11% margin, free cash flow up 9%, up to $113 million. Adjusted free cash flow, $136 million, 11%. Added 650. Did you mention that?
What?
Added 615 new customers.
I didn't actually.
Record
Thank
658.
You for that.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot going on with Snowflake here, and the stock is starting to perform. I mean, you're starting to come in off of these highs, but we're not going to complain. You're down 20%, but if those numbers aren't completely horrible, 98% off of those April lows, so outpacing the overall market.
Gavin Ross is making me chuckle in the chat.
Why would he say?
He's like, thought you had Harry and Marv from Home Alone and stealing from you guys because they got the same side. And the other dude looks like
I get that.
Marv, man, tis the season though.
Tis the season.
You know that we're gonna start seeing Home Alone on TV very soon. That's how you know, guys.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
I mean, after Halloween, I'm okay with any Christmas day.
I love Home Alone, bro. I'll sit there and I'll watch it.
I just don't like I know the pigeon lady's nice, but you're giving me freaks.
It's the second one. The
pigeon
is the second
lady?
one.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Do you know they took out President Trump?
During,
I don't want to get
they put him back
after that incident.
Did they put him back?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see this year. But they took him out.
He runs into him at the hotel.
Exactly.
Right?
They ended up taking him out there.
Yeah, shout out to Trump Hotel. And hey, listen, I think I want to go to LA. You were in LA, so I think I'm going to go to LA eventually. I can do some reviews on 2 of the American cities that I've been to. As of late, Dallas and Chicago.
You like both?
I love Chicago.
You didn't like Dallas,
Chicago. Dallas is all right. But I like Chicago more. I want to see what LA is like. So you get, even though the chat's probably like, what is this Canadian doing reviewing our cities?
Why not?
Yeah, but why not? Come on. I give honest reviews. I love Chicago. I love Chicago. It's a wicked city.
I don't have anything bad to say about LA. There's just some areas downtown that you want to stay away from, that's all.
In Chicago?
No, LA.
LA? Yeah. I heard.
Otherwise,
and it's starting to spread as well.
Adara, give us your take on Snowflake.
A lot of thoughts here on Snowflake, and I think one of the biggest things that I kind of want to emphasize here with SNOW is that a lot of their growth this quarter is actually slowing down compared to what they reported last quarter. So this quarter, we've got SNOW reporting 29% year-over-year revenue growth. Last quarter, 32% growth. Product revenue grew by 29% this quarter. Last quarter grew by 32%. And also here, net revenue retention, 125%, exact same as last quarter. So that is not glowing. However, the one area in which I will absolutely give them props is the aforementioned RPO, remaining performance obligations, growing at 37% compared to 33% growth last quarter. Now, the other thing I think I want to mention here, and that's what I'm seeing a lot of analysts attribute to this drop today, their adjusted operating margin outlook for Q4, 7%. This quarter, it was 11%. So that is weak. Other than that, here in the slowing growth, I think this is a decent report. We'll have to see what they do next quarter. But yeah, I really think the RPO is clearly the area to watch. That's really the only way in which they grew better than they did last quarter.
Meta. So there was a couple of Meta headlines today. There was actually several. One had to do with Apple. The other one had to do with an EU probe. But the real one here, the reason Meta is up on the day is this one. The planned cuts to the metaverse. Let's get to that. Sorry, it's a little, I had to do this after because it came out after the note. So Zuckerberg, I know. Thank you, Assassino. Zuckerberg is expected to significantly reduce resources allocated to the metaverse. The potential cuts could be as big as 30% for metaverse groups, and that would start next year. Sadly, it would likely include layoffs, possibly starting in January. We've seen Meta lay off people, even though they've been on a hiring spree to acquire talent at the higher levels. Some people, sadly, have been losing their job. The cuts stem, of course, from Meta's annual budgeting process, which is held at Zuck's residence in Hawaii. So apparently they do this every year. All the bigwigs at Meta, they go to Hawaii, they hang out with Zuck, where he built his little doomsday, what is it called?
Bunker.
Bunker. Thank you, Joey. There, and then they figure out where are we going to make savings. Zuckerberg has asked each department to cut at least 10%. However, the Metaverse group was actually asked to cut more than that, more deeply, because Zuck feels there's just really not too much competition that he needs to worry about in the Metaverse. Therefore, why spend so much? That's his thinking. I'm not vouching for it. Most reductions will likely hit the virtual reality group of the Metaverse, which accounts for most of the Metaverse's spending. And just to give you an idea about this Metaverse, this reality lab, which houses all these efforts, they've accumulated over $70 billion in losses, guys, since 2021. We're not even talking about the history of the company. We're talking about, from the COVID days, $70 billion. The company rebranded as well back in 21 from Facebook to Meta for that exact reason, to emphasize that vision by Zuck. And he's also since de-emphasized the metaverse, especially publicly and on earnings calls, saying very little about the metaverse. In fact, choosing to speak more about AI, for obvious reasons. They're prioritizing, as I mentioned, AI models, chatbots, etc. But Joey, they don't just want to be AI. They want to have a foothold in the products game. We've seen that, whether it comes to the Meta glasses and the 3 different versions of the glasses they recently released.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I think it's good. We know what happened. We know what happened with the stock before when he first started all this metaverse spending.
Sorry, yeah.
Straight to the downside.
Right down.
And then sure enough, you're starting to see somewhat of a strong reaction in today's session. I like Meta. Listen, you make yeah, I know. You see what they you see what
everyone on the rail TV,
dude.
Lisberto Calvo.
He's back.
He's calves probably, right?
Lisberto Calvo. Oh.
So Joe.
Yeah.
I love the Marty McFly vest. Hey pal, what's with the life preserver? I mean, is that from the movie? I'm assuming.
I don't know.
And the other one there. Shout out to them. 'Tis the heated vest season, man.
Well, my friend.
It's snowflaking and Joey is equipped. Just need some heated earmuffs.
We set up, man. Hey, it's either hate it or love the vest, brother. I told everyone you need to get one. Life preserver. I think it's preserving all these games that we got on today too as well. So, I mean, yeah, we're cooking up. Also, Ramin said Chicago's really good, by the way. And I was like, yeah, but you left me there. I had to train home. And then later states that she would have left me in the river if she could.
Oh,
so
God, yeah. You think Ram Ram has any sort of
Like,
feelings?
Well,
or,
no, she just said she would leave me in the river. I thought we were friends.
Yeah, I would
I thought we were cool,
wager
man.
she'd do worse. Adair, breaking news.
Yeah, Target is really pushing higher here. Wall Street Journal reporting that the company is testing new models for next day delivery. Again, TGT pushing higher as Wall Street Journal reports that the company is testing new next day delivery models. So if I get more details, I'll let you know. TGT liking the story. Back to you.
Camera on that side, the camera on that, it's going to get it from there. Yeah, but good point.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on to the next story, Joey. Tesla.
Yes, sir.
So, as we spoke about this morning, we already know about the weakness in Europe, and I think this is already priced in, but this is the headline today, okay? Yesterday was a great headline for Tesla with respect to robotics. Today, we just get more of the same. We know Europe is weak, and this is what this is about. UK registrations, Joseph, fell 19% year over year in the month of November, dropping to 3,784 units sold. This follows an even steeper decline in October when registrations were literally cut in half year over year. The slump comes as total UK new car registrations also fell 6.3%. But when you juxtapose the 6.3 for the entire industry and you compare that to the 19 by Tesla, far underperforming the market at large and not a good look. And a lot of that is being blamed on the entry of the Chinese EVs into the European market, specifically, of course, BYD and the aggressive European expansion that they've been pushing. Their registrations in Europe have more than tripled year over year, directly pressuring, obviously, Tesla. But that's not all it. We know for a fact that there's been a lot of political backlash towards Elon Musk for the political positions that he's taken and his support for certain parties in Europe. Legacy automakers, Joey, as well, they're accelerating their EV releases, and that's obviously crowding the market.
Absolutely. Guys, I just found something crazy, and it's not this vest. I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC, top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero know your customer if you're in the US, Canada, and Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USD coupons for registering plus 15 bonus, thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more information. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, there it is. We'll talk a little bit about Tesla. I think Katina Man said that potentially a new all-time high by next week. I like that. Definitely leading into the new year. I think we can break that 478 level in Tesla and continue to climb a little bit higher. Other than that, guys, we got stopped out of the NVDA position as well, too. So, I mean, the short number one worked. This was just a little bit of a figure. Short number two does work, but it's a tougher grind on this one, right? This was supposed to be my original entry on this one, and then we can take that move, but we just had a little bit of a mistake, a hotkey error, and then sure enough, we come back, stops us out, break even, roughly, and then we get out. I didn't have as much size as I wanted to, or nothing close to what I had on SMR earlier in the day, but yeah, I mean, SMR up to $23. We talked a little bit about a supply zone on the weeklies. Once we get to tomorrow's expiration, that might be able to be lifted, and then we head over to the 30s, which I think is going to be a pretty good target here for SMR. Let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on from there. $30 leading into the holiday season. We will take that all day, every day. But yeah, I mean, if there's any specific that you guys want us to go over, I know we're in the news. We're looking at some other thing. yeah. That's a good one. I'm not invested enough in SMR. That is for sure. That's a good one. We like that. Maybe I have to pick up a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, guys, it's been a pretty fun session. It's Thursday. Yeah, I mean, hockey, 10 o'clock. We'll hit the gym as well, too. So we got a lot going on. Joe, can you take a look at Riot, please? Absolutely. We'll take a look at Riot. But first and foremost, we're going to send it over to Adara, see what she's got going on. Riot Platform is kind of going opposite of what IBIT is. Adara, what do you have?
What I have here, Joe, Trump is still talking. He is talking here at this event with the DRC in Rwanda. That started around 10 minutes ago, more or less, or at least that's when the stream began. And I want to talk here about MP because Trump just mentioned that they're signing a critical minerals accord with the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. So this critical minerals accord is moving MP. I didn't really see any of these other names moving. I checked TMC, didn't do anything. USAR, not really moving either. So MP seems to be the biggest mover here. Sorry, back to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Adara. So yeah, pretty good, not too bad whatsoever. A lot going on right now, but Bitcoin starting to get a little bit of a bounce. BE coming off of that $120 high. But yeah, I mean, NVIDIA is slowly crawling back up higher. But Joe, please break the tie, yay or nay on sweater vest. My boy back here is wearing a sweater vest. I'm all about the vest, brother. It doesn't matter what variation it comes in, man.
Like he's gonna go against vests while he's wearing that.
Yeah, I'm all about any iteration of the vest.
Let's go, Joey. Let's go on to the next topic. Apple design chief defects. Yet another defection to Meta in the Silicon Valley talent shift. So Apple confirmed that Alan Dye, its long-time head of user interface design, is leaving the company and moseying on over to Meta. Apple did announce that Stephen LeMay, a veteran designer since 1999, he's going to be Dye's successor. Dye was central, according to Apple, for the development of the UI across iPhone, iPad, Mac, Apple Watch, Apple TV, Vision Pro. What didn't he have a hand in? Zuckerberg announced that Dye will lead a new creative studio called Blending Design, Fashion, and Technology. And he stepped into the leadership role in 2015 when Johnny Ive, of course, reduced his day-to-day involvement. And under Dye, Apple unveiled the Liquid Glass, the much maligned Liquid Glass UI redesign in June. Meta is increasingly, as we've been talking about for quite some time, positioning itself not just as a social media company, but as a hardware and AI ecosystem competitor. This here aligns with that move as they look, obviously, to create software. Adira, give us a story and give us your take on Apple.
Yeah, I want to first talk here about RR because Rich Tech Robotics is moving around a little bit here. As you can see, this one spiked up. It was featured, or appears to be featured, in video posted on NVIDIA's blog. So NVIDIA mentioned here sending RR higher, at least temporarily. Let's talk a little bit about AAPL, though, because I do have some thoughts on this. I want to know how much Alan Dye is getting paid. Because as we know, like that's kind of been the thing. Meta's trying to give people a lot of money here for, to come join them, come jump ship, if you will. So I'm kind of curious there as to the money there. I'm guessing that would be a monetary decision. But I also am curious about this new creative studio that Alan Dye is going to be working on. I have a lot of questions. I don't think we'll get answers to these for quite some time. But either way, I would, keep an eye on A, what happens here with this new creative studio, and B, what is Apple's creative direction going to be now? We know Johnny Ives, as mentioned here, he fully stepped down about 5 years ago now, 6 years ago. So it's been a while since his creative vision has been with the company. We know he worked really closely with Steve Jobs. So now we're like, 2, 3 design guys have removed away from him. Liquid Glass guys gone. Let's see how his successor fares in AAPL.
Thank you very much. All right. Yes, I see that PM PCMB or PCMB, whatever the hell it is, let's find out, is moving again, guys. Good call on you by that. This is one that I was involved in earlier, did lose VWAP, and then rocketed up. Look at that, to 147. Back into VWAP we go. And it looks like it's holding here with another up move into that $1.30. I'll submit to you guys, though, that as I spoke about earlier, it's that $1.33. That really seems to be that resistance level, despite the fact that it got into 147. It spent all of no time there. So PMCB looking to move up over here. Let's go on to the next story, though. We'll have to skip Joey on this one. Palantir unveils Chain Reaction, which is a new operating system for what they're calling is US AI infrastructure. I'm not really sure exactly what that means as of yet, but we'll find out as the days come. They unveiled Chain Reaction, a new OS aimed at powering America's AI infrastructure. The company says the bottleneck in AI is no longer algorithms. It's actually power and compute. I agree with that wholeheartedly, requiring an entirely new energy-centric infrastructure. The system is designed to upgrade aging power generation into high uptime resources, which are capable, of course, of sustaining the huge AI workload and the massive compute demand that it requires. So the software is looking to stabilize and expand or target stabilization and expansion of the national power grid. Chain Reaction also will support the design, reproducibility, and the deployment of the next-gen hyperscaler data centers. I feel like every time I talk about a Palantir development, I'm reading words, and they're very abstract into actually what's being done. I never feel like I have a firm understanding of what the hell they're doing over there. Yeah. But, you know, maybe because they're just so advanced, and it's so industry specific. Yeah. I personally, I'd like to see an example of how this is all going to be consolidated. But Joey, we'll get your opinion on this in a second. We're going to go to Adair here.
I have news on two stocks here. For one, Microsoft is moving higher here. CNBC reporting that the company is going to be raising prices of commercial office subscriptions in July, it sounds like. To get more details, I'll let you know. Then we have PEP. This one, as you can see, fluctuating a bit here. Wall Street Journal reporting that the company is close to reaching a settlement with Elliott, of course, an activist investor. So settlement on watch here for PEP, and MSFT rising here. Reports are going to be raising their commercial office subscription prices. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Joey.
Yep.
Give us a take.
Yeah, I mean, as for Palantir.
Why? How'd you find it, Ram?
Crazy.
Like, how'd you even know the day?
That's wild.
What the hell, Ramin, bro? Oh my God.
Well, like, if we're going into comparison, you're looking pretty good there compared to Marty McFly, brother.
That's why it looked. That's why they called me the Marty, right?
Yeah.
It's actually quite puffy.
It is puffy.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm gonna wear it tomorrow.
Hey, brother, watch out for the numbers that are you prepared to put up those type of numbers when you wear the vest?
Those type of numbers, this guy, bro. Look at this.
No, it's all fun and games, man.
No good.
Only 128 votes, man. Come on.
I know, man. Let's
38%. No, as for Palantir,
give us your take, Joey.
Listen, this stock has been doing phenomenal things. We'll head over to the technicals on this name,
yes, sir,
and see what we got going on. Yeah, I mean, I did not see this, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I did not see this print. Did you have that wick candle on?
You want me to double check?
Yeah, please double check.
I think that is actually a legit.
Is that genuine
candle,
move?
PLTR.
Yeah. When you
daily.
Yep. When you see that, oh man, that's the short thing. We say, Joe, where have we seen this before? I'm not going to say it's going to get as drastically as bad.
Oh no, not ammed.
Ammed, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, I like everything that Palantir has been doing. I love Alex Karp. I think he's an interesting character, and I think this company is going to continue to grow. The international.
See my deal book yesterday? He was going off with Sorkin, bro.
Was he?
He was going off. He's always going off.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like, what was he going off about?
He's a loose cannon. About society. About,
obviously, always being on the offense. And
I love him, bro. I just like. Yeah. If you want to see a riled up, fired up guy, it's Alex Karp. Dude. And the thing is, like, he's a multi-billionaire now. He's got nothing
He's got nothing to hide anymore.
Angry about.
No, nothing.
But he's fired up all the time.
He's passionate. I like Palantir, and I'll continue to like Palantir for the foreseeable future.
All right, guys.
Glaze. Sorry, one thing, Glaze. Yeah, the next thing, brother, is I'm going the quarter zip. I think that stuff's so cool. You know what the quarter zip sweaters?
Yeah, of course. The ones that go to here.
Oh, yeah, of course. Watch out, man. Grab a couple
the Katina man's got one on right now.
Katina got the quarter zip on.
What do you got on right now?
He's got a dress
Neil's
shirt. Got the quarter zip,
He's got the dress shirt right now.
Neil's got the quarter zip on right now.
We just get done dirty there, man. You know what I mean? Like, just like
I don't know.
what the
I
hell?
think it's fashionable, man.
I like it.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't feel that it was
Yeah.
that puffy when I put it on.
It
But
doesn't
when you
look
went
that-
on camera,
it doesn't look that
and then
puffy.
I inspected it afterwards.
After?
Yeah, you look bloated. Anyway, let's go on to the next story, Joey. We're covered Palantir. Let's talk a little bit about Micron basically exiting the entire consumer market for memory to focus on AI demand. So important and so much demand is there right now for HBM, high bandwidth memory. They're like, we don't really care about individual clients. Micron announced it will stop selling consumer memory products under its Crucial brand to redirect all the resources towards meeting exploding AI-related memory demand. Executive Sumit Sanada said AI-driven data storage growth has created surging demand for memory and storage. AI data centers are absorbing all the global memory supply, according to him. Advanced AI chips like NVIDIA's Blackwell 200, Google's Ironwood tensor processing unit all take 192 gigs of advanced high bandwidth memory per unit. And for example, the MI350 takes 288 gigs. Memory requirements for AI vastly exceed those of consumer devices, making consumer RAM relatively low value for Micron. Interesting take here. We already know that Micron is competing with the likes of SK Hynix and Samsung, but Micron is actually the only US-based memory manufacturer in the category. That gives, of course, some sort of competitive advantage as you want to reshore and buy American, of course, and Micron is the only one. SK Hynix, however, remains NVIDIA's primary memory supplier, but Micron looking to expand its dealings with NVIDIA, Joey, and Micron's cloud memory division, just to give you an idea of how much demand there is, reported 213% year-over-year growth, underscoring the high margin opportunity that they have.
Yeah, 213% is kind of like what in that specific segment. It looks like what the actual stock's been doing, guys. You're up 293% off of those April 7th lows, and even more if you go to the peak, approximately 352%. And I mean, you're not very much off of that high. I know Katina Man doesn't necessarily love this name just yet, but we can't deny what the technicals are doing. You're only 13% off of those highs, but almost 300% off of the April lows.
Yeah, Joe, and you're up 170%, and you were up to 200.
Yep.
So you're well off.
Yep, for sure.
200% year to date.
Sure.
But this is like feast or famine, man.
Exactly.
It is,
exactly.
because every, like we are like a month, not a month, but like 6 months ago, there was a glut of inventory. They couldn't get rid of all the HBM.
And that's why I agree with Katina Man, because if things start to go south and the CapEx really starts to cool off, watch out, because this name can get hit definitely the hardest. Considering it's been up substantially, you're going to probably see the opposite play of that.
That's a good point. JUSU94 dropping €2 in the chat, Joey, and he reads as follows. What do you think about Intel? You want my opinion? You buy, okay? I don't have Intel. I've never owned Intel. But they've got the political tailwind, and the direction of the world right now is going in a certain way, and I think they stand to benefit. Your thoughts?
Intel, yeah, same thing, man. As soon as you see the government take stakes in things, you probably want to get a little bit of your cash flow involved with that. This stock has doubled since the middle of the summer. August, right? A little bit even more, 117%. In a consolidation that we were like, hey, we didn't know if we were ever going to break out of that. Obviously, at some point you're going to. But, I mean, we talk about this name quite often, and we had a high of around $68. You're still 33% off of those levels, whatever, 36%. And, I mean, it was dead money for quite some time, but slowly starting to come back alive. Shout out to Lip, Boo, and company.
Yeah, so the reason I say that is because, you know, when you're saying that you need to buy American, or just that whole push of wanting not to rely on major supply chains in Asia. Well, then who stands to benefit from that? Obviously, obviously Taiwan, very friendly country, but their proximity makes it a geopolitical risk. We all know that. Let's just cut the crap, okay? It is. We all know what China's getting ready for, whether it's next year, the year after that, we already know what is up. So Taiwan is a bit of a risk. Now, who can replace Taiwan in terms of a foundry that's American? Well, there's just really only one, man. I mean, obviously there's some others, but not on the scale of Intel. Now, the problem has always been their products suck, right? NVIDIA didn't want the 18A. They didn't want the 14A. AMD didn't want either. And Apple walked away like 5 years ago. Now we're starting to get a little bit more of a different take. We're starting to hear AMD is going to start using, for certain things, some of the foundries. Apple as well, not confirmed at all, but there might be tying up again with Intel for the very low-end M processors and A processors. So whether or not it ends up happening, you feel like the political winds are blowing in a certain way and business has to adjust. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you know, I agree with you, man. I agree with you 100%.
Let's go on to the next topic, Joey. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink continues to pivot towards crypto. I'll remind you guys, Larry Fink was crapping all over crypto for years, calling it, you know, great for money laundering and criminals. He's changed his tune lately. Once a vocal critic, yes, the article writes, Larry Fink reiterated that he thought crypto has evolved, acknowledging his earlier skepticism was misplaced. His comments reflect a broader Wall Street shift, of course, towards treating crypto as a Main Street asset class. Just to give you an idea of how strong IBIT has been. IBIT, which is BlackRock's ETF, launched in early 26, has become the largest U.S.-listed Bitcoin ETF. Listen to this, Joey. Assets under management, well, not assets under management, but $70 billion in assets held in that ETF, making IBIT the fastest growing ETF in history and BlackRock's most profitable product that they've had. Together with MSTR, IBIT and MSTR, of course, are one of the largest Bitcoin holders in the world. Fink did warn, though, that Bitcoin remains highly volatile, driven heavily by leveraged traders, he even knows it, who amplify both rallies and sell-offs. His takeaway is as follows. BTC can be a long-term asset, but institutional adoption doesn't eliminate near-term turbulence. What are your thoughts? Well, go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, for sure. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to a lead. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Yeah, I was talking about this the other day. It's definitely, the IBIT ETF is one of the most successful launches of all time. It's definitely BlackRock's most profitable asset as well, too. And not very management fees, essentially why it wiped the GBTC out of kind of the gameplay.
Why are they charging so much on GBTC?
They messed up. Why are they charging so much? I don't know. They messed up. I'm pretty sure they fired that guy anyways. But yeah, I mean, as for the leverage aspect of things, we're going to have to be keeping an eye out on this for quite some time. And I mentioned to you guys yesterday as well, too, I don't think it's just a new wave of retail traders. I think there's other entities out there kind of just trying to leverage their system, looking for that exponential return in which we've experienced in Bitcoin all those years ago. I just don't think you're going to get that right now.
Exactly. The FOMO is really...
exactly.
I want to give you another little piece here, and I know you're going to like this part, Joey. Fink argued the biggest breakthrough for crypto will be tokenization of financial assets. He's talking about stocks, bonds, real estate, infrastructure. He says they offer lower friction costs and they streamline settlement. And look at this, Joey. BlackRock has publicly begun exploring broad tokenization efforts to try to laying out his thesis in a recent Economist column. Can I say one thing? I follow The Economist on TikTok, and they have some of the most down-the-middle, unbiased reporting that in any major media news entity. Yeah, dude. And they're lengthy. The Economist is sick, and they're not right nor left. I feel like they're that throwback that's literally down the middle. I really like The Economist, by the way.
No, I mean, as for tokenization, I think that's what we're going to move towards, Sharif. We know that Ethereum, Tom Lee's been talking about it for quite some time, looking for the whole financial sector, the SEC pushing to put everything on Wall Street onto the blockchain as well, too. So we're still in the really early stages. Think about it when the Clarity and the Genius Act passed. That was just in the summer. It wasn't too long ago. It takes a long time for the banks to adapt to certain things, and it's only a matter of time. Watch in the next couple of years, things are most drastic.
This is going to be this is like paradigm shifting.
If they're talking, exactly, it's a fundamental change. It's a drastic change in what we're experiencing from currently right now. So, I mean, it's only a matter of time. It takes a little bit of obviously work, and it's a slow process, but who knows where we're going to be for a couple of years from now.
I'm pumped. Let's go on to the next story. Paramount Skydance ups breakup fee in bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. So what am I talking about here? So they reportedly increased its breakup fee offer from $2 billion up to $5 billion. The fee would be paid to Warner Brothers Discovery if the deal if a deal is agreed upon, but it fails to close. We often see this, of course, and it helps sweeten the deal. It's seen, though, the increase from 2 to 5 as a strong vote of confidence that regulators would actually allow the merger to proceed. If you think there's a regulatory headwind and that it's a likely or maybe 50-50, then you're unlikely to want to put more up money that you won't be able to recoup, right? Because if the deal falls through, WBD gets that whole $5 billion. So WBD has received second round bids, including a mostly cash offer from Netflix, industry willingness to consolidate, of course, premium content libraries and scale in streaming. In October, Warner Brothers Discovery's board rejected around a $60 billion offer for Paramount Skydance, signaling it believes that was undervalued and it can get more, Joey. Yeah. WBD, Paramount Skydance, Netflix, they're all involved.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be one of the next largest kind of acquisitions. You gotta be patient to wait and see where this is going to go. Whoever does end up acquiring them, I think at the end of the day is going to be probably one of the more dominant streaming sources out there, considering you get a whole bundle of things. And I'm just going to be patient and wait and see. Imagine if Netflix started having HBO series on it, like you have the Game of Thrones and you have all those other, right. I'm pretty sure Euphoria as well is on HBO as well too. So, I mean, just keep an eye out on this deal to be made, because it looks like there's a lot of interest in this name, and it's going to make a super giant in my opinion.
I like it. All right, Adara, give us your take on Warner Brothers Discovery.
So I have to let you guys know, if you're interested in this story, I would highly recommend following Charles Gasparino on X, because he's been reporting a lot of these updates that we're hearing. He's always on the ball with it. I also have to mention that headline on the screen. Trump officials are saying that the U.S. is planning more stakes in mineral companies. But I want to go back here to our friend Charles Gasparino and what he's reported about Warner Brothers and Paramount Skydance, because he's reported a lot from this morning. There's actually a lot of new stuff that came out around 9:30 a.m. So let's get into it. So for one here, 9:35 a.m., he basically reports here that apparently Paramount Skydance sent a letter to CEO David Zaslav of Warner Brothers saying that there's some behind-the-scenes meeting with regulators with regards to their bid for the company. Then he follows that up with, I guess, saying that apparently this letter is viewed as hostile, like they're trying to do a hostile takeover here at Paramount Skydance for Warner Brothers. Basically, they're trying to directly appeal to Warner Brothers by saying, hey, we have a better chance because of our tight connections with regulators of getting a deal through than what you're going to have if you go with Netflix. So PSKY getting quite aggressive. And then last but not least here, around 11 a.m., Charles Gasparino reports that Warner Brothers is now asking for a third round of bids. So they got second round, that's all cool. Now they want a third round of bids. So this is updating constantly. If you are interested in really up-to-date reports, I would recommend following C. Gasparino on X, because he's been reporting all of this.
Thank you very much for that. I have a MasterCard with PC Financial MasterCard, so I can get optimum points.
Yeah, you get the. How many
Loblaws is selling them, like 50, because I redeemed not long ago. I like 15 bucks.
So yeah.
But they're selling PC Financial, so Loblaws agreed to sell PC Financial to EQ Bank.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, why are you laughing?
What Katina Man was saying with how the bank account was looking at.
Oh. It's the email, Katina Man. It's an important update. Go ahead, Katina Man.
No, I was saying because I thought we have like a ridiculous amount of PC points. I thought that's what you're talking about. And I was like, Marissa's always saying, oh, today there's like a sale. You redeem like 100,000 points. You get like $200 or whatever. So I'm always looking for those deals. That's why I was looking. I thought maybe there was something, with Christmas coming and everything like that. We have something like
Katina,
a ridiculous.
Why do you get the PC Financial MasterCard, brother? You get a bunch of optimum points every time you use it. Unless you're getting points.
I got a pretty good deal with my credit card right now, but yeah, no, I think that is a valid point. So I think having credit, and I was talking about this with my son, it's important to start your credit early, right? And so like I want these guys. I'm telling him even now, and I know it's just debit. He doesn't have a credit card. He's 13 years old, but buy things through your cards, and then that way you can build up a little bit of credit through that.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you put the cash on the card. So if you're going to buy something, how I was taught, before you buy something, put the cash on the card and then swipe the card after.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you don't want to pay interest on it, obviously, leaning forward. But the thing is like, this is why I don't really spend or use cash or even my debit card. It's because, like, just that one, I don't know what percent you get, but like the 1% cash back or something like that actually makes a difference. Like, if you're spending a couple grand a month or whatever anybody spends on their credit card, that'll add up to, like, you know, over a while. Or, you know what's a good one too? If you're traveling a lot.
Exactly. I was just about to say that.
How do you think I flew to Dallas and back? How do you think I got to Chicago?
But apparently you took a train though, Joe, after all that.
What do you say? I didn't hear what you said.
You took the train because Air Canada shafted you.
What do those points expire there, my guy?
I had to take the train, yes. That is.
All right, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Katina, man. Let's go on to Intel deciding to keep their networking unit in-house. They announced they're going to retain their networking and edge unit named NEX, called the NEX division. It previously explored divesting that part of the business in a broader effort, of course, to strengthen the balance sheet, but things have changed for Intel. We'll get to it in a second. NEX, the company says, will create a better long-term value through tighter integration across all of Intel's platforms. They recently, as I mentioned, their financial position has changed because they've raised equity capital significantly, or liquidity, I should say, reducing the urgency to sell some of their assets. $8.9 billion investment from the U.S. government, $2 billion investment from SoftBank, $5 billion from NVIDIA. You can see how their balance sheet has changed a little bit here. Management sees also this division, this NEX division, as critical to strengthening their competitive offerings across AI compute, data centers, edge infrastructure. So they're holding on to it and they're happy with the move here. Joey, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, good stuff there. It's small wins, left, right, and center, Sharif. And sure enough, you're going to start to see this kind of start to climb up 115% from a technical standpoint here in INTC. Today, taking a beating, though. I don't know how much that headline has to come into play, but...
What are we down on?
Yeah, it's down a bit today.
What are we percentage-wise? Yeah. Oh, my God, 6.5%?
Yeah, almost 10% at that $40 low. So, I mean, yeah, roughly around 6.5%. Tough. There's no signs of turning around, and it's kind of going off of some of the other makers here. AMD isn't too bad, NVIDIA isn't horrible, but INTC getting a beating for sure.
Joey, I might have to get out of my MCHP trade. I was getting rinsed on this, and now I'm back flat or a little bit in the money. But if I sell this thing and it goes up, I'm gonna freak out.
Okay, so then don't sell it then.
No. Joey, do you think you see an inverse head and shoulders there?
I'm not going to force it, so no. If it doesn't display itself, then
what do you think now?
Maybe the shoulder's a little deformed on that one. So.
Yeah, they're always deformed. Guys, do you think this is an inverse head and shoulders here? Down trend preceded, check. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline break. I want to say 75. Tell me, throw ones in the chat. If you see an inverse, if you think you see an inverse head and shoulders, throw 2 if you're not buying it, and I'm grasping at straws here. Let me know what you guys think. Bovin is okay. Bovin says 1. I'm seeing 2s. I'm seeing more 2s than 1s. I'm seeing a lot more 2s.
What were the
than
options
1s.
Again? 1 or 2?
1 or 2. 1 yes, 2 no.
2 no for
2
get
no.
out.
2, I don't see an inverse head and shoulders. Okay. 1, I do see an inverse head and shoulders.
I'm putting a 2 in there. I'm putting a 2. I voted 2. Neil voted 3.
2.
Neil voted 3.
Neil.
So he's got both of them.
Neil put 42, bro.
And 6'9". Wow, he's a menace today.
Yeah, I know. He's a menace, man. He's great.
Oh, yeah, real cool, Ramin. 6'9", haha. And 420.
What are we going to do with her?
I don't know, Shaded.
What are we going to do?
You don't even want to know.
Yeah?
Yeah. How much sleep you get last night, Ram?
Probably none. Not quite there. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think it might be grasping at straws. I'm break even now on this trade. I got into it because they were supplying analog chips, and apparently analog chips are coming back in favor with AI data centers. So you can't win them all. Told you 6'7" is our kid 6'9". All right. Joey.
Yes, sir.
We're going to finish off the news here, man. So let's finish with this one over here. President Trump announced a major rollback of a Biden-era fuel economy rules, calling the previous standards burdensome, and of course, his affinity for hyperbole will never change, calling it horrible as well. Biden's rule targeted about 50 miles per gallon for ICE cars by 2031, a level intended to force an acceleration into EVs. The Trump proposal significantly reduces the mandate from 50 miles per gallon down to 34 by 2031. So not now, easing the long-term compliance pressures from your legacy automakers like your Fords, your GM, your Stellantis, but it also obviously will help European automakers as well. I would have a different standard for them. I would start shaking down European companies right now. Yeah? Right now. Absolutely. The amount of shaking down that they do on American companies is insane. And we're not even American.
We don't even.
And I'm getting mad about it.
Yeah.
Because it's constant.
It's always an antitrust. Everywhere is antitrust with those guys. Digital tax as well, too.
Everything, Joey. There's investigation. Okay, anyway. Ford CEO Jim Farley and Stellantis CEO Antonio Filosa attended the Oval Office announcement, signaling a strong industry support for the changes. Auto dealers and manufacturing representatives said the rollback aligns vehicle production with the actual customer demand. We know that people still prefer, for whatever reason, ICE cars as opposed to EVs. Range anxiety as well as other things, of course, come into play there. But we've been seeing some hybrids really gain popularity. Yeah. My man, do you know about this, Randy? They sound better, but you hear about the change between 50 miles per gallon to 30. You know about this one. Okay, he knows about it. You know about it. I always feel obliged to tell Randy any car news. What else we got here? The oil lobby apparently was behind a lot of this, Joey. The American Petroleum Institute heavily lobbied for the rollback, arguing the Biden rules were designed to phase out liquid fuel vehicles as opposed to, pushing into the EVs. Trump officials claim the rollback will improve vehicle affordability, a major pressure point with the average new car. What the hell? The average new car is 50,000 Americans. So what does that mean? The average new car is 65,000 Canadian?
Pretty much.
It's more, dude? 70. It's 66 to 67,000. T, what's up, yo? Sharif, it's not range, it's resale value. Yes, I know. The resale value is going through the roof or through the dumpster, but it's because people don't want them, brother. But if people wanted them, the resale value would be up. So do we just need a change of habits here as, the older generation gets less and the younger people move up and, they start getting more buying power, Joey? Yeah. They like maybe electrical a little bit more than ice. What do you think here?
I don't know. It's interesting. But didn't we have something similar as well, too? By like 2035, they wanted to go completely EV here in Canada.
Yeah, and your boy Carney scrapped that, too.
Well, shout out to him, our other boy.
I really like Mark Carney, man.
You like him right now?
I like him, and I know a lot of conservatives in the country, like not the Conservative Party, they don't like him. I'm a conservative, and I like him. I think he's doing the right thing. He's doing all the right moves, and he's a pragmatist, man.
We'll see that reflected in GDP at the end of the day. It's going to take him a little bit of time.
It's going to take a lot of time.
It's going to take a lot of time. But I mean, if the other guy can do 10 years, what's Mark Carney going to be in office for? So I mean, we'll just let him do his work. We need to obviously exploit the Ring of Fire and kind of just get the economy growing on and firing in all cylinders, because it's not. But yeah, same thing, Sharif. We had something similar, and Carney scrapped it. Probably not a horrible thing whatsoever. I don't know about EVs. Do you think you were going to buy an EV in the next few? Do you have an idea? You did want the Saib, though.
Yeah.
You did want the
My
Saib.
next car, whatever it is going to have the following.
The hybrid.
Big wheels because of the city, or big tires because of the city, potholes everywhere, and air suspension. It has to have air suspension.
Those two. So G-Wagon.
Yeah, no. More like a Saib.
Yeah.
No, there's a few cars that are like that. But yeah, those are going to be my. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes left on the show. Let's review. I'm going to review the small cap gappers that are moving over here.
Ooh, hold on, Shreview.
Yes,
so
sir.
what we're going to do, it's called the 30-second review.
Oh.
Are you ready for the 30-second?
I'm pumped to hear it, man.
Well, no, you're up first.
I'm up first.
Yeah, you got 30 seconds.
Okay.
You're going to review all of your trades
break
it down.
Oh, no.
Are you ready
Joey,
for that? I'll give you a couple. You got 30 seconds to
I
get
don't
ready.
even have them all up, bro.
You will get them ready.
Oh, okay. Well, you start.
All right, I'll start.
Yeah.
30-second review. Are we ready to rock and roll?
He's ready.
We traded 4 names today. First one on the docket is going to be NVDA to the short side, and we started to take this to a little bit lower. We eventually get stopped out. Why? Because there's a supply zone at 185 on NVDA, so that's why we're looking for the short. Bang, one done. I'm probably about 10 seconds in already, so we're going to go over to FBL. We better pick this up. We were just churning shares in this one on multiple occasions. Strong catalyst coming out in the morning, cutting the metaverse spend by 30%. Fantastic stuff. Moving higher. We take 3 attempts on that. They were all all green and good to go. Now, as for, I'm way over 30 seconds now, Shreve. I'm freaking out. I'm stumbling over my words. SMR was most definitely our best trade of the day, and we didn't even catch the meat of the move. So there it is, SMR. Nice hammer candle print on that 5-minute. That made me go heavy and full size. And there is your 30-second.
All right, PMCB, here we go, Joey. We took the breakout there into that $1.15. The scalp was aggressive, and we took it to 145. I tried my hand again at this, at the volume weighted average price, or the 10 EMA. It lost it, and I got out of the trade. That's PMCB up 51%. GNPX, look, this is a loser for me. And in fact, it is one of my biggest losers on the day. We tried to get in over here for a breakout, for a bull flag continuation. It didn't hold, it lost trend. I stopped out. NVTS. This one was actually positive for me, not a big winner, but we ended up holding this one for a little bit through up to 940. We had to stop out, break even on the last remaining amount. QLCS. This is by far my biggest loser in a while. And we actually had a decent trade on it initially, but we ended up getting a little too aggressive at that $7 area, and then all hell broke loose to the downside. And this is the one that I like. Several dollars here on SMX, as this one was rocketing up over 100%. We took this one from 90, almost into 98. Last but not least, WRAP. We had a quick scalp on this one, Joey. That one I shouldn't have got out of because, as you can see, it ended up going down.
All right, bang, and that concludes your 30-second trade review. Yeah, it was a little bit longer. I mean, 60
My
seconds.
bad.
No, it's all good. It's all part, man. There's a lot of material to get in.
I want to cover these ones, though, Joey, because these ones are still going.
Go ahead,
there's new ones now.
Talk about
so
them.
quadruple U, as Adira brought us, there's more movement now into the materials names. MP is up 2.5%. Criminal CRML is running, and so is quadruple U. It's up 6 1/5, and it's trying to hold that $16 area. Watch for the curl on quadruple U. Right next to it, I'm putting in the ticker right now, CRML, Criminal, another materials name, literally just printed the day high a few seconds ago into that 936. It's trading at 9 1/4. It's generally holding that 10 moving average on the 5. Criminal looks really good as an intraday trade. So does ASTX. This is a double levered ETF for ASTS, the space company. It just printed not that long ago, the high of the day into 47, but it just dropped into 45. Printed a hammer candle, and then we've got 3 candles there to make new highs. SMX I've already mentioned. NVTS looks good as well as EOSE. Shout out to Jameson for pointing out this one. This was all gas, no brakes. And then, as is always the case, Joey, the brakes do come on at some point, and it's a $15.99 high with about 20 seconds left.
Ooh, 20 seconds remaining. Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good day. We're not going to complain. Some bottoming signals here on INTC, guys. I hope everyone's had a fantastic session. I think you had to roll over into the energy sector. Oh, that's one thing that we didn't do today. That was a top performing sector. So we'll make sure we get that done tomorrow. But SMR, absolutely phenomenal in the intraday session, and same with Bloom Energy as well, too, guys. The quantum name's moving, too. So let's take a look at
Criminal's ripping up, guys.
Is Criminal? There goes IonQ as well. IonQ, a nice recovery after those identical price action patterns, different spaces. But what we've seen in what was it, SMR? We're seeing in IonQ as well. I mean, we'll wait for Katina Man to pull up
take
here
your time, brother.
and see. He's good. He's good. He's got the Tim Hortons
He's got the
coffee
tea,
going
my
on.
boy. He's got the little tea thing there. What do you got? You got Earl Grey there, Katina Man? It looks good. London Fog.
What's that?
I have no idea. Isn't that a brand?
Don't know, man.
London Fog? Like, you never seen those trench coats, those raincoats? They're
Oh,
called
like
London Fog.
Oh,
yeah.
is it
They
like
kinda
the
look
long,
Burberry
long
coats
ones
a little
one?
bit. The trench coat.
And you, yeah. And
Oh,
you,
my God. No, you didn't. No, you didn't,
What?
bro.
What?
You just went like this with the trench coat?
Yeah. You know, yeah, bro. That's what it's for. What movie is that from?
Bro, it's not a movie. It's an
Yeah.
incident in reality.
Bro, I didn't know.
Combine?
Oh no! Okay, no, I didn't know you were referring
Yeah,
to.
that's what I thought you were talking about, bro.
No, I didn't know that's what you were referring to. That's crazy. No,
Oh, we always
no.
get controversial. I love it,
Yeah,
bro.
no, but I
love
didn't
it.
know that's what you're talking about.
All right,
Oh
guys.
my days.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
know, right? All right, guys, we're going to send you over to the
All
big
right.
boys. Oh, actually, Katina Man's still not ready. We're going to wait a little bit for
He's gonna
Katina
let
Man
these
to come
guys
in.
talk a little bit here.
Yeah. But there's a lot of strength right now, guys, in the materials names. They're all running up. TMC,
Yeah,
the metals
every
company.
American gangster movie.
Yeah, of course,
yeah.
brother. I'm just teasing, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Come on now. Criminal is running up. USAR is running up. TMC, MP, they're all strong. Keep your eyes on the materials names going into the afternoon. For Joseph and I, same bat time, same bat channel. See everybody at the big desk in a minute.
Yo, yeah, if you think it's hot in here now, wait till we get those screens going behind us.
I know. We got a wall behind us. Welcome back, everybody.
I normally go and get a coffee with Randy there, and I told him that I looked around for him and didn't see him, and then he's sometimes either lying down or he's in the back. There he is, cutting wood in the back. You know, what did the one woodchuck say to the woodchuck, wood? I know, the bacon was key. This is falling off here.
Randy, you got it. Randy just dropped off a plate. You know what? There are some things that are just like universally fantastic.
Yes, trading.
If you have bacon just dropped in front of you as like a random gift when you didn't expect it, like you're just going to be in a good mood, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the bacon sets everybody
Bacon
off.
was a win. There was also the
What am I even
for
doing?
lunch, random charcuterie.
Yes.
Which-
Yes.
Which more than made up for the tilapia in my mind.
Yeah.
Just more than made up for the tilapia.
My theory on that is I mentioned to the guy yesterday that we weren't pleased with the peanut butter toast, and he took pictures apparently and sent it back to the caterer there, the delivery guy. And then magically the very next day, a wonderful plate of charcuterie showing up. So I got to get this Bluetooth going, but it was really good. Yeah, the tilapia was what it was. To me, the bacon was fine, but a little undercooked. I like my bacon just
You're a crispy bacon guy.
Oh, yeah, same as Randall there. So
It was a little undercooked, but I don't like that super crispy bacon.
I'm like a little more than half in between those two. I'd go more to the crispy side.
I'm around where you are. Like my wife, my daughter, myself, we're all different.
Yeah.
Like if you're making bacon, then my wife will be like, most of the time she just won't care. She'll make it to errands, and that's how we'll deal with it.
Right.
But like she likes it super crispy, which like I can't. I'm like it's
super
no, like it's.
Well, how does she like her steak?
Brittle.
You talking about your wife or Erin?
Rebecca.
Yeah. Okay. So how does she take her steak?
No, but she'll have her steak medium rare.
Oh, okay.
Like you're
Okay.
supposed to.
I was wondering if there was.
Then she wants her bacon
correlation
basically
there.
burnt and I can't.
Yeah, burnt.
That's. My roommate university. That dude dug burnt stuff.
Ugh.
Like his toast had to be burnt. He will order a steak.
I don't like the I don't like the well done steak. To me is.
I can't.
My grandmother used to have that all the time.
I can't.
I don't know.
I can't.
Not for me. But yeah, London Fog. I think it's just a chai tea latte.
So I looked it up. Apparently, you can do it with Earl Grey.
Oh, Earl Grey. Sorry, it's Earl Grey. Yeah.
Earl Grey is my favorite type of tea.
Yeah. Earl Grey.
Maybe I probably would like that. Yeah.
I'm cheap like that. There was a 20% off hot drinks at Tim Hortons. I had it in the app.
Deal was.
So I was just like, I never get this. So 20% off of $4. You know, I don't know anything about math, but it sounds like $3.20 to me.
Oh, now we can cheap by looking at turnaround.
Yeah. So all right. Yeah. Look, it's been a good midday show there. We got Joey Vests going through. I might look for a vest tomorrow. I'm now motivated for vest game. And then they were talking about quarter zip, and you're sitting here wearing a quarter zip. So that's cool.
I feel like I wore a quarter zip like a lot. I don't know.
I know I was wearing. I thought that's why I hit it. Because I was wearing. I might have wore one.
You wore one yesterday. Well,
I don't know if it was yesterday,
this week.
but yeah.
And you had one last week. I wear it every now and then.
Apologize.
Obi wears a quarter vest like.
Obi will be in tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
You're off tomorrow.
Obi's in tomorrow. He wears a quarter vest all the time. But the vest, I've 100% I've never worn a vest on the show.
Okay. I don't know if I have a vest like that.
No, I have
a really old vest.
So one of the giveaways of the Jays this year.
Oh, I have.
Was,
Was a TD Bank
it was one of the. I don't know. It's like a Jays. I think it's sponsored by because everything's sponsored by TD with the Jays. And so it's one of those like finance bro Jays vests.
Right.
Maybe I'll rock that one day or something.
I'm gonna find it. Most of the vests I'd have are the same as that. They have sponsors on them or something.
Yeah, I don't have anything that's like not brand.
I think Mark from Intercontinental Exchange was gonna try to bring back.
Shoot, I forgot to
throw back some vests. I don't know. Anyways, good afternoon to everybody. What's up, John? What's up, Glaze? I mean, what's up to everybody that's in the chat right here? I mean, we do something a little bit called roll call around these joints. So what's up to Create Space One over here? Frank is here as well. Seeking Knowledge is here. And how you get into the chat is simply by just hitting subscribe. Hit subscribe, they can get in the chat, and this is where, don't tell me Mike Peter Ryder's here. Who is this guy? I've never even seen this guy before. What's up, Mike? What's up, Jameson? Yummy Thai foods. Yeah, we had some good Thai food there yesterday. Notorious Dinkelberg is here. He goes, Sean, Neil, something there. Was that an ice or was that a diamond over there? What's up, Jay Bronson? You know who I saw the other day? I was watching, I was on TV. I was watching poker. Doyle Brunson was still playing.
He's alive?
Yes, he's alive. He was at a table with Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu. It was all about high stakes poker. What's up, MF Dane Generous? You're still here, man. Most of our traders have been here all day, so thank you to everybody for that as well. Yo, Big 40 nephew, what up, Big 40 nephew? I'm almost 40 years old. Yeah, Doyle was crazy. Yeah, he's a fun guy. I wonder how much money he's probably made. Like 5. I'm going to say way more than 5 times, maybe 20x on that book. Like every single person that ever played poker during the 90s or 2000s, probably more the 2000s, bought whatever Doyle Brunson's poker book is. Like I have it. I should bring it tomorrow. I forget what it's called, but it's about yay thick, all about poker, while Texas Hold'em caught a popular buzz there. So
I'm going to ask Gemini a question, and then I want you to guess the answer.
yes, Super System.
First of all,
Great.
I don't even know if it's going to.
Great call.
What professional poker player
Yeah.
has the highest career earnings, let's just say?
Oh, career earnings?
Poker player. I don't know the answer.
The thing is, we neither one of us will get it right.
Career.
Because the thing is, the World Series of Poker, like when I stopped watching poker was probably 20 years ago or whatever.
I won't have a clue either.
But like the World Series of Poker back then, the guys might have won like $1 million. I'm pretty sure like the recent World Series of Poker, these guys are winning like 10, 15, 20 million. I would go from what I was watching.
Gets like
I thought Phil Ivey was winning a lot.
My guy is Phil Ivey.
When I was
think
watching.
Probably, I don't know, Dewan was good for a bit, but I would have gone Ivey.
I think
I'm hitting
Phil
it right
Ivey,
now.
but I don't. It's probably going to.
Exactly.
You have to win. It's like so whoever's won like World Series of Poker in the last 10 years would be up there.
And I don't know this guy.
What
it
is
says the professional poker player with the highest career earnings in live tournament history, so they're being specific, is Bryn Kenny.
How much did it say? 75 million?
75 million.
75 million.
I've never heard of him. And then Justin,
That seems like
I know
a lot.
Bonomo, I know, Stephen Chadwick, Makita, I don't know that name, Jason Kuhn, right? So there's a bunch of dudes that I just don't even know.
What?
According to Gemini.
Oh, so I must have been watching something old. When did this guy saying Doyle Brunson pass?
This is the thing. That's what I was like. When I was like, he's alive. I was.
Hold on.
Let
me see when he passed.
Pretty sure he had passed away. Absolute legend in the poker world. I love poker.
I was saying that's what I was saying. He looked super old, but I don't know. Didn't seem like it was that long ago. Oh yeah, okay, 2023. So yeah, probably.
For sure, he was playing up until
Sunday, May 14th, 2023, at the age of 89 in what city? Las Vegas. I remember I went to Binion's, which is where the first World Series of Poker was ever. You've never been to Vegas, so please plug your ears, Neil. We went to Binion's, and it was just amazing. Huge poker table there. Awesome. There it goes right there. It says so he won back-to-back World Series, 77 and 76 and 77. Yeah, and then the Super System book, it's saying he was a godfather of poker. Yeah, 10 times World Series poker champion. At
the beginning, it's like anything, like it's dominating early when there was less competition. Don't get me wrong, he's an absolute legend, but like some of the like the multiple wins, like it's just so hard to pull off now. For two things. One, we're gonna do the run in a second, but I traded 3 for the third time on iRobot. I'm just gonna jump out of it because this time I feel like it's violating my it should be above VWAP rule, and it's not. So I think that's just a little bit like just being a little bit too cute. It needs to be above the volume weighted average price. And then the other thing we're going to get to the rundown in a quick second. There was something else I was going to say. Oh, in the chat, it was just mentioned, a couple of things. New York sent Daniel Negreanu is amazing. It's just that if he had been on that list that I was reading out of dudes I didn't know, I would have guessed him. If I was putting a top 5 in earnings, I would have guessed him, but Gemini just gave me a different answer. And then someone in the chat mentioned a good poker book being Thinking in Bets. And I actually say that Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke, the poker player, is one of my favorite books for trading psychology because it's good if you're like you could be playing fantasy sports, you could be trading, you could be playing baccarat. It doesn't really matter if you're trading something which is involving probabilities and then judging decisions based on probabilities. That's essentially what it's all about. So I venture that the probability that one of the names on our rundown here is going to be BBAI is somewhere in the realm of 95% chance that it's going to be top of the list.
You're going all in with aces there. What's that? I like that.
Right at the list.
Oh yeah.
He's looking right at the results, guys. He's looking right at the results, Katina Man. Yes, Katina Man.
Not here. When we did Family Feud,
Yes.
it was stocks that start with E. I look over, my guy over there, into Gemini, stocks that start with E. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man.
I did
This is
cheat.
the pot
I'm
calling the kettle
openly
black.
admitting to cheating.
Okay.
Apologize.
Thank you for your honesty there, Sharif.
No, I got to
What
call it the
about
way it
the-
is.
I appreciate that.
There was that, what's that, the question show with Regis where they go to $1 million?
Yeah, who millionaire? Who wants to be a millionaire?
If you
Or Deal or No Deal, I
saw
like.
there was an elaborate cheating scandal where like the person had someone in the crowd.
Okay,
Who
okay.
was doing, you can look this up. They had like a series of like noises they were making that was only audible inside of the studio. So they would like do little coughs here and there, and the person went all the way and they
That's
eventually
crazy.
There was the Price is Right special I saw on Netflix. It's some guy similar. The guy knew the price of absolutely everything and was just nailing it. We kind of have something like that around here. It's like every time Randy yells Ford, we have to quickly go over there and look at Ford. But all right, Sharif, get us back on the rails here, and let's talk about, I guess, BBAI.
Welcome, guys, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. As you saw, the big boys, they're in a great mood. They're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get the tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $ before the ticker of your choice, but make sure to vote every day, guys. Let's look, guys, at all 4 major averages, and 3 are negative, but barely, and 1 is positive. Starting with the one that is most negative on the day, that happens to be the NASDAQ, the NQ, down now into 25,586, down 1/4 point on the day. The ES barely red, down 0.7, and it is trading above 68.50, but we're still below that 68.75 area that we spoke about in the morning. The Dow, after having a good day yesterday, very good day for the Dow, down 0.13, but holding the majority of the gains. And as I mentioned, the strongest major average on the day is the Russell 2000, having another fantastic day as we see that rotation into small caps up almost 1%. Let's start though with the first name as decided by you guys, Big Bear AI. This is absolutely rocketing up. I'm very upset that I missed this on the midday. Closed out at 610 yesterday, on the way to $7. In fact, it's a 703 high, guys, into Big Bear AI. Look, there's bullish call volume here being reported on Big Bear, holding 51,927 calls, trading at 2 times the expected implied volume, increasing almost 16 points now to 103.17%. We're talking about the December 5th weekly calls. Separately, this is obviously not market moving, but Big Bear AI looking to support the Washington Commanders' My Cause, My Cleats initiative.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Good news for them.
Supporting the Packers. Oh my God, I left my Packer mug.
Well, it's got. I'm sure it's a regional thing. Like it's.
I got to go get it.
Yeah, whatever. Like maybe they're like a Washington.
I'm just playing around.
Long this super chat. It took a few weeks. This is obviously timely, right? So not a coincidence. But BBAI is finally a big winner. Last 12K shares for the dream. It's all poutine from here. Long this, are you from Canada? Just let us know, because poutine.
Quebec. Are you from Quebec?
Or well, Quebec as well. Poutine, of course. I don't know some people would call it like national.
I mean, I was gonna say I don't
Canada
really know
has
what
a
else.
National, I don't even know if we have a national.
Maybe
but if we did, I suppose that would be.
P-meal bacon, back bacon.
Yeah, because that's how Canadian.
A lot of people in the chat probably have never even had back bacon.
That's a very Canadian thing. But you can get poutines. It's a very like Quebec, which is like the French province in Canada.
Very good, Neil.
But you can also get poutine like everywhere here. Like it's still good. It's just not the same. Yeah, BBAI. It's
French fries, gravy, cheese
yeah.
curds. For anybody that's
and it's on a day like today where it's really cold out. You have the hot gravy on top.
really never have cold gravy.
It hits differently when it's a cold day. And it's cold today,
cold,
for
cold.
sure.
Baby, it's cold outside.
BBAI, we're talking about how the respect of the 200 period at a simple moving average with BBAI has just been pretty impressive. And the best part about it is it's not like it just started working. Like, it's been working since May. It had one fail, but it almost doesn't count, because the only time it failed the 200 period this year was during, I guess, our Liberation Day panic, and it was barely underneath. It almost was like a blip. And then after that, it's been respecting it. So accumulation at the 200 period generally means that you've got fundamental dip buyers. Like it's a place that like institutions like to pick up, like that kind of a thing. So I think when you get that in a small cap, it's just a little bit different. And this is day one of a bounce breakout. So there's your bounce, little consolidation, and here's a breakout. So I think there's some continuation to go here. Close above the 50 period, next leg 750. Good volume, 100 million shares done on the day. It's very extended from VWAP for a play this afternoon. For myself, it's a little extended from VWAP. I wouldn't want to short it necessarily because it's not close enough to 750. Like it's equidistant from resistance to VWAP almost. So I still think this is going to be a good one as long as it can close above the 50 period, which I think it should, for sure. And some people are saying NVIDIA is headed back to VWAP.
Yeah, maybe. I got him. I mean, it's funny you mentioned all the way back to May. Like I got involved on the way back down in because we saw this move happen, and then with very much increased volume. And whenever I saw that or see that in pretty much in any stock, I try to do a little bit of due diligence. So we bought it on the way down into the 200 period moving average, then got it out on the way back up. You know, we didn't do anything this last dip down. It went right back up to that same level of $9, and I didn't do anything again down here at $5 again. So we should have definitely, easy to say, excuse me, now. But I'm still holding on to that 60%, and along this, man, that's great deal for you today, that finally breaking through it. But I'm trying to hold this. Like, I honestly have like Baby Palantir vibes a little bit. I have this, and there's a few other names that I like as well. So I'm going to try to hold on to BBAI for a while and see if we can really make some money a la PLTR and some of these other names that have really ripped. So we'll wait to see if Big Bear AI can be a little better than where we are now. Obviously an impressive day if you're holding on to it. There's no doubt about that. My average cost is exactly I think it was 420. It's like between 4 and 420. There actually should double check and I'll give you guys the exact number, but I like this level and I think I'd buy more. That's kind of what I was waiting for, was this consolidation down there, but we didn't really even break the 200 period moving average. So as Neil said, it will close above the 50 and it's game on for Big Bear AI. And just congratulations to everybody. We poke fun about the BBA Brigade versus the Open Army, and yeah, they both can be winners at the end of it all. So. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's Big Bear AI.
There's a difference.
112 million shares, by the way.
Oh, just one thing. Just on like the Open.
Yeah.
Like Open's very, very. It's been very different. I think like there's been a legitimate like accumulation levels where clearly like on dips you can identify like BBI. Oh, there's people are buying it here. It's supporting levels on good volume. I don't know that you can make the same determination yet for what Open Door is going to do next. Like I feel like this stock is equally likely to go to $4 as 11 or 12 bucks. And good luck figuring out which one that's going to be. Eric Jackson, tell us which one. It's just
Eric Jackson told us HUD 8, and now that's down 30% or whatever from when he told us about that one.
Yeah. Well, HUD 8.
Oh, it's back up today.
Well, today it's going to. Well,
is that right? Oh no.
In Bitcoin.
Funny, what's going on?
Yeah, but a lot of small kids. I don't know. I have Friday chart syndrome going on sometimes. Maybe I flip too many symbols. No, it's like it's just filling in like the last couple of big drops. It's filling in a bit of the gap. A lot of small cappers are getting bounces today, so you want to differentiate the ones that are just kind of, gliding up through prior dump levels, and the ones that are actually, fundamentally stronger. And I don't know the
market. I don't know.
Something's happening.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt again, but I don't know. People complaining that the market's going down, and it is a nice move down. I'm not seeing anything. I will have to activate my, my audio here to get going on that one. So, okay, let's go back over and we'll figure out the next stock, and then we'll talk about potentially this market move down here.
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes on everything, guys. Not seeing anything quite yet, but I'll do a little bit of digging here. Next topic is Meta, up 3.8% and change. This one rocketed up in the pre-market here as a result of reports that Meta is reportedly looking to cut to cut essentially about 30% of their operating profit in the Reality Labs, which obviously has the metaverse there, not being received well by the market, that the spending there. So good look for Meta. The division has lost about $73 billion since being opened in 2021, but Zuck really looking at focusing now on AI. They met in his Hawaii headquarters, and he asked every department to cut about 10%, but he asked Reality Labs to cut more. So that's what the market is reacting to, guys. 687.50 high. We're trading at 663.
We don't really, I don't see anything in the market, but we just broke the day's low on there. And I have just like 2.5% or so left of all of these trades. But so watch out now. The decline is happening. This is now the new session lows right here in the market. This is Palantir. This is what the Qs looks like on a 1-minute chart. You can both look at the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 same way, both starting to hit it down to the downside. So they hit it and maybe they'll quit it because that's bouncing right now off 620. But make sure you do scan that QR code right here real quick because this exchange is a top 30 global exchange. It is BTCC. They've never been hacked. And there's other major exchanges that we know that have been. So BTC stays untouched. Of course, there's zero KYC if you're in the United States, Canada, or Europe. And if you scan that QR code, you're going to get $100 USD Tether coupons for registering, plus 15% bonus against any of your losses up to $15,000. So unless I'm missing something, make sure you do your own due diligence and go check it out at BTCC and make sure that they have what you need over there. And we want to thank them for sponsoring the segment of the show. But yeah, I don't know, man. The NASDAQ making a little bit of a move down. I was debating picking something up down here, but now you're underneath everything, right? VWAP was just chilling. There's the hold. There's the bring down there for the Qs. I don't see honestly, this is our Benzinga Pro. I don't hear anything. There's nothing. The last story is some GitLab just recapping of their earnings. So yeah, market getting to the downside. So at this time yesterday, we were waiting for Donald, but I think if he was saying anything, we would already know about it. Tesla also starting to head to the downside. This would be the name that I'd look to pick up on any weakness right now. Only flat on the day for Tesla. But the story was Meta, right? So I don't want to get off of our rundown here. Great story this morning for Meta, as Sharif just highlighted there. But it looks like we may break this bottom here on Meta as well. And yeah, just getting rid of the metaverse, right? Or cutting 30% of it. I think that's a good idea there to save some costs. Meta's recent decline is all about the cost and the spend that they're putting into this AI build out. So now they cut that back, basically, is my understanding. So yeah, reported by Bloomberg earlier, confirmed by a couple other reports there. And yeah, down goes Meta now, but up goes Meta today. And it's really nice. Like if you're buying at the 200 period, hopefully you didn't put them all in there and you're able to get a little bit more out here. And today you just come right back into that 200 period again. So what was a pretty nasty month and a half, or I'm not sure how long that, well, here, I'll just tell you exactly. That was October 31st. So yeah, pretty close. Right there, a month and a bit of sort of downtrend there. You now finally start to break it, but it's that cross that's happening here. You got to get above 680 and stay there. There's always going to be these ebbs and flows of everything. Like tomorrow, if Meta, something happens with the market in general, this stock could be back into the 620 area again, and then you're potentially averaging in or something. So I would say if you're lucky enough to have grabbed some at the bottom there and you're just in for a swing, this looks like a good level today where we hit, right? You might take that sort of windfall this morning, but easy to say now, the market's getting hit.
Yeah, that's the difference. Like it's like swing or like long term, because I think like all the valuation stuff is still going to be true, right? You got the P down to 29, the forward P at 21 is the last report, and current prices, well, not current prices, yesterday's prices, I should say, which is relative to the other Mag 7 going to be a really good value. You throw in that they're going to cut some spend, which people are looking for, so you get solid, fundamental valuation and then positive news. Ideally, you'd like to close above here, but I still think, for myself, I'm going to be looking for another place to buy. I wasn't planning on doing another dip buy until next quarter, like in the new year, but I could have my mind change if I see strength above the 200 and the 50 period moving averages. I said this morning, I get a little bit more excited about this short term if we closed above the 50 and the 200. That now seems like it's not going to happen, especially with that little move that we just had in the futures if we don't recover. So I'd kind of back off this one, give it like the 2-3 day rule. If you're looking for like a short-term trade, I think it gets much more bullish if we can reclaim both of those. Like this has more room to the highs than any other Mag 7 name. So even if you miss a small part of the move, it's got a lot more upside for you. And just on this little dip, the first place I looked over is, okay, well, was there something I kind of liked that didn't break the lows? Why is what's the scaling on my chart of silver? Oh, there it is. I have to get rid of that. I was going to show yesterday's, but I'll get rid of that in a second. I wanted to show something that didn't break the lows that I wanted to play for a potential little reverse here, because no story on the market as to what happened. So I'm going to look for silver in here to try to play off of the lows here. As we talk about, actually didn't peak, so I don't even, usually I'll cheat and then I would know what's next, but I don't.
Tesla, guys. By the way, I'm keeping an eye here closely. No news yet still on the market. If there anything comes up, I'll make sure to apprise you guys of it. Tesla was momentarily flat now, regaining a little bit here, up 0.15. Couple of headlines for Tesla today. We saw, again, European sales down today, specifically in England, down over 19% year over year in the month of November after a brutal October where sales were cut essentially half of what they were in October of 2024. Separately, we had this headline yesterday, which was a good one. The Trump administration looking at issuing an EO, an executive order on robotics, starting early next year. Tesla obviously very well ensconced in that industry with the Tesla Optimus robot, guys. So good day for Tesla yesterday. Today, up a quarter of a percent.
We have a new position, Sharif. Please close your eyes and your ears. We are now short AEO right here. I'm short this name. I know it pains me to do it too, my guy, but I'm going to be short this name just off of these highs from off these highs from yesterday and today. So I'm going to short American Eagle right here off of these levels right now. It did not move on that market dump, so we may be in trouble. A break of 60s, the day's high, and we'll get out of there. So the day's high is 55, but a break of 60. I just want to make sure I have that order in. Yeah, then we're going to get out of this one. A little bit of an average incoming in the mid 50s here for that. Look, in my own account today, I did buy some more Tesla, and right around this price. I think I said 447.50 or 448 this morning. It does come in there, and yeah. I don't know. I just like the story. Oh my God. During that move down, I was like, well, here comes Tesla. Maybe time to buy that one. So congratulations if anybody was able to get that. But look how good structure this is on the day. It's just bang, bang, bang. And this is the levels that we wrote down. We wrote down 444, so we're going to miss that by about $1. But there goes Tesla. I like the stock here. I think the story continues to work. I'm not even, like I said, if they come out and say, you know what, we're not even going to focus on cars anymore, I think the stock rallies like 20%. So I'm not worried about their car business. It's still rocking. They still got margins there. It's still a profitable business. So whatever. The more cars they sell, the more profit they'll make. Shrinking margins, sure, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Also problem not getting the deliveries that they've had before in the past with the orders going out. But I don't think that's necessarily a Tesla problem. I want to look to see, we know BYD is also selling a lot of cars, but if you look at BYDDF or BYDDY, either one of these stocks is a disaster compared to Tesla, right? And so, you know, you're seeing, darn it, our charts again, but if you just look here, it's downside. I mean, this is 1450 back in August, it's 1250 today, right? And then if you look at it more longer term, which I'll call up on another chart, you'll see that it's not the same thing. This is what Tesla versus BYD. I should actually compare them, right? I mean, this is on a downside trajectory, and this is the company that we always say, well, these guys are eating their lunch over there in China and in Europe. Okay, but I like the Tesla story, and that's why I relate it to what we're looking at moving forward, right? And that is the FSD, that is the autonomy side of things, and then those robots and everything. So I'm a fan of the stock and bought a little bit more today in the long-term account, and hopefully when we look at this next time, it has a 5 in front of it. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for, and I do think that that's very possible. I think it's possible to have a 5 on it before Christmas. So yeah, bullish on Tesla on this side.
Before we get to that, I'll let you know, when seconds count, you don't have time to wait for just treating symptoms. NYSE-listed Oragenics is rewriting the rules of neurological care, looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. Book a meeting with the team today, like it says right there. Get back on the ice faster, get back on the horse faster. Fantastic cause. And you know what? One of my favorite things, something that, oddly enough, Elon Musk says a lot, is if you want to change the world or solve a problem, create a company and solve that problem. Take a risk. That's what Oragenics is doing, and that's what Tesla does. Or, I mean, it does, has done and is doing, right? So obviously that's going to be a big deal for them. Tried a couple of times and didn't really find, ultimately it'll be pretty flat on Tesla. There was no continuation back through 450. We kept talking about the 450 level, and I initially said I didn't want to take, I thought it would be a false break, dip, and maybe somewhere a little closer to 440. So I was probably way too far down there, looking for a dip and then go. We ended up holding, so I wasn't quite looking for the 450 right away, as I thought we'd get a bigger dip by. Then we came into VWAP, kind of keystroked it on a chase, and got fortunate to just quickly jump out And then I wanted to try to like build into this 50 breakout, which it just didn't go. I gave a scalp, reload, and then immediately lost. Thankfully, we didn't get back into it, and now we're trending down on Tesla. But that doesn't have to stay. Like you quintuple bottomed at 446, 447. Quintuple bottom, we could end up with a VWAP 450 break this afternoon. I think that's going to be in play for Tesla. On the higher time, Michon already went over this. Like I think short term, I'm worried more about 470. I think if we get through this chop zone, it's a matter of like whenever you can get through that chop. I would be perfectly reasonable if we ended up in this chop zone till the end of the year and then broke that out next year. It's like whatever. If it consolidates 420 to 460 for a while, no one's going to be complaining all that much with Tesla. I just feel like it took us a while to chew through it before. I'd be a little surprised if we got through it fast this time through. But yeah, I think with that 450 has a chance to break out one more time. Oh, and just
I'm going to take advantage of this move.
Oh, yeah, I said I was going to get rid of that wick, and then I didn't. Sorry.
I just, let's go over to Sharif in a second, but I just want to show you on that move down, which was pretty scary there, Palantir's popped back up there, so we'll take $1.70 or whatever, take another piece out. Now we just have a very, very little piece left. We did the same thing on Google on that rally back up to the 200 period moving average. We only have percentage points left. I actually might just flatten this thing out right here now at the 200 period, and maybe even the same thing with Palantir. So, but yeah, so far so good. As there it is, man, the averaging is on. Here we go, Sharif. AEO is going to take me out here on the other side of it. So it looks like it continues to go, well, maybe not, continues to go a little bit higher here. We're short at 48 on AEO against that top side. And this is my style of trading. You know, we're looking for support and resistance, trying to find a story around it. We know AEO has volume due to their earnings the last couple of days, and a big stock that's been looked at, 10 million shares there today. Okay, I don't know, have no idea what the next stock's going to be, but maybe it might even be crypto related. I don't know. Let's go find out from Sharif.
Guys, you're bang on. I don't know how you guessed that, but it's not crypto related, but I have to bring this to your attention. I just saw right now that just in $100 million worth of crypto long liquidations in the past 60 minutes. That's what I'm seeing here from watcher.guru. And when you look at Bitcoin's price now, Bitcoin trading at 91.75, down 1 1/3%. But the next topic, guys, is NVDA. NVIDIA, of course, Jensen Huang was in Washington yesterday for the CSIS conference, which took place at 5 o'clock. Prior to that, he was with President Trump at the White House, where they discussed, of course, the chip export bans to China. Jensen saying he can't likely convince a Chinese buyer to pick up the H200, which is an even upgraded version of the H100, but not as sophisticated, of course, as the latest Blackwell chip. He also made other comments about, maintaining American dominance in the AI chip race and having other countries rely on American products as opposed to the Chinese. He is, of course, fighting an uphill battle with a lot of Congress, members of Congress who are more prone to wanting to restrict Chinese access to these advanced chips. So guys, NVIDIA up 1 4/5.
Yeah, go NVIDIA, but I'm gonna make an educated guess. I haven't lined up the time frame on this, but if you look at Bitcoin, double bottom today, double bottom yesterday, flat bottom break on volume just now. So as Sharif pointed out, maybe the reason we actually had even that dump was like just this technical breakdown, right? And then you had a bunch of things go risk off in the moment. It just sometimes shows how skittish this market has gotten. But don't overreact and say, oh my goodness, that just means the market's screwed because the sellers come in so fast. The problem really is the type of liquidity that the markets have these days. What makes that easier is the fact that you have algos doing like half of the volume these days. So when that's the case, all the market making is what I mean. When you have less, seriously, NVIDIA chart, when you have less physical human market makers, is this even going to load? Then you're going to have situations like that where you get a big shelf that drops and then the quotes not quotes, but the liquidity drops by a bunch because everyone just kind of turns off their bots, they stop making markets, and it's just easier to drop. So if that's all it was, why wouldn't we be heading right back to the upside? I picked something that didn't break a low like silver, going to get some out in front of VWAP, but I think NVIDIA, if you went for that up to 2 points today, it did the little dipsy-do in a prior close and then held on to that. Remember yesterday, what was the level? 180? 180 was the hold on NVIDIA. So the buyers are winning at $180. It's just a matter of, okay, that's fine. We're putting in some higher lows. It's choppy mess, this stock. But we're putting in those higher lows and holding that 180 level. It's just a matter of breaking this out. And that's going to come at about 186. Not about, at 186, actually, almost exactly. So this can finally break 186. I think we get that better move to the upside. So good look here for NVIDIA to hold 180 for, what is this, like the third day in a row, and then throw in like half a day of support at that same price level. Just need to then take out the next level to the upside because it's been so much chop in this stock. You've been getting better movement from, like in terms of like trend trading, better movement in just about every other chip stock with the exception of this one. So hopefully a break of 186 will change that again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to, like NVIDIA's been great. I mean, I think the stock to look at today is one that we sold a little bit yesterday. And it's Intel is getting absolutely clubbed there today. So yeah, you look smart when you hold on to things and you look stupid when you don't. And that's what investing makes you, or even not investing. Investing is fine. It's the trading aspect of it because, one day you get out, and this is why it's very, very hard to time the market. Like it breaks here and you're going to have everybody say, well, there's the break. This is going up to $100 or whatever it is, but then it just can fill that gap in one day. So I don't think this story is done or anything like that. I mean, Intel is still a big, supported by the US government there. I don't know if that deal with Apple's going down or not. NVIDIA, I mean, speak about NVIDIA. NVIDIA invested $5 billion in this company at $23. So it's just like, it's been a huge run. We talked about this with Brian Shannon the other day when there was a 40 or 50 year anchored VWAP that came right into here at $20. And that didn't make me buy it, but I mean, I bought it because it was here for basically 8 months. And then get that boost, right? So I'm a victim of getting some out here at 28, then again some out here on this consolidation when we moved higher, because if we actually zoom out, you can see this little level. That's where we got out another piece there. And then we just got out some, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, on this break of that move right into some. I think it was yesterday or I don't know, how many days was it? Did it stay up there? 2 or 1? 2. So I think it was on this day here because we were letting this go, and then that day it came up, and we must have got filled at 41.95 or something like that, around 42, and now it's come back in. So it's not like that was a good fill. You're at $41 now. It's whatever for now. But Intel today, downside, looking to get short this name. We'll have to ask Adair or even you guys in the chat what's creating this move. This kind of came out of nowhere. I was just searching through some of the semis, and this one fell into my lap there. So. Yeah, not a great day for Intel today, Sharif. Did you guys talk about that on the midday at all? Was there any story about Intel, Sharif? Or?
Them not wanting to get rid of their networking company. That was really it. They were just holding on to that, and there wasn't really market moving, though.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That was the only thing. They said they were supposed to be spinning off that division.
Like down 7%. Like
maybe
the ebbs and flows of the market is my call.
Maybe they really want to. The thing about diversifying is it doesn't necessarily matter like how much money they're getting for a spinoff. It could end up just being more that people might have liked the idea of streamlining, and it's like, okay, well, it's proving that you're laser focused, and you're gonna get rid of and sell off pieces that aren't part of like the core of what you want to focus on for the future, and maybe that's a signal against it. I'm just speculating here because otherwise, why are we dropping 7% on that story? It doesn't make any sense unless it's like a sentiment thing or an excuse to take profits, which is perfectly reasonable when the stock is doubled up so recently. So I don't think we're done. I think that's 4. I got a VWAP in front of silver just because it was a scalp trade to VWAP anyways. I just thought if the move was not technical, or if it was only technical, then try to take a quick reversion, then move on to the next. And we'll go on to the next symbol, which in this particular case, I'm thinking maybe it's SMX.
That's good, Neil. I like that. All right, SMX, a monster mover during the midday. It started moving late, guys. I want to say around 12 o'clock or so. When all was said and done, this thing was over 100%. Off the highs right now, 119 high, trading a little bit below $100, putting in a bit of a compression bull flag here. Look, this company apparently, with the rise in demand for gold, has come up with some sort of technology at a molecule level to be able to detect fake gold bars, even if they've been melted. I was just reading through it at the moment, guys. I don't really think that's the reason we're moving up aggressively. I think it has something to do with a 33% short float.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 33%. What's the size of the float here, too? The actual
they're all
1 million float. So the entire float of this thing is 1 million. But this is also the, I just closed my Benzing accidentally. I'll have to go open it again. I just lost the whole thing. So SMX, squeeze much? What in the blue? Whatever. Like this was a $4 stock. So this isn't even this isn't day one. This is like day 5 of this move. I don't remember this one the other day, but whatever. It doesn't really matter. So from a technical standpoint, yeah, just like stair step up, break. But the last parabolic move, like this was only in the afternoon, so the full day move, it actually pulled back deep the last time, 70 to 25. So even if this pulls back something similar, like it wouldn't be crazy when you get the parabolic day that it would pull almost all the way back in from where it broke out from and then made another move. So I'd be watching out for that on SMX. Be careful with this. It's already shown you what it can do on a pullback.
All right, we have a new position right now, so hit the sirens. We'll flush the market down. We'll see if we can get going on that one. So there's Palantir. Let's go, man. That's a chicken dinner winner all day. Like Palantir, what a move, man. Right up to the 200 period moving average. There's that dump off. There's us getting some of that view up. Let's cover that trade right there. Honestly, NFT worthy right there. And then Google as well. We actually did exactly what we wanted to do on that move down. Breaks to 200. We had such a small piece that didn't really affect us there at all. Comes back up to 200, comes back up, bounces off VWAP. We actually got out in between the 50 and VWAP, and then taking out the 200 again. We are now out of that one. And let's just see if this wants to work. I'm going to go short the NASDAQ. So there's that move down. We can't find any information on why that happened. Neil showed the Bitcoin chart. That could easily have been what it was. I mean, I'm not throwing shade on that. I think that is probably what it was there. Or you get a little bit of a break here in the market, but that just seemed too much volume there. So, but anyways, nice break down. Let's just see if there's any reason for it to come back up here right now. So I'll give that a go. We're gonna battle this name until we get into this area again. All right, so just for you guys, my stop is up here actually. 60, oh, I put the wrong stop. I put 66, it should be like 71. So, all right, let me cancel that stop. I'm gonna stop out if we break up here. Let's just go short a little bit. We'll see if we can get more shares into this position, into this spot right now. We have like a quarter of a unit, so pretty small. We're trying to get some more actually right here at 29, which is where VWAP is. So we'll get another piece right here if we're able to, and then we'll short it again. My next offer is in the 40s. So if we can get it up here, it's 45, and then we'll watch out for that break. We'll put it in right now. 55.71. We're going to go short right now. New position alert in the market is a short. So let's see if it can work out for us. I'm hoping it does, but who knows? So we're short now, looking to average into this one. It's the TQs, and there's no news there. So there could be a melt either way, but the Nasdaq up, Nasdaq up now, but still down. Both markets down. So look, there's been a lot of talk about the IWM lately, and the thing is, it's a little fugazi, okay? So the IWM is ripping, and it's been ripping for a couple days now, and it's back to all-time highs. The reason why I say something like that is I did, ask a little bit of grok action over here, just spreading the love. Look, Bloom Energy is the second largest holding right now in IWM. Okay, so that's starting to keep it going. It's less than 1%, so it's not like it single-handedly is moving the stock. Credo also on one a little bit right now as well. IonQ, I mean, we've seen some of the quantum names start to go upside, super micro right there. And this is the thing that I wanted to show everybody. It's such a small piece, but there's micro strategy as well. So, with crypto starting to get back to the upside, there's going to be some of these companies I've never even heard of before. Like, I don't know what this Maycom Technologies is, but some of these things the top 10 weight is only 5%, right? So it's not like a huge move, but I just wanted to show you some of the names that were in there because a lot of talk about Bloom Energy lately as that's taking out some of the tops there as well, Fabrinet. So there's some good tech names that have really boosted this index, but the index has been doing great. I just wanted to say that there's been, like, if you check out BE here, and I know a lot of you have been yelling at all of us about Bloom. I think this is one, no, Sharif wasn't on this today, or maybe he was. But there's a huge move up there for Bloom, like another 13% today alone. So although this is not necessarily the stock that's leading it the last couple of days, it's just the IWM has had a big run, and a lot of it is due to some of these huge stocks that have had good, huge moves on smaller stocks that all tie together. Right, so I just wanted to show you guys that. I mean, it's not I shouldn't have said it's a fugazi. It's a good move upside, but
some of it just has
like
to do with
SMR, Oklo. All these names are probably in it, and then we'll what you're about to talk about as well. I mean,
What are we, 6 trading days? No.
Look at
We're
SMRs.
6 physical days away.
we wrote down SMR at $20, $19.50 today. We have the absolute bottom in SMR. We just didn't take it. So it's crazy. Like, I mean, it's a huge upside move there for SMR today. And out of nowhere, like, we wrote down the sticky note with nothing other than what we wrote down is that news flow last few days about power issues for AI build should see some off the bottom. You know, and holding 18 was real well and real swell for SMR. So, yeah, we sold at 57 and bought back at 30. So we got to get back here before that trade makes any sense. But right now, we like the stock. SMR to the races today. And again, another note that's on the sticky note. I want to say congratulations to Joe, who actually took a trade there. But yeah, that's what's creating some movement today. And
I'm a little
only a couple of days before
surprised
that.
by this, because it's Kalshi has us at 93% of getting our rate cut. At FedWatch, it's actually gone down 2%, which is a bit weird to me, but that is what it is. It's still like an 87% chance. That's going to creep toward 100% by next year, and I think that's most of the reason why you're seeing the Russell get a relief rally. There was by the way, if you see your scanners, anybody that has a scanner up, you probably picked up IMAX a few minutes ago. So their Investor Day event is going on and has been since 12 o'clock. And they must have said something that people cared about 2 hours into it, because that's like I couldn't find what was said that would have caused this. But IMX on the move here. The event is still ongoing, just so that you know, they are still talking. And I do not know specifically what was said, so I couldn't give you the story. And Dara's looking out for it as well. So if we do find something on it, for sure, we'll let you know. Just before we move on, I'm looking to, like, if we come back into VWAP here, I liked AMD for short this morning, and then it turned into too strong of a stock. There's your higher lows breaking out the highs, so got away from it to move on to things that were a little more bullish for a play. But if this gets back to VWAP, or at least around the 216.5, where all of this mess started, then I would look to maybe go back to the short there for next opportunity, or maybe silver breaks through VWAP. We'll see if that can happen as well.
Over to Beta Pro, because if you do scan that, we've talked about this a couple times here today, they have the 3x levered ETF. So like on a move that we just saw in the NASDAQ, you can take advantage of it. I'm currently trading the TQQs, but this is Canadian product. So we want to say thank you so much. This is only available on the TSX, betapro.ca/3x daily. They do have the currency hedge. So that's all part of it, right? Get the more pure performance hedged against the US dollar. Very important to understand that. They are also offering a management fee rebate until December the 31st. So make sure you go check them out if you are looking as a sophisticated trader. These 3x daily things are great tools to trade with, but do your due diligence on holding them longer term. But we do want to thank Beta Pro, the leader right now on those 3x daily levered over there on the TSX. So shout out to Global X, and thank you for the continued support. So all right, that's that. And on these TQs note, we're still in AEO, which isn't doing a whole heck of a lot EIO. We got a good short there at the high of the day, and that just gave us an average price of 48. So we're now 2 pennies in the money, but we're not taking that. We're just playing around. I do have a bid in right here at 42 or so. Well, whatever this level was, 40s. I put it at 42. That's small. We'll get out of 5% or so. And then I really want to see about this 200 period, and then of course down into VWAP. I don't know if this does have the juice to really get going here, but there's the short. We're in it. Let's see if it does want to push a little bit lower, and then we're also supporting, trying to anyways, this position here in the futures on a downside play here against sort of this basically day high. I mean, the day high started right at 9:30, but I'm going to play off that, and we're going to take a small couple trades here into the close and just see. So I get it. Hey, what's up? I'll put this up on the screen if I can find it. D-Dog there wants to know why I would be short, and I want to explain it. There it is, Qser Y short. Okay, so here comes the note. So, all right, good point. This is exactly the kind of trade that I'm trying to stay away from, is going against the trend. But when I look at this Dog 5794, I really do think, and thank you so much for asking, like that's part of what we're trying to do here. Like, what was up with that? And I know that was, I do believe that could have been that Bitcoin. And I mean, once that gets,
I'm pretty sure.
once that got that much volume into the crypto space, there could have been algos or whatever that just instantly thought something was up and sold off the NASDAQ. So that we've seen that happen many times before. Right now, though, I just want to see, does that wind up happening again right now? Is there some sort of a story that's about to drop that we don't know about? Not only that, I think the downside here is much clearer than the upside. So I already have a stop. So that stop right into here will be like, I'm short in the 30s. I want to get a little bit more. By the time we have a full position, we'll probably be short like 45 or so. So I think 25 to 30 cents worth of risk on this play is worth it. And we're not going to risk our whole day by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't necessarily think that the momentum is long. This is the TQs here. This is the NASDAQ. This is what we're seeing over the last couple of days. To me, this just looks like a short actually at this price. You know, just like it looks like a long down into here. So we're in the middle, and I'm just going to play the short heading into a Friday. Let's see what winds up happening. We got completely, look, the top two stocks today for me, and I've only made two trades, were longs. Google and Palantir, they're both crushed. Like, they're both great trades. So we're going to hold out here and see what happens now with AEO. So we're in the money here, and we got the TQ short, and we're just playing around. So let's see if it goes. But remember, like, that's why I try to tell you about the units. Like, these are just trading ideas. You guys got to think about how many shares you want to put, you know, out for risk on any of these trades. Like, we all trade with significantly different share sizes on almost all opportunities. So you got to think about what this opportunity means to you. And if you D-dog there, if it's too risky for you, either stay away or go light or take oppo, like or don't do anything. That's also a trade, sitting on your hands. You know, but yeah, we definitely are in, I don't know if we're in a bull market per se, but we are in a market that has rewarded longs. There's no doubt about that. And if I have to give back 5% of my day trying something, I mean, I'm willing to do it. So that's what I'm going to do, is sit here and do that. And, you know, right now I have more shares in this AEO than I do in the NASDAQ. So, you know, we'll just see what winds up happening. We could get blown out of both. And if I do, you know, I just planned it out. If both of these get blown out, we'll give back about 10% of our day. So still a really good day. So, but anyways, those are what I'm thinking about right now, and that's what we're doing. So
yeah, the position board was down for a lot of it. I don't know, it was kind of weird. Okay. It was down for like at least a few minutes. I think sometimes it'll go, if you ever see it like, you see how it says no positions? If it ever goes completely blank, right, you know it's down. That doesn't mean that we're flat. And I feel like it's weird. Like I feel like sometimes it does it like when you get in. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But I'll go over. Just gonna quickly go over AMD because this is VWAP on AMD. This was the trend, and it just wicked that trend line and then consolidated underneath. So I'm short there. If it breaks the trend line, I'll get out. And we're going to go to that's just timely because we have chip news apparently on NVIDIA.
Financial Times reporting here that U.S. senators are seeking to stop NVIDIA's advanced chip sales to China. Now, this isn't moving the stock too much, and that's likely because we already know that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has said right now they're not even really factoring in China sales. They're viewed more as a nice to have than a need to have. But either way here, this is going to be on watch. Financial Times reporting that senators in the U.S. are trying to stop NVIDIA from selling advanced chips to China. Back to you.
We kind of know that.
If that's the story, I guess that's also a non-starter. I mean, there's nothing even happening right now in the market. But hey, who said something about this AEO trade? There we go, Joe. I got you, man. We're gonna short this thing right back down into $20, my guy. You don't have to worry about your bet over there. I got you on this one. But there it goes. Here we go. Nice move to the downside here. Still going lower. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're here to put on some trades and explain them, and that's what I did here with AEO. We talked about we like that short, so here it comes right back in. My stop was 12 cents higher. What is it? I'm at 40. Okay, good. I didn't know what it was going to show me because I'm at 48.8 with the average price. So my stop was 12 cents higher than this. So we start taking it out now at a 1-to-1, and so Neil and I are both net short, right, with AEO, TQs, and now AMD. So I think we're both thinking short right now. All right. Hey, family, you guys are my life vest. Perfect.
The vest
Please
kind of day.
cover docu. Yeah, I have to look for a vest, man. I mean, Joe just wearing the vest so proper over there.
I only have a Jays one. I feel like whatever. I might just rock that next week
Yeah, rock the Jays vest.
Rock a Blue Jays vest in like hockey and basketball season.
Well, I mean, very, very kind words. I mean, you know, and we just want people to learn from us and hopefully be able to cover some moving stories. I mean, that to me, and I leaned on this yesterday, and it's just, this is so much more than just a trading show, right? And it's you're not going to get, like, go find me a place that dropped that NVIDIA story live on air like that before we just had it. You know, like, I don't know if that's going to happen. And especially, I mean, maybe an NVIDIA story.
I'll double down on that.
Yeah, good go.
That move that just happened in the futures, you're not going to find a show where, like, we literally will spend the next, there was no story. Okay, let's try to figure out what happened here. Let's all figure it out together. Look at this stock, look at that stock, come up with, finally find Bitcoin and say, okay, well, Bitcoin broke a shelf and that looked like it was the first thing that went, so it could have been some liquidations there. Like, you're not going to see anywhere else, because that's where the mind of a trader goes, right? And ultimately, like, that's what every trader would be doing in a situation like that, trying to figure out what is going on so that I can make my next decision if you have a decision to make. And so because everyone's thinking that way and our community is fantastic for that, that's what we try to do. And then we also have the benefit of, like, if Sean's talking, I might just turn my head and be like, Adara, what just happened on IMEX or something like that, or I'll type it in the chat and then everyone can know, and then that's what we're all about. So with that, we can look at DocuSign.
Oh, I forgot about that part.
So here's what, this will be more of a line of best fit than a trend line, but there, it's a little dirty, but just to make the point, the last few, like, year and a half, seen several of these very clean downward channels in stocks. And AMD had a really, really big one, and when it broke out of it, I think it was ridiculous. So for DocuSign, you've got, look, it's also got support at 65, so I would venture you've got some support down there, but it's been mostly downward trending on this slope. And have a look, the trend line almost perfectly aligns with a breakout above the 200-period moving average. And it needs to not just poke its head above the line, poke its head above, hold, breakout. If that happens, this one's primed to go. That said, when you're in a channel, you wait for it to break out. Alphabet was an opposite of this. Like, oh, there we go. Oh, that's super cool. I still have this drawn. I complain a lot about the charts, but then I feel like my charts crash more than others because I will have, like, this trend line or this channel drawn on Alphabet from, like, earlier in the year, just save it forever. So this was an upward channel on Alphabet, and look what happened. It kept on consolidating above but not breaking out. Once it broke out above, you're like, oh no, I've missed the move. Did you? Yeah, so it went 210 to 230. Did you miss the move? Look at how quickly it accelerates when you break a channel like that. So I think DocuSign is setting up something similar. So if you like it, maybe set that channel and let it break out. And when it does, don't be afraid. Like, when it breaks a technical, if you're in a channel, the same channel, the longer you're in it, the more explosive in theory the break can be. So if you miss the first 5 or 10%, it might not be the end of the world. That said, it's a downward sloping channel. So you're either buying the support at the bottom or you're waiting for the breakout. Hope that does help. Ooh, is this a, oh, that's a, Ramin just posted. And I'm gonna open it up. We have this. I just posted in, not in our chat, but like the show chat. It's, yeah, the best vest. Who's got the best vest? Look, I
might be in the wrong chat.
I'm not throwing any shade on Joey Options, and it's a fantastic looking vest. But, I mean, I'm a kid of the 80s. My vote was and still is for Marty McFly. Like, that's just
Only one vote.
like it's the only vote to make. Like, I have probably seen
Shout out to Michael J. Fox.
that might actually be the movie that isn't Star Wars that I've seen the most. Just because it used to, like, remember back in the day it would come on TBS on weekends
Oh, yeah. I
sometimes?
mean, I think it probably still is always.
Yeah, and I would watch at least 30 minutes of it if it came on TV. Now, if I was watching TV as a kid and that came on TV, I'm like, I'm watching it for 30 minutes. At least 30 minutes of it.
Another
Great.
Canadian legend over there. Okay, so TQs. Let's look at something else, right? I mean, SMR has been running here. People. Actually, let's go to Oklo. Oklo is a New York stock. OKLO. We got to drop that down into New York. Let's go. Yeah, like. So the story yesterday, I believe it started off with Jensen. I think was talking about just the need for power, and unless Adara, there's something else that's really rallying a lot of these stocks. Because it's kind of like, I don't feel like even today when I look back over at our great research report that we put out like every single day for you, make sure you go check it out. I mean, Adair is the mastermind behind all of this pretty much. You know, Salesforce's story today, Snowflake, Snowflake down 8%. And Snowflake, I think, has battled back nicely, right, today? To be down.
It was double.
Oh, no, sorry, down 11%, so even worse. My bad, went the other way. UiPath, Palantir, like, I didn't think I saw a story today, but I still put SMR on the watch list just because of the momentum that we had, and there's no way I thought that this was happening. Like, we have it written down here as, well, I'm not going to show it again. I had it written down as $19.50 to $20, and of course we write that down when it was up here. It does drop right off the open, and then it just takes off. So SMR, Oklo, probably NNE, Nano Nuclear. You know, the good ones, CCJ. This is like, I should have gotten some Cameco in my life at some point. This just reminds me of a very solid, like a company that's been around the block. This is not one that's kind of just like, yo, NuScale just IPO'd 3 years ago or anything, but Cameco, you know, definitely a big time uranium play that's been around for a minute. So I think this is probably the best of breed, but I don't know that enough.
Any of these guys?
No, I didn't get any GEV. I didn't do anything in the space. The only names I bought recently was Uber,
Back at the high already.
Boeing, which is flat in this. Uber's done well for me. Boeing has done nothing. And then Baba at 160. I added the position, so it wasn't a huge thing. But I'm debating Alibaba. I don't know if I like that one as much. And then did not buy any Bitcoin on the way down. Oh, but I mean, SoFi was like a 20. I think I was saying $25. That was a little bit before the dip down. I don't know if there's anything else I've been added to. Oh, today I bought Tesla today, literally today in the morning at 447. So that was a pretty good buy, looks like, right there. Other than that, I didn't do anything else recently. I don't know. I know you didn't buy too much. I don't know. You haven't said anything about it.
Well, I trimmed some ASML.
Oh, I trimmed names.
I trimmed ASML.
Right out of AMD.
Well, anyways, I haven't bought that stock in a very long time. Sharif was talking about it the other day. I'm like, yeah, it's getting up there, and I haven't bought any in a while.
Oh, I bought more Oscar.
Yeah, I trimmed some of that. I took some. I mean, I have IBM recently, but Meta was on a valuation a while ago. But I had to bite the bullet and just slap the fail on where I thought that GE Vernova was going to go. Right. So I was pretty convinced, and I left it in for. I said like a week or two ago. I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to leave my stink bid in front of 520 on GE Vernova. Like maybe we'll still get it, but I want to get back in the shares that I sold of this thing. Like sometimes that's the whole point. The whole point of like selling at a top is to get back in. And begrudgingly, if the notion was to sell some at 650 and buy back at 520, and you sell at 650 and buy back at like 605, it is what it is, right? So that I end up like sitting out not much of anything, but like I said, it held the 50-period moving average. I gave it a chance to get to the 200. It just didn't happen, and the position board's gone again. Did we miss another super chat? Okay, yeah. Can we throw that super chat up? I didn't realize we had missed one there.
There's the position board back.
I don't know. I'm not sure what currency that is. AdCentric, thank you so much. It doesn't really matter. Usually we know what they are.
Saudi, I believe.
Appreciate you. I started trading after watching you. Would appreciate your advice on a strategy for novice investors like us. We intend to preserve capital and grow your retirement money. So we're talking about like not trading, but obviously like investing advice. I'm not some certified whatever to be giving investment. I can tell you what has worked for myself.
I buy
because
cues.
I'm probably a little bit more conservative. Is I started with core position in the index. Am I going to beat the index over time? Most people don't. So core position in the index, and then I like to start grouping in stocks and sectors that I like. Usually try to leave it at 1 or 2. Sometimes it gets out of hand. And if I end up with like 4 or 5 chip stocks, I'm like, okay, well I've got to start selling off. Like hadn't bought AMD in a while, so I just I'm selling out of that one because I like others better. Like that kind of thing. But I start with the core position. In the indexes. It was the SPY for a long time, and then I gravitated to liking the Qs a little bit more. And then I also tend to have like high risk stuff for like 10%. For me, 5% of that's Bitcoin, and then some of that will be in like shot plays, what I think are shot plays here or there. Like I would call SMR a shot play, that kind of a deal. But I start with that core position in the future.
By the way, right here, I mean, here we go again, man. It's starting to happen again. We've traded again another 4 names today. There goes the TQs. We'll take a little bit out as it gets into 10s right there. So we did buy some 10s. I did buy some 18s as that was the 50-period moving average. But here we go. Nice little move to the downside right now. Let's see if we can get started. I don't like the fact that it held the 50-period moving average here. But I'm not going to, I hate shearing against a short. Jameson, I'm not talking about Samsara. That's my secret name. So we're going to wait to see what IoT has to do coming out very soon. I really like IoT there. That's going to be one that I think we could talk about as a double soon. So, all right, TQs, I like this move lower here. We'll see, that was pretty dramatic. I feel like this might be a good area right around here, almost 55 even. And because this is a levered ETF, it's not going to matter. I don't get out of this at 55.01 because it's at 55. If this was AEO or something like that, then I would use even dollars as some possible support or resistance or whatever. But here comes the NASDAQ one more time. I mean, I think we should take advantage even just of that top candle that just was put in right there. To get some out at 08, there it is. We get out immediately at okay. We might not be certified planners, but I mean, I've got the certified trades over here today. I mean, we are going to go again 1 for 1, like Palantir, bang. We're 8 for 8 our last 2 days, all verified on the stream. And then today we go 8. So today we have AEO, check, that's a win. Today we have Google, check, that's a win. That's 2 for 2. Then we have Palantir, and you guys. I know this is not very modest or humble of this, but we're just talking about the success that we've had. There's Palantir, 3 for 3, and there's the NASDAQ, if we cover right here, 4 for 4. That's 12 for 12 in our last 3 days. So alert to that right there as that's all, again, verified on the stream. And but, it is, it's been a good day, and we flipped over. And I even went on a little bit, it wasn't a rant, I went on explaining when we had that super chat there from Mr. Dog, and he was mentioning, why go short, and I think I explained it pretty decently. So I'm just actually going to now start to cover. It's 308. I don't really have that much worry anymore about this position. I've now covered half of it, as it's actually a little bit more than half, as it starts to come back in. This AEO position is maybe the one that's not doing anything. It still is a profitable one, and I'm not going to get in or out of this one based on profit, yay or nay. I don't care. I'll take a loss. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter that we want to make sure we're getting out at the right prices. So we haven't really done anything on American Eagle. So I think 24.40, maybe we put another bid there and see if we're lucky enough to get it. But that's what we're doing here on AEO again. So we'll put a bid there and just wind up seeing what winds up happening. 24.41 for American Eagle. But yeah, 12 for 12 the last couple of days. And that's what I was saying. Sometimes it happens and stocks actually go appropriately. And I'll be the first one to tell you when I'm 0 for 12 as well. So let's just wait to see if that ever happens, knock on wood. Hopefully it does not. But so far, so good. And yeah, BBAI, good reaction today as well. So yeah, some good trades there. But I think it's time to cover a little bit of these as we've been doing.
Yeah, I just got out of AMD just very quickly. I think I will reload on the trend line if it bounces, but if the theory was that it was like a Bitcoin technical breakdown, then I'm not anchored to where we bounced from. I'm kind of anchored to where the stock had support before. So the second I see buyers, look, and some of this was I was short. I was literally short this area in the morning, and all of the buying was at $215. It's that simple. It made a bottom at the open at 215. I then shorted it. It made a bottom at 215. I was watching it when it happened. So if I think this was a technical, had nothing to do with AMD, but reacting to some other stuff that was going on, then the level that before matters is going to matter now in this trade. So as far as I'm concerned, go 16 on the trend, down into 15, 15 bounces. I might try to scalp it again on the trend line. I'd consider a reverse. The only way I'd reverse this into a long is if the futures are breaking out VWAP. I wouldn't want to reverse on a stock that I'm feeling short today unless the futures are telling me that we're going in the other direction and the market is just going to buy into the close. So the little scalp trade there on AMD. And, ultimately, this was one I think I said earlier, if I was grading myself on it, there was some missed opportunities. There was a false break of the high, and then I didn't get the snap through VWAP. I ended up shorting the consolidation, which that could have been good, but it would have been better to get that snap through VWAP. I almost got the top on that move, didn't quite get the best outs, then missed this trend break. felt like it is, was doing the lesson of the day, and then after that kind of got up, and sometimes you got to take a break. It is what it is, but that's still a miss. And then thankfully we got that move in Bitcoin or whatever it was. I'm still calling it Bitcoin. Although,
that's about right.
In theory, I always mess this up. It's a BTC. Sorry, so pull up the actual thing in our system. I always I start typing Bitcoin, but to pull it up in real trading, you got to go BTC USD, and then it fills in. I want to make sure if I'm looking for reloads, because the other sign would be we're back above where that flat bottom break happened on Bitcoin. That was at like 91.8, right in here. And we just held that again. So it's making me think twice that if I think a lot of that selling was caused by a drop down in BTC, if we're back above that price and holding just now, that might not be the best spot to think short. And maybe if that breaks out, there could be some longs in the afternoon. And that brings me to BMNR. Like if Bitcoin breaks this out, 92 quarter, let's just say, BMNR has been on one today. Like look at BMNR. Like I saw this one in the midday and was kind of surprised no one was talking about it. But like if Bitcoin recovers and breaks it back out, and whereas ETH probably at like 31 we're at. Okay, so over 3,000. A little bit of triple top action. This could be a breakout. So I'll keep eyes on Bitcoin. If Bitcoin's not breaking, I don't want to take a shot on BMNR long. But super strong today, 4% up, complete V-shaped recovery in that move. So you know it's relatively strong. And by the way, I'm only talking trades. Normally I'd be saying bad things about BMNR because I don't like treasury plays, but you can trade them. I think these are great to trade because they're going to move more than the underlying, and I would not want to hold them for the long term. That's just me. If you like BMNR, just hold ETH and stake it, and like, why not, man? Get your return. Hold ETH. Don't have to worry about these things potentially blowing up or whatever. That's just my 2 cents.
No, I think that's exactly what I've been against those things for a minute there. But I mean, I still own the ETFs. Like Neil said,
that's
ETHA.
Owning an actual.
Yeah. I'm saying like ETHA or whatever. Like get involved. If you like crypto, you like it, and if you don't, you don't. I mean, I don't know. I know that sounds ridiculous to say it like that, but honestly, there's not much that we can do to convince everybody that this is something. Some people don't even want to own any. I mean, I think we should get that up there again. Why don't we do that right now? How many of you in the chat actually even own crypto?
What was it last time?
It was under 50%, which was just as much a surprise to me as anything else. Like
what was a poll? Was a poll crypto or Bitcoin? I think it was Bitcoin last time. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think crypto is fine in general. I mean, I think most people that would hold like, Ripple or XRP probably hold some Bitcoin anyways at some point. And I'm not talking about Tether or anything. I'm just talking like if you actually own some coins. Crypto coins? I don't know. However you want to, tokens, I don't know, however you want. I would just say crypto. Like
do you own any crypto?
Crypto, that's it, period. I was just surprised last time. I mean, what do you guys think, Chad? Do you think it'll be over or under 50%? Like, I was completely wrong last time. I thought it would have been way over 50%. It was under 50%. I think even when I asked you, you had mentioned, I don't think you were here that day when we did it. And I think you mentioned like 70% or something would be owners.
Yeah, you told me that you did it, and I was like, oh, it's got to be. I said,
right, well, I own crypto. I just told you, so I'm going to select yes on that one. Let's just see where this goes right now. See, it's already, even after, wow, you guys are voting that quickly, man. There's already 70.
Back in as me.
There's already 150 votes.
They like this poll.
Like, how many freaking likes are there on this stream right now? So, like, all right, I'm going to read one. Okay, obviously I haven't refreshed this in a minute. But, okay, look, we just got, in less than 30 seconds, 256 votes. So, if you've just voted, like, what's the matter you? Like, hit the like rate over here. Like, that's all we're asking. Let's get this going over here. Come on, guys. But anyways, 500 like there. Well, we just doubled our likes just since asking about it there. Well, all I have to do is go like this. All right, so, there it is. We'll review this thing in a minute. There's already 400 votes on it, so that's amazing. All right, I lost a little bit of faith, to be honest with you, in this short. I didn't, we're all the way back up, so I did empty a little bit here at 8.15s and 18s, and then again at 20. So I now have 15% left of this trade, and I think I'm just going to stop out if it breaks above here. So that's 40s now. I'm not going to average this back in. I'm actually just going to, that's me hitting cancel. Way too many times. But that's what I'm going to do is just hit cancel on that and then, put in our stop now, 55.41. If it breaks That's fine. Oh, I didn't cancel my up. It just said, nope, can't do that. You already have your old stop out. All right, 55.41 should work now, and there it goes. So, all right, we are now waiting for that to come through. If it breaks down, it breaks down. There's nothing I can do about that. We'll wait to see what winds up happening here with that trade. So far, so good here on that front. But yeah, a little bit of a slippery slope, but it seems like now in NASDAQ, and if it does fall back in, great. We're still underneath VWAP. We'll take that for what it is. AEO, like, we only got one fill. This one could be the one that's the problem for us. So I'm not too excited about averaging back in at all into AEO. So, but yeah, so far pretty good on those shorts. We'll make some money on TQs, and AEO is still out in the universe whether or not we'll make money on this one. Or not.
Crypto theme, 55. Yeah, it's just
Nuke is going off.
I keep thinking it's going to be higher than that. Oh, it might have
55 only?
It's only 55%. I'm seeing 55%.
Yeah, well, if your eyes are working, it's fine.
I'm surprised. Which is, look, it's not a judgment or anything. It's just, it's because it's a trading show in the trading community. So you would think that given all the activity in Bitcoin, well, in crypto in general, that you'd have a lot that own it or hold it at least a little bit. Oh, you know what? I kind of wonder if the question was, have you ever owned? Maybe that would be higher.
Forget about the ever. I want to know who owns it now.
I'd be somewhat, it doesn't matter, but I'd be somewhat curious as a juxtaposition, like if that number was much higher, then it would indicate that some people have felt it's out of favor. Because the return that you've been able to get in so many other places, like you've had quantum go crazy, you've had chips go crazy, like there's all these other explosive places in the market in tech that maybe some people have said, oh, well, you know, I now don't care about Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, the smartest guy, we talked about that crypto burb that we had on our show for a long time was here on the show. And I told you a couple months ago, he exited the game completely, said that it was over with.
I bet that there's
waiting for another time to get in.
The number that I think it would be like 75%, maybe that 15 or 20% is that. Where you used to be.
No, because most people hodl crypto. I don't think.
I'm just guessing.
If this many people don't own it now, yeah, no, it's a good.
Jake Weston, I am not a Virgo, but I would love to know why you just asked that.
I am a Virgo.
Yeah, Sean is. I'm not. I have no idea.
I don't know. I
don't know what any of them mean.
I've never followed that.
I've never.
I don't know anything about that.
Someone told there was a trader who was into that stuff that years ago was like, oh, and I flat out forgot all the things that I was supposed to be. I don't think necessarily matters. But I'm trying to get back to trend line here on AMD. Kind of missed the curl. We're getting right back in. Every single time it's actually touched the trend line on a bounce. This time it didn't quite get there. So when it missed and the opening candle started to flush, I just jumped on the offer. I mean, I'll just leave the offer in and still have a stop above for the next available trade. I can tell you that BM&R is not breaking out. Close, no cigar, but close is only good in, what do they say, horseshoes and grenades?
Grenades, hand grenades.
I mean,
horseshoe and hand grenades.
Do you think they would update?
Very popular games.
I'm pretty sure in nuclear warfare, close is pretty good too.
Yeah, very recent games, nuclear and, or sorry, you just said nuclear.
Yeah, nuclear warfare.
Yeah, I really liked, actually, that's actually a pretty fun game, man. Horseshoes? I love playing horseshoes. Like when we used to go camping, man, I'm a horseshoe kind of guy.
I mean, Pete, we did.
That's for sure.
If we ever, like,
I'm down with horseshoes.
Now that we camp as much, we don't really rent cottages as much. Like we go camping every single year. But when we used to rent cottages, that's one of those, like, it's not a prerequisite. Like, A, you gotta be near water, ideally on a lake. And then B, you better have some games, specifically like horseshoes, and that's just a ton of fun. The kids love it too. I have like a gangster one for the backyard. It was like my daughter for whatever. It's like a plastic thing. I've got it for her because she liked horseshoes. So I'm like, oh, we'll just buy this. We can put it in the backyard. But it's not a real one because she's 8. But now she's probably big enough that I could get a real one. Throw it in the backyard.
Nah, they're too heavy. I'd say go with the plastic ones. Like there's a lot of work.
I want for myself, man.
Oh yeah.
At some point, eventually.
Well, we have like a washer toss, like but with bean bags. Like my brother made it for me. It says it's a big Packers thing. It's actually pretty cool.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's
he made a big wood thing with the two. What are they? Cornhole.
Yeah. That's exactly.
I actually think that's what it's called. Yeah. All right. Are we going over to Adara or what are we doing? All right. Let's go.
There are a ton of earnings after the bell today, and what better way to keep track of them than with our implied moves infographic here on X at TTV Research. Samsara, oddly enough, here with the largest implied move, 14%. Rubrik a close second, 13.5%. But the smallest one is going to be HPE with 7%. So all these expected moves are fairly substantial. Check out this infographic on X at TTV Research. That's TTV Research. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy our streams. We send you back to the traders themselves, Sean and Neil.
Yeah, Sentinel.
idea.
Uh-oh.
It's gonna load.
Okay, maybe it's the daily chart. The daily chart's absolutely fine. Yes, no, look, why does it not load? Cybersecurity names. Look at we were just talking about with DocuSign was the name. I'm trying to choke through. DocuSign about channels and consolidations and all that good stuff. Well, look at Sentinel-1. Defined bottom, attempting to eke out a breakout. So this one, regardless of the percentages, I think it's like the most interesting from a where it's trying to go standpoint. The only downside to this is every single cybersecurity name, regardless of report, has been going down initially. So if it would have to buck the trend of having a good report and then not selling off. Fortinet sold off. I mean, CrowdStrike had a good report, they sold off. Palo, just go through all of them, and none of them have been bouncing. Unfortunately, it's hard to imagine Sentinel-1 does. And if it doesn't, then that just means you're waiting for $15, I guess, which would be more than a 10% move, and I think that said 9. So like maybe just look for, if it holds the expected move, I guess that's a dip buy. Much more interested in a breakout play on Sentinel-1, but that's the one that I'd be the most interested to pay attention to. Yeah, and speaking of crowd, another, you can't go up on earnings, but just buy the dip situation. It's just, I don't know why, but this is what they do with the cybersecurity companies. They just, for whatever reason, it gets sold off, and you wake up the next morning, you're like, why is this stock down? Everything was perfect, and they spend the rest of the day buying it back. So it doesn't have to make sense. It's just a pattern. I'd look for the same thing on S1, or it's just S, Sentinel-1. Yeah. I don't know why in our system, and it doesn't matter.
I really like Samsara, and I don't know what's going on right now. This is a name that I've been buying on dips. I've been buying it for a while, but I'm only long here. I says my price is like $37.50, something like that. Every time it came into these levels. I mean, you guys know the way I invest and trade and everything like that. I mean, so this looked good to me. It's the same reason, you know, why looking at everything, you know, coming back in. We talked about April lows, and I just wonder if this is going to be the quarter that they eventually turn that profit, and if they do, then I want to be involved in this name. I'm not even sure on the short float of this. It was significant, not significant, it was 20, maybe teens, 20%, something like that, the last time I had noticed or looked. So let's have a quick little look again. 7%, yeah, so it's not, that's not the case for Samsara. But look at, if you're gonna go over here, look at their calendar right now, and this will show us what we've been doing. So it's like EPS is starting to finally start to grow a little bit. Now they're estimated for a nice little profit. They've beat numerous times in a row there. There's their revenue, 30%, 25, 25, 30, 57, 83, 66%. Good little EPS growth name right here for Samsara. So let's see where this one wants to go from today. But I'm gonna think that there is a nice opportunity to get up to the upside. Hassett speaking on Fox right now, talking about a rate cut happening of a quarter point. So we already sort of know that that's what's going to be coming through right now. So get ready for that story to hit the wires any moment now. But yeah, that's just what's going on. And right now the market's doing this. We're still short here on the futures. So thinking about getting maybe a piece out right here if I can at 13. We'll just bid it. Hopefully it runs us over and gives us, there it goes, runs us over and gives us that fill, which just happened. So yeah, that's happening, and it looks like we may take our first L in 3 days here on AEO. It almost just punched us out. My stop is where it is. I'm not even paying attention to it. 60s, so break of 61 or 60, and we are out of AEO, so American Eagle. And again, this one, unlike the NASDAQ, I don't think the NASDAQ was fighting a trend. Actually, I've been pretty good on the NASDAQ, but we don't, this one's definitely fighting the trend. I mean, AEO is like, shorting this is a nightmare. And
no, shorting SMX would be a nightmare.
SMX would be a nightmare, yeah. I mean, anything today. Super chat.
So there was also breaking news, but that was just the Hassett news. I'll get to SMX in a second. Danny's boy, Neil, given Meta's huge move up today, is it not safe to say that there will be a ton of market on close buys tonight at closing from all the institutional money? Also, bravo on your rendition of the Vest song earlier. Yeah, it's, look, the Simpsons, like if you're a certain age, the Simpsons for sure. It's like Seinfeld and Cosby Show, that kind of thing. So like I loved it. And all that Vest talk, it's one of my favorite episodes. Mr. Burns is one of the best villains in like TV history. He's the perfect villain in a lot of ways.
Yeah, in many ways.
Absolutely perfect. Why? Because he's funny enough and quirky enough that half the time you just want to root for him because he's just a cool and interesting character. But he's just in every single way. He's bad and there's nothing redeemable about him whatsoever. But in terms of what you're saying about meta, not automatically. So I know a lot of times, and I would agree with you that on good news, you would think that there's institutional money wanting to chase this. What I've found over a lot of times is it's equally likely that you might have some chunk profit takers, although I think that's more likely if this had held strength more. Like if this had been accumulating and trending up over VWAP all day, then I think there'd be more likely that you might have some sell imbalance people that are just taking profit because they wanted to hold on to good news all day. That's not the case, so I actually don't think anything on the imbalances. But a lot of times I'd be thinking sometimes the opposite on the day of. But Meta's not frequently on the locator at all. And just for everyone out there, like I'm going to show you the early look, but there won't be Meta, there won't be any NASDAQ names on there. It's only New York. That's pretty big size for Kenvue. So Kenvue's 7.5 million. It's not even 330 yet. That's the sell. NEO's a 3 million buy. CVE's a 2.4 million sell. Schwab 1.3 million sell. But Kenvue, that's weird. All right, so Kenvue 7.5 million early look sell. 1.9 million paired. It's already a 9 million total imbalance on 23 mil of volume. So Kenvue's worth watching, I suppose, going into this. And again, thank you for the super chat, Danny's boy. I think it's always great to be thinking about that. We've just sort of found over the years that just because the stock has news and like a good move, it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be action on the imbalance in that direction. And oftentimes, it might just be profit taking in the other direction. Oh, was that SMX I wanted to? That's what it was. For everyone trading SMX, if you were short before, sorry. If you're short right now, good luck to you. It looks like it's made some kind of a topping tail candle. At real trading, probably nobody's going to pay I think it was when I last checked, it was $399 for 100 shares. So you're paying like $4 for locates on this. And I checked when this was like $100. So my guess is like if you paid for locates up here, they probably doubled, which is a little bit intense. Because that means if you were paying, I'll just give you an example of why that matters. So if you were paying, let's just say $6 a share for locates of SMX, and you shorted here when it failed 49, you're like, oh, I'm going to short it at, or 50, sorry, I'm going to short it at 149, and I'm going to give it to the high of the day, which people might do. That's like $13 worth of risk. Wrong. That's $18 worth of risk because you paid $5 for the shorts. And so that just means you have to make that much more on the trade. So Arun would say he would never pay for the locates. To me, there's always a price that's reasonable. Like if there were free locates on this or like 0.001 cents per share, you would just pay it and then have the optionality because it costs you nothing. And then if you saw something, you could take the trade. I'm not going to do it. And 150, just kind of rinse that a couple of times here. Slowing down for the first time in a bit. But these are the kind of names that generally I would stay away from. I don't know if I can move the goalpost. I don't know how far to move the goalpost here because I don't think AMD is going to come back to the trend line this time. It doesn't look like it. It looks like 215 is starting to hold, and that'll be the only play until we get the imbalances coming through in 15 minutes or so. So instead of waiting for the trend line, I think I might just play off of this 215 here in power hour. And MF Janderus, I understand some brokers you might not have locates at all. And this is not to toot the horn of real trading, but sometimes like a rather large day trading. Prop 4 is going to have locates pretty much always. Like there might be that 0.02% where we have to pay for locates, but at least we'll have that option. And then everything else we can do for free. But remember, we're flat at the end of the day, and that does factor into the ability to get them.
Yeah, for sure. We got a little bit more out on the TQs. AEO's trying to figure itself out. But here's a look at crypto. Why not have a quick little look over here, 92.2. So what's been going on here today? I always have it down here, so we can always have a quick look at Bitcoin. But Ethereum might get some people's attentions today. That's the one that's moving around here the last hour anyways, 1%, both of these. 7-day, not too exciting. 24-hour, not too exciting, but it's Bitcoin down 1%. Ethereum holding fort as well. There's your Ripple. Watch out for 209, right? Like 200. $2 has been a decent spot here for the last little while. This goes all the way back to the beginning of the year, right there of 25. So watch out for that $2 breakdown right now on XRP. That's what, oopsies, I'm not, oops. Oh God. I don't know how to get back there. I've never even, oh gosh, CoinGecko. Okay, move forward, there it is. Yeah, so I was gonna say this little area, I guess if I just highlight that, it'll show it to us. Yeah, there it goes. So all the way back to January now of 25. So just be careful with that $2 break. That's $1, there it is, nice move up. So it actually looks like about November 30th, so about a year that we've held this $2 area. So just be careful. That's going to be a good break spot. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention because I bought at $2 just a couple days ago when it came back in, just because of that reason. So we noticed that. Cardano, 44 cents as well. Dogecoin right now down 1.7% at 15 cents or so. Other than that, man, Solana might be the other one that a lot of traders hold in their accounts. 139 off the high of 250 just made a couple weeks ago as well, with Bitcoin at making its highs. I don't know if there's anything else anybody's invested in. I used to be a holder of Chainlink as well right there. But yeah, not much going on in the crypto space right now. No, I'll leave that to Michael Noss. No but no Tron, no nothing like
Wasn't there a Tron treasury play?
Yeah, I think there was a Tron treasury. Yeah, I mean, I think there was
the stock.
I think there was a Chainlink one. I think well, of course you forget the stock.
Well, sometimes I remember the symbols.
Yeah, there was a WorldCoin one too. Like, I don't know, man, all those were, oh, there it is. There we go, our first loss in 3 days right there with AEO. I'll slap a fail. I'll talk about that in just a second. And that one was fighting the trend, and it's exactly what I said. It's like, I don't think we should be fighting the trend here. Fights trend.
What a mixed board, man.
Yeah, exactly. Eli Lilly there, J&J. I mean, these healthcares are really red, man. Bristol Myers is the only one holding out there. Amazon, the whole retail space is getting boom shakalaka as well. Down 2% there, down 3 on Costco, down 1.5 on Amazon. I mean, all these names getting hit there today. CVS, there's my guy. Yo, put a target on your head right there. What's up, Target? Up 0.5%. And yeah, it's pretty mixed board overall today, which is why the indices are where they are. You know, we did have that move down recently. We're short the futures, but that's not doing too much. Google had a monster move down today out of nowhere. We were able to take advantage of that and make that the #1 P&L for me, is Google by far today. And then we have Oracle. What a kickback for them, man. That 180 low. We'll see where we can go from here. But I thought it got as low as 180. Maybe it didn't. 198, I guess, this is what it's showing. This is not the greatest chart here, but 198 back up to 214. So that's been a nice bounce there for Oracle as well. And then Meta.
Oracle has 10 bottoms.
Yeah, Meta with the main story today, helping lead everybody back through, and that was, of course, Mark Zuckerberg coming out and saying that we're scrapping 30% of the costs here for said metaverse, which is good because the spend is what was always in question here for Meta. So, yeah, it still doesn't look up 3% is kind of disappointing considering we were up 7 or 8 at one point there. It's actually been a short all day.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the problem with that one.
But Oracle, don't look now, but Oracle is breaking trend and going to close above the 200 period SMA, simple moving average. So there's the trend. I mean, look, it's arbitrary to pick that lower high, but I think it's fair because that's when the move accelerated. Like where you usually start, it just so happens to hold that top, but you'd say this is where it accelerated, so this is where the trend line starts, that's the acceleration, and it does line up well, and you've simultaneously broken the trend and closed above the 200 period moving average. This might be a good one for like a, like a 200 period to 50 period swing. That makes sense. And I was supposed to go over this. I didn't hear the news story, so I don't know why, but because I know some people probably look at this. I remember the last time this stock moved, a few people were interested in it, VCIG. It's halted. It was 91 cents, and I'm not sure why. Again, I'm having like Friday chart syndrome, so this is not filling in. But right now, halted at a 111 with a tap of $1.28. So this is going to open way up, VCIG.
I have the news on VCIG. They just approved the spinoff of their V Capital Consulting unit at a $168 million valuation. Back to you.
Okay, so there you go. If you happen to be in it, it just opened.
That was the one that I was in the other day.
That's yeah.
Fell right back into the dollar, and now what is it opening up at?
$1.20.
Yeah, this is the price that it fell off of last time.
Okay, let me just go to the 15-minute. Whoa, that's the daily chart. Yeah, so there you go. Like it was
$1.50. Yeah,
yeah, like
we
it
had
broke
that
out.
trade. Yeah.
Turn, like the turn looks like right about here at $1.40. If you look at the, I'm just looking at the bars instead of the wicks. So watch out for $1.40 maybe on this one. What a clean, you'd say what a clean break at $1, but the real question would be why would you have a stop order at $1? The stock was doing nothing all day long. So I don't know that anybody would actually have that breakout trade. All right, with only 10 minutes to go, just maybe on AMD, like it's creeping up. No trend, no trend. It doesn't get to the trend line. It looks like the play will be off of 215 after all instead of the trend line. At least that's what this candle is telling me. So barring some kind of last ditch move up into the trend line, I'm going to have to try to short this off of 215. So if we break down here, I'll try to get the short. And that's VCIG, right?
Yeah, so I was just going to show, this is when I had it the other day. It was breaking up
Same
to,
story?
yeah, up to, no, I don't know what it was, up to 150, and then it fell back, and we wound up getting our last 10% out or whatever near the bottom. But we did have this, and I just double-checked the date on that one. This is when we posted it first early. We got this right at 8 o'clock or something like that day. Yeah, literally at 8 o'clock. You know, that's where when we went live, we busted out that one. So there's VCIG, man. It was a really good trade. So VCIG back on December 2nd, as Neil just talked about. So that's sort of the take there on that one. Yeah, okay. So Carvana, yeah, I agree, man. Someone in the chat was like, yo, Carvana's acting like it's getting included in the S&P 500. But yeah, what a move, man. Carvana over the last couple of days, boom, boom, pow, as it keeps on going right there to the upside, man. Great move higher right there for Carvana as it makes a high back to 402. I'm going to say this is, I want to say it's
$400.
Yeah, I want to say it's all-time high. I mean, remember when Morgan called this thing dead
That
at
is absurd.
down to $3 or something that day. I mean, we were live on the show and talking about it. But yeah, the weekly, that's why I was wanting to double check. Okay, so yeah, now it's trying to go. So there it is. The weeklies are trying to go. I mean, Carvana right there. What a mover. Back over to $400. This is weeklies. So we were at 320 2 weeks ago. Now at $4. So yeah, congratulations is the least I could say to anybody in this name right now. So there goes Carvana, monster move back there up to the upside and just taking everybody out, man, taking it out and just not looking back is CVNA. So yeah, you're ready to break. That 400 is solid. We don't trade it enough, obviously, on this show. I don't even know what the spread looks like.
If they split that stock, oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, that is exactly what they should do.
How do you not split that stock? Get retail back into this thing.
Then we'd be trading it like crazy.
Yeah, think strategically. People would be trading like crazy. There'd be much more options activity in Carvana. The shorts would freak their minds out if they did a reverse split on that. Could you imagine that at $40? Like seriously, I really don't understand. It doesn't fundamentally change anything, but if you have a stock and you know that a lot of it's built on momentum and squeeze and some of that retail juice. Like, what's the harm? Like, it's good for the stock player. You probably have options. It bodes well for you, too, as I try to talk sense into whomever. I have no idea who's even on the board of that stock. That's who should be listening, in my opinion. All right, so we have about 10 minutes until imbalances. Still not, unfortunately, we're just not. Like, it'd be forcing the trade to short 215. Because as you can see, like, we didn't really have a curl off of that level. It's just still trending higher, and if it's still bouncing, then I'm waiting for it to get to the trend line. As I just heard, my favorite retail name just made another high, and another all-time. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe not. Dang it. Okay, fine. Maybe not a new all-time high yet for Walmart. It's like 10 cents away. So Walmart, 10 cents away from another all-time high. I just didn't eyeball it right in the daily chart. This hasn't had a red day since bouncing off the 50-period moving average. Walmart, this is the retail name. They're fantastic. I think it continues to go. The real question is, when will the next available dip be in this stock? Because you got to gobble it up when you do. And for everyone out there that is taking shots on SMX, it is still trading higher. So if you tried to short 150, well, it almost worked. It went to 140, and then right back into 165, still making fresh highs. Try to remember, in the aftermarket, there's no halts in the aftermarket, so it gets really, really dangerous. Like, it's dangerous now to trade it, but at least they'd halt it if it goes too crazy, and it's much better liquidity. So anyone out there, you'd be almost Like it's insane to think about trading a stock like this in the aftermarket. I forget the name of the last one. It did something similar to this, but like I remember HKD, the market would close, and if it was bad before, liquidity was non-existent after. And any trade you take, you're just essentially you're gambling, because if it doesn't go your way, you have no clue where you'd be getting out. I remember watching HKD for like 5 minutes in the aftermarket, and it just makes you want to laugh that there's anybody that would trade that. If you don't know how you would get out, I don't know how you could even think about a trade.
Yeah, I mean, part of yeah, exactly. The big problem is the after-hours liquidity. I mean, it could just melt up against you, and then you're just like, what have I done? So yeah, be careful with that trade 100% over there. I was going to say this VCIG, I mean, it could be exciting if it comes back to that dollar move. But again, the spike up creates that break of $1. And then I guess people panicking, getting in, or short covering on this name as well, which brought this all the way back in. So no, I'm not going to support this stock and trade it. But I think $1 would be interesting, and this could be the one tomorrow, VCIG. So just keep it on the radar for tomorrow. In there, back above $1 right now, would be interesting to hold it. So let's just figure out if that's what's going to happen. And right now, the volume is dead. And I mean, look at the offer, right? The stacked offers are much more than the stacked bid. So we'll have to wait to see. Like it's not that many shares, 12,000 shares. You know, they can easily go through it all. I'm not saying that. It's just the pressure is right now on the offer, not the bid. So this could come back in, and Neil just talked about those imbalances, so there's not too much to do. LQD has a big one, which is a corporate bond. I don't know. This has nothing to do with it. This is on the Amex right here, so I don't think there's much going on there. Kenvue, big sell for Kenvue. Right there's LQD. I was just trying to see if there's anything else that was going on. It's Kenvue, so sell of 7.5 million shares. So that's been a nice little bounce back for this former Johnson & Johnson. Of course, the Tylenol problem with Kenvue. That's why they split the stock. So that's not the reason why, but they're the ones that are holding it right now. And then we have Uber,
That's kind of the reason,
and Google right there. I want to see what Google was doing today. Still down that 1%. You know, I've said this already. Out of all the Mag 7s, I think this might be the one that I would be most interested in picking up on the downside. We've already bought some more Tesla today. And we'll be picking up some Google again on some of these lows, but not necessarily right here, maybe a little bit after we settle down just a bit. And here we go to the downside is the Qs again. So there's only a couple minutes left. People put another bid here. Let's just put a bid at 11. Drink is in the way. I can't see the right prices. So there we go. We get, oh, well, I paid for it. So there's 11 right there. So we get a little piece out there at 11 for a win. That's good, right? We'll see if this market flushes down. I don't think it's going to be an epic flush rating, but there's the short on the Qs. And then we did have break our, oh man, guy right there. Break our streak is there with AEO. AEO did come back. So it looks like a lot of people were using that day's high maybe as they're out. And again, it just broke this channel right into here, right, that we've been on. So we tried to short that. There's our wick where we got stopped out, and you know, we talked about this earlier today as well, that, you know, stop outs will happen and are part of the game. So just be careful if you do get stopped out. Make sure that you can recover from it. And you don't take too many shares that it's like a disaster or anything like that, right? I mean, stopping out is part of the game. You're not going to win on all of your trades. So if you do have a cover, just take it. That's pretty much the best advice. Like, cover your trade, work on the next one, because there is a next one. There's always another trade.
That's, well, I think, and also making sure that there is a next one. That's part and parcel to SMX. Before I get to SMX, it's halted, by the way. Played off 215 here, so short at 80s. Actually, initially I had 70s, but I'm like, that was a bit of a chase, and I wanted to risk 25 cents instead of like 4 or 35. So anyway, so I waited for the other half. I'll risk 20 pennies to 15. It's not the trend trade, so it's a relatively tight stop, but there's only 5 minutes to go. So it either falls from here and holds 15. If it gets to the trend line, I'm not trading it because that'll be way too close to the imbalances. SMX, ooh, the tap just dropped on SMX again. So now it's 132. For everyone out there, I hope you're not in it if you're long, or maybe you got out. But 132, halted to the downside. If it opens again, then there's a decent chance. Any halts after this, no matter what the reason, well, if it's a volatility halt, it's not going to open back up until 4 o'clock. So after this, any halts, automatically 4 o'clock. That's just the rule of the market. So they had last time, eventually, go back to the well one too many times on AMD, but this was the stock. It's the only stock that I liked short today. Missed a couple on there, but you know, just trying to play the trend where you could. We had that move on the futures. possibly Bitcoin related, I suppose, and then just wanted to go with the trend line ever since. And it might hold. But at 345, I don't think I take one more shot at this name. So I'll keep an eye on SMX for everybody. If there's anything else you guys want to look at. Vinsan, ASTS. You know what? When someone mentioned ASTS, I had meant to look at Rocket Lab. Because if ASTS is up 18%, then hopefully our KLB is up 10%. My brother's in this one.
Oh, good.
When I went to visit, actually, when I most recently visited my brother, I ended up, we were dropping off my nephew at school, which is, I like walking kids. It's cool, especially if the kid's still cool with walking. Because eventually they don't want you to walk him to school. But he still looked pretty cool, yeah. And we ran into one of his buddies, and we ended up talking stocks. Outside of school, we dropped off the kids, and we're there for like an hour just standing outside school, which was kind of weird because everyone's like, why are these three dudes just standing in front of the school?
Someone should have called the cops, in my opinion.
Well, exactly. Well, you should, because you're not supposed to linger inside the school grounds. That's just, no reason to be there.
Yeah.
But we ended up just for like an hour, we just talked about the stock market because he was like, yeah, well, what do you do? And then he actually was in kind of like some corporate law kind of stuff. So he actually had some really good insights on companies, and he would use that to his advantage. And then so he owns ASTS, and my brother owns Rocket Lab. So we got into a discussion as to which one's better. I'm like, well, they could both be good.
Yeah, they'll both probably win.
They're both probably pretty good, but good day today for Rocket Labs. Another good 200-period moving average bounce.
Yeah, I'm finally in all of those, most of those names here with the ARC ETF. We bought this live on the show yesterday at this is why I can never even remember the prices. I thought it was 109.25 or something right there. So we're already up 5%. We bought this one yesterday on Simple News. It was that robotics play. It was, here it is right here. 109. So yesterday we got it. Remember, I was like, oh man, there's no liquidity on this thing. What am I going to do? We got it in almost right off the open. I put the order in like a market on open order. We got it, and there it goes. So now I'm in all of those names, and it's been a good one, man. ARKQ, the robotics play that I'm in right there, and then more Tesla today as well. All right, Adara, with 12 minutes left, what's up?
Let's take a look here at RTX and Boeing. The U.S. just clearing a potential $2.68 billion sale of airstrike weapons and related gear to Canada. Now, Boeing and RTX would be the main contractors. This is just an approval for a deal. There's no contract yet, but keep an eye on these stocks. RTX actually had a strong push into the open off of Amazon news, but they've kind of given up a lot of that, not reacting too much now. Boeing, though, is holding up relatively well in the day. Nice curl here. Looks like they're going to be slightly red right now. Back to you.
I just realized, I apologize, Andre, if you're trying to get a hold of me. Realizing that my earphones have disconnected. So I was like, why do I not hear Adara? But thankfully, Adara is right behind us. So that was no problem there. But if you were trying to get a hold of me, my bad. On that, we are now.
Adara looks a little funny.
We're now locked and loaded now.
And then I realized Mark was right behind me.
It's funny, that red background matches, like, Adara's got the red hair and everything like that. So nice background there. As we look to get more creative, they're putting another wall there. Eventually, we'll be turning around. We'll be able to look at each other during discussion points and more interesting segments to come on the show. So pay attention and get ready for that. Only one more minute remaining, though, for these market on close and balances.
Yeah, a few more popping up. Every single day, BMNR is one way or another, tends to flip around. So it's a 1.6 buy now. But just don't be surprised if we come back and at like 353, it's at like 2.5 million to sell or some nonsense. It's been doing this game every single day. Schwab, 1.4 million to the sell side. I don't know this. What is NWA? Oh, that'll be a SPAC. NWAX.UN. It's $10. That's probably a SPAC. I'm just not familiar with it. That's all. Kenvue still there. NEO, 3.2 million to buy on NIO. It's a $5 stock, so I don't know how much that could really move NEO. Ooh, up 5% today for NEO. Congratulations, NEO. Don't know why they're up 5%, but they are on the move. So I just want to confirm from my own brain with 10 seconds to go that NWAX is, maybe it's not even.
Off the chain wax.
Well, maybe it's not in our system. I can't call it up. It might be a new SPAC today, and in that case, maybe it didn't get put in the platform.
Well, I actually
the imbalances just came out. Intel's a buy of 1.8 million. Is that it? Yeah, pretty much.
It's funny. It's like a very, very. We had that comment there. Traders wanted to know if there was.
Rigetti.
There's going to be some meta love or
Rigetti
something like that. Yeah, Rigetti's with a buy there. BMNR hits that buy, which we've seen before as well. Intel trying to get off that bottom there. Neil just talked about that. NVIDIA buy. I mean, there's way more buys than there is sells. Adair just dropped that to us. It's 303 to buy, million to buy. Most of that NASDAQ related. So Amazon, look at NVIDIA hitting. That NVIDIA trade down there at 180, like just so stupid. That's multiple days in a row, like just stupid.
Accumulation.
I said yesterday, I was like, oh man, I hope those guys on the midday were able to hit NVIDIA because I would have hit it if it was at 180. We do not do that at all. It comes into 180 and I was sitting right here on my desk when that was happening. Of course, we were long Google and we were long Palantir, so it's all good. But yeah, missed opportunity. I didn't even think I talked about said missed opportunity at the time as well. So definitely not my proudest moment there, missing out on that one. There, of course, Google, Palantir. Those are the ones I had. NVIDIA right there. D-Nut, I mean, what's up, Krispy Kremes? This was a name that we thought could have been in play at some point over the last little while, just because of the name, and when we had Beyond Meat going off as well. Thought that Krispy Kreme had a little bit of a chance for a runner there. Looks like back mid-October, we started to go on that name, and then it fell back in. But hey, what about a 50-period hold on D-Nut? Right there, man. Get all your donut needs.
I think those are the kinds of like shop plays
SMR too, by the way.
that look good. Like when you have like
You mean taste good or look good?
Well, I mean it tastes good too.
Okay.
Not catching a falling knife, but like it's already made a low and then it's accumulating. Like that was Intel at $19. Like it was falling forever and then it just sat there. It's like, okay, well, how long does that have to do that? D-Nut's doing the same thing at $4. Like why not? Although, I mean, fundamentally, I'm a little surprised by them. It's like, anyways, it's just, they haven't, like, what have they done to revitalize with Krispy Kreme and get some of the hype back? I don't know, it was so great and now it's just kind of meh, but it is what it is. Rigetti, 15% today, big runner yesterday. What I would be concerned about, we'll get back to the imbalances if there's any flips in a bit. What I'd be concerned about is, so you got the 1-2, 1-2, tomorrow then the 3, so just be careful about that whole like 3-day turnaround kind of deal where you get that profit taking on a bit of a cycle. So SMX seems like obviously you're going to not open up until, it looks like it may not open up till 4 o'clock now, because I was expecting we get one open, like a reopen at 47, but it didn't reopen after 5 minutes. So unfortunately, if you're stuck in this one, it looks like you are stuck till 4 o'clock on SMX.
It's probably a good thing.
Well, I mean, and hopefully, if you're long, you might not be thinking it's a good thing.
Oh, man.
Hopefully you're not a long distance.
Look, I mean, so there we go. We talk about, missing on trades and whatnot, so we'll get stopped out there by like 3 pennies. And then this happens on AEO. But we did the same thing on the TQs. Right before those imbalances came out, we're not sitting around and putting our trust in the market that it's going to actually flukily have a sell imbalance. It had a buy imbalance. So I covered it just before. I'm not messing around with it. And it's a good thing. Although it just ripped right into our levels. We said 40s would be something to watch out for. That AEO on the flush down. Yeah, nice move to end of the day there with American Eagle Outfitter. But so like I said, man, we lost 5% off the top with AEO. So it was pretty small and made it back with TQs. That was all good over on that side. With only 6 minutes left, it is a big earnings day. And we're going to talk about, I think it's Trade the Pool.
Absolutely, we are going to. Because let's be real, if you're trading SMX with your own money, yeah, you might decide not to. Risk too big, you don't have enough capital to be able to get into it. But if you were trading someone else's money, like Trade the Pool is transforming how you access markets, you can use their capital and they absorb the downside. So you can focus on discipline, consistency, and growth. And discipline would be important trading a stock like SMX. And you hit the profit targets and keep 70% of those profits. No fear barriers, just an opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it is powered by Trade the Pool. You can visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code. Time to write that time. Scan the QR code, you see it in front of you. The last time I said, I got to scan the QR code and it wasn't up yet. I'm like, dang it, Boomhauer, for a free evaluation. Shout out to Trade the Pool. As I said, this isn't going to open up for a while, so there's no point looking at it. Hey, Friday chart syndrome. Let's go. Right?
Yeah, I mean, mine's
It needs
low.
to make a fresh high. If it gets the high of the day,
there.
it's like we're not going to open up the chart all the way until it hits the high of the day. See? And then by the time it opens and we hit the high of the day, I could see Sean's chart, so I knew it was getting to the high of the day.
Yeah.
I didn't memorize that. But Tesla going to close at the highs, 55 hit, Kenvue paired off, obviously. Rigetti's still 1.5 million to buy. That didn't pair. That's a little weird. I would have expected that. It's a NASDAQ one, not New York. So yeah, keep an eye on Rigetti. Still 1.5 million to the buy side, but Kenvue, 5 million of that already paired off. So a bit of a nothing burger there for Kenvue. Rigetti still 1.5 million to buy at the high of the day with 4 minutes left, up 15%. A little bit abnormal.
Guys, like I don't know if you guys thought I was joking around or not, but like I was thinking Tesla by next week gets to that 480 mark, and we're off to the races right now. I don't know if there's a story that people are expecting to have happen tomorrow, but the volume finally kicking into Tesla here, right into the close. And I mean, sure, I believe there was a small buy imbalance, but Neil and I have sat here long enough to know that, you know, unless it's real significant, it shouldn't do this to the stock. I mean, we're getting a huge bump right now in Tesla. I'm not really seeing any news or anything like that, but it's a nice move right there on TSLA into the close. And yeah, man, we're long. And shout out to everybody in the chat that's been yelling at me there. What's up to Sam, SAMB Film, Sam Film there talking about it. Shout out to my guy there saying Tesla's been a monster. Yeah, we bought right on this dip, you know, right off the open there at 447. And I wish I would have got it in the account here because there's a nice dip by opportunities, like 4 or 5 touches down here. Absolutely amazing for Tesla just to take off today. So I think that this should probably be like a huge number in a lot of people's accounts, especially if you're looking at Tesla, because just to support those bottoms. It could have also been a short. I mean, if you just flip this chart around, it's very similar here where you get indicated at 452, then you get 451 there. So this short is also paid. You could have played this range, and I guess maybe until we broke out of that, and maybe that's what spiked it there at the end of the day. So this little break of 452 there at the end of the day, maybe that got it going. Could easily be that. We'll wait for Samsara tonight. Oopsies. Samsara tonight. We'll see if that can come up with a good number. A good day today, up 4%, 5%. We'll see if they can report. I mean, again, I don't know. I throw my hands up in the air. I have no idea what they're going to do. Marvell, they hit Marvell down on earnings, man. Marvell, once they reported, were down here, $86. Then all of a sudden, they started talking about Celestial AI and some of the movement there at Marvell, and we had a nice move back up to 100, 102 for Marvell. So good day there for them, but not a good day today as we're giving some back on day 3 of earnings or 2 of earnings. We'll see what Marvell does tomorrow. Not really too impressed with this kind of a move there. And look what happened when they broke their shelf right there. So we talked about Tesla holding the shelf. This does not, man. This collapsed. So there it goes, 99 break. The stock has 99 problems. Price action is 1 because it's downside. So should not be doing that. Oh my God, AEO. So we're 11 for 12. Our last 12 trade ideas live here on the show. This was the losing trade. So broken out. I'm going to tweet that out too. So breaks the streak there, Neil. 11 for 12. Broken on that AEO trade. So,
you know, I have a theory. I always say this. If you get the top or the bottom wick as a trader, you're pissed off because you're like, that's the worst thing that can happen. But you know what? From a decision-making standpoint, most of trading is making the right decision or making a decision at the right price. Because if you know where the price to make the decision is, that's probably one of the hardest things to do in trading. And then from there, you can just refine the execution part of it. So like, whatever, you had the right level.
Yeah.
It's just you needed 5 extra cents in the stop. But if you like, it's always where to make the decision.
It's just lucky. It could have ripped.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it could have ripped, but it's like, okay, well, if you give it like a little bit more wiggle room, and AEO just could be that kind of a stock. Like this, when I was watching it off the open the other day, with it 15 minutes in, it still had like a 7-cent spread, and it's like a $20 stock. So I always find it was like a little weird. So maybe you have to give it a little bit more room.
Let me show this tomorrow.
20 seconds to go here.
Revenge.
I put in the chat, and obviously most people would have already seen it. Rigetti did pair off. It paired off a couple of minutes ago, but I put that in the chat for everybody. I'm just going to leave up SMX because obviously it's going to open up. I mean, it should open up at 4 o'clock. If it doesn't, apologies. I'm not stuck in it. But in 3, 2, and 1, if I started way too early, we're winning. And there we go. And it is...
It's 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it did open up. So open up pretty much exactly where it was before. SMX
PLTR is getting a new deal right now.
They did? Okay, so SMX is right where it was before. Nothing burger on them. Palantir.
It just spiked.
Go to your chart because mine's going to take forever.
I did do it. I mean, I just heard out of the ears there, Palantir signed a new deal with the U.S. government. So I don't know what that's going to do, but we'll see if Palantir has some action here into the close. But a nice move there for PLTR into the close, and they just touched out to 178.50. Just again, right back at those highs. So yeah, good day overall, man. We'll see if Microsoft recovered. We didn't do too much of that at the end. Okay, yeah, nice back up to 481. So wondering about Microsoft on that move down. But yeah, so far so good here. Join us tomorrow. Neil's off, so enjoy your long weekend. Obi will be in tomorrow for Neil. We'll all be here, I believe, the whole crew coming back tomorrow. Dara, everybody. So a big thank you to, again, today, Ramin, Fabian over there, Andre. A big thank you to Adara. We've got Sharif and Joe as well. Thanks to Neil, and thanks to everybody for watching as well.
And
big Thursday night game tonight.
Give a big shout out to this wasn't here this morning. Like we have the entire ledge for like the turnaround desks are getting set up. So shout out to the entire team. It was Mark, Randy, were working, but also the contractors were in here today, several of them, and doing a fantastic job. Like we're getting really close. And even then, like it's never really done. We're always trying to get bigger and better. Big game tonight. Go Jameson Williams. Although in our pool, like the playoffs are like it's weird. This is the last week of the regular season in our fantasy, and it's meaningless. There isn't a single matchup that matters in our fantasy league in our last week. We're all set in the playoffs. Yeah. None of us can move up or down in the seeds. Last place is figured out. First place is figured out. Like it's just.
Yeah, this is a kind of a nothing week, but that's okay. Let your team heal up and get rested.
It's more fun when the last week has.
I know, but what are we going to do?
Lame. Like,
that's the one did wind up going to 450 there, taking out some of those highs. All right, have a good weekend. Yeah, we'll see everybody tomorrow live on the show there. Man, to be a Buffalo Bills fan, it's been a painful
the Patriots
painful
can't win
ride.
this week because they're on the bye.
Yeah, there you go. So, all right, guys, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Hey, if you're joining us, every day now, it's 8 a.m. So get in there, set your clocks a little bit earlier. We're back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Good luck on all those earnings plays, everybody. Ciao, till tomorrow.